Doctor?
Drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga. Drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga, real bitch. In cars, I'm coming down that pink drip. I still tip that hip shit. She don't pin fuck, I pick up, I still hit. That's in cars, I'm coming down that pink drip. I still tip that hip shit. She don't pin fuck, I pick up, I still drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga. Drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga. Drink, I still sip. Drink, I still sip. Drink, I still sip. Drink, I still sip. Me, one still drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga. Drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga, real bitch. In cars, I'm coming down that pink drip. I still tip that hip shit. She don't pin fuck, I pick up, I still hit. That's in cars, I'm coming down that pink drip. I still tip that hip shit. She don't pin fuck, I pick up, I still drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga. Drink, I still sip. Me, one still lit. Real nigga, real bitch, real nigga. Drink, I still sip. Drink, I still sip. Drink.
Got millions out there rap shit, they hate them bitch, but they stole it from that back end, after back end, come fuck with my stole the show. To run up on that bitch, she a head case, all she do is shoot. I signed my deal up on the PJ and hopped out of parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Curbing, no curbing, my shit is layers, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Stomp a little pussy, ho, get some shell talk. Slapping rap bitches and making bail, ho. Two-tone Cartier, man, for nails, ho. No competition, these bitches stale. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Curbing, no curbing, my shit is layers, ho. Say they get money, but I can't tell, ho. Keep running circles around these snail, ho. And my shit pumping up in the jail. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. Stomp a little pussy, ho, get some shell talk. Slapping rap bitches and making bail, ho. Two-tone Cartier, man, for nails, ho. No competition, these bitches stale, ho. Got millions out there rap shit, they hate a bitch, but they stole the flow. That back end after back end, come fuck with my stole the show. To run up on that bitch, she a head case, all she do is shoot. I signed my deal up on the PJ and hopped out of parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just parachute. I'm geeked on exit, got no more beaches, I might just third you. A yeet nigga couldn't try me in a tri-state. Buddy pass, bet I get him splashed till he hydrated. Out south, know he spook town, eyes dilated. I got the money and the power, both gyrate. I feel good, get the fuck out my thighs. Look good, but she don't got no ties. I feel good, get the fuck out my thighs. Look fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. Fuck out my face. I feel good, get the fuck out my face. Look good, but she don't got no taste. I feel good, get the fuck out my face. Look good, but she don't got no taste. I feel good, get the fuck out my face. Look good, but she don't got no taste. I walked in, walked out with the safe. Man, don't let me know what the play.
These demon narcissists, run! Run for your life! They're trying to take your light. It's fuel. They're vampires. They're fucking.
What the hell? 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 What the what the what the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? 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 What the what the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? 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 What the what the what the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? 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 What the what the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell? I know I your present, diamonds on spaghetti, from outside with that soul spaghetti, bad hoes in the telly. What the hell?
Lord Jesus. Yo, mic check. Let me make sure my shit.
1 2 1 2.
Yo. Yeah. So to everybody in the building. Yo, is this background too flashy? Like too like you know what I'm saying?
It might be. I heard the last one. They was like,
Yeah, it's probably, you know what I'm saying.
yeah,
I've been advised that it's been kind of, if you got certain disabilities, oh, yes to the background or yes to the, you know what I mean? To everybody could hear me. So to everybody in the building. We got Marcus already. Divestors are the enemies of black people. Early, you know what I'm saying? Early, you know what I mean? Marcus, don't play. Let me show to everybody in the building so far. We got the hood conservative in the house. Damn, why is my sound like that? The sound is kind of off. So the big giz in the building. Appreciate you for joining us, bro. And we got the big dog, Free the Green, in the motherfucking house. Appreciate you for coming through. Who else we got? We got Vato in the building. We got Cheese Nips in the house. I think you from Speakeasy channel. so the
that
Cheese
was
Nips.
hilarious.
You know what I mean? And we got Tulo Keezy in the Heezy. You know what I'm saying? And we also got Jew Money. Let me hold $1, Jew. In the building. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Vato. No Diddy slander. You know what I'm saying? He might get out and he might drop a bag on the channel. No, we ain't want no baby oil. We good over here. We Gucci. Damn, it sounds like I could hear my sound from somewhere else. Let me see. Sound kind of weird. And show so the Bridget in the house. Appreciate you for joining us, Bridget. And by the way, y'all could feel free to hit the link. Please cam up. If you a woman, you don't gotta cam up. But I think you should cam up though. You ain't got to, but I just think it's a good idea. You know what I'm saying? What you think, Lauren? You think it's a good idea? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, we grown. I think that everything that we say we should be able to stand on. So why not put your face, put your face out there?
I mean, divesting. Some people don't want to expose their divestry and then go back to their community. You know what I'm saying? People might be watching. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna cam down, you could still pull up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you don't feel comfortable, then you don't have to.
But dudes gotta, you know what? We gotta cam for the early segment. We gotta cam up. But women, you ain't gotta cam up. If you got something substantial to add to the conversation, we're gonna prioritize that shit over the camera, right? I don't know what's going on with my sound. Let me see this thing real quick.
What does it sound like to you?
It sounds like my instead of my audio coming through my monitors, my my speakers, they coming through the computer screen. Let me see.
Play something real quick.
Yo. Yeah, you see, I was right. It says let me change it. Now we should be good. Yo. Yeah, it's coming through my speakers now. I could hear that shit. All right. Yeah, no, I could hear it because it was sounding kind of low. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's the same because the mic is still good. It was just the output, the audio output. All right. Today we're going to talk about divesting. You know what I'm saying? And interracial dating. I just found out that divesting and interracial dating is two separate things. I thought it was the same.
Oh, it is two different things? Because people kind of use it synonymously.
To me, I think interracial dating is like you dating outside your race, but divesting is like if you divorce your race altogether. Like I got the definition for divesting.
Oh, okay. Like those people that you've never seen with their own race of people, like in like dating and stuff like that. That's what you mean by divesting.
Yeah, it says divestors. Damn, it said divestors are typically black women who publicly choose to withdraw from dating, marrying, or building families with black men, often as a response to negative experiences or perceived patterns of dysfunction in the black community. So divestors, typically black women who publicly choose to withdraw from dating, marrying, or building families with black men, often as a response to negative experiences or perceived patterns of dysfunction in the black community. You know what I'm saying? They advocate for dating outside their race, especially with white men, as a way to seek what they describe as better treatment. You know what I'm saying? And it also got something about more stability. The key traits of a divestor is to promote interracial dating, often with white men, use language like leaving the community, exit strategies, or divest from struggle love. Frequently associate black men with violence, abuse, or economic instability. Where is Reese? Is Reese in the chat yet? Let me see. Because I had to leave the yeah, you checking you like
Where Reese at? What's going on?
oh
Hey,
no, where is
Cyrax.
okay, show so to Zyrax in the building. Appreciate you for joining us. All right, let me see. I don't think Zyrax is a divestor. You know what I mean? Let me see. They may criticize pro-black movements and often, okay, often what? Okay, they're often on platforms like TikTok and Twitter/X, right? Important notes: not all interracial dating black women are divestors. What separates divestors is the intentional reject of black men as a group, the public, often aggressive rhetoric towards black male identity, and a belief that divesting is a part of a larger liberation or survival strategy.
Lord Jesus.
Damn. So that's the key. That's the key. That's some important notes to pay attention to, right? This is what separates divestors from interracially dating black women, right? One, the divestors intentionally reject black men as a group.
Mm-hmm.
Two,
The rhetoric.
they have the public rhetoric, aggressive rhetoric towards black male identity, and they believe that divesting is a part of a larger survival/liberation strategy. Let me come back to StreamYard.
You said liberation strategy. Okay.
Yeah, liberation strategy, like freedom. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
What do you mean, Marcus? And show so to Marcus. I don't understand what you're talking about. I wasn't paying attention. And show so to the OG Dollar Washer. Appreciate you for joining us. All right. Yeah, so that's what the difference
Say
is.
hi.
That's the difference between divestors and just people who date interracially. It's like divestors are more like it's like they divorce the racial group. You know what I'm saying? Well, it only so far it only lists divestors as black women. So I don't know if it's like other races or divestors. Might be. You know what I'm saying? But it just I looked it up on Chat GPT and it only talked about black women.
Yeah, it seems to be like whenever people it's interesting that chat GPT said the same thing, but like most people think about just like when they mix black and white, but there's other races of people that you could be mixed with, you know.
Right.
So but yeah, I was paying attention. The intentional rejection. I think that's like the overall problem when it comes to anybody who wants to date outside of their race. You can it can happen. You know what I'm saying? Like where you just happen to like, cross paths with somebody, you hit it off, and you learn things about them, and you end up, making it work and being together and things like that versus somebody who is just like totally adverse for one reason or another. That's always kind of shocked me, to be completely honest, because like I don't know, like I grew up with both my parents, so it's like for me to look at, and thankfully my parents were decent people, but to be able to say, or to look at my mom or my, like, well, in my case, my dad, and be like, I don't want anybody who, resembles him at all. Like to me, it's kind of strange because I know how my dad was there for me, what type of person he was, what type of people my uncles were that were, melanated people, so it's like for me, it's like if you were born of a certain descent, if you have a strong aversion to your own, that's always been kind of strange to me. I can't lie, but if it just happens to happen,
To me, it gotta have some
different.
form of self-hate going on. I was just watching this show on Netflix. I actually fell asleep. It was a movie I was watching, and I remember this just while you was talking. I remember this. Is this lady a light-skinned lady, right? She looked like she could possibly be biracial, right?
Okay.
But her first two kids are darker. But her younger daughter, she got a daughter from her new husband. I think he was a white dude, and she would keep her darker kids away from when they holding fundraisers and all of it. I wish if I could find that movie. Damn, what is the name of
Please
that movie?
do. Put it in the Discord. immediately because
Man, let me
that
see.
sounds. Yeah, I don't believe in any of that stuff, and that's what I think that now, since you went a little bit deeper into the distinction,
Mm.
it seems like the divestors like you should come on, man. Like keeping the kids separate and all that stuff. Like, come on. Like that's I mean, did you just like the way that the person looked? Were you fetishizing? Is that the sizing them? Fetishizing.
To me, it got something to do with like hating your own like racial group. Not to say that people shouldn't date who they want to date when it comes to like racial groups or anything, right? But just having a disdain for your own is like you to me that's like a short term remedy, because like a lot of people who do that, they really look down on their own people. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of
Hmm.
even outside of black people, there's a lot of like Hispanic people or even Asian people that start dating exclusively white, and they try to like, divorce themselves, or not out loud like or publicly like we see in these spaces, but they might not they more identify with like white culture. And to me, a lot of that stuff happens like in America or in the Western world, because it's like the Western culture is a highly like influential culture. Like even people who don't live in the West start adopting Western culture shit. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people, they low key divert from the traditional shit, and they don't wanna date traditionally no more. They don't wanna date in their group. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as like I guess the whole you just trying to just find somebody who appreciates you and things like that, regardless of how like what race or nationality they came from. I don't have a problem with that. But the
Mm.
people, like I said, who just specifically or just will X out their own, I'm not sure. Like I said, it's always just been a little strange to me. But
Mm.
um,
I got some videos too. I wanted to
okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure people have their own reasons, but to be that hard programmed, you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's just that's pretty deep.
This video is entitled um Divestor School. No, Divestor School's Mammy. You see, no commas, no punctuation. Divestor School Mammy about
Okay.
black male worship. We gotta check this out.
Oh my.
This gotta be good. I never went to Divestor School before.
You
But,
shouldn't have to. Oh my goodness.
but I still want to learn. Even when I don't agree with
Mm.
something, I still want to see what it's talking about, right?
No, this is the type of stuff I've been waiting for though, because like when it comes to certain things that just cross my algorithm, this is not one of those things that crosses. So I've heard about these things or these types of like videos and mindsets, but I'm glad that I'm getting to see it firsthand. Let's go.
But just to make sure the music is. Then why they got white Jesus? Why they got sweet baby Jesus up
I
there,
know. That's why
man?
I was like, wait a minute.
You know?
Straight
I'll
Jesus.
just pause it. I'll just pause it. I'll just mute it. Just in case the music is not.
First of all, getting back to the petition and that documentary, you said before that you don't know what black male
Let me
worship
change
is.
this right there.
No, yeah, I said to me, like, I didn't understand the concept because I can't think of any, at the very least in American history, right, where there's been ever a case of a black man being worshipped institutionally. I don't know of churches where people go into the church and see a big image of a black man on a cross or anything like. it doesn't really make sense to me, especially being that Black men are like the most homicided. We look at the numbers, the least employed when it comes to certain things. There's a lot of different institutional issues that they have. This has been admitted from the government. So it's like, I'm just like, from an institutional standpoint, the different policies that have been made against them, against the community, how can we worship a group of men that is the most oppressed? That's what I've never necessarily.
Here's the thing. This documentary is Black Male Worship 101.
Hold on.
Okay, this is an example of Black male worship.
Go ahead.
She said, how can we worship? Can you just maybe what, like 10 seconds maybe?
Worship a group of men that is the most oppressed. They have, this has been admitted from the government. So it's like, I'm just like, from an institutional standpoint, the different policies that have been made against them, against the community, how can we worship a group of men that is the most oppressed? That's what I've never necessarily.
How could we worship a group of men that's the most oppressed? As a matter of fact, I should have put on the closed caption too, because I didn't really hear it. She was talking hella fast.
So it's like, I'm just like, from an institutional standpoint, the different policies that have been made against them, against the community, how can we worship a group of men that is the most oppressed? That's what I've never necessarily.
Here's the thing. This documentary is Black Male Worship 101. Okay, this is an example of Black male worship. This is an example of the Black male worshiping culture that we live in. Right? When you are raising Black men up as a martyr, like they're dying for like noble causes, and you're raising them up to look like the biggest victims on the face of the earth, and they need all of this support and understanding. When they perpetrate the most crimes against their own selves, as you just pointed out in your own statistics, they are not being targeted. The news can't portray what is not being done. So,
damn.
I'm sorry.
This lady said, "Fuck y'all, niggas."
I'll say it I've said it before, and I will say it again. Black women have been right beside Black men through all of this stuff. So it's like we have mostly, yes. No, we put my little fist up. But no, I mean, we've had to make it work. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that we have to deal with each other or rely on each other. But in my opinion, because I come from nothing but married people in terms of my grandparents, my great-grandparents, etc., great-great-grandparents, right? So when it comes to all of them and their children, like, we as Black women were taught and kind of like told, like, yeah, you're going to have to support your man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have to do that. Like, my dad I know it took him 10 years just to graduate from from college, but he had my sister, you know what I'm saying, when he was a little bit younger, and she suffered an incident and an injury. And so it put him back a little bit, but he still finished. But my mom, they always had joint bank accounts. She worked 2 jobs to get through, to help support him to get through that shit, because she knew and saw and believed in the vision. So Black women have mostly been told, hey, you have to understand that when you get with your man, he's not going to be where you want him to be, but that's okay. As long as he's got some type of skill, he's got some type of ambition, drive, things like that, then you can believe in his plan, support that man. So yeah, a lot of Black women have been taught that. Okay. It might have been lost along the way because times.
But a lot of Black women.
It's not the Great Depression no more.
But a lot of Black women been raised seeing like only like a elite few Black men being in power. You know what I'm saying? I don't think a lot of the stuff that I heard being said, because I was is gonna be on my algorithm now because I've been watching a couple of videos. But it sounds like a lot of these women are saying that Black men was oppressing them or some shit, and it's like, I don't know whenever Black men was even in power to be doing that shit. Like in the color purple, that shit is not like, that's just some movie shit, and it's not a majority of that shit like that going on to where it's like a epidemic of this shit. You know what I mean? To where there's whole movements like the Divestor movement and shit. That is crazy. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot of people on YouTube like to use the color purple as a talking point, but that was a time period movie. You know, it just happened to be that Mr. was left some land and property, so he was a little well off to do, but the time period that he was talking about was still, you know, they didn't have certain rights. So it's like it's kind of weird, you know, how it's just like, okay, that must be a lie, color purple, but yeah, I know that's like a
is highly dramatized. I don't know if that's the word, right? But the
think
thing
so.
is aired on the TV a lot of times. So if that shit air enough, you actually thinking that shit is it feel more real than the other stuff that's happening. Because I done seen couples got into crazy domestic shit, and I'm not agreeing with it, but that wasn't the highlight of the relationship. That was like a small part of the entire relationship. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's right that couples should be in abusive relationships. But a lot of couples that I see was in that them type of relationship. The physical shit that they got into was not compared to the whole relationship. It was like us, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of times I think we over dramatize shit, you know what I mean? Not to say that we should agree with any of that shit, but I'm just saying we zoom in too much on that type of shit because it becomes a thing, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to Marcus, he says, what up, bro? DJ Witch Doctor, divestors support white supremacy.
Lord G.
Damn, that is crazy, Marcus. That is crazy to say. He said Alice Walker made the color purple who was married to a white man. Damn.
Lord G.
Damn. Alice Walker made the color purple who was married to a white man. Let that sink in for a second.
I gotta fact check that because you saying
Appreciate you for the
anything on
support,
the
Marcus.
internet.
She about to fact check you, Marcus. She's in disbelief. In the meantime, let's celebrate Marcus with the money song. Appreciate you, bro.
The money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. It's so exciting.
That is crazy. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying stuff like that don't happen, but it's like it's like if I've just put a bunch of skinny niggas.
Man, it literally said they
Smoking crack.
divorced in 1976, nigga. Oh my god.
So what was wrong about what he said? Let me put it back up. Which part was wrong?
Purple was written after that. I mean, I just don't understand the relevance of what he's trying to say.
That was an experience. Her experience was dating a white dude.
Goldberg was married to a white man too.
Yeah.
Purple lips and all. And
yeah. You know. This is what I'm saying. It don't matter when they divorce. You know what I mean?
But I bet you that Alice Walker's, mother and grandmother wasn't married to white men. Sometimes we hear, like I said, these stories and they're passed down. There's a reason why women's elders tell them to get their education, to take their time, don't rush into marriage. There's reasons why our elder women say this to us.
But you know what though? You know what's crazy?
Y'all just don't want to listen.
You know more. Do you know more black men than men of other races?
Yes, absolutely.
Are most black men criminals?
The ones I hang out with, no.
But to your knowledge, just make a guess. Including the ones that you don't know, right? Do you think if you add up the ones you don't know and the ones you do know, you think the majority of them will be criminals? Damn.
I mean, maybe like typically by the book, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, some of us, we'll kind of do a little spank on the head, something that's more of like a low level criminal offense. You know what I'm saying? Criminal.
So let me ask you another question. Do you think most men are criminals?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, that's consistent. So you think most men are criminals? So if I ask
One way
you
or
if you think,
another. Yeah.
so you think
Even
most white men are
in the
criminals,
Eastern.
most Asian, so most men of any
Mhm.
demographic are criminal. Okay, okay, all right.
Mhm.
You're consistent. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? I'm not. I
Yes.
don't agree with that, but at least you're consistent with it. All right. I was gonna. I need to ask the question a
How can I
different.
be a misandrist if I was a heterosexual woman that ain't
Do
did
you
nothing
think
to
most black
nobody
women?
but servitude?
Do you think most black women are ratchet?
Modern,
Damn, damn.
modern,
In
modern.
general, in general.
The younger ones. I mean, they would probably would be considered ratchet, but are they like reckless and like everything like that?
Mm.
No, because everybody got stuff to do tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Most people have responsibilities, so they do things within a certain constraint, whatever
So
they
let
could afford to do. You know what I'm saying?
so let me ask you this: do you believe there's a stereotype of most black women being ratchet?
I mean, yeah, we could slap with everything negative.
So won't it be fair to say there's a stereotype, right, of most of the whole color purple and black men abusive? Do you think most black men are abusive? This is what I'm trying to. This is what I'm trying to get at. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these shits is characters and over exaggerations of reality. I don't think most households have. I don't think most black households have abusive niggas beating up their woman and shit. You know what I mean?
I just think that in general, especially like I said, that's more of a time period movie, like fortunately the main character, Danny Glover, he was not a sharecropper. His parents actually passed him down some land that he had to work, so it was different. But a lot of the black people in that same time period were more on the sharecropper stuff. So we
Mm.
have to understand and keep in mind that we learned everything from how we supposed to construct our households, relationships, and everything were from what? The plantation owners just one generation before. That's when the color purple took place. So if they're seeing if black people were seeing the basic way that black men and women have to deal with each other is a certain way, then
Mm.
when they are on their own, they gonna keep on they gonna emulate and keep on repeating that same type
So
of
let me ask you this: did all
speech.
men? My bad. Did all men at that time, right? Was it common for that time that that movie depicted for other races of men to act a similar way with a woman?
I think, yeah, I think that it was yeah. I think that a lot of African Americans, even when it comes, we get slapped with the
Even though
feminine, like, oh, like white women, kind of con black women to get into, into feminism, blah, blah, blah. But it's the same kind of thing. We don't have anything else to go to but the prior example that we had
so
where
it-
white couples,
so it's safe to
how
say
they treat each other.
it's safe to say in the time when that was happening in the
Mhm.
color purple, right? My bad. So it's safe to say when that was happening in the time of the color purple, right?
Yep.
Other races of people within the timeline of that movie, they probably had similar stuff going on in their household
Hmm.
where the man is abusing the woman, right?
Hmm.
But the thing is, we don't really see no depictions of that shit. We just see the color purple every year in February over and over and over and over and over. So a lot of people is comparing stuff to the color purple. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Look
you
at
gotta
look.
pay for Color Purple. They don't run that like the Shawshank Redemption or the Green Mile
Oh,
or
they show that shit on TV, on regular TV. You know what I'm saying?
oh, I don't have regular CS.
You see, you bougie. You don't got regular TV.
I stream, honey. I want to pick and choose what I want to watch. Sorry.
And show to
Okay.
the Placido and
So they
Ronald
still
in the
okay. So they
building.
still playing that. All right.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, so you said they're still playing that on TV.
Yeah. And not
Okay.
even that they still playing it. people are still referring to that, or people are still referring to that as an example of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just like if somebody tried to use roots as a historic event. No, roots didn't happen. There was no Kunta Kinte. No, it's not a historical thing. It's the, you know what I'm saying?
Was there anything even depicted in Roots that was similar to what was
It
going
might
on or happening? Is
it
it not
might be
important
similar, but a lot of this, because
altogether?
fast forward now when we find out about history, a lot of the slave movies was not as accurate because like a lot of stuff don't add up. It's just like it's just like the we finding out about religion and stuff. A lot of shit might not add up. So a lot of the shit gotta be revised. If we look at these stuff as movies instead of using it as examples, we could use it as examples for conversation, but as examples as to what the reality is kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's similar to now today. I don't put that much faith in government or a group of privileged people who never had to live the way that we live to understand how we live. So, yes, I believe that things were probably even worse than what they depicted in those movies
Damn.
because there wasn't even any communication systems hardly. You was in the middle of the jungle with torches and you know what I'm saying? Like anything could happen. Like I don't know, me personally, I don't take those types of movies and accounts lightly at all.
Okay. And show so to Unc be streaming, aka Red Pill Ranger. He says Alice Walker was married to a white man, then became a carpet muncher.
Lord Jesus.
Damn, bro. A carpet muncher, then became a carpet muncher. That color purple shit was fueled by hate. Tracy Chapman was her partner. Who is Tracy Chapman? That is crazy.
Talking about a revolution.
Okay.
You don't know the he got a fast car. The folk singer?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Never mind. You got to pull it up later. But at the same time, why would Steven Spielberg, a white man, like actually make it into a movie?
I don't know.
Yeah. See who see shit.
Because it might fit the agenda that they was.
Kenny Rogers about hold them and fold them.
Because it might have fit the agenda they was trying to, you know what I'm saying, push at that time. But appreciate you, Red Pill Ranger.
Who gets the blame for it?
What do you mean get the blame for it? We're not blaming nobody for it. You know
then what was the point of mentioning it was married to a white man and then became a carpet muncher? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, he's trying to
you know how this shit
he's
goes.
trying to create a character profile so we understand the character of the person.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, can we get back to let's get back to the video if you don't mind, right? Let's get back to this video, right?
Support and understanding. When they perpetrate the most crimes against their own selves, as you just pointed out in your own, raise black men up as a mark of Black Male Worship 101. Okay, this is an example of black male worship. This is an example of the black male worshiping culture that we live in. Right? When you are raising black men up as a martyr, like they're dying for like noble causes, and you're raising them up to look like the biggest victims on the face of the earth, and they need all of this support and understanding. When they perpetrate the most crimes against their own selves, as you just pointed out in your own statistics, they are not being targeted. They're not being profiled. The news can't portray what.
This is why everybody does the most crime against their own racial group. This is some wild shit, man.
It's about proximity. And just
the most crimes against their own selves.
Proximity.
Right. Oh, I thought my shit was on full screen.
As you just pointed out in your own statistics, they are not being targeted. They're not being profiled. The news can't portray what is not being done. So whatever the news is portraying, whatever the media is portraying, it's what black men are giving them. So that's why it's being shown, and that's why it's being played back. And black men certainly feed into their own stereotypes. Black men certainly are the face of a lot of crime. They're the face of a lot of violence. They are highly mass incarcerated. They are highly homicidal. They sell a lot of drugs. They do a lot of illegal things. Are there cases where a black man didn't do it and he was freed? Yes. Is that the majority of convictions? No.
50% those who seek exoneration, black men, over 50% of them actually are let go. Also, what I showed for black men, that was homicides. We didn't break down that who's actually doing it, what's the percentage. We didn't compare that with other groups of men. We know in general, homicide among men generally tends to happen within the ethnic group. So I didn't say that, oh, black men, they're killing the most. Those are white supremacist talking points. I would love if you had resources or stats to share with me. I will be more than happy.
Wait. What do you mean? Black men are killing themselves the most.
No, but I'm saying so if we go up and say, oh, they have the highest percentage of this or that. If you have resources, I would love to look over that. I'll just say that because, like I said, we can all come up here and spew stats and spew stuff.
I'm just going by real life. Okay, I'm going by real life. Black men do kill each other the most. They're not killed by cops more often. They're not being.
I think, and by the way, and this is what I'm saying. Some shit is true, but this is what you call painting a narrative. You don't paint a narrative without the truth. You got to use the truth to paint a narrative. Yeah, black men are killing each other the most, but all races of people kill each other the most.
It's about proximity.
You know what I'm saying? What are we saying? Why is that even a thing? You know what I mean? Shows out to Ronald. He said The Color Purple is one of my favorite movies of all time. Oh my God. Wait a minute. I got to play this for you, Ronald. Get out of here.
Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
I never heard nobody say that shit, man. The Color Purple is one of my favorite movies of all time. I never look at it as an example of how all or most black American families operated. All right. You see, you able to do that, Ronald, but everybody might not be able to do that. But I appreciate you for the support. Appreciate you, bro.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
And also, we didn't get my boy Red Pill Ranger the money song. Appreciate you, Red Pill Ranger, aka Unc B Streaming. Appreciate you.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
All right. And shouts out to Brain Bender's Banter. Brain Bender, you're a she, right? I think Brain Bender is a girl. Well, a woman. She's of the feminine. You know what I'm saying? I hope I'm not misgendering, these days. Y'all young people got all types of shit going on. But appreciate you, Brain Bender's Banter, for the $5 holler. Appreciate you.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
Brain Bender said, great topic. And feel free to hit the link if you got anything to share on the topic. We also got Unc B Streaming with a $2 holler. He said, chick on the right is a clear femcell non-select. Damn. Now, why you got to do that, man? Appreciate you.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
I need more money. I need more money.
I appreciate you, and let's get back to the video. And let me ask.
Was that to me?
No, he was talking about why you ready to fight, man? Damn.
I know how your chat.
She reaching for the brass knuckles for the beer spray.
Don't give a damn.
I think he was talking about the lady in the in the video. Yes, I do got siblings. I got four. Yeah, one of my sisters. I got 4 sisters and 5 brothers. You know what I'm saying? Younger and one younger. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. I'm the second youngest. Everybody else is older. So, all right. So let me know, Reese. You know what I'm saying? Let me know. You know what I'm saying? One of my brothers that might need a green card. You know what I mean? Yeah, only one of my siblings live in America. All my other siblings are back in Guyana. You know what I'm saying? In case you want to be a passport sis, you know what I'm saying? But let's run the clip. Let's get into the clip.
So like black men do kill each other the most. They're not killed by cops more often. They're not being targeted by cops. They're not being hunted down like animals. Are there situations? Yes, that's true, but it's extremely minuscule. It's extremely small.
Okay, curious. If you were alive since you've been, how can you say that if you've been divested? How would you accurately know what's happening?
Because I live in the world, Jay. I live in the world. I see. I watch the news.
You live in the world. You're invested in a white community. You watch a white news that is owned by not black people, not even by black and brown people, by a specific people group that does not necessarily always have black people in mind. So you've divested from the community that you no longer are part of, but you still are aware of what's happening in that community.
Yes, it's a little hard not to be aware. Okay, for one, I'm still a black woman. And again, a lot of your ideas about divestors are extremely false. That's why I don't really like to come up on these kinds of channels, because y'all run on things that you hear and things that you think you know.
She realized she got the same black men. She realized that a lot of these black men are the devil.
Damn, where Cynthia G come from? What the hell? So there's Cynthia G on her legendary hairstyle, you know what I'm saying?
She realized she got the same black men. She realized that a lot of these black men are the devil. They look, a black man took her, or multiple black men probably took this woman through hell.
He could have been the grand wizard. See, let me tell you something. He could have walked in there smelling like the smoke.
I wanna. That was just a video to let you get the mindset behind a divestor. A lot of the stuff she said, it's a lot of talking points I heard before, even from Cynthia G. I watch Cynthia G channel. Let me play this right here, and then we could get into some other video. This was a chart I actually seen on the divesting, and this is a white woman's perspective. You know what I'm saying?
When I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police.
Lord Jesus. So the Ong be streaming. Before I move forward, he said the old girl with the crazy wig songs like Uncle Ruckus. Appreciate you, bro, for the motherfucking support. So to Brain Benders Banter, she said you can call me Triple B. Yes, I'm a woman. Let's go. Appreciate you, Triple B. That's her rap name from now on. Triple B. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm telling you. And her shit is, you know what I'm saying? Her shit look official tissue. You know what I mean? And I got the notification bell when she go live. I'm pulling up. And I'm bringing all of y'all with me. Let's hear what this young lady has to say about the divesting and stuff like that, right?
When I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police officers manhandle these black men in the street is very attractive, and it's a turn on, you know?
You're getting turned on by watching a white.
Whoa.
Damn.
Whoa, wait a minute. This is crazy. Lauren, I never.
Tell me how you really feel, Becky.
This is no, she's not saying it. No, it's a black woman is saying it. She's reviewing she's gonna give her take right after. That's not her saying it. Her mouth is not moving. Look.
When I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine.
That's a black woman's voice. You know what I'm saying? That's a well-learned black woman's voice. You know what I'm saying? She sounds very studious, but I could hear the seasoning, the 11 herbs and spices. I could hear it in her voice, right?
When I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police officers manhandle these black men in the street is very attractive and it's a turn on, you know?
You're getting turned on by watching a white guy take down a black guy in a police video. Like, you have other things that need to be worked out. Like, go ahead, like, have an obsession with a white man. Fine, whatever. Do your thing. What do I care? I don't care. But it's like, if on top of that, you're like downgrading and like using that to degrade or dehumanize people in your own community, you're just as bad as the white supremacist.
Well,
you're equal. So it's like, I feel like when you take some of this ideology and you really break it down, you're just as much of a white supremacist as an actual white supremacist, if you believe these things.
And how dare you get up on a platform?
Wait a minute. She was cooking. I ain't even gonna hold you. I don't know what she was cooking. I wasn't in the kitchen. I was seeing the smoke coming through the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? I was like, this young lady's cooking.
No,
You know,
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, to say something like that in terms of like you get like some type of like you enjoy to see that happen to your own.
That is,
Yeah, that's kind of equivalent to a WS. I'll just say it that.
All right, we're gonna watch this one more clip, right? And you could stop whenever in this clip, you know what I mean?
All right.
Wait, don't stop. Placido, come on, my G. This Auntie Tasha K. No Tasha K slander. Moderators, no Tasha K slander in the chat. You know what I'm saying? No Tasha K slander. You know what I'm saying?
I want to say black men need to do better when they learn the book from the white man. The very cracker you sleeping with right now. Bye, Rose. There you go. They making me end the line. My PR said I gotta go. Go.
I was about to say, why are you yelling, girl? Ooh, you mad? It's spicy. Anyways, child.
So Tasha K is going at it toe to toe with this young lady over here, who is a divestor. And look, a divestor, like we were saying earlier, divesting is different from interracial dating. If you date interracially, it means you open to dating someone outside your race. You date interracially, you know what I'm saying? But divesting means you stop dating your race. You like, fuck y'all, I'm moving on. You know what I'm saying? I'm moving on to greater things. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm leaving the ghetto. That is what divesting is. Divesting is like interracial. The focus is more on, to me, it sounds like the focus is on broadening your dating pool, your options, instead of just cutting your options off or shaving off a particular group outside of it, which is usually your own group. You know what I mean? It's crazy. What do you think about well, let me run the clip a little bit.
I'm glad that we established the difference, because once people find out that I have mixed race children, they're just like,
wait. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. You got me. Wait a minute. So sorry, Lauren, ladies and gentlemen, Lauren has mixed race kids. You know what I'm saying? And I believe the children of the future. You know what I'm saying? You know the song. I believe it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Damn. So Lauren is a divestor or interracial dater?
I was an interracial dater.
I thought you was a divestor though. Weren't you a divestor?
No, I get called a divestor online once people hear that I have mixed children, but that came from the one and only outside, like interracial like relationship that I ever had. Dating never had. Like, it's been black dudes all the way up until I was damn near 30. I don't know how long I was supposed to wait.
Wait. Because it's one thing to you might be a divestor. We gotta examine this a little bit more if you don't mind, and also feel free to not answer certain questions if it gets too uncomfortable, right? But I'm gonna ask you some questions. I don't know as yet. I need to verify. But shouts out to Unc B streaming.
We
He
just
said white.
established what it was. Okay, I'm sorry. Go
He
ahead.
said he said white men should feel disrespected that black women think regardless of their circumstance, a white man is gonna just take them. Why would the what? Why would he
Why
want
would
our
they-
rejects? Why would he want our
Our-
rejects? Shit is wild. I learned how to read typo.
Typos.
I'm fluent in typo.
Child.
Why would he want our rejects? Shit is wild. Red Pill Ranger also said, also, black women act as if white women not gonna fight for their men. Damn.
Uh-oh.
The money counting thing. Money, the money counting thing. Money, the money counting thing.
Appreciate you, Unc. What you think about that? What do you think about that?
I'm sorry. Put it back. Put it up there one more
He's
time.
saying white men should feel disrespected that black women think regardless of their circumstances, a white man is gonna just take them. Why would he want, or why would they want our rejects? Shit is wild.
I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, a lot of times, even when it comes to the white women, you know, those are usually what they say the white men don't want. So those are the white men rejects, the ones that black men date. Like it's just it's about, you know what I'm saying? Which I mean, it's never really gonna be 100% accepted. That's why even from the man's side, like, do you think a lot of these women can bring you home to their to their family, like, and have them accept you, and you don't think that they're not there for your money? And yeah, they might cook for you and stuff like that, but shoot, they might not think very highly of you at all. And it just depends on what you value. I just wanted somebody who's gonna appreciate me. You know what I'm saying? To be completely honest, because like I said, I came from the era that I was taught to, you know, you got to understand that your man is not going to be where you want him to be, but wherever you can fit in, you can fit in. Like I had one dude, you know what I'm saying? Like he was super talented.
So you dated one guy outside your race and you got prego.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm asking to see if you was a divestor, you know what I'm saying? Because, right? You said earlier, how long was you supposed to wait?
Yeah, I just
For the
opened
black
up my
man.
options though. I opened up my options because I was in 5-year relationship, 6-year relationship. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of then there was time in between, of course, to reset. So it wasn't just like boom, 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 boom. But I definitely tried, you know. So I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna actually believe in this myth that nobody finds black women attractive. I'm not going to believe in this myth that, you know, we're the least desired, because I was getting in mines. And
So wait a minute.
a lot of people say I look mixed, but my parents are black. Okay.
So before you dated this young man, right? You exclusively dated black dudes on purpose or by proximity? Like you made a conscious decision, I bet I'm just gonna date in my race. Did you
No.
make that decision early on, or it just so happened to be like that?
No, that was what I wanted. Like the darker, the better. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And shows with the Ongbe streaming, he said, LA, how did that work out for you? And appreciate you, Onk, for the motherfucking super chat. Why?
The money counting thing. Money, the money counting thing. Money, the money counting thing. Money, the money counting thing. It's something. Money.
Appreciate you, Onk. You a messy ass dude, bro. I ain't even gonna hold you. Go ahead, Lauren.
No, this is just like, again, this is just what sometimes this audience likes to do. They just like to, like, yeah, I know I'm bigger and stronger. I can cross you to all the way down the court, but I'm finna yam in your face. Like, I'm finna do all that shit. Let's go. And we already talked about this. My kids are not mixed with white. Like,
He
there
said
are
a
other
white man.
races.
It was not a white man, bro. Why
It
you
wasn't
you
one. There's
blaming the
other
white man?
races of people in this world. It's so funny how, like, this is one of the people who was just like, oh yeah, passport bros, go, yeah, do what you gotta do. Different people are socialized different types of ways. And like I said, if I'm getting to be up and, getting towards my 30s and I'm building black men up, and
Whoa, 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 whoa,
can I
whoa, whoa.
finish? I'm sorry. Can I
You
finish?
said building black men up?
Yeah.
You gotta elaborate. My bad.
I know you stopped me.
Not bad. I'm sorry.
You can call it coincidence. I really don't believe in coincidence, but yeah, if I am hands-on in your business and you go from just being a club DJ to now you working with celebrity, you doing A&R stuff, you're being featured in videos, you're being put in actual like tracks and everything, you're your future's DJ, like that's supporting them. That's helping to build up that, no, babe, you the shit. Like, I'm gonna be sitting there every time that you DJing at your spot. You know what I'm saying? On this, like, that's needed. They didn't call DTP didn't call me to come down to the meeting, but you waking me up so we can go together. That helped you. I'm not gonna let you take that away from me. I'm sorry.
So the uncle, he said the other man.
I don't wear the wigs, weaves, and eyelashes. You know what I'm saying? I'm a
He said the other man. He said the other man. Icing cooler.
Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team.
This nigga, man. Yo. This is not stand up. He's doing sit down comedy because I know he's sitting down typing this shit.
I know. See, they have to correct themselves because they really don't know what they're talking about. They just like to speculate and go off of regular, like, you know what I'm saying, like YouTube talking points and shit. Like, that's just all they know. I'm giving my take. This is what the Wednesdays are for. But I guess some people just they like to sit in the Coliseum and throw the cabbage and tomatoes, you know what I'm saying? Boo! Just make sure you put some money on it or we're not gonna read it.
Damn, that's fucked up. He said, I know several black women step out and still single moms. Appreciate you, Red Pill Ranger. Why, bro? Why? Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? There's people who's, just to be fair, there's people who stayed within the confines and they still single moms.
It's irrelevant if I'm speaking on my never mind, because people can't never speak on the point. They gotta talk about their homeboy, their uncle, what happened to their granddaddy. They gotta talk about what happened to everybody else. I'm talking about what happens right here, but they can't handle it. It's okay.
We also got Marcus. He said, I told you, bro, they do support white supremacy.
Anyway,
he's saying that he's saying that Lauren.
I'm a hyena, but so he just don't like me. Is this okay?
Damn, man. Damn.
I still got that clip.
He called you a hyena?
Yeah. And
you got a clip?
I called him out on Cammy's panel and asked him how, and he couldn't say specifically what I did.
Damn. But I appreciate you, Marcus, for the $2 holler. I don't know if Lauren is a white supremacist. We better find out.
Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team.
All right. So you were saying you were tired of building black men up. So let's say you were dating a guy of another race. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
It just, that was the course of what happened. You know what I mean? Like, at least like, I don't know, 10, 11 years deep with like committed relationships. And when they get to their prefaces, you know, basically being able to blow, that's when we all of a sudden have these problems, you know, these issues when these things shouldn't be happening. And then, you know, we in the same city and I see what you're doing, you know, and it's just like the people that you choose to hang around afterwards, after finding, I don't know, it's just like, how can you spend years with somebody, give them codes to your house, you've been through things, like serious things, help them with their business, things like that, and now all of a sudden they just don't need you no more. Like I said,
sometimes sometimes people do that, and it's not exclusive to relationships. There's a lot of people, like they might grind with you, and then later on they might divorce themselves from you a lot of times because maybe you remind them of a more humbler time or whatever the case may be. It's just stuff like that happen. Yes, like let's say we started a car business, right? Like a car wash, and then the car wash got mainstream now, and now it's like I'm trying to only deal with the people who, like, let's say my car wash is franchised out now, and people treating me like the big dude in the city now that I got the keys to the city. You know what I'm saying? I'm just using as an example. This is not how I would do. But some people might just want to be around the people who seen them when they blew up, because that's the respect that they wanted. They know that the other people gonna still see them like they was before sometime. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times people do that because maybe you remind them of a more humbler time when they was grinding, when they was coming up. So they, you know what I mean? It just be, people do shit like that. I see that shit happen a lot. You know what I'm saying? With companies, friends, you know what I'm saying, relationships. Sometimes people be like that. I don't think it's necessarily like a gender thing, because I even see women do that among their friend groups. You know what I'm saying? Like people do that shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, for me specifically, I was very much like, okay, yeah, I'm strictly to my race and things like that. But like I said, as I started getting a little bit, you know, say older, going through different experiences, I was just like, why am I purposely? Because it's not like I wasn't approached by different races of men. I was, you know, I can be going out with my friends to a Mexican restaurant or something, like, you know, anything like that. And I could be approached and I'll just be like, nah, because I want that my end goal to be a certain thing. But then when I start to actually invest and, you know, really help people, you know what I'm saying, and extend myself, and it just ends up falling, just like, why am I being so loyal? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that other Black men would tell other, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that was the case, that they were being treated wrong in general by Black women, that they would just be like, nah, dude, you just gotta hang in there and get your queen to be. They'd be like, shoot, go get your passport, bro. You know?
I would say this.
But it wasn't like I was getting rid of them, but I just opened up my options. I stopped saying no. That's all. I stopped saying no.
So before you were saying no to other groups of guys. Okay, I see what it is. And shouts out to Triple BZ, you know what I'm saying, for becoming a new motherfucking member. Appreciate you, Triple. You know what I'm saying? And hope one day you hit the panel. We need to hear your perspective also. Appreciate you for the membership. Appreciate you.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
So you weren't like so you're saying you used to be exclusively dating within your race, and as you got older you start like widening your dating preference. And you know what, I see that happen to a lot of people when they get older. Even a lot of these dudes that become quote unquote passport bros, or guys that exclusively date outside their race, they did that after a certain type of experience they had. You know what I'm saying? So
Nobody in the chat feels me right now. It's just,
What do you mean?
there's so many words getting put into my mouth, and it's just like, one person says 1,000,000 black men must have approached me. No, if I spend 5 years with one black man, how can 1,000,000 approach me? You're missing the point. Like, either you want to listen and you want to actually like hear it, or you don't. But other than that, like, keep all that shit to yourself. Like, follow. I need you to follow. I'm not asking you to read. I'm just asking you to listen.
Yo, what up, Rick? Show some to Rick in the motherfucking hotel gang.
I don't get it, man.
But yeah, I do agree that a lot of the divestment movement is similar to the passport bros. You know what I'm saying? I look at them as like adjacent movements, or movements that are parallel to each other, right? Because these are groups that saying that they're tired of their dating preferences and they want to like widen the dating preferences. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black men and whoever, you know what I'm saying? Hit your pen and get topics. Okay, a lot of. I don't think the passport bros are exclusive to black men, though. Is it? Because I'm pretty sure there's white passport bros, and passport bros are other races.
Yeah, I mean, but they call it, sex tourism for them. They call it being a passport bro for black people. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's all the same thing. If you're going out your way, to marry, the Russian the mail ordered brides, things like that. That's been a thing since I've been hearing about that since like the 90s. So I think it's just called different things, but I don't know. Like I said, people just
You know what? Even though my bad, even though the definition is being specific to black men and black women, because I think we use the words in the space. It's just like if I say somebody's a warrior, right? But then I say somebody's a soldier. Maybe the warrior and the soldier could be the same thing. It's just that we calling it two different names and shit. So I do think even though we say divestor and the definition specifies black women, I do think there's other races of divestors, because don't hate me, Zyrax, you know what I mean? But a lot of Asian women, right, they're one of the number one group that date outside of their race. You know what I'm saying? Because according to dating statistics, the Asian man is the least desirable, right? So a lot of Asian women date outside of their race, and they predominantly date white men. If you look at the stats of people who date outside their race, Asian women make up a lot of that demographic. You know what I mean?
But aren't like Asian women the most like kind of like sought after in that aspect?
I'm not sure. It probably up there. It's probably up there. And shows out to Marcus too. He said, I wasn't talking about you, LA. I was talking about the divestors. So stop with the nonsense. Y'all know. I think y'all know each other.
Y'all stop showing up to shows that you're not going to enjoy. Like, sheesh.
I think y'all sound like y'all got a little bit of sibling rivalry. But appreciate you, Marcus, for the motherfucking super chat. Damn. Let me read another one, and then we got a couple more, and then we get into the passport bros thing, right? Shows to the Ongbe streaming. He said, passport bros not about race, it's about behavior. I would say it's about behavior, yeah, but the behavior, it might not be attached to race, but is attached to a specific culture, like Western culture. And that's why I was saying I don't think passport bros are exclusively black dudes. I think even a lot of white dudes are tired or express the pushbacks about dating Western women. So a lot of them would date like we say a lot of white guys date a lot of Asian women. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the number one group that white guys date outside of their race. You know what I'm saying? Asian women. Shouts to Unc again. He said passport bros love black women. Okay, just not Western one. See, it's a cultural thing, right? He also said passport bros will go to Africa and get an original black woman. Lord Jesus.
Lord G.
Appreciate you for the motherfucking support, Unc. Appreciate you.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing. It's so exciting. Money counting thing.
And Marcus, appreciate you for the support, bro.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing.
Yeah, the passport bros thing is not about singling out. You see the difference about, I think like the passport bros and a lot of dudes that date outside their race, to me it sounds more like defensive. But the divestor movement sounds more offensive. It even goes so far to offend, and offended is an offensive. I'm pretty sure they share some sort of etymology, you know what I'm saying? So is the divestor movement is like they talk about a specific group that they don't fuck with, but it's like the other movement is like they broaden in the options, you know what I'm saying? And shows out the narrative and dialogue. He said, "No, DJ Witch Doctor, you got it wrong, bro. Just let me know. I'm open to correction. I'm open to correction."
Yeah, for me, that's basically what it was. It wasn't like a dislike, you know what I mean? It was just like I was exclusively doing one thing, and it just, like I said, I'm sitting here wasting 5 years, 6 years, and it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, why? You know, because I was seeing a lot of other stuff. I've been seeing, you know, I have white aunts that are married into our family ever since what, the 70s. Like, why am I limiting myself? So I just opened up the range a little bit. But
to be honest with you,
I'm not Xing out anybody.
I used to be extremely pro-black back in the days. You know what I'm saying? But as I got older, I just look at shit differently. You know what I'm saying? If you gotta go outside or your racial group, you know what I'm saying, and to find somebody who genuinely fuck with you, I do think that people of the same racial group will have more in common, whether it's family and etc. etc. But if you gotta step out to find what you're looking for, who am I to knock what you're doing? You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know,
I'm wrong. I'm wrong today. That's what I've been finding out. But it's okay, you know.
you probably are wrong.
They can do
Probably.
the MGTOW, they can do the you know, everybody else can do whatever they want to do, but you know, I can't actually just, you know, connect with somebody off of a faith system or like the veganism, you know, it's a different lifestyle. And I like the treatment. Blame me, yes.
When you say you like the treatment, what do you mean?
It wasn't as I don't know, it was just different things. Like I said, we talked more about our faith systems. I wasn't able to really like have conversations about like future family goals.
When you dated the black guys.
It was
Okay.
just like, okay, like this is what we're doing right now until we get to the next plateau. But like with this person, they actually expressed like wanting a future, wanting certain things, and then also having the kind of the background to go, you know, with it. It wasn't just, it was more of our religious background. That's what we shared. And just like the fact that we wanted, you know, kids who wanted to be homeschooled. We didn't want them to have, you know, to be vaccinated. Like it was just you know, it was a different level, and it was just
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I missing something? Why everybody dipping? What's going on? Narrative and dialogues and markers. Where y'all going? It seems like y'all got this. Y'all leaving at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Lauren.
I know. But no, it was more of those commonalities. So that was just something like those types of conversations weren't something that I was normally having, you know what I'm saying, with the men from my community.
So you're saying with black men, you weren't having a lot of introspective conversations?
No, I mean, I was engaged fresh out of high school. We were together for 5 years, but he never had them conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you think that's the type of conversations that you should be wanting to be having? But that wasn't happening. We never had them. And I get it, we were young, but if you propose to marry to me, shouldn't we be talking about the next phase and how we want to raise kids and
But I think there's black men that talk about these things too.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm just that wasn't the one that I was in a
You
relationship
see,
with.
that wasn't the one that you was dating. You know what? And
That's
I
why
want
I'm
to
not
say,
exclusively excluding black men out. That's why there's a difference between interracial relationships and divestors. I'm not a divestor.
you know what? What I would say,
Y'all gotta start looking at y'all mixed friends then, like for real.
Narrative said he'll be back when ism come to debunk feminism. This is funny, but
my coffee was my homie, but it's all good.
you see, I'm not here to debunk. I'm trying to learn what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Before I give my take, because I'm not agreeing or disagreeing as yet. I want to hear the fullness, right? But I'm still gonna give my pushback, right? What I was gonna say is a lot of times when we date outside of our race, right? We
Is
the
it just for women or for men as well?
No, I'm just saying in general, a lot of times when people date outside their race, they overlook a lot of things that they wouldn't overlook within their racial group. So for example, right? A lot of times a black woman is not gonna date a black dude that is like a lame. A lame. A lot of black women won't date a black guy that's a lame. Like for lack of a better word, he probably is not charismatic enough. He probably, you know, is not whatever, assertive, whatever. But a lot of times when we step outside of our racial group, we don't have the same requirements a lot of times. So maybe some of the black dudes that was kind of lame, maybe they was the guys that was going to talk about, spirituality, you know what I'm saying? And future wife and future family stuff. You know what I'm saying? They would be more like family orientated a lot because they like, well, quote, and I'm not saying a lame as I might be using, it might sound derogatory. I'm just saying a lame, but it don't necessarily be lame because lame is subjective. You know what I'm saying? So I do think a lot of times a lot of stuff be overlooked because we too critical of each other. Whereas when we go outside of the group, we probably be less critical. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about it?
I mean, again, I think sometimes that people just even like, because black women, we've had to absorb this forever. That's why I'm just very confused. Like the chat is like confusing the hell out of me right now because, if black women have been compared to Marisol and Becky and Griselda or whoever the fuck for I don't know how many long. Well, shoot, if you ain't gonna do it, we gonna find another race of women who do it with black women.
Wait, who say that? I don't be seeing these
most desired men on the planet and all this other stuff. Like,
who says that? I don't think black men are the most desired on the planet. You know what I'm saying? We probably
I didn't say that you said it. But when I'm looking at the chat, like I said, I went all the way up until I was 29. Dated one time just because I wanted to just, I liked the way that I was treating this. Oh, the comments are just nuts. Like
so did you
I just don't think that they want to hear it. That's why they leaving and it's
they'll be back. They'll be back. You know what I'm saying?
A million niggas that asked her. I don't want a million.
We are family. We are family out here. We leave and come back. It's family. Right. They'll be back. You know what I'm saying? This guy says stay with Thuggo. Stay with Thuggo. Who the fuck is Thuggo?
I don't know who that is. Right?
But I'm gonna hold you. A lot of times when I see some black women start dating outside of their race late,
It was one. Oh my God.
right?
Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure the guy that you was dating outside of your race, and you say it wasn't a white guy, it was an Asian guy, right?
Filipino. Mm-hmm.
Filipino guy, right? So the Filipino guy, I'm pretty sure.
My kids, I love my kids. Baby,
And shouts out to the baby. Shouts out to the
I
baby.
love you.
So the guy, and by the way, I'm not on the Dr. Umar game. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not here to chastise nobody for dating outside of their race, you know what I'm saying? But I do think is more logically, I think is more easier or more ideal for people to date within their race, even other races of people, like white people, white couples, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not against interracial couples. I just think culturally is more like ideal because of like raising. I just would imagine it to be, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not an interracial hater. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? You know, so the
I mean,
Dr.
is that
Umar.
same advice? Is that same advice given to black men who are just like, you know what, bro? If you can't find a queen to treat you right, then go get you somebody else. Is that?
Yeah, if you can't find a queen, find you a vanilla.
That's
If you
what I'm
can't,
saying. You know, just
look at
because
this. There's certain guys that I know.
they're not gonna bring you back to their mama. They're not.
Let me, and this is why I'm saying this, right? Because there's certain guys that I know, black guys, that a lot of black women would consider them to be lame, right? And for them to get a attractive woman, they might have to, you know, venture out to get a woman who appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? Because look at this. Maybe they might not dress a certain way. Maybe they might not have a certain charisma when they talking, or they might whatever, you know what I'm saying? And shows out to Triple B, see you later, you know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes they might not fit the norm, you know what I'm saying? But if they step out, they might be seen as, you know, exotic or different, or you know what I'm saying? So a lot of times they might step out because within their group they might gotta take the bottom of the barrel type shit, you know what I'm saying? So I would advise them guys, if you're dating outside your race, if you about to date you a white girl, you about to date you a Hispanic mommy, you know what I'm saying? You want to date you an Asian persuasion, you know what I'm saying? Go right ahead. I don't knock it, because you just, you know what I'm saying? You gotta go where you appreciate it, you know what I mean? So I don't knock this shit. I would tell any guy, go where you appreciate it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that either. It's just like I said, there's a difference between people who are just like, oh no, I would never, you know, like date somebody from my race, even though that's who I was raised by and everything. Like, to me, like I said, that is weird. If you just happen to hit it off with somebody, you have commonalities and you fall in love in something that's genuine, do what you do. I've never had a problem with that on the man or the woman's side. But that's what the difference is, you know. It's like I said, as soon as okay, you're a mom, okay, cool. Oh, your kids are mixed, he must be white. No, he's not white. Oh, well, you went out your race, so you must be a divestor, you must hate your race. And I'm just like, bruh, nah, like that's not what happened at all. At all.
And shows the narrative and dialogues. My Betty says, I say we must distinguish the gimmick crybaby dudes from those of personal choice. Some dudes will use a white woman as a beard and cover it up. Appreciate you, Kofi. And she's doing the thingy, the nail thingy, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Kofi. For the that's what that means.
Caught it, catch it, got you.
I thought it means pinching, you know what I'm saying? Like you was on some pinching shit, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that shit.
Appreciate you, bro.
Money counting. Money counting. Money.
You know? But I would say, like, some dudes is like they're not they're not as socially charismatic, because I think black guys got like the pressure to be a certain type of way type shit. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of niggas making excuses for being a nerd because they subconsciously think it's a bad thing if you black to be a nerd. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, I done seen niggas who's went to school, you know what I'm saying? They fraternity up and stuff like that, but they still wear their criminal history as a badge, you know what I mean? Because for some reason, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
As a black guy, you expected to be a certain way. So I could see a lot of black guys dating outside of their race. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the expectation might be different. You know what I'm saying? As far as the social expectations, you know what I mean? So, hey.
You think it's easier for black men to date women outside their race, like in terms of like their family expectations, their culture's expectations?
Not in general, but there's a small minority that don't got no edge to them. You know what I'm saying? Some dudes, they just straight, clean cut. They don't got no edge to them. You know what I'm saying? So they might you want to drop it? Okay. So they might not fit the certain type of bill, right? And whereas when they date outside of their race, the different racial, I think different demographics of women have different general criteria for dating. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think all demographics look for like a dude that's like a low-key criminal. This nigga said thug, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you ain't gotta be a thug, but you gotta be a little assertive. You know what I'm saying? You can't be a pussy, you know what I'm saying? You can't be a pushover, you can't be a punk. Because how your woman will feel safe fucking with you. But the thing is, different women of different groups probably look at safety differently. So like in the black group, you know what I'm saying, we might look at safety on a more physical level. Maybe in a white group, they might look at safety on a more of a financial level, financial safety, good credit. Maybe in the Asian group, they might look at it as a more intellectual safety. They want somebody who's smart, so they save that their kids ain't on no dumb shit. So it might be, and I'm not saying that that's exactly how it is. I'm just using them as examples. So different groups might have different criterias depending on how the group is, how they was raised and shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, there are tons of black men that listen to rock, but that is now we talking about the general expectations. You know what I mean?
See,
Like
they're rough. Reese.
I don't see most divestors that date a white dude trying to date a broke white dude. You know what I'm saying? Because the expectation of the white guys for him to have money, I'm pretty sure a lot of white guys who date outside their race, I'm pretty sure when they date the woman outside their race, she's expecting them to not be broke at a bare minimum, not be poor. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, like I lived in like a little small town in Ohio. It's where my family's from, and I just think sometimes it's just very regional. Like it's very multicultural there. So like usually you see the black with the white mixed there, right? But like they don't have a problem with getting married straight out of high school and holding down the local factory job for a few, years or until they get their plan together and then make.
But that's within their group, because within you got to remember within your group
sometimes. So,
but within the white racial dating group, I don't necessarily see people looking for like money. I do see a lot of people they come together mostly on a close to equal playing field like other couples do. But I'm saying the outside expectation from somebody else outside of the group, they might expect when they dating a white dude, he probably got good credit, and he probably, because I think the expectation outside of the group usually be a slightly different expectation than the one inside of the group. You know what I'm saying? This nigga said most
Yeah.
divestors pay for the man. I don't know about that. That's crazy.
I don't know, but then again, I've known same
Yeah.
men, white guys who lived out there in Ohio, and they found their wife, from somewhere in Asia online, and then when they get here, they're just miserable because they find out what it's really about.
Yeah.
Money, 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 money.
I got this clip from a white guy that I found on IG. I was searching for it the whole time because I was gonna use it for another show, but I think it fit this one, right? Let me know what you think about this right here.
Okay.
Black woman recently. Approached by a black woman recently, through social media. She said she liked me. I was like, okay, I took her out for a date. And the whole date was just her basically fawning over me. Not because of who I am, because I'm actually a person. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not I really don't think I'm a great individual. I messed up a lot in my life, and I regret it. And though I'm trying to improve, I'm in no way worthy of this kind of flattery. It's
what?
I'm not deserving of anything like it. And the whole thing was because I was white. So, to say I was offended, yeah, I think I was. Because that's the only thing that mattered, was the fact that I'm white.
Uh-oh.
We are not the best dating option. Dead serious. There's other people out there. And I know for a fact, black women, there are black men who are, as just in character, are better than I am.
Damn. The man said he was offended because all that mattered was that he's white. I think this young man felt objectified. You know what I'm saying? I think he felt very objectified. You know what I mean? What do you think? And you might have a connection problem. Yeah, she'll be back. I think it's a connection problem, right? Shouts out to Narrative and Dialogues, aka Coffee. He said there's a difference between finding true love versus doing it because they're white. The enemy having sex with you is not loving you. Candace Owens. My fault, I meant to press this. And what do you mean? Why do you specify Candace Owens, Coffee? And I'm about to read it. You don't gotta send the super chat. I'm about to check the chat just now. Let me just play you the money song. Appreciate you for the support.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing. It's so exciting.
Let me see what he says. Oh, I need DJ, and I read DJ that during the slave trade. All right, my bad. Coffee's bad. He said people do stupid shit like that just to say I got someone white. You will know when you see it. Yeah, I'm saying some people genuinely date outside their race because they find somebody that they fuck with, and then other people just do it to make a statement. You know what I'm saying? And then there's some people that they probably had bad experiences, sometimes even traumatic experiences dating within their race. You know what I'm saying? So they decide to date out. I remember my homie I keep telling y'all about, you know what I'm saying, that said he only date white women because when he was younger, he was scrolling through his mom's phone and accidentally see nudes that she was sending to her boyfriend. And that fucked him up, you know what I'm saying? He don't wanna see a black punani, you know what I mean? Then I remember this white lady, you know what I'm saying, that I used to mess with back in the days, you know what I'm saying? She said when she was younger, her uncle forced himself on her. So every time she seen a white phallus, a white Johnson, she gets turned off. You know what I'm saying? That's why she exclusively date outside her race. You know what I'm saying? And these people, sure, they might need therapy, but that shit is way more common than you think. Sometimes it might not be as extreme, but these things are not uncommon. Like you'll be surprised at the type of shit, you know what I'm saying, that add to people's sexual preference. You know what I'm saying? You never know what happened to them in the past. It's like sometimes you do need help, but sometimes they use coping mechanisms like dating outside their group. That's how they could cope with it. Shouts out to the homie K in the motherfucking house. Big up yourself, K. Large up yourself. And we got Lauren back in the building. What's up,
My
Lauren?
bad.
Yeah, I know that. Was it your connection or the battery?
I think it was my connection. It was like something with my sound. I had got a phone call, and then you know what I'm saying, the audio be acting kind of crazy just to get back hooked up. So yeah, had to refresh. I got you.
All good. All good. You know,
So what's new? What we got to catch up on? What they got any questions, any comments, concerns?
Coffee has said there's a difference between finding true love and doing it because they're white. The enemy having sex with you is not loving you. Candace Owens. You know what I mean? I think I think that was to something we were talking about earlier. But I still got a few more divestor videos that I checked out.
It does seem like I said, with the black woman, white man combination seems to be the trigger.
I think it's because of the history. I think it's because of the history, chattel slavery, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I mean,
I got a video.
I just don't
Go ahead.
understand like why it can't be seen as like, you know, from the same side. Because I mean, I don't know, my parents, they let me know about a lot of stuff. You know, I knew about the breeding farms. I knew about how men were also taken advantage of. It wasn't just the women. So it's just, I don't know. And even afterwards, like just knowing how many accusations that were put on black men for assaulting white women and how it cost them their life. I'm just like, I don't understand how y'all can keep rolling the dice, but do your thing, shout it. Like, do it. Go ahead. That's what you want to do. But historically, yeah, I just don't understand why it's not seen on the other side. It's just like, hey, like I just, you know, I want to be.
What you mean
treated
is
well.
not seen on the other side? I think
me
both sides
personally,
are seen. I think both sides
I
are
don't have a
seen
problem.
similar, except one side is being more extreme than the other. That's what I would say.
I will look sideways and raise an eyebrow at anybody who is born of a certain race, but who has an aversion to their own race. I don't care who you are. You know, like if you're just like, I have never dated a black woman, you know, but I'm a black, but you know what I'm saying, black person, and just like, what? Like that's kind of weird, you know. But if you, like I said, you just happen to hit it off and have a real connection with somebody, I can't down them for that. But if you just only go for a certain type, and even with people, like I said, who fetishize certain people, like because they want their kids to have certain types of hair or certain types of features, like that should never be the motivation why you get with somebody. So, you know, you find somebody who treats you right, go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
And shows to Chris, he said, I heard they're trying to get rid of the black American race. That's the reason why they're trying to create Steph Curry's and Patrick Mahomes. Damn. So you think there's an agenda? You think there's an interracial agenda? You know what I'm saying? And you know what? I heard about that before. Let's unpack it. And I appreciate you for the $10 hop. What do you think about that? And what are you talking about? Not for you. I addressed that last comment after Chris Reed. I posted about my white homeboy. I got you. You know what? I got you. And y'all don't feel jealous if I read some freebies and not. Some is just adding to the conversation. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I got you. Go ahead, LA.
I mean, I would be interested to know if the Steph Curry's is. I'm assuming his dad is black and his mama is white.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
I don't think.
what do
I
you
don't
want?
think. You see.
When
You see.
say
You're narrowing
what
down
you
on
want
the
us to do
gender.
about it?
You're
What do
narrowing
you
down
talk
on the
about
gender.
us?
You trying to be like. You trying to narrow down on the gender and
I'm
show it as another black man
I'm
dating outside the
responding
race.
to the comment. Don't bring up Steph Curry and Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes if their mamas are white and their daddies is black. You
Yeah.
can't do that. Next.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do about it? Again,
But don't you
from
think
one
that
side it said, oh, black women's, behavior is just so bad. We have to go outside of our community and outside of our race. And then we get comments like this. They're trying to get rid of they are trying to it's the black men who are having these superstar, gargantuan
no,
babies.
both parties are both parties are dating outside the race. It's not just
Well, his
he's not even
comments,
making it. He's not even making it a
he
specific
said,
gender thing. He's making it about interracial. You know what I'm saying?
right, but I
But
guarantee
you narrowed
you,
in. That's the same thing with the color
I'm
purple.
supposed
Sometimes we
to.
narrow in. Sometimes we zoom in and magnify minor details that's gonna paint a bigger
Got
narrative.
it.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So when we read this in the first first three words, I heard they. Who are they?
He's talking about the power that be, the powers
I
that be.
don't
I
think
heard
so.
about this.
Because it's
All right,
always on the black
Chris
woman.
Reed.
We're
Chris
more
Reed.
powerful than the government and everybody. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be
Chris, let's know who
tripping.
you're talking about. When you say they, Chris, who you mean they? And I appreciate you for the $10 holler, Chris.
So the
Who
folks
do
in the
you mean
chat,
by they?
they not confused. We know who y'all mean.
And anybody in the chat before Chris answer, make a guesstimation of what you think he meant by they, right? And let's shout out to Narrative and Dialogue. He said, I stopped hanging out with my white homeboy who was a music producer because he said to me, man, I don't understand how y'all date black women, right? He also went on to say, wait. Let me see. Then he goes on to say, I don't like the sight of seeing dark brown ugly pussy with pink inside. But damn, that's the good part, bro.
Right.
Then said it make him throw up. That he gotta be exaggerating. Oh my god, that's some deep racism. You know what I'm saying? That's some wild shit right there. That is some wild shit.
No better than them glow in the dark pieces they got.
That shit is crazy.
Man, I swear to God, I walked in. Like I said, I went to college. I had a roommate my freshman year, and she would let her boyfriend stay at the spot. I came in after hanging out with my people, and they was just passed out on the bed. You know what I mean? But I swear I was like that.
Yeah.
That shit was pink. No, never. No.
Yeah, I don't know why would he say. I don't know why he would say that. He shouldn't DJ. He's a white man. Why should he like that? I mean, a pit bull will still fuck a German Shepherd, bro.
You slice open a peach. What does it look
When
like?
you let a bunch of dogs, this is how you know that this is some human shit, Lauren. When you let a bunch of dogs in a dog park, all the German Shepherds don't just fuck with each other and the pit bull fuck with each other. You know what I'm saying? They all know that they dogs, and if they fuck, they're gonna make more dogs. They don't even be giving a fuck. You know what I'm saying? And just by observing that, it made me look at the human thing a little bit differently. You know what I'm saying? We make things a little bit too complicated. You know what I'm saying?
You think so?
Yeah, I do think, however, if you stay within your own group, it's kind of easier because you're gonna have a lot of shared experiences because we are already in a society that put us in these categories. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What up, Poseidon? What's popping?
But
right?
if you happen to have a lot of like, you know, commonalities or different things that you have in common with somebody and they just happen to be from a different culture, like isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, like it's like for example, like if a white Jamaican date a black Jamaican, I understand because they both Jamaican and they probably got this. They share the same food, the same. They listen to the same music growing up. You know what I'm saying? It's just like if a black dude from New York end up dating a white chick from New York. They probably got some of the same experience. Now, if you go deeper, their family might not have some of the same experience, and that's when things might be a little bit shaky. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So to we need more tyranny. She said LA need a blunt to loosen her up a little. I think
Yeah,
she's two steps ahead. You know what
somebody
I'm
send
saying?
me a cash app so I can buy my next
As a matter of
pre-roll.
fact, you gotta put your cash app on your name thing. Is it already there? I probably gotta switch this shit up. Let me see. Let me see right quick, right?
I had to
Um
take it down yesterday. I forgot. And they was like, "Oh, you put your cash app." I was like, "Oh, my bad." Let me
yeah.
take that
Mhm.
down.
If I was a chick,
No,
you know
that
what
was
I'm
on
saying?
no, that was on Tasha's show yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot
I
to put
would
my cash app.
advise women to use the profile name should be their cash app. You never know what might happen. You know what I'm saying? Might as
It
well.
changed mine. I'm on my phone. I can't change it right now. Tyranny, give me a blunt. No, I'm just playing. I'm about to roll up in a second. They trying to beat up on me, girl. It's all good though.
She's lying. Ain't nobody was you see? This is how they spread rumors. You know what I'm saying? This is how they spread rumors. I do
I'm just trying to be honest.
what you mean low key? What you mean no they should not? And what is narrative saying? What did we say?
I don't
What y'all
know.
saying no to?
Narratives is cool to come up though if he wants to talk.
Oh yeah, narratives pull up. You know what I'm saying? The link is should be
I
pinned.
think you got it somewhere.
Anybody pull up? We already almost 2 hours in. No need for the
Yeah,
cam now.
y'all, because I'm tired of the miscontext. Like, point of the matter is, I really, really, like, I don't know. I tried. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was there, and it just seemed like I was purpose purposefully like just sticking to one and literally turning down the others. But I was getting older. I wanted to be a mom. Call it what you want.
Mm.
I wanted a family. I found somebody who had the same faith system, belief system. Like I said, we wanted to homeschool the kids. We didn't believe in vaccinations. It was a deeper connection. I had a great conversations with his. I think I talked to his parents longer than he did on the
Mm.
phone. So it was a different connection. And I don't discourage anybody who finds that to turn it down just because it's not of their culture. If you have a connection with somebody and if you can see like you have the same type of a plan in terms of growth and family and all that stuff, go for it, man.
Mm.
Don't cut
And
your
sh-
own out, but
and show so to the hood
don't limit
hippie in the
yourself.
and show so to the hood hippie. Also, narratives. We're not sure what you meant when you said no. You know what I'm saying? You were screaming no, so we had gotta be serious. And we got two gentlemen in the back chat. You know what I'm saying? We about to let them
I
up,
just
and
need one question at a time, fellas, please.
so you want to let them up one at a time,
I would
or you
prefer
want to let
that.
them up together? Okay. All right. We had Reese first, and then we're gonna let up King Rooster. Go ahead, Reese.
Oh
Hey, what's up? What's up,
God, I'm
everybody? Peace to
sorry.
the chat. What's up? What's up, LA? What's up, Witch Doctor?
What's up, bro?
Yo, it's been a while since I've been up
Hi,
here, man. It's
Reese.
been months. Shit.
Yeah, I thought you were staying away from my. I thought you got a memo to stay away from my
What?
channel like
Nah,
the
nah,
plague,
man. I've
man.
been busy, man. I've been busy, man.
Yeah.
Trying to get everything together. You know what I'm saying?
Let
But
me let Tyranny to the stage too.
hey, Tyranny.
Wagwan,
What up,
mommy
Tyranny?
T. What's up?
Come on, LA,
Thank
let's go.
you,
Hey,
girl.
Tyranny for
They not even
president.
trying to hear me tonight. It's all
Tyranny
good
for
though.
president. You know what I
Tyranny for
mean?
president.
Let me put
Hey,
you up 15.
yeah, but I got a I got a serious question though. All right, so this whole interracial swirling, divesting topic is very interesting. It's very interesting when we discuss these things. You know what I'm saying? Because it
Yeah.
really delves into the mindset of black women and black men. You know what I'm saying? So LA, first question. So you said you found all those qualities in that Asian guy, right?
Those are just things that we happen to have in common, and it was
Okay.
different. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the different things that we ended up talking about that was different because, like I said, when I was 19, I was engaged to a black man, and the engagement just lingered on, and we never had conversations like to the depth or the severity that I did, with this other gentleman.
And I'm assuming that's your first Asian guy.
My first interracial anything. Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that you probably had like 1,000 black men approach you in your life. Am I safe to assume that?
I mean, maybe approach, but again, like I said, if I'm in a relationship from the time that I'm 17 till I'm 22, take 2 years break, and then I'm in another relationship for 3 years, and then I'll take another 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a relationship type of girl, so I might be approached by them, but when I'm in a relationship, I'm loyal.
Okay, wait a minute. So you're saying you only been in 2 relationships your whole life?
No, 4 total.
Okay.
So the other 2 they were black men?
3 were black, 1 was not.
So what happened to the other 2 guys?
Like I explained before, they were more in the music industry. They were up and coming. I dig what really attracted to me to them was their passion for their craft.
Okay.
Me definitely going to see them, rock out, them having, asking me to come.
Ella, you see, this is defeating your argument a little bit because you picked 2 black
what
men.
What argument?
Wait, no, wait.
I
No, I'm
said
not trying.
3,
I'm not being combative,
okay.
LA. I'm not being combative.
You kind of
picked.
are.
All right,
She's
not
arguing
anything.
No. Okay,
I
wait.
should just be
Wait.
telling the story,
Let me land. I'm getting there. Come on, we sailing. We cruising right now. We cruising. So you're saying the two black men, they were in the music industry, right? And the one,
2 of them in particular, yes. 2
right.
of the 3, yes.
And that one you was engaged with, what did he do? What was he doing?
Sports.
Okay. So you had 2 black men in the music industry and one that was in the sports industry.
That's the basically the guy in high school. So
those are the stereotypical industries that black women pick black men. The music industry, athletics. Wait. Athletics.
Let him land.
Entertainment. You see where I'm going with Stockton? Do you see where I'm going with Stockton? I see that smile on your face, man.
Are you assuming that I chose the
I see that
sports
smile on your
person?
face. Rick Stockton know where I'm going with this.
Are you
know
assuming
where I'm going with this?
That's
I
how
know where you're
that
going.
all happened? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but how?
Black
like
women
I said,
always pick black men in the entertainment industry.
Okay, so in high
athletic
school,
industry.
we should be like, no, like, shit.
Wait,
You know
but
what I'm saying?
LA,
you ain't nothing
LA,
yet. You're just
LA.
doing a curricular activity.
LA, come on. There are
No, Reese,
black men.
come on.
Black men are not
Stop
a monolith.
giving us so much credit.
Wait,
you know
if
what
we
I'm
would
saying?
stop
You act
talking
like
over me, we
women
can
are
actually
just
have a conversation.
omnipotent and knowing, but we don't know shit
All
at
right,
the same time.
okay, but let's have a conversation though.
Then let's do it.
Black
Stop
men,
barking at me then.
I'm not barking at you. I'm just trying to have a conversation to see where I'm trying to see where your mindset is at. That's why.
Yeah, go
No, but you have
go
to-
one at it. Go one at a time.
Yeah,
All right, so
if
wait,
I'm in the middle of responding,
Okay.
you can be like, see.
Let her land, Reese. It's ladies' night,
But
man.
I
Let
didn't get
her
my point
land.
across yet. You're just talking over. I can't get my point fully across.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So what did the Asian guy do? What did he do?
Again, he did music.
He was in the music industry as well.
Yes,
What kind of
but
music?
he had most rap. Oh my god!
What kind of music?
Rap and pop.
Reese, what
Rap
does it
and pop.
matter? Why?
Right, like
No, because it's like
you trying
it's
to
like
pigeonhole me into a goddamn corner, and it's like that's why I'm like, I
Right.
know that you're not having no genuine.
But you know what,
conversation
though,
with me right now.
That's why I was laughing, because I know he was gonna
Shit
ask
crazy.
that, but I know that she said earlier that the
Same
Asian
shit.
dude was in the music. He did music too. You know what I'm
So
saying?
he's black.
Yeah.
So basically he's black adjacent. He's like
What's
what
the
is
point?
what is the word for an Asian guy
So
trying
he
to act
shouldn't
black?
be so bad then.
What's that word for an Asian guy who's
He
trying to act
shouldn't be
black?
so
Is there a
bad
word for that,
then.
witch doctor?
It shouldn't be
I
so
don't know.
bad.
It's
then.
I know Wigga is for a white man trying to act black, but what is an Asian guy trying to act black?
I don't know, a
A
chigga,
chigga, I got
a
chigga.
Chinese nigga, yeah.
A Chinaman chick, right? Wanna be nigga Chinaman.
What's
You know
the
what I'm
point?
saying?
What's the point?
You're
So
attributing
basically,
that.
you
So
have
you
all
don't
these.
know how he dressed. You don't
But
know how he lived.
but
You
he's
don't
in
know
a
how he
music.
talked.
He's in a
So
black
what? Because
space. He's in a black
no,
space, a
I
black
said
music
pop.
industry.
I said pop and rap, nigga. Is
But
pop music
you said
really
rap
is
though. If
black?
you said no, but you said
That's putting in a quick little 8 bars, quick 16. Like what did you talk about?
man. I know he be going to them soul circles.
Oh,
I know he be going to them.
you
I know he be
know.
going. I
Okay,
know he be
go
going
ahead.
to them
Pull up his profile
them
for me
jazz
then.
clubs. He be going to
Pull
them
up his
jazz clubs.
profile for me then,
He be
real
going to
quick.
them jazz
Go
clubs
ahead,
with a
show me
couple.
who.
No, he be
Show
going
me
to
But
them jazz.
wait a minute, y'all.
Show
Wait a
me.
minute, y'all. To be fair, let's find some. And shout out to my
Show
girl
me
B
him.
Love in the
Black jazz. I
house.
know he do.
B Love said
I don't put
tyranny.
nothing
Wait a
on
minute.
your goddamn life.
Damn. B Love said tyranny on the toilet. Damn, B Love. Very
Look,
observant. Very observant.
the bathroom is mama's safe space. I get it. You know what I'm
But to
saying?
be fair though, Reese, right?
You don't know nothing about it.
She's being consistent, you know what I'm saying? Because I
No,
gotta
she's not.
bring some balance. Look at this though. She dated guys, the stereotypical black guys, that's the select black guys before we become adults, is the ones who play athlete, the ones who play sports, and the ones who involve in like some sort of entertainment, right?
But I got turned down
But
by
when
IT
she
guys
dated guys outside
engineers
of her race, she chose the same type shit. So
But
you
DJ,
know what I mean?
that's still not valid. You know why that's still not valid? Because why
Mm.
does she have to hop over to another race? Why is
Why
it
are
gonna just
you
why?
questioning?
Let me finish. God
Let him land, because Lauren, let Lauren answer, and then
Okay,
Tyranny guy.
there's more than one archetype of. There is more than one archetype of black men. Why, when that type of archetype doesn't work, you have to hop over to another race of man to try to find that same archetype? No, there's tons of archetypes of black men.
That's what she like.
again.
But that's not valid. That's not a valid reason to date outside your race.
Do y'all believe, Reese? Do you believe that
You
attractive?
just reject a whole bunch of black men.
Wait, you gotta let her respond, Reese. You gotta let her
All right,
respond,
but
bro.
I can see through all that fluff.
Do you? Yeah, no, because you don't want to believe again. You're not
No, I
having
see
a
through. I
genuine.
see through all of it. I see through all of it.
Whatever. Answer my fucking question. Do you believe that attractive women get curved?
No, 99% of the time. 99% of the time they don't.
And can I answer to Lauren? I would like the answer to that. Not by no nerds and no shit like that. Come on, Lauren. Come on. You're saying that the nerds curve you, and you. So wait a minute. Lauren is saying.
If it's a quote unquote nerd, the ones that y'all consider lames or
We're not
whatever.
Steve Urkel. We're
half
not
the
talking about
ti-
Steve
hold on,
Urkel.
can I finish?
Even Steve Urkel, I'm talking about. Go ahead. bro.
Right. So I mean, Steve Urkel is a little bit different. He
That's
didn't
an
give
extreme.
a damn. But yes, but most of them don't even have the courage to say anything. We wish that they would. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, I've been curved by IT dudes, people who are aero engineering and space and all kinds of shit.
So you mean to tell me this, Lauren? You've been curved
It
by
didn't work out.
the IT dudes, the smart intellectual dudes, so much that your only pickings that you had was the athletes.
I didn't say that. Y'all are saying
Man.
You know, women, they get approached 1,000 times a day. They get approached 1,000 times a day. So imagine how many
Go
men
ahead.
she rejected.
Yeah, let
that
me
approach
guess.
her.
Let Tyranny get it in. Let Tyranny get it in.
approached
real quick.
1,000 times a day.
all
I
the
was
other
gonna say,
women
yeah,
that you
Reese,
pick,
because this is the
wholesome
ladies
women,
panel.
just fucked
Go
up.
ahead, Tyranny. Tyranny for president.
Oh, I'm about to get my other
Go
Gemini
ahead,
side.
Tyranny.
Okay, so I was gonna say,
Ain't no
LA.
channel listen,
Sometimes
child.
it might look like we curve, but these men act like they don't know how when we're flirting with them, right? Because I've heard so
At
many men
all.
say, "I didn't know she was flirting with
Right,
me."
dumbass.
Y'all don't take a hint. Sometimes
At all.
we really like you, but you think we're too good to be true. Y'all know y'all do. So
Oh my God.
Or you won't come up and approach because you want to be the princess
lot
and
of
you want to
times.
be approached.
Oh my God.
You got me fucked up. Look, I don't want none one of you motherfucking helpers. I'm gonna tell you that for sure.
Oh my God. Where did this come from,
Hold
bro?
on. Don't
Nigga,
get
I
dropped.
don't want
Don't
shit.
get dropped. Bruce.
what did
Man,
you
We
that
wasn't
don't
talking
mean
to
nothing.
He
you
said he
about
want
you.
none of y'all.
I ain't never been dropped in real life. That's the
What did you
problem,
say?
bro.
What
All
did
right,
you
See, that's what I'm
say?
saying.
let him go.
No,
Damn.
wait.
Let him go.
We both gotta agree.
Wow.
Wait. They both gotta agree. Y'all both gotta agree. Go ahead,
Fuck that
Tyranny.
nigga, man.
Okay, what did you
Wait,
just
let's
say?
hear what he ain't said nothing disrespectful. He just said he want none of y'all.
But listen,
He's
what I'm
respecting
saying.
the panel so far.
See, the whole thing
And he
is,
got the
right?
babies in the background. Show so to the babies. You know
Shame
what I'm
on
saying?
him. No, because you'll never
Get up,
hear
up,
mine.
get up,
Shame
up.
on
Nah,
him.
but he ain't doing nothing crazy. He ain't doing nothing
Whatever.
crazy.
You shouldn't have your kids listen to this
No,
bullshit.
The whole thing is, listen what I'm saying.
Kids walk.
You
know,
got,
they-
you look, Jay,
Mine ain't never in the
look,
background.
DJ, you got
Yeah, what's
people
up?
saying they been dropped, they been, hey, shh, come on now, little baby. But listen what I'm saying. You got women. Now he came up here messing with me. You go with your mama.
Yeah, he know you on that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Go
look,
ahead.
look, but look, we got women that look apart, right? That says they are not attractive, or some man of a certain status, or been shooing them off. It's basically probably because of how you present yourself and what you talking about at the time that you present yourself. They may say, "Hey, how you doing?" Your attitude is off, and then your conversation is off because you talking about something that don't equate to what he's on. See, y'all think just because you got facial beauty that you're supposed to be selected. No, if your mind is screwed up and you got day-to-day duties, you got, man, bro, the average female got screwed up mind. They got, no. See, why would, look, I ain't even just think about it. I'm not even addressing the thing too, right? But I'm just a person that's beautiful as I am, right? I'm good. Not even worried about it. But now, you want to throw it off on me. No, you want to throw it off on me as if, no, that don't mean shit.
And
but guess what? My eyes can still see. Look, my eyes still can
y'all
see
Negroes don't understand.
Man, I don't give a damn about it. But
You
that's why
perfect,
you got
right?
this, and that's why you couldn't pick a nigga that talks like me, looks like me, or whatever. You
DJ,
got a
drop
straight
him,
hair
please.
Asian.
You see how you gotta agree. Both you and Tyranny gotta agree to drop him, but Tyranny is not here though.
Sorry.
Tyranny, while you was gone, Lauren was a Tyranny. While you was gone, Lauren was abusing a pole. You want to let back up, Rooster? You want to let him back up?
There's always a black woman's
What did
fault.
he say? Okay, what did he say wrong? We got it. What did he say wrong?
I don't know what he said. I don't think he
let me
said
say
nothing
it
wrong.
though. But all at the same time, with all what she
What's
just
that
explained,
little
bro.
pocket rocket away? What is that?
No, it ain't no little nothing. Because get what? You ain't got to worry about it because
What
you'll
is
never
that,
see
though?
it, and I ain't gonna never meet you. This is a connector
baton.
set with babies. They are calling a good daddy, and we buy shit. We
Oh,
buy
box,
shit that
okay.
elevates the mind.
I
He
didn't
on the
speak on this.
yeah, we buy.
You had baby oil earlier, so I had to
Whoa,
make sure.
whoa, okay.
Whoa. Let's let the baby all shit go, man.
And that's the reason why the black man didn't want her, and she had to go to an Asian that like connector sets and Legos.
Can I
And
say
he didn't want her.
I just want to say
Boy, that's crazy. This is a
because most
Wait a
men
minute,
are the same.
and let Tyranny go ahead, and then I wanna read some of the super
really
chats.
want. That's all she knows.
to know what Vic was what he said.
From
Yeah, put away the baby, Vic. Put away the baby, Let Tyranny talk real quick. Put away the baby,
Oh my God,
Lauren
baby
is
oil
only
is connected.
human.
Right.
That's all she know.
Baby oil is
After
connected
hitting
to
the part, it's
But
baby
you got it
oil.
on the nightstand, goddamn it, not me.
Okay, look.
You got that right. But I don't want to put it on you. No. It's not even open. It's not even open. It's not even open.
Stop
You still got
inviting, and
it's still on
threatening
there.
violence to
No, I ain't
men's
inviting
private
shit.
parts.
I'm telling
Wait,
you to
wait,
stay
wait.
away.
Y'all
No,
are
I'm
toxic.
telling you.
Y'all are toxic. Y'all should never
Go
be
ahead,
together.
Stay away. I don't want
Y'all just like to argue.
that.
Wait, could y'all let Tyranny go? Could y'all please?
All I need is one mic.
I would just
Go ahead,
baby
Tyranny.
oil is connected to homosexuality. I just want y'all to know that every time y'all think of baby oil,
Thank
think
you.
of butt sex. Okay,
Thank you.
they putting a demon
That's the
spell
time
out
he's
there.
on.
It's got to be the craziest thing. What the? Hold on.
He done told I'm a binge.
You mean to tell me?
Tell him what you gonna do.
Wait. Let's
Hold on.
wait.
No, it's okay, DJ. I'm
That's
good.
crazy, bro.
Let Tyranny. That's it. All right, let me go to the super
I'm
chats,
sorry,
right?
Tyranny.
No, you're good.
Damn, Ong be streaming. As soon as I go to the super chat, is the first one. He said, "What was the outcome? Did Liu Kang marry her?" This is fucked up.
Who is Liu Kang?
I don't know if they were married or engaged, but I know there was. I don't
He
know.
wanted to, but there was
Okay.
things
He
that needed to.
uppercutted
He
her
had a
ass out of
gambling
the
problem. I
situation.
said, hell no. No, he had a gambling problem. I said, hell no.
Mm.
Yeah, you can't always do that, but like, I'm not gonna be accused of being baby.
So this is what he also said. He said you pick ancient stereotypes. It wasn't about the race. You know what I'm saying?
It's
We're
about
just having a conversation. Like y'all
And he
be
al-
wanting to, I'm sorry, Tyranny. Go ahead, baby.
And he also said egg rolls and collard greens. That shit is racist as fuck.
Hold on, because I'm screaming. Ain't he married to an Asian woman? So shut your ass up. First
No,
off,
Unk woman is black.
no, she ain't. I don't care what he tell y'all. She Asian.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, there's like a billion black men in the whole world. You could have picked anyone with different archetypes, different personalities,
I
different
don't
life
have a
goals.
billion years to look. You know what I'm saying? To
Like-
space y'all out. You know what
No,
I'm
but I'm
saying?
saying,
And
but
roll the
LA,
dice when
wait, but LA, my
everybody,
point
when
is,
all of y'all are trying to fool us. At the end of the day,
my
y'all
point,
not worried
my
about
point,
marriage.
my
You're
point is,
not marriage minded when you're
no,
young.
what LA?
You're
My
not.
point
Wait,
is,
you saying black men are not marriage minded?
Not when they're not when they're young.
Damn.
Not,
the hate for black men is coming
when
out.
they're young. Not when they're
Most
young.
men are not marriage minded when they're young,
Oh,
unless
when
they're
you
from
press
another
them enough,
culture.
Witch doctor, when you press them enough, it comes out. When you press them enough, it comes out.
When you press them
I
enough, it
mean,
comes out.
I had a ring on my finger. Why wasn't I married then?
Or that's him. You picked him. Why don't you pick a black man that's
Why
actually
would
going to
he
marry you?
ask? Why would a black man make a decision that he wasn't sure of?
Wait, so if
Let's
he put the
flip
ring on
that
your
shit.
if he put the ring on your finger, why
Let's
didn't he
flip
marry you?
that shit.
Why
You
didn't he
ask
marry?
him because he wasn't
But
serious
LA,
about
we gotta
marrying.
know too. We gotta know too why he didn't marry us.
Oh my God.
Sometimes we gotta take
Well,
accountability and
That's that
say,
placeholder bullshit. But
What's
yeah,
the
that was my
placeholder?
no, like basically, I mean, like we were fresh out of high school. You know, he knew I was going to college and I was going to a quote unquote party school, but I had to get my grades up. I had just lost my dad. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to get my grades up. So
all right, let me.
that was the college. Hold on, that was the college that I got into, but it was a university. You know what I'm saying? So I did what the fuck I had to do. I felt like he just wanted me to continue my education, for me to get my. No. I went to college with the ring on. I felt like that was the reason because like he knew I was gonna wear that shit. You know what I'm saying?
So
like,
who this is the black guy.
hands
The black
off.
guy proposed to you.
Yeah.
So both the black guy and the Asian guy proposed.
Yes.
Okay.
and you chose Taeyeon.
Well, which doctor? Do you know
The
why?
black gentleman.
Which doctor? Do you know why? I
I
don't
said
give.
yes to him.
Okay, but which?
So you didn't say yes to the Asian guy that proposed?
No, because like I said, dude had
Damn.
gambling problems. Like
she
it was
she said she did
instability.
it at
Like
the
it
same
was.
Wait a
time.
minute. So why?
But wait a
That's
minute.
crazy, bro.
Why did you
Y'all
get the Asian
crazy,
guy?
bro.
Why did you get the Asian guy?
What are you
Why-
listening to?
What?
Wait. One at a time. One at a time. We let you up when it's Vic because just because you might get a delay is why you're not letting everybody take turns. So what we'll do, we'll let you back when it's your turn. You know what I'm saying? We're passing the mic around like a blunt. You got it, Reese. Then Tyranny.
Because I
wait,
did ask one at a time, but like
Wait,
damn,
LA.
My bad.
Didn't you say you had children with the Asian guy?
those are my only children. Yes.
Okay. Wait, you wasn't married when you had children with him?
Because I'm not going to AB just because the circumstances aren't right.
Why? So why did you feel? So why did you feel like he was worthy enough to have his children?
No, you're not.
Tyranny, your connection is bad. Your camera is okay. There we go.
LA, you've
Go ahead.
been
Which
with three black men. Why was the Asian man worthy enough to have his?
Say who is that?
Why was the Asian man worthy enough to have his children if he didn't even marry you?
No, what? You're like.
That was the only time I ever got pregnant in my life. What you talking
why?
about?
You made a choice. You made a choice, LA. You can't fool me with that fluff, LA. You can't fool me with that.
Like shit.
You can't fool me with that. Why was the Asian man worthy enough to have his children?
Reese,
And not the
you're
black
2
man?
seconds away because I don't even know where you're coming
And feel
from.
free to
This is ridiculous.
and you don't gotta wait a minute.
I need one mic.
It's ridiculous.
I want to say this too. You feel LA, you're free to not answer the questions also, because we do got your life under the microscope right now. So if you don't want to answer certain things,
Y'all are welcome.
you don't have to answer. Yeah.
Even with 3 black men.
And I appreciate you for being a good sport also. But if you don't want to answer certain questions, it's okay if you say next question, shit like that. You know what I mean?
She been with 3 black men. 1 engaged her, but she felt the Asian man was worthy enough to have his children, and not the black man that she was engaged with.
Next
But the Asian guy
question.
with a gambling problem, he was worthy enough.
Next comment.
That makes no sense.
That's not next comment.
No, because you put him on a pedestal. That's why, LA. That's you put him on a pedestal. Like
All right,
most
I
black
don't know if
women
she
do.
put him on. I don't know if she put him on a
other races
pedestal.
of men on a pedestal. Witch doctor. I'm telling you.
But where did she put him? But where did she put him on the pedestal? I didn't hear that part, bro.
The fact that she's been with 3 black men and 1 black man she was engaged with for what, a couple years or whatever, however long it was.
5.
For 5 whole years. For 5 whole years. But somehow
that's
the Asian,
nothing.
for some reason, the Asian dude with the gambling problem that never married her, he was worthy enough to have his children. I see through all the BS, Ella. You can't fool me. He was worthy enough to have his children.
Police! Police!
My fault, LA. Let's let low to
He was worthy enough to have his children.
Go back under the bridge.
Oh, maybe because you could have children with nice.
No, I just wish that
What
you,
up, what
you know
up?
what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah.
said, see, that's a difference. I didn't fetishize shit. If I'm sitting here saying that we had conversations
bro?
about how we wanted to raise children, about our faith system, that has nothing to do about their braided hair. Y'all are idiots. Idiots.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say nothing about that part, but the only thing you did say was that I could confirm. You say you were just exclusively dating black guys, and after you got to a certain age, you decided to expand your dating preference.
Because I was turning them down, and it's just like I said, they get put up into their own pedestal, and I'm sitting there typing out their CD covers and stuff because they're dyslexic and doing this, that, and the third, and always
rap?
supporting. No, they was DJs.
Oh.
But they made mixes, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it was.
So
but
she
even
like
anything that I
the
could,
tone of
like
the Chinese songs. Yeah. Okay. Same thing.
okay, we can have Vic leave as well. Vic can leave as well. Thank you.
You know what? We're gonna have to start having the ladies in the chat vote also, because Lauren, you becoming a dictator. You becoming a you becoming a dictator right before our very eyes.
Okay,
You know what I
well,
mean?
whatever. I thought that people wanted to know how ladies felt about certain topics, but if y'all would just want to tell us how we feel, feel free.
No, that ain't what I'm
Feel
here
free. No, it's cool.
for. This low, I don't
Y'all
know.
go ahead.
You can't speak.
And y'all be careful in the chat, Barb. If they're doing too much in the chat, Barb, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing, Barb. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a huge advocate for let people explain them. I don't bunch people. I don't like men being bunched. I don't like women being bunched. We should be able to have conversation and community. Dialogue.
Yeah, and I do want to hear what the ladies say, because whether you agree or not, at least that's how you're gonna learn, by listening to what they're talking about. So we're not gonna agree with everything, but we don't gotta all agree on the panel. Let me let her back. Tyranny in the motherfucking house. Go ahead, Tyranny.
I want to say, LA, since this is our night, we ain't gotta argue with these men. Tonight we're doing the questions. Y'all always want to come question us. Okay, we want to know why your last relationship didn't work. Why you didn't marry your baby mama?
Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
like you mean. So the
Who
next
Go
man
ahead.
to come up here, y'all gonna get that work. Tyranny on the panel
who,
tonight.
who didn't marry their baby mama?
We got
Oh,
Reese. Wait a minute. We got Reese and we got King Rooster in the back if you want to let them up tyranny, right? But go ahead. What you got on it?
What I got on it or oh man?
Yeah, because we're talking about divesting interracial dating, and the question was why are black women divesting? But you could change the question, you know what I'm saying? Because we tackled that already. You know what I mean?
Okay. Is the other side better than this side? Okay, and I just want to say, you know, I think the other races. Look. I know that the white man got a plan for y'all. Okay, it's hard out there for a black man, but you still have to understand what you up against. It's not that we want to divest. There's just a little bit more security over there. You know.
Wait a minute now. Can I ask you a question? When you said there's more security, are you trying to say, are you, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're saying that black men are broke.
How do you get that out of that? I mean, yeah. I mean, not broke, but the money is the security, and then especially if he loves us as well, like he treats us good and he appreciates. So I mean, y'all got competition. I mean, but
at
black
what
women are
point do
loyal.
we look at who and how we attract people?
We look
Like
at
us as
who.
people, the type of people that we attract or tend to attract. Like say if we just get in this, you know what I'm saying, this streamline of types
Yeah.
from this that happen to be from this culture of people. Is it because we know there's this proof? It's proof that all people ain't the same, no matter what color, race, or whatever,
Right.
creed.
Maybe.
But if all of your experience is aligned with this certain, you know what I'm saying? Is
I
it
mean,
you, or do we say
okay,
is it me?
it's y'all. Because are we
Yeah.
wrong? The security, there's a lot of security on it's a lot to deal with the black man. It is. You guys got a lot of stuff against you. But black
So
women
do
don't
you
got
think it's
Oh, so
better?
you're not strong enough to deal with the black man.
deal
So
with
do you
what?
think? So do you think? Since you said there's more security outside, dating outside the race, right? What about the other way? You think is more beneficial for black men to date outside the race too? Because
No,
we
because
all
you
got our
should.
shortcomings, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
As black
are
people.
you bringing the security that you seek?
I don't need to bring no security. I'm a female. Let me be feminine. But I
Oh,
feel like
okay.
when
I
it
just
comes
wanted
to
to hear that.
yeah. When it comes to the Caucasian woman and the black man, y'all giving y'all security to them, right? But if I was dating Brad is giving his security to me, so I'm keeping it in the black community. You date a white woman, you giving the white people your security. You see what
No,
I
no,
mean?
no. I don't think so. I don't think so.
What is
You the white,
security
you giving
in
them.
what's
The
the
man usually control where that shit goes. You know what I'm saying? You
So
could
you
what does
gonna give your
security
wife the whole
consist
check.
of? I'm interested.
Say
good
it again.
question.
What does security consist of with you?
I mean, first, if I need
Like,
cows, do you have cows? If I need chickens, do you have chickens? You know, if I need a house, do you have a house? That's security. If I need a ride, do you have a car?
If your pockets
so
is not
as a
filled
so
enough with milk and honey,
so because you're a woman, you can't have any of that. That's just solely is
I
placed
can,
on
but I mean, I
this
can.
man that you have to find. What are you doing this whole time?
What do you mean?
I mean, because when I asked you the question, I initially asked you the question, and I think what did I pinpointed asking about,
You don't even remember.
do you bring? No, I remember. I pinpointed. I
it's the
specifically
black
asked you
smoke in
about
the
you
house too.
bringing these securities to the table. And you said no, I'm a woman. So
I'm just telling you what a woman wants.
woman can't
So it's
have
not
any of
about.
the things that you just
I'm
named.
not trying to date women. I'm not trying to date women. I'm just telling you men what a woman wants. You know what I'm saying?
So
We want
I'm saying you personally don't have to bring anything. You're just banking on this savior.
You know what I would say though. All women want some sort of security, bro. I think even
I'm
all, not even
opposed to
just
that.
human women, like all female creatures want some sort of security on some level. And shows to the black smoke in the house. What up, bro? And Blue Jay, welcome back to the channel.
I'm not opposed to that idea and that nature, but when she started naming the things that she finds as security, all of those
I
things
said
are
cow.
obtainable by women.
Yeah.
I said
Today, yeah.
None of that nothing she named was like a thing that solely a man can obtain.
Nah, it's like traditionally within gender roles probably, but in today's day and
Okay,
age,
so
everybody
are
could
you the
every
traditional gender on this end of the, you know what I'm saying? Are
sir.
you the
I'm not
traditional woman?
understanding why do you can't even focus on you that you telling me what about a woman? But what about a woman? I mean,
How am I? What do you mean focusing on? I'm literally asking you about you, and you're not. It's the same. I don't know why is it.
Yes,
No,
this lady's nice enough. We
you're
question.
perceiving it as an attack. I'm literally just trying to understand where you're coming from. I'm not attacking you. Let's get that out the way.
Okay, got it.
Let's
Next
get out of there.
episode.
I'm not one of
I'm
those
not
guys. I'm
accepting
not
no.
part of the He-Man Woman Hater Club. Like, I fucking love y'all. Let's not approach me as if I'm one of them niggas. Let's stop
Okay,
this.
stop crying. Do you have any baby mamas? Do you have any baby mamas?
I'm gonna let you talk to somebody else.
No. Oh no, hell no. Hold on, DJ. No, I'm gonna ask us questions every night and don't want to attack us.
You still got a attack out of that. I literally just broke down and let you know I was, and then I get stop crying. This is why I don't deal. You know, it's just I can't gain anything from a conversation with a person on that temperament.
I
That's
just want to
all.
see
It ain't
how
nothing
good you
personal.
are in the black community. Are you creating baby mamas? Yes or no?
Am I creating baby mamas?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Are in your
What do
baby
you mean?
mamas?
Am I creating baby mama? Like, am I just going around making
Y'all
babies
Are you
with
just going
multiple
around
women?
having yeah, I guess
Y'all
that's
just
what she's saying.
yes.
I guess that's
Asking.
what
I
she's
just
saying.
wanna know.
Absolutely not.
Me and LA just want to know if you're a baby daddy.
LA wants to know that.
Yes.
I mean, that's
the
what she was
woman
asking.
can go ahead.
Oh, this is like a collective woman thing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've been silent, but I'm trying to translate it for you. I think she just wants to know if you have any baby mamas.
I have a mother of my children.
Okay.
I don't have baby mamas. I'm what?
Okay,
well,
just the mother of your
you know
children.
what you mean.
Why you didn't marry her?
that means one person who's the mother of my kids.
Why you didn't marry her?
Yeah, I mean that's what I
Who
got
said he was
too.
not
But you see
married?
how
Why
I'm
do
getting
you
grilled.
That is what I'm saying. Why do you assume he's not married?
I just want to know why you leading with the worst. Like, you step out the gate, like
You
you
said
just out
you
here
have
making
a
baby
mother of your
mamas.
child. You didn't say you have a wife.
No, I mean,
Let me run to the bathroom.
I mean, but
Okay,
I'm
so
one father
opening
of
out
my
of the
two
gate.
children, and I'm getting
Let
dragged
me.
and
I'm
questioned
about to.
left and right. Like it's the same.
I'm about to run to the I'm about to run to the bathroom. Wait a minute, y'all.
Have that relationship.
Wait a minute, y'all. I'm about to run to the bathroom real quick. I'm about to run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Tyranny and LA in charge, right? I'll be back.
Okay.
To read the
Gotcha.
super chat.
Ooh, he should have left me in charge because I'm gonna get your ass. I'm sick of y'all coming up here disrespecting us, women questioning us. Black smoke. Are you a baby
You
daddy?
feel like anybody questioning you is disrespectful?
Hold on. Let her ask her question.
Oh, it's a power thing for you. You right.
No,
you got
let me finish. Let me finish.
I can drop
finish.
myself.
We
We
you a
ain't
baby
got to do
daddy?
that.
No, I'm not. I'm a husband.
Are you a baby
Man,
daddy?
it's a husband, dog.
I'm
That
not.
shit
I'm a
crazy.
husband.
Okay. Do
For
you have
13
any? Do
years.
you have any baby mamas though? But
No,
do
I
you have
don't.
any baby mama?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I'm a
well,
husband
He
of
already
13
answered
years.
that.
I'm a husband of 13 years and been with my woman for 20. Thank you.
They
I don't
expect the
know.
It took
worst,
you
bro.
7 years.
I'ma say
It took you
not
I
they.
7 years
see.
to marry
I
her.
see.
It
Women
took you
like her
7
expect
Oh,
years
the
to
that's
worst.
marry
awesome.
her. Oh man, be quiet, bro. Black Smoke. Why
I ain't
did it
gotta
take
be
you 7
quiet.
years to marry your wife?
You say what?
Why did it take you
I
7
didn't
years
hear
to
you.
marry your wife?
She want a problem
Why
in
did it?
general.
Yes.
Yeah, she said, yeah.
I wasn't financially ready. I didn't feel like I was ready for that.
What
So
does
I
that
wasn't
mean
wrong.
though?
Like, what do it
Like,
Say what?
matter? He married her.
no, I
Why is
Say
it
what?
still
understand,
an
but like,
issue with you?
Don't
okay,
I can't
That
hear her
shit
question, bro. I'm
weird.
sorry. What was
Tyranny,
what
go
what was
ahead,
your
baby.
Oh
statement?
man, he wants to talk. Let Black Smoke talk.
What was your statement?
Go ahead, Elaine.
No, I was just gonna just say like it's in general, like my parents, like I have my mom's first wedding ring on right now, and it's a very simple band. You know, sometimes I think the financial part is kind of like an excuse when it comes to you guys because we just want
Here we
we just
go.
want to know that y'all are down for us, that y'all are ready to commit, and that you are here for the long haul. We can work on the financial. So sometimes it's like when you
Now,
guys make women wait 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years,
now,
it's a lot to
now.
ask for.
Okay.
He
So,
married
okay.
her. What are
So,
we talking about?
No, I was just saying in general. I'm
Wait.
not
Nah,
just saying goddamn.
bro.
Let him
Nah, bro.
talk.
Because you know me.
Let him talk.
I have no problem with being transparent when it comes to my fat girl.
And I'm
First
not
off,
trying
it
to be
was a
disrespectful
conversation that
either.
both of
I
us. No,
promise.
I understand. I understand. It was a conversation that both of us sat down and had that we were not ready to do this. That was the first thing. My brother can vouch for me. When I proposed, I was 19 years old. So
Facts.
you think that I was physically ready to make the next step at the age of 19?
I mean, my
No,
dad
let
was
them tell it.
19, but
You ain't
I'm
gonna
fresh.
never
my
marry
dad
her.
was
You took
19,
too
but
long.
What's
it was a
wrong?
different
So you're
time.
gonna screw her for 9. So you're gonna screw her for 7 years, but you're not gonna make her your wife. That's what you mean. 19 is a good age to get your black ass married, to get you off the
She's
streets
his
of being a
wife
hoe. You shouldn't
now.
have made
Why?
her wait and
How can
wasted
that
her
still
time.
be your
Now,
argument?
do you shut up, old man? Do y'all
Yeah,
have children? Do y'all have children?
Yeah.
Because
Do we
women
have
don't
children?
just
I
want
just
to
said
be like used for
we have
that purpose without
no one.
knowing that you're
Did
going
you
to,
miss
it's not for a
did you
purpose.
miss
You
did you
keep
miss the
missing
part
the
that we
point
sat
that
down and have a conversation? Y'all missed that whole part
they
then.
gonna miss
Y'all only
all of
heard the
that because
simple
they gonna
fact that
project.
No, I commented
it took
on,
that long. You missed the part that we sat down and had a conversation, that we walked through this together as a unit. Once again, I have been with this woman for 20 years, nigga. This is not nothing that just, oh
Right,
yeah,
that's awesome. But you
we're gonna
think that
go, I'm gonna say yes,
you,
I do, and we're gonna go right down and get married. No, I mean, I hope that you sit down and strategically think these
but it
things
took
out
you
and not say, oh,
7
because
years,
he's
almost a
it
decade.
it does. Uh, who has you got a ring?
Yes,
Mm.
I'm
Do you
married,
have a ring?
baby, with kids.
And
You
how long did it
frozen.
take
You
you?
frozen. Okay.
How long did it take you? How long did it take him how long
oh my
did you guys come to
gosh.
the conclusion?
1
Because I
year
guess it's a
and 3
problem because
months.
we
1 year and 3
decided.
months.
Hey, that's great for you. That's
If
great
you're
that
gonna
And,
you
make a
guys
woman like
and
decided
this,
how
you're
that.
long
gonna
y'all
marry
been
her.
together?
Okay,
That's great that you guys decided that.
I'm not gonna wait no.
That's grand.
I'm not waiting, ladies. Don't. If y'all been with this man over 2 years, keep it pushing. Because if he ain't put no ring on your finger by then, he's still trying to see if you're the best option. Then he settles at 7, going on 10 years. Fucking
That's a
me,
projected
okay?
thought.
Letting him
But
figure out what he.
Hella facts.
I
That's a
can
Hella
tell.
facts.
projected
Cause
thought.
I
I
can
can
He
tell.
have
hold
literally
on,
anything
done
I
y'all.
married
want.
this woman that has been with her for 20 years.
And can
Already
still have
kills your
anything that
I
I
point.
don't
want.
care. You're
That
wasting her
already kills
time.
your point.
You sound
Your
crazy.
point has
You sound
died.
You're
crazy.
wasting
Guys.
her
Hold on,
time.
Your
guys.
point
No,
has
because
died.
I was wasting her
no.
time because we came to an
LA,
understanding.
They've
can
been
we drop? Oh
together.
man,
Okay,
I just want to
and
let you
that,
know. I
Wait,
want to drop oh
one
man
at
for
a
right
time,
now.
y'all. One at a time, y'all. Go ahead.
and I don't have
I
anything
guess.
Yeah, drop a
against
nigga that makes sense.
it's no, as long as it's
I'm about to.
consensual, you guys had
Goof ass.
a conversation about it. That's different. But hey, no, I'm just putting this in contrast to I'm just putting in contrast to my situation because people like, oh, like why you lead a black man, blah blah blah, like because I was ready to get married and he was not. That's the difference. You know what I'm saying? There was no mutual agreement. Like what I'm sorry, what's Black Smoke, like what he had, there was no mutual agreement to that shit. So it's like if one person is ready to get married and the other person is not, then what do you do? You know what I'm saying? But you already here now. You already asked me. You know,
What does that have to do with his race?
But
huh? No,
Damn,
it
you
What does
might
that have
sound
to do with his
crazy.
race?
yeah,
You
you
might,
got it.
question: Why do
No,
why do you feel
what
like
I'm saying
in
is they were
those
asking
situations?
they were asking why it didn't work out with the other person that I was engaged to. And it's just
once y'all
because he
both agree
asked
to it, you know what
me.
I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I drop myself. I ain't got
I
time for that
wanted to
goofy
get
shit.
God damn.
damn, I was trying to give you some props, but never
Not even
mind.
you, bro. She just a bitter
But you
weirdo,
just but
dog.
you can't even let that go
I'm not
to listen to
bitter.
what's
I'm
happening
not
now.
weird. How disrespectful of you.
How
Alright.
disrespectful of
Well,
me. You ain't did nothing.
alright.
The
What did I
accountability
do?
is
Am I coming off too
insane,
strong?
dog.
What did I do?
I want to say this though. My
Mm,
bad. I'm eating,
never
right?
let you
You
tell it. You
always
ain't.
eating.
No, I'm a skinny nigga. I got high
I know.
metabolism. But look at this tyranny. These guys up here, they're not from our space, so they don't know none of the talking points or literally none of the shit. They probably learn about Kevin Samuel after he passed. They don't. They're not
Man,
from this space.
cause niggas out here living,
But
being
like Doctor,
actual
like I know
fathers.
I
You
feel
gonna
like
sound
we
like
having
old man
genuine
don't sound like
conversations right now. I don't know.
yes, all I'm doing, DJ, is just asking questions. And I apologize that I'm asking questions. But I figured since y'all like to ask questions, what's wrong with us asking questions?
That's
Why
fair.
don't you
I,
just let
That's
the
what
other
you got out of
person
that.
smoke?
Hella,
It's the way
hella
that you're asking.
questions.
It's the
That's
way
what you
that you're
got out of
asking questions.
Every time
It's
she
you're
come up
it.
on the panel, it's
Boy,
smoke.
you're a
It's
gaslighter,
it's
boy.
it's it's you're assuming with your questions. You're not really asking a
Exactly.
question. You're assuming to expect that someone's gonna say, "Yeah, I got a baby mama,"
And you
or
got the wrong type of
"Yeah,
niggas for that.
yeah, yeah." Nah, nah,
What
nah, nah.
assumption is
Facts,
that?
because
That's a
because
I'm
question.
gonna
this
let y'all
this
have it.
this man up under me, that man right there. You know what I'm saying? These is stand up niggas that take care of their responsibilities, they women, they household,
You
all
don't
the
know these
such.
niggas. You don't know these
yeah,
Yeah,
they
niggas.
I
all
do
Hold
know
know
on,
each
these
hold
other.
on,
niggas.
hold
I
on, hold
do
on,
They
know
hold
these
all
on, hold
three
on,
niggas.
know
hold
each
on,
other,
hold on,
Nah,
tyranny.
cause you
hold
need
on,
it.
hold on,
These
hold on,
niggas
bro.
was with
Hold
me
on,
when I
bro.
This
Hold
how
proposed.
on,
this
hold
Fuck
how
are
on.
we
you
know
talking
women
about?
don't
Hold on, bro.
listen.
Hold
This
on,
man
bro.
literally vouched and
Proposed in
said that
my
I was
crib.
there at the point this
Wait,
man
y'all gotta talk
proposed.
one at a time.
He proposed in my crib on my mama couch. You can't
Okay,
tell
which
me I don't know that man.
well, she didn't know that. I
So
didn't know that
she
either.
shouldn't
She
say
know
that.
that if she had listened, because it was said.
You
That's how you
shouldn't
know
say
women don't
that.
listen
No, it's
like
just a
you.
question. Yes or no?
Like us.
No, no, like the one
Stop
I'm
talking to her.
specifically speaking to. But you probably in that bunch.
Hmm. Don't take much, huh? All right.
So
DJ,
wait,
Well,
wait.
I'm
So
pretty sure that when y'all
yeah,
listen to
you
this
right.
replay, there will be a lot of questions that y'all
Right.
had that will be re-answered because I did say a lot as well and kept being re-questioned about it. But we're all human.
And I
Nah,
appreciate y'all for being
I
good
do
sports.
I was listening in.
Hmm.
I understand where both of y'all was coming from. I do get where Buddy was where he was coming from too when he had asked you the question about why you chose old boy. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy.
But no,
I
I
think
mean,
what
but
I think
it's
what
being
Reese was
spoke
trying to.
about like it was like pop the balloon and they were just all standing in line. Like this was in different
Well, see,
periods and times of my
I
fucking
think what
life. Like y'all are acting crazy, like for real.
and
nah,
Lauren, I
see
think
what
what
see what Reese.
I got you, Smoke. I think what Reese was trying to ask, right? He was trying to see if the thing was race or it was just a archetype that you choose. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, I've said it. This is probably the fourth time we had we had actually enjoyed having conversations about family, our faith systems. You know what I'm saying? Like I would talk to his parents for hours on the phone. You know, they would share all different types of like homeopathic like shit with me.
But
That's
he's
how I
saying that there's a lot of black men that fit that shit too, though.
but that's not what I was finding. So it's just like at the same time, do I just
See, that's all.
okay,
That's
well
all
I'll
he was
just keep
saying.
on,
Like,
Yeah,
you know,
That's
it's a
picking
what he was.
like
specific
But that's
question.
what he was. That's
that's
what he was saying.
that's
You know
all.
what I mean?
Yeah, that's all he was saying was
all
why
right,
didn't
so
why
I'm
what?
if I was
Well,
34 with one or with no children because I still haven't found that perfect man, what would y'all say then?
Well, nah. Well, this is
You're
what I
never
was
gonna
finna
find
say
a
is really
perfect
what
man.
he was
Yeah.
saying. Really, what he was saying was this. This is what
Exactly.
he was asking, right? This is what he was asking. Like you say, okay, the Asian dude had like, all your values, your views, so on, so forth, right? He had all of those. But you still managed to tell this man no. But previously, what I'm saying, the black man that you had dated, you told him, yeah, so your values, none of that shit added up whatsoever or in that magnitude. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a firm believer. Sometimes shit don't happen. You feel me? It just probably ain't happened over the time period while y'all was together, and
The,
it
o-
just happened
the
with
only
her.
reason it sound crazy, Lauren, is because you low key on the lowest of keys. You attributed the shit to black men not being able to have them type, or you not being able to have them type of conversations with black men. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I think recent even went there, because you actually either you said it verbatim, I'm not sure, or you alluded to that you wasn't having them conversations with black men. You know what I mean?
And you really could have not been having them conversations, but it was just those black men. It wasn't all of them.
But this is the thing. I don't think it's really just black men when it comes to marriage, bro. It's just men in general, for real,
Right.
for real. You know what I'm saying? When
Yeah.
a man is ready, he's ready. He knows.
And,
But
and you know what, Smoke? The older a woman gets, the more likely she is to run into a dude that is trying to well, not the older she gets, the older guys get, the more likely a guy is gonna start thinking about getting married. So I won't be surprised that early on it was difficult, but later on you find guys who's more trying to get married, like the Asian dude. You know what I mean?
I got a question for
Hmm.
LA because Tyranny. Now, this is really a question for her. So she asked my brother, why did he make her wait 5 years and whatever their case was. They came to a resolution on why they waited and how they got married and all of that. And like I said, he proposed at my house. We saw it, we was there, all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I guess my question is, why does it have to happen so fast for y'all? Like she said, if he's not ready in 2 years, move on. And I'm like, damn, but what if he was a good nigga for 2 years straight? He just wasn't ready to marry you because he's only known you for 2 years.
When you got walking proof that it goes other ways,
Ooh.
that's just, there's no one.
So I guess like why is it so why is it and maybe you can't answer
2
that.
years?
Maybe you can't answer that. Maybe that is a question just for Tyranny, but like what is your take on that?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question? I just came back in. Can you ask the
Oh my
question
bad,
one
my
more
bad, I'm
time?
sorry.
No problem.
She
why is there a timestamp on it?
why is there a timestamp on when he's supposed to propose or marry you?
I mean, if you're serious about something, usually there's a saying, if men really want something, they gonna go out and get it, whether it be especially when it comes to that check, that money, whatever, you know what I'm saying? They gonna get it. So it's like, what would
Yeah,
be the
like
problem? Like I said, unless you have a conversation where it's like, okay, I really
hold
want to
on, bro.
marry you.
Before you ask this,
So
like my question is, you just said that there's a saying.
who's the they? Who's saying it?
There,
Why is that more
There is
important?
a saying
So why is that
that
more
men
important
get
than
what
the
they want.
personal? Why is
I
that more
mean,
important than the
I
personal
thought that was the
construct and
saying.
experience that you could have
I
within that
just
you'd have with an individual, opposed to some construct of society and what's said and what's whispered? How
Did
is
you
that
pay
more
attention to
important?
the saying?
No, I don't pay attention to nothing outside of what I'm trying to create right in front of me. I
Okay,
don't
well,
listen to the
I
constructs of
don't.
society.
so
I
So it
have to
doesn't.
live.
If it doesn't matter what I say, like I don't understand what you're
You
talking
didn't
about.
say it though. Somebody said it and you repeated it.
There is a saying. Just like there's a lot of
Okay, I'm
there's a
aware.
saying that
There's a
behind
lot
every
of
good
sayings
man
about
is
men and
a
women.
strong woman. Like there's a lot of sayings.
There's a
But what I'm
lot. Yes.
saying is that usually, I mean, do you believe in this or not? Men get what they go after what they want. Do you believe in that? Yes or no?
I believe some men as well as I do believe the same with women. I don't know how that's.
You
I
know
don't know
what? The saying might be the saying. I heard people say that before, but I would say men. Some men go for what they want, and some men go for what they could have. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some men they might not. They might see something they want,
So
but they might be
okay,
like, you know what? I
say
ain't my lane, and I
say.
might not go for that shit.
But let's be
Okay, so
clear. Hold on,
let
bro.
me
Hold on,
put
bro.
a.
Not to cut you off. Let's take the sayings out of it, because you could tell me that the
Nah, I want to
fastest,
speak on the
hold
saying
on,
though,
the
bro. Let
Let's
fastest
me.
go
man.
ahead. Let him speak on the saying, and then you got it. You
You
got it.
just
Too
said
much.
So if the saying
men
is
go
that
after what they
men,
want. Okay, cool.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Lo. Let's
Fastest
get
way
one
to
mic.
get to a man's heart is through his stomach. You's a fucking liar.
All I need is one mic.
That doesn't matter.
Wait a minute,
this
bro. Let this nigga Lo go
this
ahead.
nigga like a
We
verbal
gotta go
freight
in
train.
chronological. We want to come off the topic and come off him addressing what was said. Go ahead, Lo.
So if the saying is a man goes after what he wants, I'm not saying that that's not true. But my thing is, if as a man, I'm saying what I want to do is work on the foundation of what we have going, get us together, and then go towards whatever it is, whether it be marriage, whatever relate. Like I'm going for what I want still. There's no construct. There's no, oh, if I don't marry her in a heartbeat, I don't want her. Nobody can tell me that. Nobody can tell any man that. A
Nobody is
man, what
listening
a
to
man.
what I said, which is if you
But look
have
at
that conversation where it's
and
like, hey, babe, I really want to marry you. However, we need to have X, Y, Z and plan. Like, nobody's paying attention to what I'm saying. Like,
but you
I
know
don't have
what
a
is though,
problem with
Why do
LA.
you
anybody
feel
making
that?
Some
choices as long as it's consensual and everybody
but
knows what the
LA.
fuck is going on.
But LA. Some people don't know
I
what
want
they.
people to be
Some
mind
people.
readers.
Wait a minute though, LA. Some people they ain't raised with examples to where they could know what is needed before they get into a marriage. So sometimes they might not even know what it is to be married ready. And check this super chat out, right? John report says free game for black women. Make your intentions known early on and stand by it. If you stay with a guy for years and he isn't making moves, it's on you. So I do see why they would put a time on it too, though, because you remember, like, women now
Exactly.
they got
Makes
biological
sense.
clock. You know what I'm saying? So we might not be, because they be ready to marry earlier than us. Let's keep it a bean. Only when we establish, accomplish certain shit, then we really be thinking about family like that. Other than that, we just take it as it comes. I got into a situation, I'm gonna rise to the occasion. But ideally, most of us would want to be stable before we have a family. You know what I mean?
But at the
Hold
same
on.
time,
One, that
like
was
during
my
that, like my
original
first
question.
relationship, like we were hanging out with
You got it
only
after you got it after.
his only married uncle, aunt and uncle. You know what I'm saying? Like we was hanging out with them. We was trying to surround ourselves with the right things. So, but hey, we were just young and I got tired of talking to girls, crying because they were like, "Oh, I thought he was my boyfriend." I was like, "Oh shit, can't do this."
Go ahead.
This
Too
is what
much,
it is. I
and
mean,
let's let up tyranny.
Okay, so yeah, I still need an answer as to why there's a clock on this, and this is just for me personally, because I go into relationships organically. If I'm dealing with you, it's because I want to deal with you.
And vice versa.
We can say, oh, well, a man goes after what he wants. And I can tell you the fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I'd be fucking lying.
Oh my God.
It doesn't, like, telling me that doesn't equate to, like, why. If he's not doing anything vile, like, he ain't cheating on you, he ain't doing no wild, so he's a good dude. It's just not together yet.
I could agree to disagree with that, right? The part that I disagree with it with
What
is
is
because remember now, women got a biological clock. After a certain while, they don't. It's not ideal for them to start making kids. You know what I'm saying? So if a woman is with Like if I got a sister and she's with a dude for mad long and he's not making no sort of move, you know what I'm saying? She insecure because she know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? She's looking at her biological clock, bro. So I do admit, I do agree with John's report shit to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying? If a woman is with a dude for mad long and the shit is not going nowhere, she should just, you know what I'm saying, charge it to the game and move around because yeah, or at least or at least bring it up and have a discussion about this shit. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree. Has been a discussion from the beginning of y'all relationship.
I don't know about at the beginning, but early you should have discussions about
I mean, but it should
Just
be done at
saying,
the
it said
beginning.
make your
It
intentions
should be
known
done.
no, at
early.
the beginning of you chopping it up with somebody, you're not necessarily like you said, you do it organically. You're not just dating somebody and telling them like I don't date people and tell them I want to get married as soon as we dating. If I see that you if
I
I see
mean,
marriage in you, then I'm gonna if I see you as a wifey type, then I might talk about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I'm just
With that, I'm just
fucking
saying
around.
but what is
intentions
the
in
point? What is
general
the point
about
of date?
yourself.
Like, what? So we just kicking it. Like, that's what I'm
Bro,
saying. Like,
most
okay,
date
okay. So
A
go ahead.
lot of people just
let me.
date to
I'm gonna
date.
go
Wait,
for this.
let him finish. Let him finish, Elliot.
That's what I was just gonna say. Okay, because for me, I ain't been in this motherfucking pool for about 20 some years. You feel me? So the shit don't make no type of sense to
I'm
me
about to mute you,
because
Lou.
for me, it would be if I'm dating, then I'm looking for a someone to grow old with. Like I'm not just out here to be out here type shit. I don't want to just date to date. That shit's not
But
what's the
that is
point of
you,
that? You know what
bro.
I'm saying?
But that is anecdotal though. Because if you think about it, the most of the times we date, the number one reason most of us date for is to fuck straight up. We look at a woman, we find her sexually attractive. She's the opposite sex. We find her sexually attractive. We're trying to see what's going on with her. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
We see
okay.
something more in her. We see something more in her beyond sex. That is when we start having other plans for her. But we don't just look at every woman and be like, oh, she'd make a good wife. Oh, she'd make a good fiance. We don't just. I
But
don't
that's
think the general
I'm
do
not
that.
I'm not I'm not saying that. But if you are going into a relation, if you are talking to someone or you're seeking out a opposite sex, you
Mm.
are not seeking them. Your initial mind, okay, we'll just take sex out the picture. Your initial, we'll just say marriage. Your initial mindset ain't to smash. Your initial mindset is I want a soulmate. Sex
But
comes
that,
first.
but bro,
Sex can
most
come
people.
later.
Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Most people, the general population, is not looking
See,
at each other through the lens of
okay,
marriage, bro.
I understand that, but what is the problem of saying, hey, if we're gonna make it sure up front and let them know, hey, this is what I'm looking for, then what's wrong with saying, okay, that's not what I'm looking for, then we can go strictly to whatever the
And
fuck
I'm
that
not,
we're gonna go
and
on
I'm
to.
not knocking it. You're talking about what it should be, and I'm talking about what it is, what happens. Most people are not looking at each other through the lens of married, not married. They're
But
looking
that's
at
like she
fuck,
say,
not
niggas,
fuck.
people are out here to date. So that was my statement. Like bruh
That's
said,
the
you know what I'm
majority
saying?
of
For me
people.
to
So I
lead
won't
out
be.
and be
So look, I won't
upfront.
be surprised if people are dating to date because most people is not looking at each other through the lens of marriage. Whilst you dating, then you figure out if you want to marry this person or not. That's how most people do it. You know what I'm saying? After a while. So I'm not
Right.
opposed, and I'm about to land it real quick, right? So that's why I don't think it's 100% wrong for a woman to raise questions if she feel like it's not going nowhere, if that is where she want to go. You know what I'm saying? At least they should have that discussion, but most of the time it's not going to be at the starting of the relationship unless you dating traditionally. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm saying. What's wrong with tradition? That's the whole point I'm
I'm not
making.
saying nothing's
Tradition.
wrong with it.
Like,
I'm just saying most
that's
people is
just,
not practicing that shit, bro.
you know what I mean? But that's why we're in the predicaments that we're in today.
But that's what I
Well,
meant
you
by
got all the
people not
answers, but
being
it took you
marriage
7 years to
minded
marry
when
your
they're
wife.
young. It's the same thing. They're just trying to have fun and get their money, you know? They're not worried about getting married because, as you said, you wanted to wait because you wanted to make sure your financial situation was good first. You know, there's always some reason why people wait, especially in the beginnings phases of their life when they're young.
But I'm not saying like waiting is an issue, but if we know that this is the end goal, then that solidifies all the bullshit, because then if that's what you want, that's what I want, then we can work towards that. But if not, then we can continue dating and I can continue seeing what the fuck else is out here until it decides to pop up.
I guess
But
that
if
was
I'm gonna
kind of my question. My bad, not to cut you off, but that was kind of my question. Like, okay, if he's doing everything that y'all are talking about, why is there a clock on it then? Why couldn't you? Like we know he's trying to get. We know we're trying to get this shit together so that when we are married, it's cool.
Yeah,
There
but you
still is
can't
a time limit on it.
expect us to long 10 years. I mean, you got to make a decision.
It wasn't about
a man
making a
don't wait,
decision. We
right?
was locked in for 10 years. This shit just didn't happen overnight. It took 10 years.
Right, but you
That's
want
what
to be
I'm
able to
asking.
walk away from me without any consequences. You want to be able to walk away
I
from
mean,
me
I can still walk
scot-free.
away from you. I can still walk away
Yeah,
with you.
but
I can
there
still walk
will be
away.
consequences,
It
baby.
doesn't. Either way, it would have been consequence. I have children with her.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Some people can't have children, but a wife and husband is a very important title. Put that on me. Give me that title.
So
Okay,
that's
if you
what
can
it
give me
is.
that title,
That yeah,
employee,
pretty much.
It's important to
Pretty
who it's
much.
important to.
Because
you need to. You have to. It's a
again,
law.
we've been grinding this shit out for 10 years. You could have left too.
Yeah, I could have, but you kept begging me back. So I'm staying. I'm gonna give you an
Now we're
opportunity.
begging you back. All right, I didn't
Y'all
beg
know
you.
y'all
I'm
beg us
just
back.
asking.
Y'all need us. Y'all need us. Baby, just a little bit more time, baby.
And you don't need us.
I
Nobody's
didn't say
placing that
that.
argument.
Nobody said that. Focus on
Okay,
y'all
I'm
though.
just
Y'all
asking.
know y'all need
I'm just
us.
asking.
So we give y'all more chances. And we give
I'm
y'all more
just asking.
chances.
Hey
I know
man,
you
You
do.
I
projecting
think
again.
But
you're
y'all never
doing this
focus
off
on
of
yourself. Y'all
personal.
always gotta throw y'all woman under the bus. Y'all the only race that throw y'all woman under the bus.
Wait
Y'all don't be
a minute, y'all.
Wow.
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all.
You got the weirdest energy ever, dog.
Yeah, give me a few seconds, y'all. Appreciate it. Spiro, can I get a peace sign? You could cam back down before I let you up. You just never visited the show. All right, I got you. Let's let Spiro to the stage.
Is he black?
Go ahead. Yeah, he's black.
When did we put our women under the bus?
Yeah.
You always throw your women under the bus.
What
Always.
when? Okay, if we have, when in this conversation have we thrown our women under the bus?
She's projecting for all men, I guess, or something.
Answer. Why you think I had to drop certain people?
Because you're talking to a man that
Wait, and we
married
can't let
this
the drop be
woman.
permanent neither, LA. The drop can be permanent. You know what I'm saying? We still working out the kinks and how we gonna do shit.
I
But the
understand.
drop
It's
gotta
just
be for like a 10 minutes, something like that.
No, I understand. It's just an example of, like I said, if they wanted to say, when did we throw our women under the bus? Like, yeah, I mean, if I hear disrespect because I'm sharing my story, and I never once said that the person was better than black men. I never put black men down ever in this conversation, but I have been disrespected.
Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
Who disrespected you?
It's getting interesting.
Especially the people that's in the back who shall not be named.
Well, we gotta let him up though, because he's been waiting for mad long. If he violate, y'all could drop him again. But you gotta at least let him up.
Oh, so he speak for all of the men up here who are
No,
uphold our
even
women.
individually.
Can I know
Y'all
what
do
he
too much
said?
dropping you.
What he's
I
gonna
mean,
tell
you
me is that
said
I'm lying,
y'all,
and
you
I can
said
see through your
you.
fluff, LA. I can see through your fluff.
Wait a minute, he's gonna chill. He's gonna chill. He has some diplomacy about him. Also, go ahead.
He just
Can I have some
working in the
I come in
back
peace.
chat.
I
And
come
go
in
ahead.
peace. I come
Go
in
ahead.
peace.
Let's Sparrow is how you say your name? Spiro. How you?
Just Spro.
Spro. All right, go ahead, Spro.
I wanted to know. I'm assuming I missed it, or maybe this is something from prior another time. What did the gentleman say that has the young lady upset?
No, I'm not
Go ahead,
upset.
Lon.
I just want to know how many baby mamas he have. That's all I wanted to know.
Well, what's the
I mean,
context? I want to know, like, what was it that he
The context
said
is a
or implied?
foundation. It's a foundation of a conversation. That's
Apparently, it's a
it.
travesty because I had
Question: would there
children
be
by the
no
same
offense
man that
if I
wasn't black.
opened up
Like, y'all be
dialogue
tripping,
like that
dog.
with you? How many baby daddies you got?
Y'all
don't see
know
how that
that.
can come
We
off
open up
condescending?
dialogues all the time.
No, they're not from the space. They're not from the space, Tyranny. They don't know about you.
Bro, I'm talking to
You're
you.
welcome to the
We
space.
two individuals that don't know nothing about each other, never met. That's why
But
my
you was
point was, why are
Okay.
you creating a construct for me and you don't know me? I
no,
didn't
I
do that
don't
with
know
you.
you. But you were questioning LA certain questions about her relationship. So I just turned the
No, I
questions
was
on
not.
you.
I haven't even spoken with LA about her relationship. So again, you're wrong again.
Okay, well, it's a panel. I'm just asking how many baby mamas you have. What is so wrong with me asking that question?
What made you
I
ask
mean,
that?
you've
It's
already
a lot wrong with
Nah,
asking that question.
you've already got the answer to that question.
Okay, Chef Too Much. How many baby mamas do you have?
One.
Oh, okay. Y'all, you didn't marry her? Spro, how many baby mamas do you have?
Hold on. Let's not move on. I was with her for 12 years. We split up for
12?
8,
Yeah,
and I
are
got
you
married
crazy?
again. And I got
Ladies,
married
stop
again.
staying longer than 2 years, bro. Don't do that.
So I gotta ask you this
He'll put a
question.
ring on you if you leave him.
Listen to her.
Tyranny, you gotta, Tyranny, you gotta let him.
Answers.
Wait a minute, I got you. Tyranny, you gotta let him land.
My question for you was this, because I was 17, bro. Like we was kids. So yeah, no, I didn't marry her. We grew up to be two different adults. I am married now, so I guess 2 years of what us being kids, we met and had a kid. We were kids.
Okay, can you put yourself on mute?
Yeah, oh man, you cooking over there. You gotta be in the kitchen for real this thing. I got you.
But yeah, that's like
Just unmute when you gotta respond, bro.
you quick to say that, and I don't understand who hurt you.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't understand.
Wait a minute, y'all
it's
not
just
from
the
this space, so I
assumption
just
that
want to
all
tell y'all
black
this,
men
right?
is just
Wait a minute,
Please help me, bro, because
Black Smoke,
really
let me
jumped
help you out
in.
with this shit.
She really
Y'all not
jumped
from
in.
that space, so who hurt you in this space? Who hurt you is like calling somebody the N word.
Uh-oh.
Straight up.
I didn't mean to do that, but like,
Hey, Witch Doctor,
I
can I
feel
say
like you
something?
coming from
My
a
bad,
certain
Moco.
place. My bad, bro, not to cut you off, but I feel like you coming from a certain place, and you ain't having a conversation with them type of niggas.
What do you mean?
That's
I am
kind of
I
honest.
feel
like
it's the same way. Answer
Nah,
like
the
you
like
really,
asking
hold on. Let me finish what I'm
And then
saying,
I made the
please,
statement you
please. Let me
didn't
finish
marry
what I'm
her.
saying, and then you can go.
Oh,
Let
go
me
ahead.
finish what I'm
Go
saying.
ahead.
You came at this like this was one way, like a nigga intended to have multiple baby mamas, and I don't. I got one, but I was planning to be with her. We grew apart. I ended up getting married to someone else. I don't have another baby mama, or I'm not running around here with a bunch of random kids either. So, like the shit you like saying to me, it don't apply. Like, and I'm confused.
Okay,
Like
okay.
I don't deal in that way.
Can y'all hear me?
Which is no,
Yes,
we
LA.
couldn't hear you, LA. But which is why I was asking LA the questions I was asking, because I don't necessarily disagree with her.
Yeah, but you were asking me like what made him better, and not like it
No,
wasn't.
I didn't
better.
ask that. I didn't ask. I wasn't even here for that. I came right after that. I didn't ask none of that. Because honestly,
Alright,
I was
but-
trying to figure out if you were the person who left for another guy
It
of
just
another
seemed like
race,
y'all
and
are
why
getting
did
a
that?
little
And why did the
sensitive.
race even matter? Because my question is, if you left him because he wasn't fitting whatever you needed at the time, or y'all grew apart, or whatever it is that y'all split up for,
Yeah, I'll say
whatever the color the other dude was, why the fuck does that matter?
No, it doesn't.
Well, this is an
that
interracial.
was my question.
We're just talking about interracial dating and
No,
things
and I
like
get
that,
it,
because
but
there's a lot of things
that's
that
why I
we
was
hear.
asking what I was asking. That's
Yeah,
all.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to pass no judgment, but then it came to how many baby mamas you got, and it's like you're not dealing with them type of.
I mean, because I was getting grilled,
Can
bro.
I say something real
from
quick?
back
You're
to
not
the
dealing
forth,
with a
and I'm still
multiple
getting
baby
grilled in
mama
the back
nigga
chat
or
for no
somebody
reason.
that don't.
Like,
Let Reese let Reese say something, but before you say that, Reese, the only thing, everything that was being said was smooth until two turning points. One, Ellie, when you said or you alluded to the fact that you weren't able to have deep conversations with black dudes, but as soon as you date outside of your race, you were able to have those more introspective conversations, right? Also, when Tyranny said dating outside your race, you get more security. That was that was crazy.
Crazy
You know, but I
talk.
think that's when
Trickery.
I think that's when it went a little bit left. But you got it, Reese, and then the other
Yeah, but
fellas, y'all.
that goes back to my previous point. Like
That is funny.
human beings, when we have these discussions, we got to understand one thing, right? Human beings, we're interesting species compared to other species on Earth because our species, we go by eyesight. Other species like monkeys, bears, orangutans, they go by smell. They don't go by eyesight. They go by smell. So us as human beings, we go by eyesight. So that whole thing, love is blind, love sees no color, that's a whole bunch of bullshit. It's bullshit. Human beings, we're a sight. We're a creature that goes by sight and seeing what we see from our eyes. So any preconceived biases and prejudices we have of certain races and ethnicities, we take that into the dating world. I don't care what you try to say, how much you try to fluff it up. Oh, well, he's Asian, but I didn't really look at his race. You know, he was nice. No. The first thing you see when you see a person is their race, their features, their hair. You see them first before they even open their mouth. So all that stuff you said you found in that Asian man, the million of black men that approached you throughout your life, you could have found that same qualities in them black men. I don't care what you try to say. And I know the nature of black women since the slavery times. I know the nature of black men since I know our nature. And we a
Say,
lot of
bro.
times put other people on a pedestal.
Say, bro, can I ask you something? Just being a real
Next.
nigga, LA. Can I ask you something?
And that's a fact. You can't dispute that.
Let me ask you something, bro.
Next.
Do you know a lot of black men that are like open communicators and are like emotionally intelligent enough to explain how they're feeling?
There's tons, but you know what the problem is?
Wait, you gotta let her.
Most black women
Let her.
reject them.
Wait a minute, bro. Let her answer.
They reject. Well,
No, I'm talking to him. I ain't talking to her. I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
most
I'm
black
asking,
women, they reject them. They give them the cold shoulder. They
No,
try to come up to them and talk to
Let
them.
him.
They try to come up
Put
to
your
them and talk
lipstick
to
on,
them.
girl.
They try to
Make
come
sure you
up
put
to
it
them and
on
talk to
thick.
them. They ignore them.
No,
They look over them.
and I've
So it's
seen
not
it.
like there's not tons of black men like that. There's tons of black men like that. The problem is a lot of black women, they don't want them black men.
I'm not saying that's not the case. I've seen that. I got a little brother that's like that. He's super aware and self-secure. Like he knows how to express his emotions, and he gets treated bad. He does. He's a good guy. He gets treated bad, but that's him selectively. I don't know a lot of black men that know how to express themselves properly, and
But
that.
Chef, that's your circle, brother. That's your circle.
Hey,
That's your circle.
I can't speak for my circle because I got a lot of good men in my circle. Pause, and good dads in my circle. I was one. I was a person that I'm still a person that is dealing with
Ask him what his wife looked like.
expressing to
Define a
myself
lot.
and expressing myself to my woman so that she can be what she needs from me.
Disrespectful ass.
He don't have
Not
one.
disrespectful.
Damn, y'all can't. Wait a minute. We gotta let each other talk though. You know what I'm saying? Because the viewers they're not gonna make out nothing that we saying. You know what I mean?
But you can't talk for 2 minutes, Chef, too much. Make your point.
There's some irrelevant person trying to put people on trial. Like, where is your wife at? What she look like? What your kids look like? They chocolate?
Are you asking me?
No, they're
No,
telling the
I'm
reason.
asking Reese. I'm sorry, honey.
So let me get out the way because this shit ain't even.
I'm
funny.
sorry, honey.
It's a lot of us that don't know how to express this ourselves, and we call it. And a lot of niggas call it I'm dealing with demons, when really you niggas need a hug and somebody to talk to. So you ain't got to keep talking to this woman like this and getting like this with a woman, because a lot of you niggas is only crazy to your woman. We'll send your ass to the store. You really a bitch in the hood, but that's a different conversation. I think that's where LA is coming from. She's bumped into niggas who possibly were like me or are like me who didn't. She couldn't have them conversations. Not that they wasn't out there. She just wasn't running into them. And that could be.
But Chef, I don't buy that, Chef. I don't buy that.
Hold on, let me finish.
There's
I'm getting
literally
out the way.
millions of
Hold
black
on,
men
let
in
me
this
finish
country.
because I'm getting
Chef.
out the way, bro. Because they got some shit for y'all, and you got some shit.
I don't buy that at all.
She one person, bro. She not meeting millions of niggas, so it's
Which
very.
is what
But
I.
nigga, how many times do women get
Finish
approached?
what I'm saying.
How many
bro.
times do
Hold
women get
on,
approached?
let me finish. Let me get out the way because you ready to
You
jump down my
projecting your
throat,
thoughts,
and I'm not on
nigga.
that.
Have you lived as a woman to know this?
I know. No,
I
I
know.
know.
One mic.
Lived as a woman to.
All I need is one mic. That's all I need.
Every single day, women get approached. You cannot tell me that.
Oh my God.
By
May I
different types of men. You
interject?
cannot tell me that.
Okay, we can drop
So
Reese.
back to what I was saying.
They're rejecting 70%.
Sound jealous?
Just let
God
him.
damn.
Thank you.
Bro,
Nigga
Hey,
sound
that
jealous.
LA, because you're listening, that could be, it's 50-50. That could be who you're seeking out and who you're running into on your behalf in your circle. And the other 50% is niggas just don't know how to do that yet, or they haven't come to that point of their life yet. And it's 50-50. And that's how I'm leaving it. I'm out. You and that nigga can get into it. Tyranny, you can have it with that nigga too. This shit is, it's not gonna go.
I was rather. I mean, obviously, you guys are a little
Sorry,
more.
old man.
No, we just having a conversation. Y'all don't get offended.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
sorry,
man, I'm
like
gonna
chef.
let
My
bro
bad. My
finish
bad,
telling
chef.
y'all how to be a woman.
You getting
But
on my nerves.
Yeah,
show
because
us
I
how to
don't
be a woman.
boy,
Don't you
y'all
say
like
that?
70. I don't got no numbers for this shit, bro. I'm not trying to do all that. 70% of women do. Man, that's between you and them, bro. You clearly got an issue with these women, and I don't, and I'm not finna do
Just date niggas, bro. If you hate women that much.
No, I don't think that's his issue. I think his issue is the interracial. I think he has a problem with the interracial.
Yeah, that's all it
What
That's
does
is.
he
his
have to have a
that's
Wait,
his
he's
problem with
against
that?
that's
interracial
But
dating?
I
that's
don't have a
that's
problem with
that's
men
his
He
marrying
might be
outside
pro
of
black.
that's
America.
He
his
might be pro
Unless
that's
he's
black.
his
trying to
that's
court
his
that woman
thing, you
though.
know
And
what I'm
that's
saying?
cool.
None
But I
of that
So
still,
that's
matters. We up
probably
here
his,
talking to
you
women,
know.
and yeah, we may disagree with these women, but we up here talking to women, bro. What you yelling and doing all this hype ass
Yeah, I'm
shit?
not here to
No, that's
not
weird,
listening to
bro.
him. They
That's
sound like you
weird,
like
bro. I'm
niggas.
not
You don't
listening
want to
to
hear
that shit, and
women.
I don't agree with
And
tyranny at all. But I don't gotta argue with her
Why you
like
don't
that.
agree
Say
with
I don't
me?
agree.
What I say makes sense though.
No,
no, it
don't.
don't.
I don't think
Yes,
so.
it do.
Was
You gave a projection about men, and you got 3 different examples up here that don't align with what you're saying.
I
Yeah,
didn't
that
give
ain't.
any hold on. I didn't give no
Okay,
projection of
all
anything.
right,
I literally
okay.
was just
Wait,
asking
y'all
a
let her finish.
question
Stepping.
to get to know
Well,
y'all. I just want to know if y'all were baby daddies. And if you are, what made you not put a ring on her finger? That's all I wanted to know.
So the same way somebody
I don't
said
know
that
why
it
we're
was
still on this question.
disrespectful to step into a
because that's what they
situation
were
and
saying
saying who
about
hurt
me.
you in this space, like that to a man, that's a father, that's a stand up nigga. That sounds disrespectful as fuck. Opening a conversation with a nigga you
It
don't
does.
know, saying how many baby mamas you got.
Okay, and you know
I don't
what?
want to talk.
Okay, I
I
know
don't
you
want to
guys say
talk
you're
to
new to this
nobody. I
space.
don't want
Okay,
to
hold
talk to
on.
no woman speaking to me
Okay,
like
oh
that.
man, I
That's
got you.
crazy.
I got you.
tyranny?
In this space, they do that. They ask us, they grill us, they question us, they judge us. And you
I
guys, I'm gonna give
haven't though.
you. Let
I
me finish.
haven't.
Let
I
me.
ain't got
I'm
nothing to
gonna
do
Tyranny?
drop
with
you.
that.
I'm gonna drop
wait,
you. I'm gonna drop you.
let her land, and you got it after old man.
Okay, so y'all might be new to this channel, but you're really not just like new to this space. You guys know what's going on. So since this is ladies' night, I'm taking advantage of it, and I'm asking you guys questions. I truly don't see anything wrong with it. But y'all are
You're
getting your
asking us
feelings.
questions,
It's so disrespectful when you ask me if I have a baby
I
mom.
mean,
Why,
no,
bro?
I mean
Tyranny?
it's like I said, it's the way that you like it's the way
bruh.
that you're
You
asking
weird,
the
bro.
question. If
Next.
you wanted to
How?
ask the question,
Do
it
you want
could
me to
be
ask it like
do
this? Oh my
you
God, do you have any baby mamas?
do you
And I
do
want
you
to say
have a
this
baby
again. You
mama,
guys
but
are not.
saying
You
how
got.
many baby mamas do you have is
Let me give you a.
insinuating that I have more than one child out here in these streets with multiple women when you can just say, hey, do you have a baby mama? If you
That's what I
genuinely want to go somewhere
said.
with the question.
Tyranny?
But when you're insinuating that I have
No,
baby
I
mamas
didn't
out here, I don't
insinuate
want to.
any.
nobody raised you to
I
know how
don't
to speak
even
with
know you
people.
to insinuate
Yeah,
anything. I
wait a minute.
literally
Wait a
asked.
minute.
May
Exactly.
Wait a
may I add to the
Exactly.
question?
It's the way that
Goofy.
you ask the question is you're
Oh my
insinuating
Wait,
that
let me
you
say
know
this.
me.
Let me say this real quick because I'm saying this again, right? Y'all are not familiar with this space. If you listen to the interaction between LA, Tyranny, and Reese, that's how it usually goes sometimes. So sometimes everybody grabbing for the mic, they might not tailor the question a certain way. It's just gonna fall out of their mouth. And she's, you know what I'm saying? In this space, people ask questions in the most craziest of ways. But these gentlemen are new to the space, Tyranny, so you might gotta give them some grace, and the gentlemen, you might gotta give us some grace because that's how shit usually be going on around these parts of YouTube. You know what I mean?
Bro,
I
he
mean,
said,
Okay.
how many
Okay,
I,
baby
now I
mamas
have.
you
I mean,
got? And
God. I
he said, I got
apologize.
three
Bruh,
ready to
I'm
meet
not
it's
my
the
listening to you
baby.
streaming
being a
world, but it's a
human.
way to conversate. There's a way to
Exactly. What are we
conversate.
talking about?
It's
I'm not new to
there's.
being a
I mean,
nigga.
just because that's how people conversate, that's not the proper way to
Okay, okay,
conversate.
okay.
That's
No, but the
I
thing is,
get it.
again, you're talking about how it should be, but I'm just giving you an
Okay,
example of how things
okay.
is in the
So
space so you could
let me give
understand.
let me give an
I
example.
get I get it. I get it. I
Let me say
stream. I
something.
understand. I
What's
totally
up, Virgo?
understand. I totally
Are you a
understand.
Virgo?
I totally no, I'm not. See, there you
No,
go
let
again.
him.
You think you know me. There you go
I was
again. You a
asking a
Virgo. And then you
question. I'm
no,
trying
you
to get
said
to
I
know
am.
you.
You said you're a Virgo and then said, are
Are
you a
you?
Virgo?
Is
No,
a
I'm not a
question.
Virgo. Well, no, the first
But
statement wasn't a
but
question.
look, man, we
Okay.
got to wait a minute, man. If we're gonna have a conversation, we can't be too nitpicky because we're not gonna get nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not
And I
not
do
being
think as
nitpicky,
fellas,
but
I
I'm
do
not a
think as
Virgo.
guys,
No,
I do think as guys, we talk to each other harsh and shit like that. We don't make our questions tailor made to each other. So let's not spend too much time on how the question is. You know what I mean? Yeah, motherfuckers is
I'm just
intense.
saying, bro. I'm
No,
not
they just
new
asked us
to
about our
media and
baby
shit
moms,
like
and they
this.
said
I
that's
come
why
from
you
a
leave every
space
2
where
Okay,
niggas
what
years.
be
y'all want
like,
me to ask
bitch,
y'all?
is
What
that
y'all eat
ass fat?
today? What did
Is
y'all
that
eat today?
respectful though? Because I come from that space. What that
Wait,
ass looking
so
like over there?
Tierney,
If
ask
I come
ask me the
I come
baby
from that
mama
kind of
question.
space. Is that respectful?
And gravy.
Because I
No,
come
but
from that
that's how we,
space.
bro. If y'all watch content from the space, a lot of times fellas ask women some crazy shit. Sometimes, what's your body count
That's
and
a
shit
fact.
is we
so
ask hard stuff. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go right ahead. You know what I'm saying? It's just by the nature of the space. Is just this shit be harsh. It don't get no seasoning on it. It just be raw, uncut. Pause. You know what I'm saying? That's how the conversations usually be, man. Y'all
I
got
agree.
it.
So there was offense because she asked how many baby mamas everybody had. Quote.
Yeah.
I think it was a trigger spro,
Probably.
but
I have that.
but it's okay. I get it. So if I didn't have the power on a regular basis, I probably would try to give people a taste of the medicine that they dish out to me too.
Well, I understand the context of the question, so like I don't necessarily take quote offense, but I also see why some of the gentlemen would be like, "The fuck."
Right. Right.
Yeah, me
But
too.
I think
Me too,
again,
bro.
I think when we're having these kind of conversations, uh, as Witch Doctor stated, like we fish for the context, especially like where it comes from, and it makes it juicier, it makes it better for the audience, and it makes the conversation better. So
Right.
I definitely see why the brother was like, "Hey, what do you mean? What does that imply?" Because it does, for tyranny. If you don't understand why someone would take offense to that, it's because the implication is sort of
It's
negative.
crazy.
If we're
Right.
honest,
Right.
like it is negative. However, I don't think you had any ill intent. You literally wanted to know if they had kids, and if they had kids, was it with multiple people? So like I do get the
Or
context.
was they married? It
Bullshit.
was they married.
And was they married? So yeah, I have one. She actually gets really mad when you call her baby mom. My wife is the mother of my one child.
That's what's up.
To answer
Yeah,
the
same with me, bro. Same with me. That's how I would answer the question. I was like, I don't have a baby mama. I have a wife. We planned out our the pregnancy and all that stuff after we got married.
yeah, I'd be lying if I said I planned the pregnancy, but glory to God.
Well, we did. We did. We said, hey, we going in for this. That's what we going in for.
I can think it was the plan, just when
Well,
kind of
so
caught back.
this is my question because everybody else was asked this question. How
Mm.
long did you fellas take before y'all actually went ahead and got married?
Oh, I
Well,
mean,
for me, I didn't
Like
even pop
from
no
the time.
questions for like 5 years.
Okay, so it took you 5 years to ask the question,
Yeah,
and then after that, what
we got
how long
married that
after the
year.
question?
We got married that
Okay,
year.
okay.
I done been with her for 20 years. We've been married for 15.
Okay,
Shorty don't got nothing to say.
she gone.
I don't know.
Nah, Tyranny will be back. I think
Oh,
she got a bad connection. Plus she got a
me?
newborn, so you know what I mean. She's gonna be in and
In
out.
and out.
Handling that biz.
Oh,
But my
Go
situation
ahead,
is
Ellis.
very, very different. I guess especially in comparison, I've only been married 4 years, so I'm relatively new.
Can
I
y'all hear
knew
me
my
now?
wife.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
we could hear.
Okay. Was that question for me?
No, it
Oh,
wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it
Yeah,
wasn't. No, it was not. No, it was
I heard
not.
it.
You
Is
are
Shorty
very,
still there? Okay.
you're very listening and comprehensive.
I try to be.
So yeah, I haven't been married long. I knew my wife a very long time, but we actually got married relatively fast as far as like when things became intimate, and then like I'm talking months. In hindsight, like, cause like I'm learning in hindsight, yeah, it wouldn't have hurt to wait. But I'm definitely better for it. She thinks she's better for it. It's a very unique situation, but shit is fucking hard. But you know, it is what it is.
I
Like
want to
everyone
share this video with y'all. And feel free to chime in.
I have a
Go
question
ahead,
real quick.
Elder.
For the guys, Giz, because you said that you didn't wait very long before you got married, right?
5 years. That might be
5
long for
years.
some
Okay.
people.
Okay. For the other
Nah, it was
gentleman,
Spurl. Yeah.
Spro. Okay.
There
So
you go. That's how you say it, Spro. Spro.
what
Bro,
would, in your opinion, what would make a man like go ahead and propose, but then wait years, to actually like marry the person if they even get married? What would be the reason? Do you think that he was sincere in the
It's
beginning?
probably different for different people. I think like guys don't throw around like a lot of guys aren't like jumping to get married. It's not that they're not open to it, but that's just not. I would say guys are a little more careful. And again, it is very different. Like I said, I got married within months, but I think like no, like a guy wouldn't if he wants to marry her. Like I'm not gonna lie, I would even argue it doesn't take us that long to be like I
He's
can
gonna
fuck with
marry
you
you, right?
forever. But and again, I'm just speaking for myself and like people I know. But I know like yeah, for a fact, like niggas aren't like, oh yeah, fuck marriage, like right
Right.
now. Like
I ain't gonna hold you.
but
It took me time because getting with her and dealing with her and being with her, I realized I'm not where the fuck I need to be.
and that is
And you know what?
valuable.
And shouts out to
Way
the homie Prime in the chat. He says, this is something important to finances. Sometimes the guys see you as marriage material and they want to marry you, so they propose to you, so you know what time they on. But it's just that they ain't financially there yet to do the whole marriage thing. You know what I'm saying?
Those are the
and
smart
and
guys.
that
Okay.
doesn't mean him putting away money. That means just him consistently making money or a job that
Right.
pays him enough to where he feel like I can take care of this even if she's not here.
Okay, but just
Now there's a
respectfully,
negative
like,
side to that as well.
oh,
It
To the
is
guy who will say like, "Oh yeah, I want to
propose
marry
and
you,"
leave
and
it
then
and
doesn't.
drag it on. Yes,
I
he's
know
dead wrong.
right.
I know
He's dead
someone
wrong.
who's
But
in that kind of
but
situation. Like, I'm
do
sorry.
you guys think that like
They don't live in Texas.
do you guys think that like you couldn't get a woman to like, I guess, buy into your plan? Because nobody is like ever where they supposed to be. That's what I was trying to say earlier in the
I mean,
stream. Like
I
black
think with
women have
these,
always understood that you have to kind of meet our men where they are, and two heads are better than one, two incomes are better than one, right? And it's easier to propel yourself in life when you have that extra support. So
yeah,
is it a factor of not trusting your potential mate
you,
to be there for the ride
you're
while you
seeing
deal with the
examples of
finances?
yes.
Okay. You feel like you have to
That
come with the finances first.
I can only
You
speak for me
should. It wouldn't hurt.
personally.
I'm
can only
I'm
speak-
really asking, like,
No,
seriously, because
I,
like I see
can
my
only
parents,
speak for me
get it out the mud.
personally.
You know what I'm saying?
I can only speak for me personally. I didn't want to be rich when I got married, but I didn't want to be fucked up either. I wanted to be stable. I wanted to be okay. You know what I'm saying? Like just I got something going on, some type of emotion to where I'm paying my bills and whatever she's helping with or whatever she's doing, it is what it is. But
And I want to address this here too. Wait, my fault. I think there's tyranny. I just want to say this too, right? A lot of times as a dude, when I'm single, right? I actually, and this might, and not to say that y'all, nothing wrong with y'all, but when I'm single, I get more money, I get more shit done, and I'm way more mobile. So sometimes a guy is trying to see how long he could be that mobile state to see how much you could get done before you take on somebody else, and you're gonna slow down a little bit. Because every relationship I got in, I slow down at least a little bit on my grind on whatever it is I'm doing type shit. So sometimes a lot of guys notice that, like when I'm single, all I need is a futon, a fucking
That's
whatever you
facts.
call it, the shit to put the clothes in, the little plastic shit.
The
I don't
handle.
need much. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking
But you know
facts
what?
now.
To answer your question, LA, he just said it, and he just worded it different. But it's hard to get somebody to buy into what you believe in.
Mm.
Rightfully so. I'm not saying that anyone is
Yes, I
wrong
was
for
just
not.
curious
You know what I'm
in
saying? Because a
general.
bunch of niggas
Like,
gonna
what
tell
is
you they
that?
some rappers, but
The
everybody
normal
don't rap.
hesitation. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
It's just different. It's different
'Cause-
situations. Me personally,
mhm.
I wouldn't want to bind anyone to a struggle.
Exactly. It's harder to come out of struggle with more people sometimes, because by yourself you're more mobile. You sometimes you sleep 3 hours a day and grind the rest because you ain't got to spend that time with nobody else. You know what I mean?
When I was like a point where I like really didn't have it, like not just down and out, just didn't have
Mm.
it. I didn't even think of in the space or realm of relationship.
Right.
Highly focused on going and getting my shit together. When I felt like I was at a point where I needed to get, you know what I'm saying? So
Actual factual.
I didn't even look in the realm of relationship. I looked at,
I hear
okay,
I
I
hear
need a
all
Yeah,
of
I
place.
think
y'all.
that.
I need
I
a whip.
wish I
and
wish
and Black Smoke, you got it. And the fucked up thing is, this might sound a little immature, but when we on that grind time, on that mobile time, we not thinking about relationship, but sometimes we do be wanting some pussy to ease
Hey,
the stress, and that is why a lot of guys gonna just mess with chick but not mess with them in
I'm
a serious
rolling
way,
my
because it's like,
eyes.
I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it a buck, you know what I mean? Because we
Because
still human, you know what I mean? You
No, we
got to
there's
know.
smoke.
women like that
I
We
though.
mean
There's
that's
know.
a
women that
realistic
okay.
there's
standpoint,
No, no,
though.
women
I
that got
it,
this dude that they only fuck this one dude probably once or twice a month when they job getting out of hand and shit getting like women do that shit all the time and it's a name for it. But when it's a guy thing, then it's like we leading you on or some shit. But I kind of get what LA saying. Like proposing to a woman and then being with her for 5 years and not marrying her, that's crazy. What you propose for?
Yeah, but
And you got it on
it
smoke.
just happens. You know what I'm saying? And
No, it
okay,
doesn't.
Oh,
so
I guess
unfortunately, it
I
I
hear
happens
guess
to
you
all
don't
y'all
got
me.
it.
But you
they
know,
they
it is what
normally
it is.
propose
I mean,
Wait,
it
we
makes
cut
me
off
feel
the woman
effective.
alone.
we cut off Black Smoke. Let's let Black Smoke. Let me turn his mic up. I think he got it.
Okay, sorry.
I feel both sides. I do. I feel both sides. But like for me, me personally, like what it was for me, it was like me and my girl. We literally got it out the mud. Like what made us say, you know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Is the fact that we seen that we can do this shit together. Like me and her, no
Right.
outside anybody. You know what I'm saying? Just
Exactly.
me and you got this. So that's what was the it factor for us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, to go ahead and do that. But at the same time, like what really drew me to her was she had the same hustle as me. So it was nothing for me
Mm.
to be like, you know what I'm saying, look, well, I gotta do bam, 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 or I gotta work
I
bam,
got
bam,
a I
bam, and
got a
I see
question for
you,
you.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I got a question for you. And I don't want to guess the answer, you know what I'm saying? But I know that you're married to your girl, right?
Hmm.
Out of the women that you met before you got with your girl, how many women do you know that got the same hustle as you?
Have got what?
The same hustle as you? How many women you met on average? All right, let me ask you it better. Let me ask you a better question. Do most women, out of the women that you meet, do most women got the same hustle as you?
Back then, nah, they
You
didn't.
see, and that is why, bro. You found you one early that you could, but a lot of women you can't grind up with because a lot of women don't know how to endure hardship. Sometimes they do it when they have to, but niggas, we will purposely endure hardship if we know it is a light at the end of the tunnel. We gonna put our hand in the fucking soil, bro, like that ass. A lot of women only do that if they have to. They're not gonna put themselves through that just because. Some of them do, but it's not a lot of people gonna. There's not a lot of women gonna do that shit, bro.
Niggas will trust the process before they trust a woman.
That is crazy. But hey, man, that got a lot of truth to it, bro.
Just saying, that's just free game. And like I said, me and this is my older brother. Old man Logan is my older brother. Black Smoke is my real brother. So I know I was there. I seen it. I've had them conversations when it was the struggle. Both of them, with him and her, when it was the struggle, and neither one of them could say like, damn, I just can't deal with this shit no more. Neither one of them. Like, it was like, nah, nigga. Like, when you meet somebody in the mud, you can grow from out the mud together. But a lot of times that don't happen.
All right. In most cases, it don't happen. In most cases, guys got to get established, or guys want to get established before they pursue any serious long-term shit. You got to get.
This is how simple it is.
Reese had a question at the bottom, like I think it was something like and I'm sorry, Reese, for paraphrasing. Why do you want women to endure hardship like men? I think it was something like that. And it's not that we want you to endure hardship like men, but we definitely are looking for somebody that's gonna match us. What for me personally, I would definitely want my woman to work just as hard as me or harder.
You know what it is, Giz? It's not even that we want you to go through hardship, but I don't want you to point the finger at me when I'm going through hardship. If I'm at war with the world and you supposed to be in peace,
Why you want
I
your
don't
woman?
need to be at war with you.
First of all, I need tyranny. I need for my woman to have skin in the game. I don't think everything just supposed to just be like coming from the man and stuff like that. Skin in the game mean the family. You supposed to be contributing to the family just like I'm contributing to the family, and that's
You
what
mean you
works
want
for.
both parties invested?
Yeah. I don't want you lackadaisical.
But my
I don't.
investment is different from your investment. So that's
Well,
what I'm
it
doing.
could be. It could be more. Yours has to be more than my investment.
Y'all throw y'all women under the bus because y'all know y'all are the only race of men that tell their women that they want them to be part of the game.
What?
I ask any woman that though.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't discriminate. I would ask any woman
You
that.
understand?
If you with me, just know your ass will work.
Hold on, say that again. Maybe I missed. Say that again.
What I'm saying is, get out your feelings. Stop it. Honestly, I'm not going to say something, and every time I say something, you're in your feelings. Have the conversation. The truth is, you guys are the only ones throwing us
I'm
under the
not
bus.
in my feelings. I'm being real
Not
with
you,
you.
bitches. Not you.
Big Giz, not Jizz. God damn. Go ahead, though, Tierney. Finish up. Ask your question.
I feel dirty. I feel dirty, tyranny.
No, I'm saying like, man, come on, y'all know y'all just the only one that require us so much of us. You don't let us be feminine.
Tyranny, I think that you're mistaken. I think that the difference is us in the black community, because there is a lot of like issues and drama. We talk about it more, so we're more aware of it out in the open. But I'm telling you right now, every man, I don't care if he's fucking purple or green, he wants his lady that he's going to spend his life and family with to have skin in the game. The difference is we're talking about it. So it's out in the open. You don't see other communities talk about it because you're not in those communities. And in some cases, they maybe don't need to say it. It's just known. So I don't think you understood what he was describing.
That's a good point, bro.
But other men, y'all don't know what other races go
This
through
is
either.
just a general statement. This goes with anyone. This is just marriage and long-term
my
relationships. You're
partner
gonna be
next
with
door.
someone. You want someone that is like, again, equally yoked. You ever heard that? Like someone that's on the same type time, and someone who can like who won't bitch the whole time when you're going through it. And when I say bitch, I don't mean like ever throw out criticisms or be unsatisfied or upset about something, because that's unrealistic. But what it means is someone that a partner, dude. Like the fuck.
I can be
You ever been in
your
a
partner,
relationship
but I don't
together?
have to be your workmate.
Now a partner.
When we say workmate, we mean again like it's kind of like what the OG just said, like about like having stakes in the family, like the unit, like us all together. That's not just money and like literally
Being
working. That's
invested in
working
this
on your feelings,
marriage.
being invested in your life together. Like
And
the
different
fuck?
relationships do require different investments. Some people might
Correct.
require a little bit financial investment. Some might require time investment. So it don't always be the same thing. But since
Hey,
black people
Poseidon.
are the most disenfranchised, a lot of times it's gonna be financial. Even Hispanic communities, a lot of times both of them work. Don't get me wrong, sometimes the man alone work, but that's when they live extremely below their means type shit. You know what I mean?
Let me ask the lady something, right? Let's just hypothetical. I own a barber shop. I'm a really good barber. Our life is funded by this barbershop. Everything I do out of this barbershop brings money to the house. We take care of our kids. We handle everything from this barbershop. If I ask you to have skin in the game, am I asking too much of you to promote the barbershop? Is that too much? Because you just said you just want to be feminine. Why can't we just let y'all be feminine?
That would be feminine.
That's not. I expected you to say that, LA. That was kind of more for
Being a supportive woman.
You said
would
it
seem
is
very
that asking
feminine.
too much?
Is it
I
asking
said
too
no.
much to have skin in the game? What I'm saying is,
No, that's not asking too much.
if I'm invested in this barbershop and this barbershop takes care of us, am I asking too much for you to be invested in me to help me keep this shit going so that I can keep us going? Is
No,
that too much?
that's what I'm saying. No, it's not asking too much.
So if I ask you to have skin in the game, if I ask you to be vested in whatever the fuck this is for our marriage, is that asking too much? Because that's what I just heard her say.
No, I said it's not asking too much.
No. I know you said that. I'm talking about you, and I can't
Okay,
ask.
sorry.
She's gone right now. You know what I'm saying? But that's what made me ask the question. It was like, bro, like, what if
Like
we're,
I
if
was
you
typing up
want to-
CD labels.
and this is
I know it.
I don't want to sound fucked up when I say
Putting
this.
it at 10 CD towers and shit.
But the thing is,
I don't want to sound fucked up when I say this, but if all you want to do is be feminine, what the fuck do I need you for?
but wait a minute. So you want her to be feminine and masculine?
No, I want you to be
Is
feminine.
having skin in the game masculine,
That kind of
DJ?
sounds like it.
I don't think having skin in the game is masculine. I think both parties.
No, that's what I'm
I don't
saying.
think having skin in the game is masculine. You know what I'm saying?
What are we
You could have skin in
labeling
the game
masculine?
and be feminine. You could have skin in the game and be feminine as a motherfucker.
Yes,
DJ, when you go to the Indian store and you see the man and the wife in there running the shop, is it masculine that woman in there running that shop with that man?
Hell no, because when she giving me my backwoods pause and my little Arizona and shit, she doing it in a very feminine way. But when the man
Okay,
do our
then.
interaction, I don't think it's masculine to add to the pot. You know what I'm saying? I don't think when a female lion is hunting down a fucking gazelle and the male lion is laying his ass around just protecting the territory, I don't think that the female lion is being masculine. You know what I'm saying? Because the male lion is still he's still the leader of the pride. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that is being feminine and masculine right there. You know
That's
what I
what
mean?
I'm saying. If all that lioness did was be a lioness, she didn't hunt, she didn't do anything else.
But that's part of being a lioness. It don't make you look. The thing about it, look at this, bro. Don't let these women cop out, bro. And respectfully, y'all can't cop out by saying adding to the pot is masculine. What the entire fuck are we talking about? Adding to the pot ain't no masculine.
Just money. Like I think
Yeah.
this is finance.
You could add to the pot. You could, if you gotta wear heels to add to the
They just
pot.
want
And
everything. They just want everything on the man, like financially and the workload.
That was
And if you want to be in a relationship, a long-lasting relationship, no, I'm saying for general. I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at what I've been hearing in the spaces.
Oh.
It's not. I'm not even just talking about y'all two because y'all might have a different perspective.
Right.
But what I'm looking at is like, if a man can't provide you with 100%, it's like he's an issue. He putting this woman through all kind of hardships because she got to go out there and work for us. She got college. Some of them got college degrees.
Yeah.
They supposed to don't use their college degree and stay home. I don't get it.
I think
You know what?
It
I don't
becomes
think most of them.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing to.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tierney.
I was just gonna say it's embarrassing for us as a woman to parade our man around that's only giving us 65%. That's embarrassing.
65% of what? What are you talking about? 65%.
Like y'all want to show off y'all trophy.
What's the 65% that you're?
He just said.
Financial. It gotta be. It gotta be
I'm saying you
financial.
have to only be talking about financial, and none of us are talking about only finances.
Because if you
Then
can
what are you
provide
talking
the
about?
money,
65%.
right?
What fuck
If you
boys are
can
you
provide
talking
the
about?
money, but
Wait,
you
wait, wait.
can't- Let me say,
Go ahead.
okay, if you could provide the money, but you don't help clean around the house, you don't help with the kids, you don't pick the kids up from school, you don't try to. If you just only give a little, that's embarrassing. I
You're
mean, we want to
describing
be able to show
scrubs.
our men off. What?
You're describing scrubs.
Let me ask you this here, Tyranny. Give a little to who? I think you froze it. What are you giving a little to? To who? What is the man giving a little to?
If you're only giving financial, that's a little.
Oh, okay.
A little to who though? But to who? Who you giving a little to?
The household?
That's what I'm saying. Are you giving it to your woman or is it to the household? Because you gotta remember, it's three entities. It's the man, the woman, and then the union that they make together. That's a whole different entity. And I think both parties should be invested in that entity. So he ain't giving you the money. He's giving it to the relationship. What do you want to give to your relationship if you value your relationship so much?
Oh, that's personal. My man know
She
what I
gonna tell
give
you to
him.
focus on you.
Each woman gives something different. Each woman
But no
gives
matter
something
what you
different.
give, you're
But
still giving it to the
I'm telling y'all what-
relationship, the family. You got it.
Brother, say, Tierney,
still-
I think that you're mistaken about who you think you're talking to. Like, no one here. You're describing a scrub. Like, no shit. Like, if guys just bring in money and then doesn't want to do anything else, then like, yeah, that would be a problem. I don't think anyone here disagrees with that. But you're making a generalizing, sweeping statement saying y'all and in the community. I beg to differ. Now, I'm not gonna lie. You see a lot of lazy niggas. You see a lot of that shit.
No, I didn't.
That's
I'm
what
just
it sounds
speaking
like.
in general. You know how us women see. We don't want a man.
You
that
said
only
us
give
women
us
to see
65%.
you.
We're
You
going to
just
want
did it
100.
again. You just did it
My
again.
guess-
No,
Okay,
I'm talking
so
about the XX chromosome.
Okay, so this is my question. This is my question. Okay, and I'm just speaking in a generalized statement. Okay, like they say. So most of the time when we have these conversations, it's finances. So if I'm out getting money all of the time, when am I going to have time for you or the kids? And yeah, when am I going to have time to actually give to you and the family if I'm always out here getting money to make sure that
You're gonna
all
have
these
to
bills
make
and
that
everything is
time.
taken care for? How can I make if I miss work and I can't take care of these bills? You don't got no skin in the game.
Okay, we need to balance your work and your love life. You cannot mix some work into your love life. That's not balancing it. It's going to fail.
What Teddy P say? My woman always complaining about me being at home, but when I'm there, I'm broke.
But that's
Ain't
not
that
what
what
I
he
said.
said?
I just said you got to balance your work life.
But if you
I mean,
gotta
but
balance it, right? Are you gonna balance it equally? Because if you're balancing it equal, then you would need somebody else to work in the
You
house
losing
in order to
something.
do that.
You
That
losing
means you
something.
gotta
You
put
losing
skin in the
something.
game.
Or show us how to do that.
Put some fucking
Or
skin
you
in the
just
game.
assuming what can be done.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying this here. Like, look at this. You could get a man that is gonna provide 100%, right? and I see a lot of Hispanic brothers that provide 100%. But the difference is they don't be in their kids' family, their kids' life as much. Like doing, they might be there when they at home from work, but they're not really doing
But they
much.
ain't there. They ain't
The
there,
woman is
bro.
doing all the domestic stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because how the nigga gonna get time? He gotta sleep. It's 24 hours in a day, right? 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep. That is already 16. The other eight, you don't even get in that in 1/8. You get in that partially time here, you shower, you take a shit. You know what I'm saying? You're not even spending all of that 8 hours at one time to even do no shit for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
And if you got a hustling ass nigga, he giving 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day for his family. So where you
Okay,
think he
so
got
you
time
what
for
you just
you?
said, you want us to have skin in the game, right? Do y'all think we have time for you? But we make time. Please don't think a woman can't do something else with her time. But she make it for you. So
No, I'm
if y'all
saying a woman would make the time
Exactly,
if it's
exactly. She. But if you don't have no skin in the game, then you should have time for me. You should be able to make time. You're not doing
yeah,
shit.
that should be your time tyranny. That should be your investment tyranny. Because look at this tyranny. You got to remember, time is money, and money is time. It take time to make money. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it take money to make time. If you got a lot of money, you don't gotta make a lot of time because you get a lot of free time. You already got the bread. You don't gotta spend that time getting bread, so you get more time. So you can't have both in most cases. You know what I'm saying? Unless you like the 1% that got like. You say
You
what?
you sitting on some M's.
you
If
gotta
you're sitting on some
sacrifice.
M's, you get
Like I
all the
said, you
time
guys
and the
said
money.
y'all
You
want us to
winning.
have hold on, let me-
Go ahead.
if you said y'all want us to have skin in the game, which means y'all want us to go out there and work. So if we're working, what the hell you want us to do then? You want us to come home and work and cook and clean and take
Again,
No,
skin in the
no,
game.
No,
no,
Not
if
because
both parties are working, wait a minute, y'all. If both parties are
fell right over
working,
her head.
right? If both parties are working, it frees up more time, tyranny. Because one person spends less time having to instead of this nigga Black Smoke working 12 hours. If you was working too, maybe y'all could both work 6 hours and y'all got way more hours in the day to spend time
And
with
I
each
can
other.
go and like you say, go get the kids. Now I can go get the kids. Maybe I can spend time with the kids and do some homework and get food ready while you coming home for work. It's
Right.
it's a
Watch Pepe the
balance.
Pig and
It's a
shit. Right.
balance. It's a balance. But if you want me to go out here and work 24, if you want me to go out here and make sure that everything in this house is taken care of while you sit here and do what with your time? Make sure that this
Are
house
we
better
talking
be
about a single woman
spotless.
or are we talking about the mother of your children?
Better be
Are we talking
spotless.
about a
Like I better
single
I
woman
better
or
be
are we
able to eat
talking
off
about
the floor.
a
If
woman?
that's the case, you feel me?
No.
Like I don't
Are we
I don't need
talking
to come in this
about
house when I come
okay,
in the
I heard
house.
you.
If
Can
that's the
I
case,
say something? Can
the
I say
plate
something? Are we
need to
talking
be
about a
made.
single
Like
woman? Oh
A
my
woman can get a
God.
remote job, you know?
what does a single woman have
Okay,
to do
yeah,
with the
but y'all
conversation? What
talk
are
It's
we
for
not
talking
that
about?
I'm
easy.
sorry. It grinds my gears when y'all talk for too long. Like, damn. I was just trying to say, is this a single woman or is this a woman with children?
I think it could be
What do you
both.
mean a single? Huh?
I think it could be both. I think it could apply to both. A woman with kids,
It applies to both.
yeah.
It
Absolutely
applies
not.
even
If
if you
you
don't
are a
got no
woman with
kids. Because if
children,
you don't
you
got
think
no
I'm
kid,
sitting
like
at
I
home
just
not
if
doing
you don't got no
anything? Let me finish.
even
Do you
even
think
if
I'm
you
sitting?
don't got
Let me
no
finish.
kid,
Let me finish
even
because my
if you
responses are
don't
quicker
got
than
no
yours.
kids, like I was saying, like
DJ, drop them.
everything
Drop
better be
them.
Wait,
Drop
wait,
spotless
them.
for real, for
no,
real, for real, for
because
real.
Elliot, you
No,
sign off on
no,
this.
no, no.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
she
cool. I
can.
can leave. I'll leave myself.
Then,
I can leave
then.
myself. I'm not tripping.
No, you
Just
don't have
for
to
a
leave. I
second,
just
let her
want to
get
be
her
able to
point
finish.
out.
Just let me finish. That's all I want.
She just want to
Just
get her point out.
let me finish. Please.
I just want y'all to see how y'all abuse. I
A
just
woman with
wanted y'all
children
to
stays
see.
busy.
What?
I just want
We've been
y'all
on
to
here
see
for
how
three
y'all
hours
abuse the
and
power, right?
54
But
minutes.
look at this. The man was
Abuse the
just
hell out of
saying.
For
that.
3 hours and 54 minutes,
The man,
man.
people say the man was just saying, right? A woman with kids and a woman without kids gonna still need to put some sort of skin in the game. As a matter of fact, if you get kids, you gotta even put even more skin in the game. You know what I mean?
I mean, you gotta do. I mean,
Sir, you didn't have to
my
leave.
parents
I
have
just
always had
said, let me
joint
finish.
bank
I'm
accounts and
cracking up.
stuff like
Private
that.
school
Like,
ain't cheap,
shit,
dog, you know? You want private
work
school,
full
you know,
time jobs.
all these other
the mortgage, bills, car loan, dog. Yeah, you best believe she's gonna work, homie.
Yeah, you got more
And then
kids,
But at
you're
the
gonna
same
have
time,
more
around the house,
responsibilities.
help around the
And look
house.
at this. And my fault,
Right?
y'all in the chat. I just wait a minute, Vato. My fault, y'all in the chat. I just this show actually also right. This the show we doing on the ladies' night on a Wednesday. I just wanted the women to have a little bit more leverage and power, so we see if they'll abuse it or not. And so far, it's been very abusive. You know what I'm saying?
Not abusive.
Yep. Y'all are
No,
very abusive.
I
Y'all have a very abusive personality. You know what I'm saying?
well, we
and
can
y'all are aggressive.
continue to
Y'all
let
come up
y'all
here on
have it
ladies'
night
night
after
and
night.
overtalk the ladies, talk longer than the
Right.
ladies. This is
It's
ladies not getting mad at our questions.
ironic.
I actually agree with Reese in the chat. If certain women got a certain kind of mindset of how they expect the man to be, I do agree that they should move around. I think they should move around.
And don't get me wrong, there's some people, it's like they say, if there's a woman that's doing all the domestic duties, it's gonna be easier for a man to do all the work, right? But if y'all splitting up household duties, it not gonna make sense. Y'all might as well both work too. You know what I'm saying? And split up the household duties like most modern families do. You know what I'm saying? It just is what
Hey
it is.
man,
You got
cause
kids, there's even more. You got even more kids give you even more domestic duties, and now you even need more bread. You more expenses and more domestic duties. So you just need more. You need
I
it.
worked and cooked
Depending
today.
the state you live in,
You
you
see?
live in New York, California,
Right. Depends on where you at. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
I
Poseidon
do that
said
shit
something
every
though.
day.
He said some women want a product and not a person.
Mm. You gotta point this.
Can y'all please
Some
send DJ some money?
and I appreciate those who were sending money early on. I didn't want to break the conversation. As a matter of fact, let's go through the super chats. Let's go through the super chats. And Black Smoke, you could pull back up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them scare you. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, they scared me.
Yeah,
Nah,
push
they can't drop you. As a matter of fact, we're
I'm
gonna
not
let the
scared, y'all.
ban
I'm just
since y'all abusing the drop is gonna you could only drop the guys for like 5 minutes at a time type shit. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
I didn't understand it
yes,
at first, but
agreed.
I seen some
Agreed.
niggas watch Tyranny come in the room and they hauled ass. I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. A lot of them dip when
Now Terry,
I get it now.
Tyranny's still my
Always,
folks. He's still my
she
folks.
they
always
started
come in
dipping
on
early. I
bullshit.
was like, damn.
I was
Tyranny
talking shit. I
But
was
always
like,
no,
come
y'all
like
in
niggas
on
some bitches.
bullshit.
I get
people
it
just
now.
gotta
I
let us finish.
apologize.
Every
Let
time
me
she pop up,
Okay,
we was on the
okay.
stream
I'm
last
sorry to
time, and she
My
popped up on
apologies,
the
fellas. I
bullshit.
get it.
let me go ahead and show so to the super chat. We got Unk be streaming. He said that's not a gender thing. That's just a personality type. Appreciate you, Unk. I think we read this one before. Shows so the John's report. He also said inclusion. I'll let non-black. Oh my god. He said in conclusion, I'll let non-black men knock me up. No ring required. I'll only press black men for marriage, and he has to make 6 figures and talk about his feelings.
Don't hold your breath.
That's a woman, ain't it?
John's report. I think that's a man. From what it was saying, it sounded like it was a dude. Shows her the
It
be
wasn't.
streaming. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just real quick. It wasn't about. It was more about feelings. It was about like how people wanted to raise their future children. That's more than just feelings. But continue.
Okay. And we also got be streaming. He said the proof is in the outcome. He also said, how did it work out though? I think he was talking to the ladies who dated outside their race. He also said, oh my god. Do I gotta read this? He said tyranny box the United Nations. Why, man? Why, man? Come on, man. So the JC, he also said, God damn. He said tyranny teeth look like domino backs.
Look
Come
like
on, man.
dominoes back.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know why he's on you like that, tyranny. He's on your case. He said
This
he
really
said
was.
why
Jeez.
he said why tyranny look like demolition, man.
what more do you want from me?
Come on, man.
I ain't gonna let him talk about Tyranny tonight. That's a beautiful young queen right there, man.
Yeah, Tyranny is beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
He spent
Yeah, yeah.
$40.
Black men
He's
don't like
exaggerating. He's
natural
exaggerating.
hair.
He spent
That's
$40.
natural hair right there.
And so to John's report, he said Tyranny isn't your children's father, Hispanic. I think she did say that already. Ung B streaming said Reese point is race wasn't the problem. Okay, we addressed these already. Appreciate you, gentlemen, for the motherfucking support. Appreciate y'all.
Make him some money. Oh, I wanted to make him some money.
Don't be blowing me up, nigga. I ain't getting up. Ain't no use to you ringing my line. Stop wasting my time. Nah, I can hear what you say. I ain't better do
Hey, I got a
That's
question
hilarious.
for Eternity.
What up, Vato?
Hey, since they were pressing LA earlier about switching over, how long before you switched over to the Mexicans? How many brothers did you dated or disappointed you that you had to switch?
Vato trying to Vato, why you trying to steal black women, bro? What's wrong with this man, bro?
That was the first.
God damn.
That was the
Vato.
first and only time, bro. Sorry.
Vato
Not
campaign.
LA.
Why is Tyranny?
This is for Trinity.
Why is
This is for
Tyranny
Mexico.
blushing?
Trinity was
Vato, why is
Mexican.
Tyranny blushing when you talking, bro? My bad. Go ahead. My fault.
I didn't even hear what he said. That's all like, what did he say? I can't hear nothing.
You see,
So when
but a
did he
black
switch
man
over?
gotta tell
How
a
many
black
brothers
man
did you
gotta
date
tell you
when you switched
jokes.
over?
Wait a minute, Vato. A black man gotta tell you jokes where you laugh, but you ain't even gotta understand what Vato say, and you laughing. That is crazy, bro.
32 teeth from my boy.
Damn. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Vato.
y'all. I can't hear it.
All we get is bitterness.
Damn, bro.
Damn.
Crazy.
Hey,
Damn.
so how many brothers did
I
you go
love
through
y'all.
before you switched over to the other side to mix? Because you have mixed babies too, right?
Man,
Oh, I think
I've
it's time to
been,
you, Ellie.
When did
yeah.
you put down the ribs
No,
and
he
pick up the
talking to
tacos?
Tyranny. He's
Oh, I
talking
When
think
to
did he
down to
throw in
Tyranny.
the
both of
No,
them.
no,
towel?
no. I
When did he throw
tried.
in the towel? You said, because LA,
I tried.
there's no offense, but LA said she was gonna hit the wall, and she had to switch over because
Oh my
women
God,
can
this
only
nigga did
reproduce
not
to 40,
swear.
so maybe 35 and shit.
This nigga said hit the wall. This nigga, man.
The wall.
For
No, I said no
real, man.
offense. I said no offense. I said
35
no
definitely
offense.
don't hit the wall.
No
Yo.
disrespect.
Come on, let's get
Wow.
the Lord
Could have got a black man to hit your wall. Oh,
and older.
Janet Jackson was 50 when she had her child.
Right.
Damn. Hey,
And
see,
she
so
got
brother has a
200
chance with
and she
LA.
got 200. How much money she got?
I'm about to say, I think Janet Jackson got
Right
She
now,
had
the
got some good
affordable.
change, man.
I think it's 2 mil or more than not even 2 mil, more than 2 mil. Like she got a good bag to have that kid.
She got it. Whatever it was times two. Because she lasted for 5 years in a marriage and she gave him a son.
Yep.
So she got whatever she got twice.
Let me look it up. How much did Janet Jackson get paid to
Tyranny, are you
have
married?
a kid?
Who eating tater chips? Let me have a cup.
Now these not tater chip. These is and I ain't gonna hold you. Oh, she got 100 mil. So she got 200 mil, 100 mil to have the baby, and another 100 nigga, 100 nigga. I don't think y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all think I'm saying 100,000. No, 100 mil. This is what I got, kids. I don't share these though. Oreo mini.
But
I
you
don't
know,
share.
we talking about Janet Jackson, right?
No,
You know
okay
that
then,
was a
okay.
billionaire.
Bro, she got 100 million to have a baby and stay married.
Right. But
That's
you know,
crazy,
the
bro.
nigga was a billionaire who did that. It wasn't a.
Yeah, he was a billionaire. He wanted to
He's a
be
billionaire.
related to them. He wanted to have the Jacksons in his
Jackson.
bloodline.
He wanted to have
you
a
out here
Jackson.
getting married for tacos.
Man.
That's why someone, but
So when
stability.
women
But
see,
I mean, prevention.
so when women like Tyranny in LA, right? see other women getting 200,000. You know what I'm saying? You could. This is why you gotta understand where this shit is coming from. They see this shit through the filter of that 200,000. Look at Tyranny rubbing her chin, looking to the sky. She plotting.
No, they've been. I mean, they stay having offers
These
for
are some
surrogates.
elites,
Like
though.
this has always been an option for us. Like, no, thank you.
Right.
But elite people always.
It's 100,000.
But in history, elite people always got compensated for doing shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Even
Dowry. And,
You gonna tell me you get offered
It's like in the
200,000?
5 figures.
I got some bread for y'all. 2
I'm
loaves of
just saying,
sourdough
like,
bread.
that's been options though. Like,
I'm about to say, I
ask
bet
how
it's
many
actual
black
bread
women are
too.
actually doing it
I mean,
though, that are
I
being
don't think that's
surrogates
an
or
average
donating their
option for
eggs.
that for women.
She ain't
So y'all need
donating
to
no
treat us
eggs.
better because the other races want us. Do you hear us? I don't care if it's whatever other race.
but look at it
Cash
on
App.
dating sites.
Everybody
Dude, now
wants
I
us.
can't compete with no 100 million. You gotta go
Tyranny,
where you where the gifts good at. You gotta
Right,
go.
right.
Don't
Tyranny,
yeah,
if
I wouldn't dare
you
hold
We're
you. I
faithful.
wouldn't dare hold you back. They can
Tyranny,
have you.
if you come in the house the way you come in
Talk
this,
about
See,
indecent proposal.
I think that it's
Chef,
weird
I
if
can't even hear
someone
you.
lets.
I'm like, what?
If I'm dating, wait a minute. If I'm dating a chick and she tell me, I ain't gonna hold you. This other nigga I'm talking to, he say he give me 200 million. I'm like, look, man, I'm gonna, I'm happy for you. Just break me off a little something. You know what I'm saying? Give me a little. You know what I mean?
Fuck with
Can
me.
I can I can I
Right.
get like
Are
3
you going to
million?
stay,
I ain't
Doc?
even
I'll,
greedy. Let me get 3
I'll
million.
turn it. I'm not gonna stay. I'll become her cousin. You know what I'm saying? I'll
Oh
become her
my
cousin real quick.
goodness.
I
Let's
ain't
go
gotta be
more
her man.
fast,
interracial.
bro.
What's
Cousin
the
Pete,
point?
cousin Pete.
Cousin
Forget the times we was
Oh, we go
fucking. You know
niggas,
what I'm
right?
saying?
Cuz that's
Yeah,
all you
what's the
We
want.
go
point?
niggas.
I think
You know
it's.
what I mean?
Anyone else think that it's a little odd when someone's dating preferences or like relationship preferences shift racially due to, I guess, bad experiences? I understand, but it's always giving me the ick. Like when you hear guys be like, "Oh, black women don't want us, so I date white girls," or like when
Lame.
you have a lot of sisters and they're upset and bitter, and it's like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna go date a
I
white
used
man
to.
because niggas ain't shit."
I
I
used
think
to
that's
think
weird.
like
I
that.
think it's
I
more
used to think like that, but I understand now because
I
I know black
understand.
dudes that black women they not fucking with them niggas. I ain't even gonna hold you just to keep it a book. They really not. So if them niggas gotta go to Becky and get some appreciation, I'm not blocking the door. You know what I'm saying? I'll hold the door for you if I'm right by the door. I ain't gonna let it slam
I'm
on you right
saying
there.
it'd be
You better go
different
get
if
your snow bunny.
It'd be
Right?
different if that same guy in that scenario, like, just so happens to meet some white girl, like, meets this girl, she happens to be white, and then, like, she fucks with him, right?
You better
I'm
go
saying that.
frolic in that snow.
I'm saying you go. That's what I'm saying. Like you're seeking out. Like he's getting his skis ready and he's flying to the
But what if
mountains.
what if he along his journey of dating, he opened a dating all demographics, and it just so happened that's the demographic that give him the most play.
Yeah,
Then
and
he might
now
just want to
that
narrow.
is
Then he
different.
might want to narrow his game down to just go directly to the demographic that giving him the most play. Then going through all the hurdles again, he might as well. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think I'm thinking of it like just off surface level attraction. So like my wife is black. I've always been more attracted to black women. But
Right.
other than that, like I don't necessarily have a preference, man. All shapes and
Bro, are you
sizes, all
black?
colors. Yeah, I'm black.
He sounds white.
Oh,
He sounds white.
I'm black.
I respect it.
He sounds black. I don't know what you get. I don't know if it's because he's speaking or enunciating his words.
I
Like
may
He
be on
Yeah,
speaking
he
He's
in
an
black.
sound.
educated.
hydroponics.
He's
he
an
buttering
educated.
I
out.
could tell that he's black. I
Yeah,
could
but
tell that he's
literally
black.
a
No
little
matter
bit.
how
From the suburbs.
just from being from another country that got black people too, and being
Mm-hmm.
over in America and going to different states. No matter how well learned, unless they're literally doing a white impersonation, I could hear the black in people's voice, bro. I don't know how I could do that shit, but I could hear the black in your voice. You know what I'm
I
saying?
feel like a lot of us
DJ,
I
he sound like
appreciate
he
that.
went to school with my wife. That's all it is.
I don't.
I
Yeah, I
didn't
ain't
even
gonna
know
hold
it
you.
was
Well
a
spoken.
question
Your
to him
wife do
being
some
black.
mad
I
on
didn't
it.
even
Shout
really
out to
get.
Spro. He's very well
Yeah,
spoken. I
I
ain't gonna
didn't
hold
even
you.
know that was a thing that would have had to been asked. I immediately knew he was.
No,
You know what
I,
I'm
I,
saying?
I asked because of what he just said about his wife. That's what made me ask. That was
Okay,
really it.
okay.
Yeah, so like my wife's black. I've always been like, I guess like if I had a preference, it would be, see, if I'm
You're
thinking about
pro-black.
preferences, I'm thinking about like features that I
Mm-hmm.
like. If you're white or if you're like, I've dated Puerto Rican girls before, like if you have the features that like I like and like I fuck with you, I personally don't care. Like I know a lot of people like you know the pro black people, you know, Jewish people, like they're really like gun ho on like, which I can dig that, like I understand. But I think like in our community, it's like, not that it's across the board like that, but I think like there's like this tinge of like weirdness about it where I'm like, yo, like it makes me uncomfortable because like I don't like seeing like like the scenario you gave. Like I don't like hearing that, like, you know, like guys are having a hard time with black. I had a hard time with black women. Like I'm art bull. You know, like as you said, like the way I talk, like I mean, I think like I've always been around majority black people. Like went to school with majority blacks. I live like I'm from Philly, but
Mm-hmm.
so like I get what those guys mean when they're like, "Oh, black girls don't fuck with me," and it's like, maybe generally speaking, like as far as like culture, maybe not.
So let me ask you
However,
this: since you're such a well-spoken brother, you know how to articulate your words, right? Have you found it along your dating journey? Have you found it hard to connect with most black women? Do you gotta like find like kind of like a needle in a haystack type black girl, or is it just the majority you got good interactions with?
I don't know if I would say it's a needle in a haystack thing because I definitely do get what you mean. Like I get it. Like I've been in that position. Like I would be lying if I said I never had the thought like, yo, like why is it always the sisters? Like every single time. However,
Mm.
I never let that deter me because I like what I like.
Right, right.
So like I never let that like necessarily
You
like
see, but that's because you
influence.
willing to. That's because you willing to like, cause you got like a little for lack of a better word, a little hustle to it. But some guys is gonna just take the path of least resistance type shit. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? That's
don't
why
be
I don't knock
defeated,
them.
man.
Low
Don't be
hanging fruit.
defeated.
But you know what? That's why women like LA are also running into the niggas that she running into.
This is what I'm saying. This is why I was trying to
No,
see.
but like, so I'm sitting here thinking about, damn, like, yeah, I did, like, I was, okay. You heard those, Debbie, no, the
Debbie
battalion,
Downers.
no, the battalions,
Who?
Mhm.
the fraternities hold them.
Okay.
They're called battalions, battalions. They're
Mm.
to introduce the young, professional, upcoming black men to society, usually through fraternity. My friend asked me, he was doing a scholarship when we was seniors in high school he was doing it through the alphas. So yeah, we had to get our gowns made and we had to learn how to waltz. And he asked me to be his escort, you know, basically just so he can be presented to society. Like I've had exposure to a lot of different black men. I just happen to highlight a few. But I'm just saying, like, if it doesn't work, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't work. But actually, like, I was engaged to homeboy when he was just like, okay, well, I just want you to go to this dance with me. And so, like, it's a part of my scholarship shit, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, I'll do it. So it's like
Mm.
I've had a lot of different exposure to people. Like, I know how to waltz. I played the violin. I played the piano. Like, come on, man.
I think you're a smart one.
This ain't
Okay.
no hood. I'm just looking for
But look at this, though.
Tyrone all over
But
That's
the place.
Lauren,
you. No, I'm saying that's you because
but
I play
Lauren,
instruments
She's
too.
talented.
I like, but
But
that
it's
doesn't
still
mean I haven't ran into who I've ran into.
but Lauren, if I was on some matchmaker shit, or if I was your pops or something, I would have tell you that your type, you dated like the music type people, right? But to me, you dated the more like urban type dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like the more hood niggas. You know what I mean? Probably or the or adjacent hood adjacent. Even the Asian dudes, you say he was into hip hop and stuff. He's more on some urban stuff. But you sound like way. You probably need a date. You a artsy type dude. You know what I'm saying? That's just out there type shit. Because if you saying that
Lived
you
in
equip,
Atlanta, so like you just meet who you meet, you know.
Are you having a hard time
Fact.
meeting like I guess men that you would say
I don't
meet
have a
the
problem
outside your
rise?
meeting
comfort
men. I
zone.
was just telling my dad my interracial story just for conversation for the
Did you
ladies'
date
night.
interracially
Tell
dudes
them
who've had
niggas in LA
experience?
we ain't no ugly hoes. Tell them.
Huh?
Tell them you ain't no ugly woman.
No, I'm just like, okay, just the lady show is just it's something different. Like we just trying to give y'all different like perspective when it comes to like what women think about certain things. So it's like it's gonna seem
Yo,
random, but I'm pretty
Red
sure
Ranger
y'all
just need to get on the
it
panel.
seems like y'all interested. Y'all pulled up. Appreciate your participation.
and Red Pill
Yeah,
Ranger
so
also said if people have a problem meeting good or quality people, they might need to look in the mirror. It's a thing called common denominator.
It's a pin.
I agree with that actually because
He
like
also
I've seen it a
said,
lot.
though, ask yourself, what about you that attracts trash people? Damn.
I
Or
mean,
what do
I
you seem to be
What
attracted to
what
in
qualifies a
trash
man to
people?
be a trash person? Could someone
I
answer?
alluded to
I
this
think you can
question
tell us way
earlier.
better.
I'm
Someone
sorry,
who's
Huh?
dishonorable.
I
Miss
think you
Karen,
can
what
tell us
was
way
that's the one
better.
who was like, I
I
married,
don't
you know,
know.
so
I want
Have
you
you
to
had
help me.
negative
Nah.
experiences with a man
Help me
before?
know what a
I know about
trash
my
man
own.
is.
Have you had
Damn.
The nigga
experiences
that
with a
would have
trash man
answered you and
before?
had multiple baby mamas. The nigga that would have answered you and answered why he didn't marry that woman when you was asking all that shit.
That doesn't make him a trash person.
I think you were asking them questions because you felt like we were trash people. You were insinuating in your question.
Because I ask questions, I'm in an
That
assumption
No,
was in
you
the
you
already
didn't.
are.
comment. He
No,
called
I'm talking
the
about
folks
her
trash
question.
people. He talk about
Your
men.
question, your question wasn't just a question.
But
I
was
feel
it?
like that because you ran into people like that. That's why you asked us. It wasn't because you felt like we were like that. You just felt like
No,
that's
I
how it
don't.
was.
Yeah, they admitted it. It come from the space. But again, my only
I don't
issue
look down
Right.
was
on baby daddies or baby mamas. So no, I was
Stop
just
the
asking.
cap.
We need to know. I
Okay.
Wait, you
don't.
were asking only because you wanted to know if anyone had children, even though the context of the conversation was
Not children,
I
baby
don't
mamas.
believe that. Like, and again, I understand what you meant by the question as I elaborated
Mm,
earlier.
Hey,
However,
I have a
your
12-year-old and
no.
tone
I'm
You
not
gave
married.
a
and
thought
the
of
Y'all
what
was
you want
context
to
asking
mean.
LA questions, and I just turned the
but the
question to my
tone
mom.
and the context, one could gather that you were trying to
Hey, no.
basically trap us into looking like, or some to look like
Why?
trash dudes.
So is being a
Come, the
yes.
baby daddy a
implication, as I
trash?
described earlier by using
Yes.
Facts.
the phrase baby
Yes.
dad.
That's what
How
Bro,
you
many
would
baby
do.
mamas do
bro,
you have?
How
do
y'all telling
understand?
me what
You
I
do
was doing?
understand that the whole trash people like came from the comment, right? Like
Oh no,
Yes.
you
I
do understand
do
that?
get that. I
Yes.
get that.
Okay.
Okay, so
It
I'm
just
trash
like
because I have
is
a
Tyranny
12-year-old.
getting
I'm
blamed
not married.
for the trash people? Why are you
I
No.
guess
asking?
so.
No.
Yeah, she
That
get
ain't
blamed
what
for
we said
throwing
either.
rocks and hiding her hand.
What?
Let's say I had 3 baby moms,
You
5
asked
kids.
what was a
Yep.
trash person, and I
Yes.
said a
What is a
nigga that would
trash
have
person?
and I said a
Well,
nigga that would have the answers to them questions you was trying to give us because we ain't them niggas to be asking that. Which is why when you asked it just now, I said you can tell us better than we can tell you
I don't
because
know.
we ain't around them people.
What would you say a trash man
So
is,
you
Tyranny?
don't. So you're not around. Y'all
I
don't
think
know
we've
trash.
seen an
Trash
I
example
know
people.
trash
online, but
people.
I'm not gonna name him.
Well, no,
No, but
what
what's a trash man, LA?
yeah,
What's a trash
describe
man?
for me.
We don't know.
No,
How would she
I can.
know?
No,
You
I
wait.
can.
Oh,
I
She
can.
come
dealt
And
with
the
on.
him.
I was gonna be
bandits,
funny, but no,
one of
honestly,
the most biggest bandits.
Speaking of which,
They're gonna describe
Shut
two
up,
different types of
JP,
but
people.
man.
in
Shout out to
general,
the
like as
JP,
long
man.
as you ain't doing that, like a lot of I mean, people. It sounds so cliche, but
Your mic is
you know.
cutting up, LA.
Oh, is it? Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I say a lot of people. It sounds cliche, but some people got potential. They just
Mm-hmm.
need some time. You know what I'm
That's that
saying?
P word.
They need some support. And like I said, that's when two heads become better than one. You know, you
But that's
can
that
think
P
of
word there.
Yeah,
that
you can
women
think
be
of
messing up on.
Like a man
right.
knowing he ain't
You
ready
can
for
think of
the next
partnering
step
up
and want to
as a
work on it.
liability. Yeah, you could think of it as a liability, like, oh my God, like I have to take care of somebody else. But like, hopefully, you pick somebody that got a skill
Right. So LA, I think that
or
P word
something.
is something that is women's downfall, is potential. We
It
always see
is, it
potential in a
is, and
man.
we get blamed for it
And
a lot.
And girl, I don't know why you rolling your eyes. That
because
potential only
it's
lasts
wrong,
24
because
months for you.
we
That
found
potential
potential
got
in
24 months with you.
Sorry.
trash people, right? We found
Nope.
potential in trash people, but at least we're giving y'all a chance. And
Yeah,
then when we do
exactly.
give you a chance, oh well, that's your fault for dating him.
Exactly.
Okay.
We get blamed
I'm
for it
sorry, and this is gonna
every
sound
time.
fucked up, but if you picked up a piece of trash on the side of
So
the
they
road
lowered
and
their
waited
standards, or
24
how's
months
this?
for
Okay,
it
so
not to be a piece of trash, it's wild as fuck.
y'all tell us what trash men are then, because
Right.
if we're, like I
So
said,
you're
if we
saying this
meet
trash
you,
was
I'm
disguised
just
as
saying.
like a
Wait,
nice.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. The reason why this question is going to be hard to answer, because one,
I respect
guys, we looking at each other from a different lens than women looking at each other. Y'all looking at us as dating potentials. We not looking at each other from that lens. Also, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
how we can't tell you is trash. Trash got to be whatever junk is unwanted shit. So whatever you don't need and that person got them attributes and is not healthy for you, then that is trash. You know what I'm saying?
So give us there's no basis of what a
All
trash
right, let me
man
give you this then. Let's say you want a dude that is honest, right? And you can't do nothing with this honesty is unwanted material. Then that's trash because you put unwanted material in the trash can. That is something. Whatever you want your life to be like, if that person possess attributes that is contrary to that shit is trash.
So if a
You know what I'm
man
saying?
lies to you, he's trash people. If a man cheats on you, he's trash people. If a man disrespects you, he's trash people. Have any man up here ever been a trash person?
All humans are trash
Okay, but we're still giving y'all trashes
because
chances.
we recycling each other. We all trash. We all got each other in the recycle bin. You know what I'm saying?
This is why y'all need women, so we can pick you up and make you into a clean piece of paper instead of
But
trash.
that is why y'all need us, because a man could go in McDonald's and turn a millionaire could go and turn a McDonald's worker into a millionaire wife. You know what I'm saying?
You can't change no hoe to a housewife. BJ, this is
Man,
why a lot of
That's
no,
not a hoe. So you a hoe if you work at McDonald's? No, that is crazy. That is
If
some
you
wild
can't
shit.
change a hoe into a housewife,
that
you
was
can't make that
horrible.
trash into a clean piece of
No,
paper, baby.
That's what I
you can
said.
make you a clean piece of paper. You talk about McDonald's. What is
If
that? You
if
still got to
you
lift that man up, and that's what I was saying. That was what was
no,
happening in my
if you
previous
can't
But we
turn this
relationship.
gotta
hoe
lift each
into a
other up in the
housewife,
black community.
if
But
you
that's what
can't
I was
turn this hoe
doing. You
into
know what
a
I'm saying?
housewife,
Like I
you're
was
not turning this
telling them,
trash
like
into a
especially
clean
when they
piece of
was
paper.
DJing in
That's not
clubs
what's
and
happening.
stuff, and I was just like, you need to
But you
have
stop
like,
but you went to lift somebody else up, LA. You got this strong arm. You lifting, you know what I'm saying? You
oh, I'm
lifting
sorry.
everybody. Good.
Mo, if you
What's so funny?
bro, because you just said you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Well, you can't make that dirty McDonald's wrapper a clean white sheet of paper. You
You're
can't.
right. That's why I was telling LA that potential word for women, it messes us up every time
Well, baby, it
because
doesn't work for you. You've only got 24 months of potentially anything. If nothing shakes in 24 months, you gone, right?
this is true. So you better get your shit together.
So if
Because
it
if you
don't
want
apply to
someone
you,
like
then let it
me,
fly,
you
baby.
better
That
be
only
on
works for
point.
LA.
I'm just saying, it don't take you that long. You could go if your boss told you
Whoa,
to be to work on time, you're gonna be to work on time.
Speak
So
for
if your
me.
woman tell you, I need you to stop lying and get your shit together, you better stop lying and get your shit together because you will be
Yeah,
fired. Just
that
like you'll be fired
sounds
at work.
good. That sounds good, and I don't disagree with you in that
Okay.
aspect. But your dog right here, LA, doesn't. She's down to get in the mud with you and work off that potential, and not be married in 2 years.
No, well, I'm teaching her. It's okay,
No,
I'm teaching her.
there's nuances, but there are time limits.
But I
Okay.
now I will say this because I'm not gonna sit and try to act like I just threw you under the bus and not lay down there with you because you know tyranny gonna get me. What I will say is proposing to her, making it seem like this is what we're about to do and you're not prepared to do it's just as bad because having bad intentions is bad, but having no intentions is just as bad as having bad intentions. So no, it's not okay to do that either. But yeah,
Right.
you ain't got long with potential anyway. So a lot of the shit we talking about don't even apply to you.
Okay, so can we be honest? How long is it that a man will know if that's his wife? Like, you just give us the honest answer.
I'm gonna
6 months to a
I'm gonna
year.
You
keep it
keep
100
looking
for
for
you.
like
Yeah,
these
you looking for a real
particulars when you've
timestamp,
had
and it ain't
real
that.
examples. When this man just told you it took you know what I'm saying, this X amount of years at a proposal, but that has now developed into a 20-year relationship
20-year
Absolutely
with
marriage.
over
not.
a decade of marriage, surpassing whatever you got and then had within your 2-year warning label.
I don't think you could put a general time on it. Different people are
That's the
gonna
only
have different
part.
thresholds. Some people know some people know that they like I think Spro just now said I believe he dated his woman for 9 months, you said?
It was shorter than that. We
Even
knew each
shorter
other for
than
a
that.
It
very
was
long
months.
time.
It was
We
Oh,
knew
months.
each
y'all
other
knew
for a
each other
decade.
before. Okay, that's different. You know what I'm saying? So different people and some people married like months and after they started talking and the shit work out, some of them still together and some people took
And
a long while and they're not even
and
together. So it depends. It's not black
some of
and
them
white.
relationships die in a year.
It's not a real measure of time we can give you. I do
DJ,
feel
can
like
you turn Chef's mic up? I'm having such a hard
my
time
bad.
hearing.
Yeah, your mic got to bro. Could you just turn down? You got a mic setting. Could you turn down the bass and just turn the highs up because when you talk, you sound like this the whole time, and it's kind of hard to hear what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see.
Like turn up the mids and the highs and shit. This is what I had to do for my mic. I had to turn down the yeah.
Is
I
this
didn't
better?
know LA didn't leave me up here with y'all.
Yeah.
I need another woman up here.
Yo, this better?
Yeah, that better.
Okay. I don't remember what the fuck I was just saying.
No, we was talking about the time frame. How long
Yeah,
before you
I
know?
don't think there's no real measure of time. Like I can't tell you, in 6 months he'll be ready to marry you. I feel like getting married is the most emotional, conscious decision a man has to make, and that may be why it takes as long as it does because a lot, especially black men, don't deal or don't know how to deal with their emotions. So to even get through the surface shit of whatever trauma that is or whatever his life was like before you to get to the fact of, okay, I can't live without her. Let me ask her to marry. It does take time. It could take years. There is no measure of time for that.
Okay, I hear you. But in the meantime, lady, while he's out there waiting 7 years just to put a ring on your finger, he's wearing out your coochie. If he gonna wear
Damn.
your
I've been
coochie
with my
out,
girl 13
make sure
years
he
and
put
I
a
still
ring
haven't
on
married
your
her.
finger.
Like that's crazy.
Girl,
No,
13
it's
years.
not.
Vato say, you see, this is not a black man thing.
Oh,
Vato
yeah,
say
no,
he
it's
Oh,
been with
not.
his.
that's
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That's
relationships.
Vato
like
say he been with his girl 13 years and still he married her.
Yeah, I met her when I was 19, 20. We had my daughter. My daughter's 12, and I'm 33 now, So, yeah, we've
Like,
been
bro,
on
we
and
was
off, but
kids
yeah.
having kids.
So,
I hear what y'all are saying, but women have to guide women. Y'all trying to tell me no, cause you want some coochie without the ring. I'm telling ladies on ladies' night, don't let no man sex you for that many years. Make him
You
make a commitment
speaking for
if he
men in the
wants to.
same breath, and you're
Huh?
wrong. But you also you're giving your guidance to women by speaking for men when you've had prime examples that what you're stating isn't factual.
He look, I don't know, it's not factual. All she had to do was say, you marry me or I'm leaving. He would have married her.
That's
He would have
not
married
true.
her.
That's not
But because she
factual.
gave no deadline, she didn't
But you
put a
know what
deadline.
though?
That's
I
not
gotta
true.
agree with
He
her
would have
to a
gave
certain
no
degree. I
deadline,
think
but still got
I
married.
think look to a certain degree I agree with her. I do think if a woman gives a guy a deadline, I don't think she's wrong. If that is that's her prerogative. If that is where she see her in her future, like by this age I want to get married, and that dude don't align with that shit, then y'all
That's
out of alignment. You know what I'm saying?
giving
It
me
is
a
what it is.
deadline on your situation is not a problem. Telling me that he's gonna say yeah and marry you just because you gave him an ultimatum? No, nigga, I'm not
Yeah, that's
marrying
not
There's
You ain't
you.
forcing it,
like.
there's
man.
a that's
I'm not
not
marrying you.
actually.
You can leave right
However,
now. We ain't even gotta
There's
however,
work
a lot of
today.
breakups.
however though, if he already wanted to marry you, he might acquiesce to that shit. And that's not just because you gave him an ultimatum. It's because of that. Plus, he was gonna marry you
He was
anyway,
gonna
type
marry
shit.
you anyway. So the
True,
ultimatum
but
didn't make that decision. He was
but
going
Right.
to marry you.
That
you
just
might have a
expedited this shit.
situation.
That's
But
it.
what happens
He
if
still
you
had to come to the terms of the fact that I got this shit to deal with and this shit is going on and. But in all, I still want to marry her. That's
Right.
an emotional decision that he has to make, and he might not have come to that. And the reason she got to the ultimatum is because he already took his time with it. Because she didn't say when they met, "You got 2 years to marry me," or "This it." She was in it 2 years and then said, "Hey, if you don't marry me by this December, it's over." We was already 24 months in. That man was already making that decision. That ultimatum didn't do it.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I mean, she
ultimatum
asked
not
me,
gonna
you
do.
know. Sometimes she tells me when I'm going to get married, but like I just,
Okay, well
try
then
to
you lose
try
out
to
on
show
your
it off.
woman.
No, Vato saying she asked. When she asked you, Vato, what happened?
Well, I just say,
and
yeah,
you may
I
be
just try to brush it off, you know.
Oh, this nigga ain't shit, bro. My bad. He's a bad example. He's
but
toxic.
nah,
Bad
in
example.
that same breath though, you could be losing the man that know he's meant for
At
you or
the
that could have
same
been meant for
time,
you at the same time. Again,
You guys are
if you
going to give
pushing
me.
that out if you pushing an ultimatum on a person that's informing you that they're not ready. I have things
I'm
about
already
me
committed,
that
you know.
I'm not
What
satisfied
do
with.
you
You can't
want
project
exactly?
your
What are you not ready for? Again, if you're taking
you
the
ain't even
most
ready to
valuable part of
listen. I'm
me,
ready for a motherfucker that can listen. I'm
What
giving
up,
you the
chocolate?
benefit
Shit
What
of
up,
ain't
it.
been
chocolate?
good.
but if I'm already giving you the best
You
of me,
only know your tunnel vision. You only know you. You only
see,
know how to project what you personally think, want,
but
and
again, it
desire.
don't take time. If you can be with her for 12 years as a boyfriend, you can be with her for 12 years as a husband. There's no difference.
You're creating a
There's a
scenario.
It
title on it.
depends. It depends. It depends. If y'all wasn't living together and no, if y'all was not shacking up or nothing, then that's different. Cause
that's
maybe that nigga ain't ready to shack up and ready to take on other responsibility. But if y'all shacking up, I could understand why you might think like that. Cause y'all already living together and it's like you
Yeah,
married
we've
by
been living
common law
together,
already.
so
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
you and your woman is like
I
in a
take care of
common
her
law
stuff,
marriage,
so you
Vato.
know. Yeah, so like, what is the difference of a paper gonna make? But you know, she has a work permit, so if it comes down to ice and all that shit, I'm gonna have to marry her and stuff because you know, I want to make
I,
sure she's
I,
good
I,
and stuff. You know,
Vato, I
if she's
think if
best,
you and your
I don't want to
woman
marry you if she's not in love. You know, if she's not in love.
Vato, I
So I'm not
think
in
you and
love.
your woman are already like in a marriage because you doing
Yeah,
husband
exactly,
duties and she doing
exactly.
wifely duties and y'all live together. It's just that it's not like that on paper. So
Official, not on
sometimes
paper.
people
You
do
know.
live like that. So you do got a wife, you know what I mean? Because most homies was called referred as your wife if they see it anyway. If I'm living with a chick, most of my homies see my chick, they're gonna say that that's my wifey because that's who they see me with, living
And,
with. You know what I'm saying?
and guess what? If that worked for y'all, can't nobody say shit about it.
Right.
Yeah,
It,
because
it
Can't
it's our
does,
nobody
yes,
stuff. You
yes.
know.
project they funky
No,
ass opinions
it
about it
doesn't.
at all.
It
That shit
doesn't
don't mean
matter.
nothing.
That
You
doesn't
right.
matter
It
what
don't
works for
matter.
y'all. It's supposed to be
Yes,
what's
it
right.
does. It's
It
But
doesn't
we have to
matter
set an
definitely
what
example
How
for
does
works
that?
for
others.
How
You
does
know,
y'all.
we
that
have to
not
set an
right?
example. So
It
you're
doesn't
right.
matter
for
You're right.
them. It's what works for
what's
them.
right. And what's right
In that
is
way.
we're not even
What's
supposed to
right
be
is your
hunting
opinion.
until marriage. Not my
That's
opinion. This
your
is
opinion.
facts. Hold on. Hold on.
That's
Tyranny,
your
are
We're
you
opinion.
supposed to
married?
be waiting. Yes, I'm married. We're supposed to
Coveting a
be
woman in
waiting
that way
until.
is a marriage,
How
actually.
long did it take you?
So if I can finish, oh my God, I'm just saying that
But yeah,
we're
I'll go
all
one at a
supposed to
time.
be having sex after marriage, right? Okay, that's just the ground law. Now, I'm not saying we all do that, but that's what we're supposed to do. So instead of prolonging that shit, go ahead and get married. It's nothing different except you're doing it right versus just pumping on me as a woman with no commitment. It sounds good to you guys because y'all get to run with it. Well, you ain't my wife anyway. Fuck you mean? Yes, I am. And you want to act a fool for taking for half of your shit. That's another thing. When you do stupid stuff, I'm gonna take it for half of it. So, ladies, make
You
sure
see,
you.
that is crazy. That is crazy. That is not even. That is not love right there. That sounds like a hostage situation. That sounds like you trying to hold niggas hostage.
That sounds like you love me for what I provide and nothing else. Because once I do something you don't like, you can take half of whatever you wanted.
Damn. You know what? Let me let somebody to the
I
stage.
don't want nobody fucking with me in these.
We got Chocolate in the house. You know what I'm saying? Tyranny was calling for some girl power. We got Chocolate in the building.
What's
Blue says she's pulling up.
good?
Chocolate's power is a little more masculine than mine. So,
Oh my
That's
god.
okay. Hey, what's up, Tierney? Listen,
It
me and
gets
Tierney,
worse than
yeah,
you.
she's exactly right. No, I'm
Hey,
not the.
chocolate.
Hey, who else up there?
It
Who
gets
that be?
worse.
You
Who
got
that
Lauren
is?
up
Hey.
here.
Hey, what's good? Yeah. So
And by
maybe
the way,
it makes
I'm gonna let my
I'm a
dog
little
out real quick.
wilder. All right, we're. Anyway, how are you guys doing this
Yes,
evening?
my
Like,
Good evening.
please don't rub them the wrong way. They get a little sensitive. I'm just letting you know
No,
what's going
baby,
on in
that's
the
just
room.
you rubbing us the wrong way. It's just
who
you. Stop
rubbing
being
somebody
ridiculous.
wrong?
You think
Who
I'm
It's just you.
do I need to teach a
Because the
class?
last
I
time
could
you came
teach
in here,
y'all.
we had to get you together the last time because you told us we hate
I could
women and
teach you
we
how
had
to
to let
rub
you know we
somebody
don't
the
hate
right
you.
way.
Oh.
I'm
That
sorry,
was
Chef.
let's
Go
be
on.
clear,
I'm
Timmy.
sorry, baby.
That was our
She
introduction.
think every nigga is the
Hold
nigga
on.
that
You jumped
wronged
on
her.
the panel and said we hate women. We had to let you know we don't hate you. That was our introduction. So you be up here starting this shit, but I ain't
talking
mad
about
at you.
chocolate.
No, you. I ain't never
Me?
had a problem with you. You. It was
You
you.
hate women. I don't.
It
Mexico
was you.
chocolate on the
Damn, I
Just
bus.
came up
kidding.
here and I'm already in trouble. I ain't even did
No,
nothing.
no, not you. Not
Nah,
They
you.
were
Not
talking
I'm
you.
about
just
chocolate
me.
was.
messing. I'm just messing.
Nah, but that was our
So Tierney, that
introduction.
bitch in my dad twice. She done called me masculine. I don't know what to do.
Well, I don't
You
know.
know what?
He's
Lord.
on the roll.
Outside of Auntie Sherry, I've never had a back and forth with any woman in here before you.
Oh
Oh
God.
man, now
And I
your
just
mic
like
is
messing.
low.
I just like messing with Sherry because she a drunk and it's funny.
I
You sound
really believe
like
she JP
But you
wife.
come with some crazy energy without reason.
How you doing, LA?
a Gemini.
Oh
Yes.
Lord.
Okay, another excuse. Got it.
I apologize. I'm late. But what was the topic? I saw a white boy and a black girl on the thumbnail. I didn't know if y'all was talking
Oh,
about interracial dating or
Oh,
was that
I don't know.
over?
yes,
When I
white
came
boys
in,
Yeah.
love black
when I
women.
came
Yeah, that
in,
was a
it
topic.
was
I mean,
when I
we need
came
to
in, it was fuck LA because she like Asian dudes and me.
no, I happen to get which one. See, y'all tripping. See, when y'all be talking to
That's
your
all I
passport
know.
bros, you be like,
It
yeah,
was a
I
nigga
don't
mechanic.
care. Hold on, here we go, Chef. I got you.
find
I don't
love.
care if you a man and you look good. I don't care what language you speak. I get a translator. Get that meat. Hey, hey.
Hey
I'm
That
crying.
that other
LA
races
had a
of
nigga
men
in the
don't like
private
us
chat
is
going
not
crazy for
true.
30 minutes. She was
Yeah,
with an
other
Asian dude.
races love some
Why?
sensitive women.
I don't
Why?
know.
Because she said that she is willing or open to dating men outside of her culture. Black men been doing that. Why can't we do the same? We can't get a taste too?
Man,
He was hot about that shit. That's
who
all I
I
know.
got when they
Exacto.
very, very
Listen, I'm gonna
simple
tell you
question.
something. I'm gonna tell you something. If you do believe in a higher power, I do believe in dating in my culture. Hey, number one, if I could get my brother and all the packages that I like, yes, I'll take him first. But never am I unrealistic to the fact that we live in the United States. So you're gonna, depending on your lifestyle, you're gonna be exposed to all type of men.
Thank you. That's the point I was trying to say earlier. Like I was like, oh, obviously my preference, like first go,
Black,
yeah, black
black
women,
smoke.
but
Pull back up, man.
I'm
Don't start crying. Pull your ass
oh
back
There
up.
yeah.
is, there is a you in that. You're the, like he said, the common denominator is your lifestyle choice. Who you around
Nah,
is the type of black people you around.
It's not
So
my
I'm pro
choice that I
black,
run
but I'm
into some of
also
you
pro
niggas.
love.
If I can,
Listen,
I avoid a
will be
lot of
my
y'all.
go-to answer for any other complaints about women in this space moving forward.
I didn't hear you. Like, I'm
Who
It'd
sorry.
be a
complained
lot.
about the
It'd be a
women in the space?
no. It
I
just be
can't
a
hear you.
lot
I'm
of
sorry.
it'd be a lot of
Nobody up here.
projection. Okay, so chocolate because I decided like in my later 20s, to open up my options. Then is now it's like, oh, well, it was the people that you were, associating yourself with. Like I got curved by like everything didn't always work. It's just
No,
the
I'm not.
ones
I'm
we
not
get ones
saying that.
with.
I'm
Like it
saying
just
in
all these
general. I wasn't
little.
specifically talking about you. Because I don't agree with that. I think you went about your way because you went about your way on your own accord. I don't feel like, oh, well, she had a problem with black men, and I wasn't here for that part of the conversation, so I can't say that about you, LA. But yeah, no, it
I
happened.
like flying these niggas out, pampering them, and sending them right back to their mama.
That's a sugar mama love.
She done got her
That's
some
what
of that
I.
sherry juice.
If I had the money, I'd be a sugar mama.
Hell
Shit.
yeah, why not? Shit.
For
It's a
sure.
lot easier, and niggas need sugar mamas at all ages. So if you want a little young one,
Hello.
you can have you an old one, you can have you a middle aged one. You be like, Professor, I know you need your bills paid. Come on over
Hey,
here.
I got a young nigga
Yeah.
looking for a sugar
Uh,
mama now. I hit you up.
uh. I ain't
Um,
hating on
No.
nobody. Long as we, like I said, my only thing is with anything. If we get
long
to
as
the
stick to
place,
the streets.
you sharing bodies. I don't care how old you is. We need to go get tested. Just cause, just be safe. I'm investing my money, baby. It ain't, you know what I'm saying. Go in blind. But I'm just saying, like, maybe that is a little more masculine, but I don't think it demasculates men because I've invited dudes, taken guys out, you know what I mean? And
Chocolate.
they not less of a man to me. You know what I mean? That don't make sense.
Chocolate. You rather date them younger or older?
I date them all, baby.
Yeah,
They
but which
old
one you
enough.
prefer? You younger or older?
I can't choose
Please
because I done
say
had both
long, legal.
sides.
I definitely do younger.
Long as they legal.
I do.
No, hold on. Stop right there now. Cause legal 18, that ain't the truth for me. You need to have your full cranium developed. So for me, you gotta at least at minimum be like 30 years old. Like that's
For a
it.
man, yes, yes. For a man, yes. But I
30,
can't.
dog. I need your whole cranium. I need I need all your thoughts in there first before we go any further.
Yeah, but
But
my
I
man is
mean,
28, so I mean he ain't there yet. But I mean,
okay, Tyranny, I see you out here around. I see you out here, Cougar. I see you out
shit.
here. Snatch them up. Take them back to the clubhouse. Hey,
The
hey.
clubhouse. Nah, I can't go that far back.
What? You could call it whatever you want. Shit. I'm like this. It should be a fun process, but I understand with the stresses of everything else, society, what we want, religion, all that kind of stuff. Instead of us just enjoying each other's company, if it gets to the sexual part, like once you over 30, like you need to know whether or not I am open to having that or not. Be honest about what you like, what you don't like. You know what I mean? I guess, and that was something it was so crazy because I was watching this documentary and it was just talking about like couples and shit that when they sat down and really told each other like what their preferences were, their relationship was way better. It went up like 50% in comparison to other couples who weren't telling significant other, hey, I want this or I like this about you or I want us to do da 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 on the weekend. Like we make it so complicated and put all this shit in the middle when it really should be about you and that person.
Yeah.
I'ma
No,
have
but
fun.
there's
Yeah, I ain't on
still
that.
boundaries. I know you like to have fun. I understand, but there's still boundaries. Chocolate, okay. I mean, I don't care if you and her want to, swing titties and balls all day. There's boundaries. There's things we not
If you
supposed to.
got enough money, you ain't gotta go nowhere. There's no there the boundary but the boundaries come in between again the two people. That's all I'm saying. Like when I say have fun, what I mean is I want to be able to laugh. I want to when I say fun, it don't mean just naked fun. I'm saying like to have a conversation, to have let's play a video game or whatever game or chill or whatever, talk shit, watch trash TV. Just things that stimulate you. We can go outside and play if that's what you want to do. But again, it comes with the communication. It comes with telling each other what you like and what you want. That's all.
I got
You
you.
know how to rebuild a motor.
And let's let Blue Jay to the stage.
Little J. Oh, hey, Little J.
Hey, what's
Hello,
up,
hello,
Blue?
hello.
Sorry,
Hey,
get my headphones on
Little
real quick.
J.
Well, morning.
What you got on the topic, Blue?
Okay, let's see. Hold on. Give me just 1 second. Sorry, I should have put my headphones up first. But
Blue, tell how these black men really love them some caucus women and how they can just
Oh
do
my gosh.
nasty stuff to y'all.
oh
Let's
my
just be
gosh.
honest. Let's just be. How many of our men are in your box, bro? Like not box, coochie box. I mean like your DM box.
Oh no, I don't like. Okay, are you guys
You
okay
don't like
now?
black men?
Wait, no, still not.
Yeah, we can hear you, Blue. Tyranny, come
I
on, let
mean,
us
I mean,
get comfortable. God
I
damn.
don't feel like. Oh yeah, it's okay. She and I talked before actually, but I don't. I'm
Start
sorry.
calling her run them off shouty.
Yeah.
Tyranny Rowdy.
It's just my
Like I
headphones. I
said,
think.
I've been knowing her a long time. I know. Listen.
I just want to know. I thought we
You
was
ain't
all
bought
supposed
her a
to
leash.
like
You
women
ain't
that
bought
are
her a leash
together.
yet.
Maybe that's just me.
Hey, listen. I'll
We
run
used to
this to
fight, but
you.
now we get along.
Oh, that's always the good thing. All right, now I'm muting up. Y'all
Me
got
and
it.
Tyranny. I'm joking.
No, what you said? I
No,
didn't hear
she's
you.
cute.
I
I always
can't
thought
hear
she's cute. Okay, can you guys hear me better?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So basically, it's just a synopsis for me. I think that people need to find people with aligned ultimate like goals. You know, it doesn't even have to be about, do you think you're going to want to marry me? It's like, you just talk to people and like, do you see yourself like with a family or like, and you kind of ask like what they envisioned even as a young age, because those values are very ingrained at like a core level and they're very difficult to change even if we want to change them, but most people don't. So I just think that's where people go wrong. But
right. And Blue Jay, no, for real though, how many black men be in your inbox?
I don't have people inbox me. Honestly, I don't even use like. The only thing I post on Instagram is like. Like they're vastly different. I mean, one of them's like kind of the nice, like make me dinner, kind of guy, like real sweet. The other one is kind of, he's very funny and like cool, like we vibe. But he was more, just not a. Like I mean, it worked at the time because I wasn't really trying to be serious with him either. But he wasn't the type to be like, I'll be here at 7 and then be there at 7. He'd be like showing up at the door when he wants. I'm like,
Late,
you
So
gotta
you
give
said
me a heads up.
so you saying that the black guy was showing up late?
Yeah, one of them. No, the other one, like I've dated two seriously, like you know what I mean. Like I've obviously like kind of met and maybe the initial flirting at not go far type thing with other black guys. But I just think that not all
Like when
men
you
are the
were
same of any race. There's white guys that act.
right. People most people always got the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? But when you dated outside of your race, right? Was it like in your younger years or like later on?
My whole life, like my very first serious boyfriend was actually Asian. He was like
Okay.
Vietnamese and Laos, and then I've most recently dated like Latino guys for some reason. Just like the last couple guys that kind of
Let
met,
a
but
real nigga come mess your
they're
credit up.
they don't really. I have a little bit hard time with the culture because it's more unspoken, and you're just supposed to like, I guess, wait until you can't like bother them. And that's not going to be me. I'm going to be like, hey, what's up?
What you mean, like Hispanic guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So you
It's like
found it.
you're supposed to just be quiet.
So you found it more easier though to date within your race, right?
No, not necessarily. I would say the Hispanic machismo culture is like probably maybe the more challenging, but it's also really attractive if they do it right. But I think black and white guys for the most part are pretty much the same today. Asian guys are a little more serious. Arab, like they're a little more serious about life.
Take
But I
off
don't
my
see a big difference
boots.
between black and white guys, honestly.
So and we just using stereotypes just for the sake of the conversation, right? We know in every racial group is gonna have a variety of people, right? But you would say in general, right? Most Asian guys are more like married minded than other guys.
Yeah, just more structured. So they're going to call you when they get off work, and it's going to be like 6:30 or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Just more kind of consistent, which depending on what you're looking for at that time, it could get boring or it could be fun. It just it could be reassuring. So I think that comes down again to finding what it is that, and we change. Sometimes we don't want anything serious, like Chocolate was saying, and that's, we've all had those phases where if somebody tries to get serious, it's like, whoa, hold on. You're creeping me out. But then other times we want to get serious when they're like, oh wait, I can't be messaging you at work. Like, why you ask me what I'm doing like later or something, stupid stuff like that. If you're just trying to confirm and they're like acting like you're trying to trap them, it's like, okay, you know what? I'm good. Like,
What you said, Tierney?
I was going to ask Blue Jay, like, I'm gonna be honest, because I be on these panels, but does your family feel some type of way when you bring home the black man? Like, do they be like,
No. In fact, I was just in Costa Rica. Like the captain, this like catamaran thing. It was me and my family, and he's Costa Rican. Like,
But
I
so
came
your
back on a date
family's
with him later. They left him.
so your family's open. What about your and show so the TMBN in the chat. What about your friends' family? Like, and I'm talking about like your Caucasian friends, yeah, because I know you probably got friends at different walks of life. You know what I'm saying? But do you notice that as a thing that people family don't be accepting of their offspring significant other, like whether it be like a man or a woman coming home with a interracial, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you come home with a white girl, or no, let's say your brother come home with a black girl, or you come home with a white girl, right? Do you see that as like still a thing where people be shunning people based on their race, like their family and shit?
I actually think it's more other races that have more in preference or in like racial preference. Like for instance, this one I'll give you a good example. I think I was and we were like, he was on the two I was like more serious with, but we just became friends and like talked stuff. And like one time we were just chilling and he said my mom would like turn over her grave if she knew I was hanging out with a white woman. I was like, what? It like kind of surprised me. I was like, no. And he's like,
You
yeah.
see,
And I'm
that's
like,
crazy because I always thought like more white people family would have an issue with that because I live down here in the south. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's true. See, I live in the West. So I live in Utah, so we have a different. Like here, the area I grew up
I
in.
believe
Now
you.
it's like 30% white. It was like 50% probably when I grew up, but there's like a lot of Polynesian. So I have friends that are like, I'd say at least 25% of my friends that I was like close with growing up are in interracial marriages, or like maybe had, like my best friend, he's talking that he had like a baby in college with a white woman. Now he's married to a Polynesian woman. But like another friend of mine, she's married to a guy that's half Japanese and half Hispanic. So so just here it's not a big deal. But I know what you're saying. But so no. But
What about
Asian people, they kind of want people to be other
what
Asians.
about LA and Chocolate? I don't know if Chocolate I wasn't here if y'all asked her if she dated outside her race, but LA, when you dated outside your race, and even Tyranny, either one of y'all, because y'all dated
Don't be
outside your race.
broadcasting that. That's not something I'm
Oh,
proud
my
of.
bad, my
I
bad, my
don't
bad.
care.
By the way.
Yeah,
But I
well,
was
then
gonna
you
ask
can.
I was gonna ask if your parents or if your family like acted a little bit different than when you dated somebody within your race.
Yes,
My
I
mama
went through
turned
that.
into a coon. She turned to a coon. She was like,
Oh
"Oh
well,
yeah,
no, I'm gonna let. No, that ain't what happened.
oh
Your
yeah."
mom, your mom did what? Come on, man. Do it to your
Bro,
mom.
listen,
Hold
I'm
on, wait.
My sister was engaged to a Mexican guy for
okay,
so
so I'm not
they
part
were
of the
happy
nation.
for her.
So I know if you're over there, you get excited when I'm with the Hispanic, but you don't get excited when I'm with a black man. Why? Because really,
But why doesn't it? But
you don't love
tyranny,
your own people.
tyranny.
Yes.
But why does anybody? Nobody has to give you that validation, baby. You get who you get. Like the real world says, we live like to what Blue Jay said. Yes, black men and white men in this country kind of ride on the same wavelength when it comes to dating. Well, yes, when you start dating dudes is like East Indian, like from Ghana, or they here from the Dominican Republic, or they from somewhere else. You know what I mean? It's just a part of the makeup. But
So you're saying
again,
it's more a culture thing than a race thing? Because that all you said was like
yeah,
Western
because
culture.
culture, yeah, culture, because really nothing else separates us. Because
Yeah, black
outside
and white people are
of
like same culture. I mean, in most ways.
they're
I feel.
the we are the but we are the main cultures in the
On the
land
Western
still.
world, on the Western,
Yeah,
yeah.
in the Western, yeah, in the UK and even here in the United States, radio, music,
No,
television, movies is dominated by two different races.
absolutely. They are not equal to us. No disrespect, Blue Jay.
That's not
No,
what
that's
I'm
fine.
That's
saying.
not
I
the
didn't say
conversation.
equal. I
I
didn't
I
say
just think that
equal,
whoever
Turney.
says white
not
men
in
are these
this.
providers and they're so stable and they're
They
so
are
nice,
raised
they have never
differently.
dated white men, clearly.
We
No,
are looked at
tyranny.
There's a lot of
No,
slaves
wait a
living
minute,
out
wait a
there.
minute. Tyranny, what she's saying is that the Western culture is predominantly influenced by black people and white people.
Yes, that's all.
No,
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
We
think
all
about it.
right.
we founded
I
the
don't.
country like
there
together,
might be
like
a
black
few
and white people.
little.
Everybody
There
else.
might be
Yeah, I
a
don't
few
know
little.
what the argument is.
There might be a few little different Caucasian people, but overall, they think the same. They're raised
But
differently.
you
No,
don't know.
that's
Even
like
those
saying
men
we
all
all
agree.
think the same. Tyranny, you know we don't all think the same. What you talking about,
And
girl?
we don't even think like our parents that
You
are
old enough to know better.
are their
I know
parents.
that.
You get right old enough to know about out here in Texas. I know it's better. Y'all up there in fairy tale land.
People say Texas.
Where
I hear that.
in
I don't
other
know.
parts
Maybe
of the
you
country? I'm sorry. Did Texas become an island yesterday? Y'all own government now? Like, get
Yes,
out of here, Tyranny. You playing?
yes.
Now
Texas
you
has
And there's
trolling.
a
always
lot of
their
people
own
in
government.
Texas that don't think
I'm in
like that too.
Arizona, Tyranny. What is you
That's
talking
another
about?
thing. Y'all
Okay,
live
so
in
you're not by me. I'm in Utah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
when you
different.
said that, you can't say it's a. You listen, your state crazy. You got a governor. Hold on. You gonna say I'm in a nothing state, but at least my governor can walk on both legs. Like
How
your
did
governor is
this
still rolling around. This nigga pretending like he got legs. No, nigga, you ain't sitting down all the time. No, your government is insane. Texas government is
and
insane.
so is his people, the Caucasian race.
Well, it doesn't matter,
I'm
Tim. That
not,
wasn't
but
really the point. The
Tierney,
point was
yeah,
men.
like
But y'all not gonna convince me that Caucasian people are not racist. Stop that
There's
shit.
like what
how do you,
130
Level as us. That's all I'm
million white men. You think they're all stable
girl? You've
providers?
been drinking too much of
No,
this
I
YouTube
don't.
juice,
But
girl.
I have
Stop
the
it,
You can't
Tierney.
categorize like that many
protection for the
people.
protection of the collection. That's a root
No,
cause.
we act the way our parents treated, like taught us. If a
Tierney
man is going to treat
trolling.
a black woman
Go.
bad, he's going to treat a white woman bad,
Okay, anyways.
and vice versa. I think it's about
I
the
just
way they
don't
view
know. Okay,
women. Period.
let me ask this question. Tyranny, what fucking street are you going down? So we know where we at. Cause I'm gonna pull over. Cause I don't know what the conversation going. Cause you talking about white folks convincing you. I don't care about convincing you whether white folks is racist or not. Did nobody say that? That's why I said you drinking that
Yeah,
YouTube juice.
wait a minute, Tyranny. The conversation was how does your family react to you dating interracially?
Right.
Yes.
That's
So
what
my mother, my mom told me I could. My mom was never really like, don't date outside your culture, but she was always like, date anything but a man of European descent.
Caucasian male. Sure.
But she knew her daughter wasn't listening. I'm going for all. Don't tell me not to do something because I'm gonna do the complete opposite
You're a bull. Ain't you a Taurus?
all day, baby.
Okay. Y'all don't listen. And my daughter, she's a Taurus.
Yes, I do. I
No,
listen.
you really don't. But
Why? Because I don't listen to y'all. That's what that is.
Well, at some point we gotta not listen to what our parents say anymore. We're grown ass adults. Like, it doesn't matter
Exactly.
what they
Like, what you think? How long you think I was gonna listen to my mama?
You never listen to your mama because you're a
How you
bull.
know? How you know, Tyranny? How you know? You know my mama?
I know you a Taurus.
Yeah, that so. It's I mean, it's different. It's different, parts to that. Anyway, my mama told me this. My dad dated white women. He dated Asian women. So, but my mom always had a thing, yes, growing up, we did hear that a lot about not trusting women of other cultures, blah, blah, blah. It was more like, don't trust the women, but you can date they men. And I never got that process because I'm like, so you don't fuck with the women, but you gonna fuck they man. See, for me, it didn't make sense. So
That actually aligns with what that other guy said to me. Because he told me women
like
don't
that
like
shit
white women, and
crazy.
I argued with him. I'm like, no, that's not true. He's like, no.
First of all, that's what they hoping because men don't like each other. So they, of course, they gonna tell us
Damn,
they
that's
love to
cold
My
blooded.
black.
sister's best friend growing up was black. She came in all our
Listen,
family
let me
vacations.
say
I
right.
babysit her,
I
kick her
got
out the house. Like
mad.
my sister,
Lovers
we
of
never grow up.
themselves.
I was just like a sister.
Listen,
We never. I don't think. I think people are
but again,
overestimating race to like actually
yeah,
affect a
man.
person. It's just a
Well, it is. It's a part of it. Of course, it's gonna affect you. You know, we get that. But as a general, like if we generally saying this, I don't. I know a lot. I'm not any different than a lot of people who have worked in corporate side of the world. If you worked in corporate business or you ever worked public with the public, you done dealt with all kinds. And we don't live in a
That don't mean
cosm
we gotta go
anymore.
have sex with them. I mean, no
yeah. I'm
disrespect.
grateful I
I
grew
believe
up in
in
like a very
Tyranny, you married, so it
diverse.
don't matter. You having sex with the same man, nobody else.
but
So
I
if we
want
want to go out here spread our coalition love, you ain't got nothing to do with that. You ain't policing that. I'm just sorry. You're not doing that. I'm sorry. No.
you need to okay, just think the Underground Railroad. You think that's what we got?
What about it? I don't know. No,
What's
I'm
the
gonna tell you
Underground
right now,
Railroad? Is that Harriet Tubman?
girl. Tyranny. Hold on, excuse me, Jay Blue. Hold on, it's about to be a real
Oh,
black
you're fine.
moment
Yeah.
here.
Okay. I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
mute
real
up.
quick. Yeah,
Okay.
hold on, real quick. Tyranny, the fuck you talking about the Underground
So
Rail?
we're talking
What is
about
we doing up here? We supposed to be women talking about you talking about. I don't know her. I ain't never been a slave. I don't know what it like running and the dogs in the background with whips and shit. I don't know nothing about that. All I do know is this. No, I don't. So I'm not gonna sit up here and pretend like my life is just as hard as fucking Harriet Tubman was. Hell no. I would have
Well,
been
Tyranny, didn't
out.
you say you grew up with all white people? I'm sure they adored
I'd
you.
have been out.
I grew up
Are
with
you
all
serious?
people. And I mean, I was the only black girl in my city.
Oh, that's what's wrong. I'm
You know they
sorry.
loved you and you got attention, so
I'm
just you
Wait,
sorry.
wait,
know.
That's
what
what
You're
city?
it. I
fine.
Wait a
didn't know
minute.
that,
Wait a minute. I
Tyranny.
don't. Wait a minute.
Stop the cap.
Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. No. What city
That's
was
why I
this?
love Tyranny because I can see
I
the
want to know
light.
what city was this and what year you was the only black girl in this whole city. You know what I'm saying?
Black
What
girl.
city in America was this?
It
Where
was
you was the only?
Azle, Texas. And I never knew there was a country until I went to the country. And they all, no disrespect, but you guys grew up hillbilly first. And they all have that hillbilly mind frame. You know, they come from being a hillbilly to managers and district managers and whatever. But Caucasian people, they think pretty different, man. Y'all.
But didn't you and your friends, like for me,
Tyranny.
I don't think about, like I'm a lot like my friends. I actually live with like some of my Asian immigrant parents because I
But
live too far from the school. So I would have to like live with them during the week. And she came once, she was like 5, as a refugee from the Philippines. They like hardly speak it. So I live like literally in Asian home like all week. So a lot of my traits are from them. You know, that we
that's
grow up around our
culture,
environment. It's not
right?
necessarily
That's
ingrained in our
culture.
exactly.
It is environment. It's both nurture and nature. It is not a
That
versus.
that's why I don't see why Tyranny would she know.
Look at
I
those
mean, I would imagine that
Okay,
you have a
hold
lot of
on.
friends.
Tyranny. Get it out, Tyranny, because I don't know where you're going, sis. We want to support you, but I don't know what you're talking about yet. So
I'm talking
go
about
ahead.
interracial dating, and it's not
Are
a good
you?
thing when we go into it because they think the same. Their basis
Who?
of our people is pretty much, even if they're cool like Blue Jay. Blue Jay is like a bird. Blue, blue. She's cool, right?
We don't know if she cool. She could get off here and be like,
Oh, I
man,
can.
I'm just
Tyranny and
messing with
I,
you, Blue
we
Jay.
have
I'm
argued, but
fucking
we
with you.
joke around. I think Tyranny is adorable, but
No, Tierney
yeah,
crazy. She been crazy, but that's my girl.
she
I
tried.
always holler, but she off it. She off it like me.
She
Shit, we
wants to
just
be
go in
crazy
different.
so badly.
Yeah, you gotta be to come up here and talk. Like I know I'm nuts, like certified. I just don't get a check. Like, come on, stop it.
No,
But
Tyranny,
I'm
you're a
not
sweetheart.
knocking. I'm not knocking you, Tierney.
Thank you.
But
And the men
but
were crying earlier. Like, damn,
but
our girls don't
but
even
we
act
gon' we gon' table shift that 1950s talking points. Okay, we
Tyranny,
gon'
one time you were up, I saw a really genuine moment for me. I can't remember his show you're on, but like somebody was talking about, might have been Freezies, and they were talking about the Carmelo Anthony thing and talking about kind of like, well, you know, and you were like the sweetest, genuine. You said like 2 wrongs don't make right, and like I could just see that, like your real heart. I know you're a good person and
facts.
sweet.
Thanks, Blue Jay. Thanks.
Oh,
ladies' night. This is what it's about. Not all that. Oh my God.
Oh my God, what? I was
I'm
fucking
telling you,
around.
men were bitching earlier. Like,
Well, we ain't got to worry about the menses. We only got 2 up here. Hey, menses.
and
So
I'm
let's
like,
see. It's
saying,
DJ. He the helping. He the host man,
where's the
along with
music?
Miss LA, and then we got Vitos. Ooh, I'm old.
Bato.
But
Vatos, Bulldogs. What's
Pasó,
up?
papi, ¿qué pasó? ¿Dónde es tú?
See, speak English. You in America. This is America. You speak
And
English.
she learning, huh? She learning the culture. She learning the culture.
No, Tierney
yeah,
was just on some
She
Black
about to
Panther
make
shit
pozole and
2
tamales for
seconds
Christmas, dog.
ago. No,
oh
no.
god, sorry.
Hold on. Listen, Bato, give her all the credit you like. But right then, I'm not. I'm calling Tierney's ass out. Because I was just 5 minutes ago. She was on some Black Power, Black Panther, fuck your shit. Now
Right.
she like, que paso? Now get out of here. No, Tierney, no. No, you're not getting away with it, baby. That's called keeping people accountable, baby.
They
Well,
love it.
tyranny, I would
Like,
guess
oh,
that
yeah,
where your
more.
parents chose to live, they probably don't share like
I like
the
it.
mindset of, like all white people are racist, or I don't imagine
Nah,
they put you in that
yeah.
environment, right?
Whatever. No, wrong. Y'all not gonna convince
Okay.
me otherwise.
Let's
Listen,
not convince her.
you guys are
What
cool with
time is it?
Let me explain. You guys are cool with us. We're cool with y'all. Sure. But y'all know that, well, you think, that we are lower than y'all.
No, I don't think that about. I don't spend my time worrying about what you thinking until
Exactly.
you talk to me.
I'm
Not
talking
you, Tyranny. I'm
about
talking about men in general.
men.
Period. Like when you go out and date. Now, I don't know how you met your man, but
I
when
met him
you
when
go,
he was a waiter at a job.
okay, great. You met him out there, out in public. Some people still do that. Some people meet online. Some people have matchmakers. Like the connection of the internet has given us the opportunity to have options galore. Some of us don't need options, but some of us, that's okay if you have them. But my point is this: it's 2025. I think we got more pressing issues than what color that peen gonna be. Like, who cares?
Right.
Well, did you know you only manifest, or like what would basically show your ancestors' physical traits for 5 generations, because it halves each time. So like you have
Yeah,
50
I
of your
got you.
mom's, 50, and then after 5 it goes down to like 3.5%. So
Yeah, that's why a lot of white
technically
folks
five
is finding
generations
out they
ago,
black. Yeah, the
I
people have
mean, we
been
could,
lying.
yeah, if we didn't know our history, and I could have been black 6 generations ago, you guys have been white, we wouldn't even know, because we could have changed. That's only how long you show your traits. Obviously we know that's not
Absolutely
true,
not.
but no, that's, I swear to God, that's, look it up. We carry our mother's
Tyranny, ain't nobody
maternal
doing it.
DNA forever,
Y'all
since the
talking
first
about
woman. But
watering down.
physical traits, no.
You cannot water down black, okay? And you cannot water up white. I mean,
If a
black.
biracial person married either a
I
black person or a white
apologize,
person for four
Blue
more
Jay.
generations.
I know y'all having a real conversation, but hold on real quick. Tyranny, what the fuck did you say? You just say you can't do what now? You can't water down black and you can't water up white. Is that what you just said right now?
We were all black originally. How is that even possible then?
Now, Blue Jay, that ain't it, baby. I'm trolling her. I'm just
No,
fucking
I
with her right
actually
now.
believe that. I believe we all came from like around Kenya, and then people migrated, and then because actually, if you look at like human migration genetically, they can tell when change. Like the first migration was to like the northern part of Egypt, and they got a little bit light. So it's
You
a
good?
direct correlation to the distance from the equator. They can
Who was
actually
that?
tell.
Y'all didn't get that.
It's
You
just
guys
self-preservation. You have to like protect your to
No,
live.
if you got something to to rebut, go ahead.
I just watch a lot of nerdy science stuff like that, so I don't
Mejora
care
la
about like all the
raza.
race stuff.
Make your
But
race better, you know?
Said came from around Kenya, right? And migrated out.
yeah,
So
Ethiopia.
so
Okay,
do
so you
you
part of the
agree
white
with that?
Africans. Hold on, Blue Jay came over here on that Trump membership.
No, my family actually was in the Levant first, so and then they went to then they became Vikings. So they went clear from like the Middle East, like but so I actually have like dark hair and kind of more olive, like if I can get really tan, even though I'm white in my picture, but so not all like I mean, but they can tell because everybody shares the same DNA as like those people in the area, but as people, they can what do they call it? Like I forget, but it's basically the chromosomes, kind of have their first mutation, and it's like marked, and that's how they can mark mtDNA, which is the mitochondrial, which is the mother side, and they can trace that all the way back. So people that have migrate out will have adaptations, but they'll still contain all of the same intact DNA as the people originally. And it's not like, the sub-Saharan really dark. It's like, it is, but it's like more of the east side of Africa and kind of middle top, like about 2/3 of the way up. So it's like where they. And then as they moved, so even if you go to South America, you're at the same level in the equator. Those people will tend to have the same skin color, like across the seas, because it just goes according to the the equator.
Got you. DJ, you got some music, bro? We want some music on Ladies' Night.
Yeah, I got ya covered. Well, it should be some background music. I guess we covered the interracial divesting topic. And being interracial dating is actually different from divesting. It's not the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that means open. Like that time, if someone has a cute smile, they have a cute laugh, they're nice, they're funny, we get along. That to me is any race can have that. Like that doesn't matter. But divesting is like purposely seeking out, right?
Yeah, divesting is actually not just seeking out, but it's like you divorce your race. You like, I'm not fucking with y'all no more. I'm moving on. That's what divesting is for the most part. But interracial dating just means you open the dating outside your race.
Yeah, and I actually came up here more to talk about like the men thing than like the race thing, but it just happened to be when I got here. But I think men expect women to follow more too blindly. I think it's almost like we have to have some expectation of what's next, even if it's not, marriage or but there has to be like a certain amount of reassurance and stability that we feel. And a lot of men don't do that. And then when women start acting quote unquote crazy, it's because they're lacking in like giving us, the guidance that and kind of the layout to follow and proving like with just little commitments that, okay, cool, we're on track, we're in this together. And I think that's where the confusion comes. Men expect women just to like give up their, and then in the same sentence they'll tell them, well, all you have is your looks, but we're supposed to just wait and hope, and so that's what it's important to find out what people truly want.
I don't think men want women to give up their autonomy. I don't think that's.
No, I was talking about their youth, like
their youth. Okay.
Yeah, because like you guys were mentioning someone for 13, and you guys got married, which is cool. But in some cases, you see women and like, oh, we lived together, and then we had a couple kids, and then I kept, hoping he'd marry, but like he never truly believed in marriage. So,
I mean, but if you gotta give somebody an ultimatum, I don't see if you want to get married by a certain age, you know what I'm saying, and the person you with ain't aligned with that shit, either you compromise or they compromise, but something gotta give because y'all clearly on two different pages. You know what I mean?
I just don't even think it should get that far. I mean, for me, if like I've been married. Like I was married I was with my first husband for 11 years, so we have 3 kids. So, like I understand that process, but I do plan on remarrying. Like if it happens eventually, no more kids. But at the same time, I would kind of feel out somebody when I'm getting to know them, like how they foresee their future. What do they want? Are they like the grandpa kind of guy that wants the big Christmas parties, or are they like they want to travel and be free and maybe switch up women? They're not sure. See, that's to me is just like,
I mean, in conversations, people should see if they are aligned. But I was just talking about this specifically the marriage thing. But I think what are y'all talking about? You know what I'm saying? To not know shit like that, because in conversation shit like that should arise. Like, what do y'all see yourself in the future, or what kind of like things you like doing? Because that's initially how you get to know people. You talk about like what you got in common and what you don't got in common.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay,
And it doesn't even have to be specific to yourself. It's just more of a general
there's
conversation,
boundaries
right?
that we can't cross. I mean,
What you
it
mean?
is what it is. I don't care how much you like the person or not. I think a lot of us would agree that crossing the racial boundary is not going to end up positive more times than not.
Yep.
What you mean?
I don't see that.
I mean, this is no disrespect, but I do
I have
believe.
friends that are married 20 plus years in interracial marriages, so I don't.
What,
So you
what
with a
you
black
mean,
man right
tyranny?
now. You're married to a black man.
What?
You're currently married to a black man.
No, I'm not married.
Oh, I thought you said you were.
I'm divorced. No, I've been married to myself. My second. So after I was with my
Divorced
first
from a
husband
black
for
man.
so long, and I got remarried after 3 years of being divorced, and I thought I knew like what husbands do. Like, okay, this is how they act. This is how guys act. Because that's all I knew. And then he was just more kind of, cause a fight just so you could like disappear for the week. I'm like, oh, I'm not doing this. Like, so that didn't last long because I already knew what was acceptable and what was in my mind. So I'm like, yeah, we don't have kids. Let's just go.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just want to know.
Are you looking to get married again?
Yeah,
So wait a
I'd
minute.
like to.
What you said, tyranny? My bad.
No, I was asking too. She said yes, she was married to a black man.
No, I wasn't. No.
Oh.
I dated like one black guy I dated for 2 years, but it wasn't like we lived together or anything.
But you're looking to
Okay.
get married again, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like that's
Yeah, she said
ideal.
married but not kids. You know
But,
what I mean?
yeah, and I don't like. I'd rather be happy than be married than be unhappily married. So I'm not seeking for, it, but I think that's a good life. I imagine as my kids get older and they have kids, like my youngest is 16, so kind of wait until he's like done with high school, and then I could, it opens up a little bit more
I'm
options of
guessing
like
you're
freedom.
early 30s.
No, I'm in the early 40s.
Oh shit, you look so young. Right?
So
I have a daughter that's actually married. To be honest.
what's the best part about being married?
Oh, you just have like you got like your teammates, you got shared goals, and you pick each other up when each other is going through a time that they need a little more emotional support or even like physical, maybe like I would stay at home mom for 5 years, and then the other time I was work. So there wasn't just one way to do it. It was just whatever was best for us, at the time. So I think that like for me, I like that, knowing that I got like my best friend,
Right.
by my side,
That's what I was gonna say. I think it's the person. The person makes it the best part of marriage.
Their commitment, their loyalty. That's what my second husband. When I noticed that was kind of lacking, and then he would like, he's the one that's like, no, but you're my wife. I love you. You're giving up on us. Like,
right.
You gave up. Like, I'm not. I already know what it's supposed to kind of be like, and I imagine myself having grandchildren, and he probably already has kids, and we just love our grandkids, and then we go on vacation and shit like that.
I was just saying, like, the person makes marriage great because marriage is not easy. It's pretty hard. Right. Okay, I mean, it's a lot of commitment, staying, struggling, knowing that you can make some money somewhere else, but you're being faithful and loyal to you. A lot of our men are dealing with background issues. We're dealing with baby mama issues. We're dealing with can't keep a job issues. So it's a lot being a wife, sticking by someone that's out there struggling. Even if you got money, now I have to sacrifice with your time. Like they said earlier, I work, I got to bring the money. So, okay, well now, it's not easy being a wife. But if you have a loyal, loving partner, just someone that's just going to be there for you like Blue Jays did, I mean, that's what makes marriage great.
I just know that it's not
you don't have
so
to answer
frivolous.
this, but did you file divorce twice, or did the man?
No, actually, so my first one, we were kind of naive. Like, we were just like kind of at this, I don't know, standstill. It was just had a couple of little things, actually no infidelity, but just like a little rough patch. So we decided to separate, and I will admit, it was kind of my idea, and he didn't want to. He was like, no, people that separate get divorced, and I'm like, no, like I don't know what else to do because like I can't stay, but I can't go. So we were just like got him an apartment. My family helped furnish it. We still hang out and everything, but we're just kind of giving it a minute. And then, slowly, oh, this ex creeps back up, or oh, this guy, he's flirting with me at the gym. And then you start to get little problems between. And actually, what happened is like we had been separated for, I don't want to say like 9 months, and he, like, I wasn't innocent either, man, but I kind of thought, well, maybe we can like let this go if we're both kind of being, we got together at 19. So, but he ended up having a girl get pregnant, so he had to file for divorce because I actually was devastated, of course, because I wasn't. Yeah, I hadn't really thought that we would get divorced. I guess I don't know why. Maybe I was naive, and he didn't either. But I did say after being mad and crying, I was like, okay, look, we're married, we have 3 kids, like I'll help you raise the baby, like. And he said, no, you'll hate me. And I just kind of picture myself waking up in the night with this crying baby that's like not mine, and I would hate him. Yeah, so I was like, you know what? He loves me enough, I think, to like know that I would hate him and our lives would suck. So it was hard. I mean, it was kind of, but like I said, like, because we had been through the ups and downs and like really honestly didn't fight really hardly at all. We had like pretty functional, healthy marriage, I would say. So when my second husband was giving me the stonewalling and like, the gaslighting and just these like weird behaviors that I could just feel like I was in this whirlwind all the time. I'm like, oh, I can't live like this. I know I don't have to, so people can think, oh, well, you got divorced twice. It must be you. And that's fine. I don't care what people think. Maybe it is me too. I mean, I try to improve still, but it's like every situation is different. But I think communication and like just not trying to play with other people. Like people play too many games with people's hearts and like time. And I think that's, you don't have to. There's plenty of people that want the same thing as you. So just go find them.
Right.
That's facts.
So what do y'all take away from the show so far? Because we about to wrap it up and get on up out of here. Look like we this was a good show. We did get to get through all of our points. What do y'all take away from the show before we wrap it up?
I think, a lot. I agree, especially with the end of what Blue Jay said. You just got to find the person that's right for you. There is a difference between divesting and just being in an interracial relationship. Preferring something and pursuing that only, and just versus letting just things happen. So, yeah, I don't think that, I never really down people for opening up their options or just, going where they're appreciated. So that's pretty much what the whole point of this stream was. Thank y'all for not listening. But it's all good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that it ended up, I'm very proud of my 2 daughters. They're beautiful and smart and kind, and I'm very excited to see what they're going to do in the future.
Nice. How old are they? Like age range, if you don't want to say exactly.
11 and 12.
Are you gonna tell them to date
Oh,
black guys or date whatever
Oh
they
my
feel like
god.
dating? Are you gonna tell
that face is a little. She sounds
No,
like
she-
she
What
doesn't
they're
have
mixed.
Hey,
Oh,
hey.
so
Oh, okay.
what do you want me to tell them exactly?
So you
Besides,
Yeah,
want
my
to get
daughter's
mad if they
actually
brought a
married
date
Mexican
the
and
home
people
or
who
like a
treat
she
them
white guy
has
well.
home?
kids.
Hmm?
I'm so happy.
Date before you make.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
daughter's the
I
first
would
one that did that. I
I
mean,
would
honestly, I
definitely
had my baby first before I got married, and so did my mom, and so did her mom. So my
Oh no,
daughter's been
I'm just
married.
playing. I don't care.
She got
Girl.
married, and they've been married a year, and they don't have kids yet. They're planning it, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so proud of her.
No, but
Well,
that's a good point, Chocolate, though. Like, for real. Like, I would
but we
definitely
have to.
encourage them to get somebody that will commit to them
Well, here's the
before they
thing.
have a family.
We have to start asking the questions and asking them in the way to get the correct answer in the sense of dating, right? Because we'll go, we send people in, and everything we saying, yeah, I 100 agree, but we have to add that deep context to it. I know y'all be thinking I'll be out here just fucking around too, but I have been working on this dating site, like for real, and I've been working on, making it where like you can meet people in a spades room. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to have a conversation with somebody, you can continue to play spades, but talk. You know what I mean? But everybody's safe. You know what I mean? Nobody knows anybody's information. You getting to know each other. And before you even get to that place, you have to answer certain questions that's gonna bring that out. No, I'm not dropping no app. But the reason I did it is because of the things I've heard over the last 3 years about dating. I mean, people think I be joking, but literally it has been like a sociology and psychology, journey.
Well, it's like the Indian Matchmaker. I watched all those episodes, and they
Oh
really go
yeah.
off of what really is important because, like, when you get older and all that initial attraction kind of phase, you've got to have the same, you got to get along well and respect each other. And
But to your point, just your basics. But see, this is just like for me, I feel like in this space we don't have enough romance. We don't talk about sex enough. Even as adults, we up here in 30 plus up here still squirming because we can't really have a discussion about what men want or what women want in that terminology, intimacy. When last time somebody hugged you? When last time you hugged someone? When
well,
last
I
time
did
you,
kind of have a little,
you know what I'm saying?
a
Nah,
quick love
you
affair with a
nah,
Costa Rican captain of the catamaran last
They're
week.
hugging the
yeah,
But
cats and the dogs.
he's
nah.
supposed to
But I'm
come
saying,
here, but he is kind of acting annoying. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna sit and text you all day. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm a grown ass adult. Like, we can
right. Well,
FaceTime
this is
later or
what I
something, but
mean.
yeah, it's stupid. I can't do it. Like, for me, I cut things off maybe too quick, but I think I shouldn't say too quick. But I feel like if I'm starting to get that feeling of like, I don't, what's going on, and like, okay, so this is just one example. Obviously, I didn't put much stock in it. We just met, like, but that was my family, my parents. I'm like, oh, hey, like we're all hanging out and stuff. So it wasn't totally just some bar full, it wasn't like that. But at the same time, we lived far away. But when you feel a shift, I think a lot of the time we don't want to see it, so we put the blinders on, and it's like, well, wait, this is how I want to remember it when it was like in its perfect prime, and it's not that anymore. But people fool themselves, so that's like where we get in these like ruts, and then start to get mad and like resentful, and then it's the mess.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think romance is necessary. I think we need to have that conversation because how are we teaching anybody anything? We have we have to give you context. Like when my mother sat me down, was like, listen, this is not a healthy relationship. My mother said this to me. You and your father and I are not in a good relationship. This is not what you want. Then she said and told me why I don't want that. We leave a lot of that out with our kids. We leave that a lot out with our adults. Let me go back to that. Because we're afraid of what a person is going, how they're going to react. Because you feel a certain way. We don't want to be rejected. We don't want to be talked too crazy. But life is about risk. You take a risk every time you step outside your house. Shit. You take a risk every time you take a shower. Like,
And we do get
we
selfish, right? Like, we kind of tend to see only how it's benefiting me. How did you do something wrong? Like you said, you made me think this, and now you're giving me this vibe. So, like, me, and sometimes they might even be thinking that at all. And they might be like, well, and that's not,
well, right.
men or women. So
You jump into
sometimes I
that.
think we
Yeah.
kind of do.
All the time. All the time. We do it to each other, men and women both. And then we miscommunicate, we assume, then we get in I like when people say this, fifis, and then blame the other person. Well, the conversation can only go as well as the two people having it, right? And then you got the coping mechanisms. Like people think I be yelling. You ain't never heard me yell. I'm just loud. Like
You
my
definitely be yelling. For real.
No, I don't. Anyway, you
Well,
ain't heard
sometimes
me
it's the
yelling.
audacity too. If someone's kind of trying to lie or be shady, it's like, you don't think I
Girl,
get
I
something
give
else?
you
Just like be real, and I'll just
that.
move right along. I don't need like, I'm just
But do
listening to
you?
words, and the
Therapist said,
actions are
the
kind of
therapist
not
said
lining up.
sometimes it's good to give yourself a space, like have some time
And
to chill, I
Yeah,
guess, for a bit.
totally.
yeah,
Yeah,
step
it is.
away. Give yourself a moment. But to the realism of all of it. When we talk about, I'm just talking about communication, just period. When we talk about, okay, the like, tyranny went to bed, huh? But what I was
She
gonna
didn't
say to
take it
her,
back? Or did she?
yeah, she did. I don't know if she's still here or not, but because I was gonna mess with her, because when I came up, she said, "Well, chocolate is more masculine than I am." You know.
She did. I didn't hear her say that.
But
Well, what is? Yeah, I don't like when women are called masculine. I think it's silly.
Here's the thing. In the early beginning of it, when the way it was being said to me, I thought it, was an insult. But then when I realized that the definition that they're using,
It's like assertive.
I'm assertive. I've been a provider. I have been a protector. I've had to hold down my whole household 20 plus years of my life without, you know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
think
Well, women
I don't
can find
believe
good
I
husbands.
don't believe that a lot of the guys that say women are masculine go that deep into it. I usually think is the main thing is over assertiveness. You know what I mean? That's what I think they be talking about.
Well, they think asking questions to like clarify, what do you want? Because this is what I want. And if we're not going to line up, let's just not do this. They think that they're supposed to just.
No, we supposed to read minds, girl.
Or yeah, or we're supposed to like just
ladies,
wish and wait and be quiet and just like if we get fucked over, then it's
No, you're
well,
not.
at least we were
But
feminine.
But you're not. You just there's other guys that appreciate the other side of it. It's just that the guys who don't want masculine women, you probably don't need to worry about them, and they the guys who could deal with a masculine woman. You know what I mean?
Well, and sometimes it's like what, like for me, it's like okay, if you want to call me on like a FaceTime video thing when you have time, cool, do that. I'm gonna sit and message it all day and then like wait for a response and then maybe goes for a few hours. I'm checking the phone. I don't like being on the phone for one. It's annoying, but so for me, I'll just be clear if this doesn't work for me, and it's like no pressure. Like we're good, but I just can't do uncomfortable situations for very long. I'd rather just be free of it. So
Yeah, I
for me,
don't think if you're in an uncomfortable situation, sometimes it might not be the situation for you. However, it's times that you gotta be. It's times when uncomfortability is necessary. It's just probably not the situation that you should be in. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, then you kind of have to check yourself and like, am I overreacting? Or yeah, I agree.
I think again, the other part of that for me is Can y'all hear me? Okay, still.
Yeah.
You're a little bit low,
great.
but we can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me turn this up a little bit. But what I'm saying is what I've noticed over especially the last 2 years. Let's just say the last 2 years, I've really been taking notes and focusing and listening to the ladies out here and the men. As far as not the men who are polarizing, not the women who want to sit on these pious tables. I'm just talking about regular conversation of, hey, if I was to look, where do we go? Where do you go hang out? Do you feel safe? Are you around a lot of people? Yes, all those things matter. But for us internet folk who are maybe looking for someone who is like us, that is not catered. So that's what I created. We just finished the back end of it, which I'm excited. So we're going to test out everything. And what it does is it makes it not clinical, like 1, 2, 3, 4, but to ask really invoking questions. So you really stay, okay, not just, I like walks in the park.
And it's like on a video so you can see body language and stuff.
Yeah, you guys can video, you can do all of that without giving up any information. And that was my thing. I wanted to make sure you didn't have to give no information and that we could host the size that would offer that, where it just brings safety all around for all parties involved.
Well, it's going to draw serious people because someone that just wants sex, they're not going to do that because why? They're not going to get it.
Well, here's the thing. You have to verify. You can't, this ain't plenty of fish. You here because you want to, you really here because your intent is to be here, not bother people. So that's it.
Yeah, those men that hire matchmakers, they pay like $50,000.
And
Yeah.
that shouldn't be the case. And see, and that was another thing too. I understand price is a part of that. How do you meet? Because I had a friend ask me, she said, well, even if you wanted to get back into dating, how would you even do it? I said,
I
child,
personally always meet in person, like at a gas station. I just met on the street.
yeah, but
But at the same time, a video thing I could maybe get with because when I first got divorced from my first husband, I tried online dating and like I think it looked fine as hell on the picture. We could have funny text and then meet for dinner. It's like something about you is just like off, and maybe it's not like rude, but there's a chemistry but you could tell that I think on a video, I would think.
I have to point this out, being that it's, oh, well, I guess it ain't ladies' night where y'all at still, because it's still Wednesday.
Yeah, it's the
here.
morning. It's Thursday.
But you know what I think is hilarious, though? Is married men speaking on what single men should date, knowing damn well they
Why
don't
you
ever pick. No, don't do
Why you
that.
talking about? Are you talking about?
Yeah, no, they started the same way, just
I didn't
hooking
say
up
nothing. I
and
didn't call
being,
nobody out. I
Okay,
just
okay,
made
okay.
a
Just
statement.
asking for
You
clarity.
messy. No, you're not. You messy. You
Yeah, they act
messy.
like they wrote like a business plan on what kind of wife they want and
You
why you
messy.
interviewed them
You
and shit. No, they just hooking up with someone and then they end up like falling into marriage eventually. Most
But
people, right?
I find it interesting that married men or men who are maybe in a relationship want to sit up and with all their chests and say things with like my issue is absolutes. Don't talk in absolutes. It's like what Tyranny was doing. Yeah, I'm talking about Tyranny. She was talking about, all people thinking the same way. I don't care. You can put that
Yeah,
in.
she turned it up the race, but she does that.
You can call that women. You can say kids. You can put anybody in there. That's not a cool statement. You feel me? So it's like those type of things are always going to be there. That's never going to change. But what you can do is offer people options who don't think like that. That's all. That's all that has happened is the evolvement of people providing options for people who think differently. There are men and women who are like in polyamorous relationships here in the United States all day long. There are women only communities in the same country, hidden. And no, they're not lesbians. These are single mothers who bought
And they do
land.
what? They
These single mothers.
cohabitate or something?
Yeah. They all raise their kids. Men are not allowed. It's a few cultures like that. A lot.
I always had 50-50 custody of my ex-husband, like right when we got divorced. So it was pretty easy for me to go date and stuff like that because, I had time free. I didn't, introduce my kids to anyone or even have
So
to like.
do y'all think? Don't y'all think married people are qualified to have this conversation?
I don't know. I was married twice. If I've been given all this advice, like.
No, I'm talking about successfully married.
Well, I was married 11 years. You think at 10 years, if I'm giving advice, they're probably like, she knows what the hell she's talking about, right?
I mean, I guess okay. It depends on the person. If I've taken advice from married people before, I've taken advice from married men.
They can give you advice how to stay married.
So
not
what
how
is
to stay married.
classified as a successful marriage? Does it got to be over a certain amount of years?
Exactly. Who knows?
No. I think a successful marriage is respect, trust, communication, intimacy, and the fact that y'all got a plan that y'all on the same level. Y'all want the same shit. Like I don't see
Like
this
you get
rocket
principles.
science.
Like
it's
before we
not-
got married, his dad was a pastor, so he gave us like, don't go to bed mad, and just little like tips. But read the Bible, pray together, like stuff like that. Those are things married people can get, but can they necessarily say what's out in the dating market, how to get this or that? No, because it's happenstance how they ended up together, right?
It's changed. Yeah, you've been with somebody 10 years. Being out the game 10 years is a long time. Things have changed.
Yeah, and if they got divorced, they might not find what they're looking for, or they might be like me, and I thought okay, this is how men act when they're married, I mean, and then get married, and it's like, wait, why is he like packing up a backpack and like causing a fight? And I don't hear from him in 24 hours, and he's been in Vegas like gambling and shit. It's like, what the hell? And now he's like back home, wants to be the family man again, seeing a daughter too. It's like, no, we're not doing it. Like, but I just assumed because my first husband would never have done something like that, so I just didn't even think it was a thing, you know. So I think they are a little overconfident on how much like they know, so they can be helpful by, you know, this worked for us or whatever, you know, but not in how to get
I
out
mean,
and
I
dating.
think
I
all
don't think.
advice. I think all advice should be taken with a grain of salt. But I just think some people may be more credible than others. You know what I'm saying?
And a lot
I
of them
mean,
got married young. It's a lot
Yeah.
easier.
but see,
Hey,
that's what I'm
ladies.
saying. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm getting ready to go ahead and drop a thank y'all so much for
Okay.
being up here. Blue Jay, I know this is your first time, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been up here. Have I? I don't think I've been on the panel. I was around for a while, but yeah.
Now you've been in the chat, but you haven't been on the panel.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks
All
for
right.
inviting me up.
Yeah, no, definitely,
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
come back. Chocolate, definitely, you know, thank you like always, sis. All right. Everybody else that came up on the panel, the fellas, Witch Doctor, I'll holler at you, okay?
All right, LA.
I'll hunt down
Appreciate
too.
you.
I know you're trying
All
to
right.
bounce, so
Okay.
All right, LA.
I appreciate you. I'll
Bye.
be around. Good night, guys.
All
Show
right.
over. Good night.
I mean, I'm letting. I got like 15, 20, 30 more minutes in me the most.
How you counted it out like that? No,
Is
I
that is
just
going
came
to
through.
stream?
I
Is
saw
it
you
streaming?
said. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
still
streaming.
out.
And it's still on over at Tyranny. Y'all make sure y'all hit Tyranny like button. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually working whilst I'm chopping up with y'all. I got some shit that I'm doing on the back end, some graphics and shit.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, man.
Nice. I like I said, I think that again, if representation was there for us as black folks, I think it wouldn't be this hard to define the things that we talk about out here. I think we trying to, we want to see what was available at that time. Like we have to see these things being played out, just the same way we see baby mama drama, or you 304s, or brothers flexing, or you out here checking another dude for his stuff. Like none of those things have changed in the sense of power dynamics. Somebody always want to be at the top. Somebody is cool with being in the middle or at the bottom, if that's what you want to call it. But a lot of it is, we talking about
But I
money.
do think it's needed. I do think hierarchy be needed in different scenarios.
You're never
You know
going to
what I
get
mean?
away from hierarchy. Yes, I agree with you completely. Because again, law wouldn't be created if man was so easy to deal with. You feel me? And I don't mean man like just men. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
the law was written, to stop people from doing shady shit. Like that's because people will do shady shit. It's the same thing within relationships. Like no one is saying, I'm not giving
No,
advice. You know what I mean?
and show the Rick in the chat. I'm not I never felt like I was part of the gender war thing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm a guy and I'm gonna mostly align or see things from a guy perspective, but that don't means I don't wanna hear the other perspective too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like I never felt but I ain't gonna hold you though. I am definitely exhausted with that shit, man. I'm
Yeah, me
exhausted with
too.
that type of
That's
content.
why I haven't really been. Well, I've been working on this stuff, so I'm excited about that because I got like this whole it's a 3-part thing. So you got the audio stuff, then you got the dating, site, and then you got something else I got cooking in the background. So
What question is that Windchime? What was the question?
he's saying
Yeah,
what is
Unc is Red Pill Ranger. Yeah, that is Red Pill Ranger. Unc be streaming. That's his new channel.
he said that he could get divorced today and be married by the fall.
Damn. I
So
wouldn't
here,
advise him to do that, but it's
but
possible.
this is what Unc said. This is what he just said in the chat. He said, I can be divorced today. I want to know what a divorce today is. And married by the fall. So that ain't even 6 months because we already in July. You're doing illegal things, sir. You're going to go to
Hey,
jail.
if JP could do it, this man could do it. If JP, you know what I'm saying?
Why do you keep bringing him up every time I come around here? I'm going to stop coming over here.
JP.
That's right. What the fuck, DJ? What the fuck was that shit with the black look? Bruh, you want me to come over to your house and fight
No,
you?
it was entertainment purpose. Y'all was
You want me to
just
come over
acting
and
out.
fight you in your
Y'all
face?
was actors. They were actors, y'all. They were It was a
I
skit.
wasn't acting. I was being me. No, Jay Prince is creepy. Always has been. He's a creep.
Yeah. And Candy Cane, the stream is gonna still be up. The stream is gonna be up still.
You looking for a queen, a
Y'all going to
stepmom, yeah?
bed then. Who? Wait,
Yeah,
but
I'm
hold
gonna.
on. Who got a stepmom? What?
No, he looking for a stepmom and
Well, y'all
a
should
queen,
do
you
a
know?
show. There you go. There the money right there. Find y'all the dudes.
Jay
Find
Prince
him a
find him a
lady.
queen.
Yes, there you
Right, right.
go. There go your money. Y'all do that for your boy.
But I don't think nobody gonna come up to try to.
You'll be surprised. You'll be
They
fucking
might they'll creep on
surprised.
the low in his inbox, but they ain't gonna do
No,
it in
that ain't
public.
true. That ain't true. Kendra G is famous for something. Because people don't care. Listen, yeah, now sure her numbers is big, but I remember when again, and people are still going up there. People still going to Pop the Balloon. Do you know how many versions of Pop the Balloon it is on the internet now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so many versions. The old people one. The old people one made me
That
sad
one
as
funny.
God. It was funny as hell, but so sad. I said I quit.
Their standards are high too, you know?
Yeah, the old people one was like, damn, they still holding on to standards they had since way back. You know what?
Yes.
You gotta respect the willpower. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
They dying with this standard.
I believe people should find love at any age they want to find it. Who is anyone to say
But you holding the same standards forever. That's some willpower for you. That's like, yo,
right? People don't stay the same forever. Life changes. The
that's
seasons
why
change.
that's why the dating standards should change.
Right. You should be honest with yourself first. What do you want? And that's why I said a lot of the questions that people have to fill out, they're about them. Like, what do you want? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? Because again, if you focus more on, oh, tell us about who you want, instead of tell us who you are so we can match you with people who really have your interests in mind. There are women out here. You want a traditional wife? I bet I can find you one. I bet you on the interweb, I could find you a woman in this country, attractive. But do you deserve that though? If you look like a monkey, don't just stop. You
But
look
some women don't care.
I
They'll take
care.
you.
If you look like a freak face, you gotta go. Love ain't bringing me here, buddy. Y'all, the lights ain't dark enough. Yes, it's some men that I have turned down because they look like mud and dove.
Yeah.
Like listen, I say this every time. My mother scarred me for life. She said, every man look at him because you
She
can have
trained her well.
she's the. I look at details. I want to see if you sickly. I mean, dudes can be sickly. Like, look at your man. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes, Maury. With other monkeys, though, Rick. Other monkeys deserve monkey love. Monkeys ain't asking for other love.
Yeah.
And
But there's other love that asking for monkey love.
Yes, and good for them. I'm just not in that box. I'm not. I don't check that. I'm shallow. So
Yeah.
that I'm gonna be real. I want to look at you. Why would I want to hang around you then? Look, I would only marry an ugly man if it was all about the money. Cause he already know why I'm with him, and he know why I'm with him, and I know why he with me.
This is getting kind of. Shows of the Ong be streaming. He said married people can help single people because we never stop dating. I have to date my wife daily and forever, still be funny, charming, romantic, etc.
Lies. The lies.
Lord
lies. Lies.
I ain't gonna hold you. Uncle and his family look like they got like a happy Joe. They probably pull pranks on each other and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know that man. I don't know that man house. I'm just fucking with him. But again, his dating advice is a little scary. That's all I'm gonna say.
But what I would say, how we be on these panels, it don't really reflect, like, you know what I'm saying? Is like, yeah, I think he come over here to get his shit off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I know they do. That's what they do, especially late night. I noticed that you get a lot of older dudes late at night because they
I mean,
white
as long as you're not JP, you can lie about it and get away with it. You know?
because your wife sleep. Miss Susie went to bed. I'm just playing, but if you're gonna sleep, go ahead and go to sleep, man. I ain't gonna keep you up. I just came up here, talk my shit, see what y'all was up to.
Appreciate you for coming through. Sound like you've been busy putting in that work. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying
I
to
need
work
to
it.
check out that dating spade site. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not looking for nobody. I just want to see the.
He's
I just
looking to
want to
host
check
it.
the work
Well,
out.
because what I'm gonna do is this: after we go live, I'm offering free advertising for like the diaspora.
Okay.
So we can, to me, I feel like, because as you get closer into the holidays, that money slow down on YouTube.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because people
However,
be having other stuff to do.
however,
What up, Ronald?
with this situation going on, the things that we have going on, this is a great time because there's not enough content being created at mass, because you got a lot more people who are getting their television from the internet. They do everything on their phone, on their tablet, on their computer.
Right.
So you have such a great opportunity. Like I was saying, like you could put movies on Amazon. You can motherfucking put shows and shit on Roku. Like, this is what I mean when I say we could, without no money, let's say $0, we could create enough stuff to bombard the internet with positive shit about Black relationships, Black love, whatever it may be, Black education, whatever. It could be flooded.
Okay.
These spaces are open. Pause. But these spaces are available, and so that's what I'm dabbling in. So I know the brother just came up. Nice to see you, Mr. 804. I'm right here till y'all say goodnight.
Hey, what's up, Chocolate? It's been a long time.
Long time, yes. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah. All right now. What's going on, sir?
What's going on with you, Doctor?
What up, bro?
Yeah, I went to sleep and woke up and y'all was still on.
You burning the aisle, the midnight aisle, man.
What are you on? 8 hours right now? Streaming?
No, I've been here like 5 hours, going almost 6, 5:50.
Nice.
I remember them early days.
Yesterday you got that money.
Them
You say
12
what?
hours. Them 12 hours
Yesterday
straight.
you got
I
that
remember
money.
early days because you was trying to get monetized. I was on
Oh
there
yeah,
too.
yeah.
I remember being up on the struggle stream. We up all night like, what are we talking about? What hour is this? Yeah.
Yeah, I was up. I was trying to get monetized. I was at work, streaming from work. You know what I'm saying? Got into trouble a couple of times.
Oh,
I was
no.
like, nah, I gotta get monetized, bro. Cause I'm persistent when I want something. I'm like, you know what I'm
Same
saying?
way. Same way. Don't tell me what I can't do, child. I'm telling you.
Right. As long as I see a way, even if the way is not working out, as long as I started a way, I'm gonna keep trying to find other ways. Cause I don't like starting and gotta turn back. You know what I mean?
That's it. You got to keep going forward. Like, yeah, you get stuck. Like, I have projects that are stuck. Like, I have to leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Boom, I got another one over here. Keep it popping. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. This brother might have something to say.
Oh, Ronald. Go ahead, Ronald. What you got?
I don't know, y'all. Okay, when I fell asleep, y'all was on interracial stuff. What did y'all do in the middle? Like about an hour ago.
I mean, for the most part, we talked about interracial dating and just dating expectations in general.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
well, I never really did the interracial dating thing, and me personally, I think there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's already difficult already to find somebody, as we could see. So if you find somebody to rock with you, that's another race. I think you should go for it. You know, I think, sometimes, you know, we always talk about, you know, if you date somebody else, if you marry somebody else, are you still pro-black? And some people say no, but you know, like I said, the hell with it. You go with whoever, like I said, we're willing to rock with you, and that's a beautiful feeling when you find somebody.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
gotta define, and we gotta start defining what pro-black is.
you
Because you
know,
could have a whole black family, but you'd spend your money elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? So what really is pro-black? Is it like multifaceted? Is it just one way to be pro-black? You know what I'm saying? We gotta start redefining that shit.
yeah. I mean, to tell the truth, I think like every time I hear people have that conversation, I always laughing in the background because, you know, like some people, like I said, some people think, yeah, if you marry a white person, if you marry somebody of another race, you're not pro-black. And like I said, me personally, you know, I always go from the Bible, right? And Moses married women who were not Israelites. You can't tell me he's not pro-Israelite, you know. So, like I said, go with whoever rock with you, and because there's a lot of I see a lot
Total.
of single people talking about asking people, you know, like always chastising people for not marrying somebody, you know, the same race. So, like I said, at the end of the day, find somebody that's willing to rock with you. It's like I said, it's a beautiful feeling. And I know sometimes people always say it might be difficult, but I think for the most part, like 90-something% of us, we want the same thing when it comes to a relationship or when it comes to family and stuff. Is that small percentage, you know, that we always think, oh, we won't be able to get along with somebody of another race, you know. But I think the first thing is respect. You know, if you respect the other person, you respect their family, you respect their background. You know, I don't think there won't be a lot of confrontation and stuff like that. It's all about respect.
Yeah, I think most people naturally gravitate to their own race when it comes to dating. But some people, depending on how they grow up, they might be exposed to other races, or they might be exposed to their own group in a negative way that make them try to even venture off to the other side. So I do think it's about your experiences.
Yeah,
Of
and I
course,
know.
it's a
Go ahead.
mixture. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a
You can
mixture
go ahead, Chocolate.
to what you guys were saying, and even from that standpoint here in the US, we do. I don't subscribe personally, but I know that we push this ideal that okay, we're gonna take everybody as they are, right? We know that that's not true. We shame each other for being, you know, we want to look at you want your man or your woman to look a certain way, but we don't focus on traits. This is why I was saying the focus should be on traits. Are you looking for a woman who is um I'm trying to think of a good one. I don't want to use the same ones I hear all the time. um who I'll just use this one. Integrity. Do you know the definition of integrity? Here's an example of what that looks like. Is that the type of woman you want in your life? And I think that, and not to take anything away from adults and say, oh, y'all stupid or you don't get it, but I think because we've always been focused on this, well, get yourself stable, then you get you a family, then you get you a husband, then you know, all of these things are supposed to fall in line. And what you have is a lot of broken people who had expectations given to you and you were lied to about how this all works. Because again, if we're not talking about traits, we've raised ourselves and raised other people to be like, oh, it's okay that you and your husband live in the same house, but y'all have nothing in common. Oh, but they stayed together for 50 years though. Do you think that was a fulfilling marriage for the people involved? Okay, so they had kids. That is fantastic. But we forget about the people who, I think, if they're in the best mental health, if they're in the best physical and spiritual health in their relationship. Now, I'm not saying that 100%. I'm saying healthy. That don't make you 100. You know what I'm saying? Like all of us ain't 100%, but if you healthy at some point, you ain't out here wilding, you ain't out here cheating, beating, lying, stealing, thieving, that kind of stuff. You're not belittling your partner. You're not using sex as a weapon. You're not trying to manipulate and she gotta do and he gotta do and it's a duty. Like, this is how we talk about relationships. What sounds fun about that? And then you ask,
So you don't think it? So you don't believe that it should be based on duty?
hold on, no, because again, when you use the terminology, think about the words that get people triggered out here, DJ. Think about the words that get people triggered the most, men and women both. But yet and still, we won't go and change it and try to find a new way to talk about it. We'll keep using the same shit and tell somebody, well, you just gonna have to get over it. And it's like, come on, man. Like, what's the point of reading and education in words if we not gonna try to communicate better? So I land here. You cannot ask for all these assertive things that I just named off, right? You want me to be assertive with your children. You want me to be assertive with our home. You want me to be assertive with our lifestyle. Get along with your family. Get along with my family. You want me to step out if I have a job. You want me to be assertive in that. Those things, a person's.
But I don't hear. I could be wrong, but I don't hear men in large number asking women for assertiveness. I could be wrong though.
But I'm not saying it's not a right or wrong. What I'm using assertiveness because that's the last one. But what I'm trying to land is this: when we get into talking about emotions and traits, like using the phrase emotional intelligence. Okay, a person can be emotionally intelligent, but that doesn't mean they're emotionally available. Do you get what I'm saying? Like those are two things.
That's right. That's true.
You know what I mean? Like I'm guarded. I'm not trying to let nobody into my world, but I'm emotionally intelligent with myself. I'm self-aware. I understand. And that is what men have to get to, that place, to that level of depth. That's why I was bringing all that shit up, because I would like for men to go, not that you got to study it, not that you got to be some philosopher, but if you're going to talk in absolutes, at least look at what is going on around us. That's it. And look at traits. What traits? These are traits that you are looking for in a person. Yeah, you like a big booty. I like a man with a nice chiseled chest. Hey, I'm just being 1,000. However, I know that is not a whole man. That's just a chiseled chest. So y'all got it. Roxy said I gotta land it, so I'm gonna go and land it here.
What say you, Ronald?
Yeah, duty is very important, and me personally, I think love comes first, and all these other things like duty falls under that umbrella. You know, there are going to be times where you might be upset with your husband or wife or whatever you have, but you know, the job still has to be done. You know, for example, let's say I'm supposed to work on my wife's car or something like that. You know, or change, you know, like just even change like an air filter or whatever, and we get in an argument. You know, I'm not gonna be like, screw it, I'm not gonna do it anymore. You know, because I know she got to go. I know she needs the car in like 3 hours or something to go somewhere. You know, so even though you still upset with that person or something happened, you don't just run away. You know that, and you have to chill. Even if you have children, you don't just run away from your responsibilities or, you know, because you're upset. You know, so I think always having that mindset that, yeah, that is still my wife. And for the women, you know, that's still my husband. So I still gotta take care of what needs to be taken care of in the household. You know, so I think duty is very important, because I've had this conversation before where people get upset that they leave for hours, you know, like they just take off and leave the house for hours to come back to cool off or whatever like that. But I always tell them, yo, for the most part, you should have a house. You know, for the most part, you know, you might have a good sized house that even if you're upset with that person, just go to the other side of the house. You don't always have to go leave and stuff like that, because especially if you have children, that's your responsibilities that you're neglecting. You know, so yeah. So I think duty, especially in my marriage, you know, me and my wife could get in an argument, but I don't leave her hanging. You know, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've been married for so long.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Do you guys have date nights still?
Not a lot now, especially because we have kids and work and everything like that. But we still have it from time to time.
Do you think it's important to carve that time out?
Yeah, I think it's important.
This is where I was saying, like, I understand and I respect, mad respect to you. Congratulations to you and your family. Like I said, I think that part of it is fantastic. If you can like somebody longer than 45 minutes, okay, great. That is great. Because I think what's missing, again, when I talk about traits is, the traits from what idealisms are you bringing to the dating space? And this is what, like, I was messing with but if you're married and you've got the opportunity, you're lucky and you blessed to have found the opportunity to make a life with someone. That is not easy. And if we telling each other the truth, I know you said, you can't, sometimes, yes, it's your responsibility. However, I think I would rather you leave. I would rather a woman leave. I'd rather a man leave if you cannot handle if that's your coping skill. Because if you go to the other end of the house and you still fussing, the kids are going to hear you. Kids know. They may not say nothing, but they know. They feel it too. So I think coming from that type of household where there was that, we gonna make up and break up all the time, it leaves this weird dynamic of, how am I supposed to deal with a man that doesn't want to tell me about his emotions? He doesn't want to be vulnerable with me, but I owe him duty. And so for you, the word duty might be like, yeah, you still right, that equals responsibility. And that's why I was saying earlier, breaking down the definitions of that, because for women it feels like why does it feel like a job to be with you?
But that's how men feel too. It does
I
feel,
know.
some of it is gonna feel like a job, but it's not supposed to be. Your relationship in general is gonna feel like a job a little bit, because relationships is like not a 100% natural
No,
thing.
that's not
We
what I'm
still
talking
doing it manually. It's not something like we automatically do. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you got to learn to do. It's not like you plant a seed, it grow. You know what I'm saying? That is natural. This is something that we got to like put some sort of effort into to make this shit work. If you leave it, most of it autopilot, if you leave two different people that born different places, that grew up in different households together, it's not gonna just automatically mesh like that. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying again is, what traits do men talk about? If they feel that way as well, then maybe the way that you're addressing it, the reason why it's not being heard is because maybe what you think you asking, you're not. Maybe the communication isn't there because you're not even understanding what you're requiring. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. I'm not.
You know this thing. I used to, because I'm from the more spiritual side of YouTube. You know what I mean? And I used to be on that soulmate. Um, what you call the other one, twin flame and all of that stuff. And what I come to the realization is relationship work because people want that shit to work, and a lot of us expect it to just magically work. It's just like when we expect each other to magically read each other mind. Nah, this shit takes some sort of physical effort to make it happen. You know what I
Yes, that's
mean?
what I mean. But not just physical. It all starts mental. Like, no,
You're right, it's
it all
mental.
starts
You're right,
mentally.
it's mental too.
It's all mental. But before you even get to this place, because I don't want to go down one street, where I'm staying is, I like a man who has a good sense of humor. I like a man who can laugh at himself and who like bad jokes, who like people like Eddie Murphy, like a Raw back in the day, and Red Fox and shit like that, right?
But you know what though? What you talking about is the painting of the house. You're not talking about the stuff that need to keep the house together. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, because one day, if you say one more thing about my records, or you one day you fed up because this ain't your track, But we ain't never really talked about it. You tired of me playing it, and then one day my records is gone. One day my song missing. One day, whatever.
Man,
the
you
case may
bugging.
be. No, I'm not. I know y'all. Listen, I know y'all think I'm bugging, but go over to Mary TikTok, okay? Go listen to some of their stories. I'm not saying this. I'm not making this shit up. This is stuff other human beings have shared on the internet. It can't be all making this stuff up. And it doesn't mean marriage is bad. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't put that there. What I'm saying is, okay, for instance, I like a man who is touchy-feely. Like I
None
like
of this stuff, you see this, and that's what I'm saying.
No, listen,
That stuff.
you're
Go
not
ahead. I'm about because you sound like you was about to land. Go ahead.
I was, but you not because you want to say, oh, this the stuff that you pay. No, emotionally, and spiritually, and physically, I want to connect with my mate.
Okay.
Think of it almost like Avatar, if you've ever seen it. If in what we describe, we swear we won't, it's like that. That turn, that twist, that connection together, man and woman, or however that may go. But where I'm not going is the old trope. What I'm saying is successful marriages that I've learned from and read about or talked to people about was because, one, they had similar traits, similar taste. They were looking for the same things in life. They both wanted a lot of kids. Not one had to pressure the other one to have children. Those things make a difference, just those little tweaks. And that's what I'm talking about, like the little details we miss because you want to say, oh, well, that's painting the house. Hey, look, women say it all the time. Don't walk by me in the kitchen and don't grab what's behind here. Now, don't do that now. You wrong. That's disrespect in a black woman's kitchen. Don't come in here. Now grab you a handful of cheek or slap something before you walk back out.
I mean, a lot of that stuff is good, but a lot of that stuff ain't the stuff that is like the meat and potatoes of the relationship.
It's the meat and potatoes because it's the little things that add up to the big thing. You can't ignore those small things. Like, okay, say for instance, one of my exes, I used to write notes in his lunch. Now we grown, right? But he came to me one day and he was like, man, I ain't think something like that would have an effect on me. But when the day you stop doing it is when I realized it had an effect. That I look forward to that made part of my day, that made me feel better in some form within that time frame. What is wrong with those things? Why do we run from that kind of connection? It is a part of that. Those are, if you go listen to women and if you go ask your woman, ask what the biggest complaints are now. It ain't your money. That's a false. It ain't y'all's dad bodies. That ain't it either. It is lack of connection.
But a lot of times people should have that initial connection going into the relationship, right? That's the attraction part, you know what I mean? And it should be maintained, but there's other stuff that is required that's more important that should be prioritized over that stuff.
What is prioritized over being intimate and close with your partner besides sex?
Keeping your household together, raising your kids, make sure everybody's safe. You could do both, but you could do both. I could walk and chew bubble gum, but I gotta prioritize walking or chewing bubble gum. You know what I'm saying?
You say you on here live with us now, and you working on shit in the back, right?
All right.
Come on, DJ. Why y'all do that?
But I'm prioritizing the live because it's what's needed in the present. Look, the reason why I'm prioritizing the live is because logically is what's needed in the present moment. But afterwards, when I'm finished this, I could continue doing my work that I'm doing in the back end because
we're saying the same thing, DJ.
This is why I'm not saying that we shouldn't pay attention to the emotional connections and all of that stuff. But there's a lot more stuff when we get to a certain age. There's a lot more stuff that's needed.
What? What? You're not
Like what?
giving me
Like what
all
I'm
the
saying,
things.
holding the household, keeping your household in order. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not an all the time, everyday job. You pay the
What are
rent.
you? Wait a minute.
pay
Wait
the
a minute. Keeping
mortgage.
your household, even when a man, most dudes will tell you, right? Look at this. Most niggas will tell you, chocolate. Even if I go to sleep, just before I go to sleep, I'm thinking about a million things that I gotta do.
Talking about that.
You know what I'm saying? Let me let Auntie to the stage. I was just about to redirect to you, Auntie, and it looked like you finished.
I'm done.
Hey, what's up? What's
Let
up,
me take
Ebony?
this out of
What's good?
redirect.
What's good?
Chocolate over here harassing people. You know what I'm saying? Usual.
You know what? I'm the villain, and that's okay. I took my role in 2025. I love
There.
it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You play a
I'm gonna
good
keep
villain.
saying it. I'm a keep. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I will tell you this again. There are things like your woman done told you at one point in time. There's things about you that she was into when and the why she love you, or she say to you, I like the way that you laugh, or I like the way your eyeballs is made, whatever the case may be. Like I gave my men compliments. I don't know about y'all. I'm just saying how I did, and I think men like compliments, and I give them freely. I give you your flowers. You don't got to be my man. I know some men and some women take that offense. I've learned my lesson. Gave the wrong man a compliment. I had to get girly straight. I was like, boo boo, I don't want your man. Just giving a compliment.
Yeah.
And I find that men get squirmy and uncomfortable with intimacy, especially when it's flipped on them. That's why I like to do it. I do. That's why I pamper the men I'm with. That's why I be like, yeah, let go. Let me see. What's up? Same thing.
I mean, you see what happening to a lot of guys is just they probably don't know if you know what I'm saying. They probably don't know if you teasing them or it's some real
How
shit.
am I
You know what I'm
teasing
saying?
them? How am I teasing them? And how am I?
Because
How,
most guys ain't used to being approached. You know what I mean? It's not
I
like a
didn't say I
normal thing.
approached you. I said that if there is someone and that wants to be in my life, I tell them up front. If you decide you want to be mine, just know my handprints is about to be all over your body. Just know that.
Yeah, I don't think most people got a problem with it
That's not
if
true.
they're
Stop
attracted
it.
to you.
Go ahead. Stop it. Stop
Yeah,
it.
chocolate. That's part of the dating stages. You're
No,
not
it's
gonna
not.
like. Yeah, if you like to touch, if you like to touch your partner, you're gonna be doing that during the dating stage. So
Right.
you'll be able to figure
I
that
should
out. I
be
think.
doing it. I should be doing it. No, what I'm saying to y'all is again, not don't compartmentalize it at that place. What I'm talking about is men and women both like to feel good. And there's nothing wrong with feeling good in your relationship. And it doesn't take away from the household, the fucking kids, the dog, none of that. But there's nothing wrong with taking an hour, a night, a weekend, something, and appreciating each other for creating whatever y'all decided to create. That's
And
all
I
I'm talking
think most people do. I just think after a while, when a lot of people get kids or they get busy in their life, or sometimes even all of that touchy feely stuff, they probably get desensitized to that and they got more other things to prioritize. It's not like that shit is non-existent. It's just that a lot of grown people just prioritize other shit. If we was all living like hippies and then had responsibilities, we could have do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, my mama called me a hippie. Don't do that. Hippies have responsibilities, sir. Anyway,
What responsibilities a hippie has?
the responsibility of making sure his life good or her life good. That's all you
I
the
don't know what
responsibility.
hippies you know.
I
Most
well, I don't
hippies I know
know.
is trying to have the least responsibilities as possible.
Again, definition of hippie. When my mama called me a hippie, she was talking about because I'm not wound up tight, I guess. However they put that back in the day. You know, that's how my mama just, my parents were hippies, I guess you could say. My mama definitely was. But nah, man, I'm just saying, like, y'all don't like getting massages. Y'all don't.
Who don't like get I never know a nigga that said he ain't like getting no massage.
Okay, from your woman, from your girlfriend, from like this
Who
is what I
don't?
mean
Who else?
by
This who you gonna get? This who you gonna mainly get the massage from?
okay.
Unless you go into a
I
massage parlor.
ain't got nothing else to say, DJ, because you
When,
gonna
when
do
can
it.
I jump in?
Go
You
ahead,
got it,
man.
Right now.
All right. So a lot of times, like I get it. Some people are just like that. They want to be touchy feely and shit like that. And other people, it's like, yo, that shit's cool until it's not. Like, people don't want to be bogged down with all types of distractions. As far as things like massages and all of that other stuff, I know I'm the type of person, like, most people don't know what the fuck they're doing when they come to a massage. Like, for real. I hire a masseuse to get that crick out of, you know what I'm saying? To get that shit out of there. Like, if all you're gonna do is fucking just probably gonna make shit worse. You know, for real. Like,
This nigga trying to say you got manly hands, chocolate. This man disrespectful.
I prefer to have some little Asian woman with some strong ass fucking hands to get that shit out. I don't need no happy ending and none of that shit. So
I'm
ain't no
just
any massage you can do a no hands massage. Don't use your
Y'all
hands.
no
Show me what you
creativity.
can do without your hands. Other than that, you probably don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Oh my God, y'all.
I know you. Sometimes you gotta teach them how to give you a massage. And let me address this because I want to leave my boy Illa leave his stuff on red. So the Illa for the $20, the $19.99. You know what I'm saying? He said keep grinding. He also said, I think this one is pertaining to what we're talking about. He said the problem is people don't create true connection. They're just having sex and then try to learn the nuances of their mate after the fact. You must know your mate has emotional intelligence before intimacy, not after. You know, and that's what go to what Ronald was saying. You know what I'm saying? Show so to Illa for the motherfucking channel support. Appreciate you, bro.
Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing. Money counting thing. It's so exciting. Money counting.
What y'all think about that?
And things like feeling good and good vibes and all of that shit is subjective. You know, what feels good to one person might not feel good to the other person, and what feels good to one person right now just don't feel good to the other person. Like, you might want to get touchy feeling and the other motherfucker just want to be alone for a minute. You know?
And you know what, Ant, is not all about what feel. Your relationship shouldn't be based on what feel good. That's some blind shit. You know what blind people do? How they move around by just feeling. It is.
Wait, hold on, DJ. Now hold on, y'all.
The feelings in your relationship should low-key be on autopilot already. Because why y'all together if y'all ain't feeling each other? The other thing need more conscious manual attention, chocolate.
No, don't call my name like that. I know what I'm doing. I choose to be single. But if I have a man, I know what to do. I like a man like I like big men. I like big men because I like men who like to eat, because I like to cook. And I ain't talking about no little bitty plate, healthfully, yes. But I like a man that want to play the food. He gonna throw some ribs on the grill. I don't come to me talking about you no vegan, boo boo. We not doing that. I like to have my food natural. I like corn from the cob. I like the shuck shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's a part of me, right? However, no one knows that unless I tell you or you're in my circle, right? So if I meet a guy, wouldn't it behoove me to say to him, hey, bro, look, this is what I do. This is what I like. This is, and then it's like, but I can't be romantic with my man because that's what y'all saying.
Hold up, no. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, right?
Stop, please.
No. Before you tell me,
gotta let him.
I'll tell you what I'm saying.
It was.
Let him go, and you got it right after chocolate.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Like, most men don't want a chick that comes with an instruction manual like that, because that shit is subjective. So you say a lot of things that you like, but that dude is gonna want to please you, and then it's sometimes he's gonna want to be pleased, and sometimes being pleased is like, yo, just go the fuck over there. Like you can go cook now. You don't have to touch me right now. I kind of just want to it gets like that sometimes.
But you see, but look at this. Wait a minute, Ant, and I got you, Chocolate. Wait a minute, Ant. I want him to finish after this, right? This is what I'm saying. That is called in consideration, Chocolate. Because look, a lot of times y'all want to be touched, but as guys, the reason why, look at this, the reason why. But Chocolate, look at this. The reason why guys, when they go in a waiting room, we skip a chair. When we go to the pissing stall, we skip a stall. Is because guys know that each other value our space and our solitude. You know what I'm saying? And but you. No, that's what I'm. You see, you don't even want to understand. I don't even think you want to understand. You don't even want to understand. You want to tell us that is crazy.
Fuck what you want as a goddamn.
That is wild. What is
everybody gives a fuck about is what they want and what they like and can give.
That is wild shit right there, Chocolate.
Her job as a woman is to make you want to give her what the fuck she wants, and that's the only thing you should want. And if there's anything else that you want, fuck it. You just deal with it.
It's like fuck what you want, bro. That is crazy.
That's why she comes with instruction.
I think if men look and Chocolate. I think when men. Wait a minute.
You gotta do this.
But look at this, and I would even say I think if men don't get their solitude, they start producing estrogen. I'm sorry. I just think
Wait a minute. What? Hold on. Wait. So what you saying? Y'all want to get so up in my face about fucking feelings and all? Do what you want with that. All I'm talking about is how you appreciate your man and how a man wants to be appreciated, whether it's through food, whether it's through sex, whether it's through
space. A lot of every man values some level of space. You are bugging, Chocolate. Ask any one of your exes if they value their own space. They'll tell you every man know that shit about is in our subconscious. You know what I'm saying? Even dogs want space sometimes. You know what I'm saying? My male dog. You know what I'm saying?
Well, keep your space then. I'm not asking nobody to change. Y'all coming at me like I'm asking y'all to do something. I ain't asked y'all to do shit.
No, it's not like we want our space all the time. Sometimes we just need our space. Sometimes, you know what I mean?
Bro, she doesn't give a fuck what a man wants.
But that's not even true.
Hey, the only way she gives a fuck is if it's what she wants too.
But y'all not. But why is it that you flipping it and you make it sound so negative? Like I'm not saying anything negative.
Yeah,
like,
and you should see that shit from a positive perspective.
I'm trying to, but you came in on the shit like, well, you feelings and fuck all that.
I get it, man.
Like,
hey, I'm gonna fuck with women anyway. I know y'all don't give a fuck what I want.
Right. We know this, and we still
Wait. No, that's not fair. Because
y'all are inconsiderate and selfish. It's just kind of like
y'all. So I'm gonna do this.
Like who you are.
Even ask me. Y'all don't even want to ask us personally. Have I ever made a man feel like that?
I'm pretty sure you have. But he's probably scared to let you know, or if he didn't listen.
No, I've asked because I can. If I'm with you, like I said, all women ain't the same. Like you niggas want y'all's definitions and compartmentalization. I want mine tonight. No. Because I give y'all yours. But y'all always do this. So no, every woman don't want that shit, Auntie. I don't know who the fuck you talking to every day. But every woman don't want that. I know I'm one of them women that don't want that. We do fucking care. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't even talk to y'all no more.
But how do you? But look, you say it. You see, you want to care the way you want to care. You say if you didn't care, you want to talk. No, if you didn't, you should say if you didn't care. I wish you would say if you didn't care, we wouldn't listen. You got to listen, not just talk. You say if we didn't care, we want to talk. Why you gotta talk? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you listen?
Are you listening to me though? Do you guys understand what I'm saying to you now?
Yeah,
we do understand what you're saying.
Real quick.
And go ahead and let her know. And right after, I'm gonna read Ila's or read the super chat for me too.
I'm gonna land this one real quick, right? Never one time did any of us ever tell you, like when you gave that laundry list of shit that you want, nobody ever argued with you one time. And then as soon as we start saying shit like space, bam, we start getting rebuttals and all of that other shit. So that's what we mean.
For
It's just
some
like,
space and some empty shit like space. We didn't even asking for something. We asking for nothing. And bro, and you see the and
next
but
subject.
auntie, you understand the insanity of this shit. Space is literally nothing. You asking for nothing. It's not like you asking for something. You asking for the space, bro. The empty space. That shit is crazy, bro.
I said I'll land because I know it was cooked with the super chat. He cooked with.
I got one question. That's it.
Go ahead.
Y'all got it because I'm good. Thank you. No, because I hate having this conversation with y'all. Like for real, like all dudes always say the same stuff, and it ain't even nothing what I'm talking about. So it's cool. It is whatever. You want to think I live in La La Land? That's fine. Believe what you want. But again, I don't. I'm not saying it just because I ain't got shit to do. It is the fact that I do believe that people do want more. I think men want more. But hey, if y'all don't believe that, that's fine. I'm not stopping no man from having space. If a man say, "Hey, you want space, I'm gonna give it to you," but you didn't ask me that. Y'all just want to assume I don't give a shit, just like every other woman. So I'm gonna say
But
goodnight.
look how we just try to tell you that guys want space, right?
I'm giving y'all
And
space.
and you know why? And you know why guys be afraid to say they want space? Because you say you about to leave. So I could only imagine if a guy asks you for space, you probably leave that nigga. That's crazy.
Divorce papers.
Divorce papers, my bad.
But hold on, DJ. How does that compare? How can you assume about me from me saying to y'all, okay, well, we don't agree. And that's cool. You said you had another 20, 30 minutes in you. I'm thinking about all that stuff. It's not just the conversation. Like, damn, like for real, like we here. Like I was just talking about relationships, and it becomes I don't want to argue with y'all. And I don't want to be put in no box like I don't give a shit about.
Oh,
women.
no, we ain't doing
That's
that.
not
Speaking
cool.
in general, chocolate. No, I'm gonna give
I'm
it right
a
back.
woman,
I'm
and
speaking in
it's
general.
like me saying that about black men. Y'all,
I know. I said you, but I don't mean you in particular. This is just a
oh wow,
general
okay.
conversation.
I'm out then. Yeah, because like I said, I know I got folk who always got something to say, but I'm gonna
Oh
go.
my god.
Yeah, like I said, no hard feelings here. I'm here to support.
Okay.
But I got y'all. I feel the way I feel. It is what it is. Y'all feel respect. I got you.
And shows out to Philosophical. He says she's talking over men speaking our side, but you want to talk about the ass grabs. This is why they single. They want to be heard, but don't want to listen. You can't appreciate a man without listening. And that's all I was trying to tell her. You know what I'm saying? Don't show appreciation to us by talking to us. You could show appreciation by listening. That way you could understand and learn how to appreciate the dude. Because the dude might be giving you the secret to the you know what I'm saying, how to deal with him. You know what I'm saying? Just like we gotta listen and observe y'all to know how to deal with y'all. You know what I mean?
Because I get what she's saying. Like, okay, like you, me, the other dude on up here. You know what I'm saying? Look, we might want space, but she's like, look, any man that she's with might not want that. And I get that. That's why I wouldn't even argue with her when she says what she wants. But when we speaking from our own perspective, like it shouldn't be no rebuttal, no response, and all of that shit. Like, ain't no argument. Motherfucker made a statement. But a lot of the times, it gets like that with this. With it's like we speak in another language. So as soon as you say something that's not on par for the course, people see that shit as an attack.
And you know what though? I think a lot of time on these panels, we feel more comfortable to express certain things, just like people feel comfortable expressing things to their therapist, because their therapist is not somebody they're dealing with on a everyday basis. So when a lot of these stuff is being conveyed, right, it sounds like some foreign shit. But I'm pretty sure if somebody in your personal life will have an honest conversation, a lot of dudes would tell women that they need some space. But it's like, how do you know what I mean? How do you say you need some space without it causing some shit? Some people might know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my girl could see that I need some space if I'm working on some shit. She might bring me some to drink or something or whatever. You know what I mean? But we do need our space a lot of times. We give each other space, you know what I'm saying, as guys, because subconsciously we know that we require that shit. Women, y'all follow each other to the bathroom. Y'all more communal a lot of times. Sometimes I wouldn't even know a woman needs space to do something unless they tell me. And a lot of times that's not some common that I even heard women saying they need space. You know what I
We
mean?
need space to be able to do the same shit that enabled us to be, for you to be attracted to us in the first place.
In the first place.
Like, you know what I'm saying? If your man, like, if when you met him, his head was stuck up some chick's ass the whole fucking time, chances are you wouldn't have been attracted to that motherfucker, man. You know
And he wouldn't get no chance to get in a relationship with your ass because he's
Either
stuck.
his brain was somewhere and he was able to just fit you into all of that other shit he had going on perfectly and stay on point. That shit attracted you to him in the first place. You don't want your man losing himself and turning into a teddy bear now, do you? A 24/7 fucking doll that you just hug on and fuck on all goddamn day. Like, motherfucker got shit to do, man.
That nigga gonna lose testosterone. What up, Auntie Bomb? That's a lot of nut shrinkage activity. What's up, Auntie Bomb, Sherry?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
What's
chilling?
All right.
Hey, Ronald, I haven't heard from you in a minute.
Yeah, I'm still here.
That's good. Looking good as always. Hey, Auntie, how you doing, my brother?
I'm chilling.
That's good. And to the host with the most, baby, DJ Witch Doctor. How you been?
Oh, jeez.
What's up, Bomb? You just missed chocolate. You just missed her.
Yeah, I know. That's why I came up.
I
Because
know.
I was listening to y'all have a good conversation. And, you know, she's a weirdo. She's weird, right? And I say that only because I knew Auntie wasn't talking about her personally. But she does that all the time. She starts internalizing, and then she starts saying, I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. And we're like, we know that everybody's talking in general, you know. But other than that, you know, she has some good points, and y'all had some good points as well.
Now, I did kind of say, like, yeah, she doesn't give a shit, but that's why I tried to like clear it up.
Right. You said y'all don't give a shit. That's what you said.
I couldn't personalize the conversation enough. You know what I'm saying? So I would. I would.
And show the Uncle Ism in the building.
Ism. The pimp.
I don't have enough detail on it to make it personal. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't.
I
Witch
think
doctor, drop her. Drop her. Witch
What's
doctor,
up,
drop her. Drop her.
Who's
Pay
that?
the money. Pay the money.
Now I ain't gotta pay nothing. The ladies was up here dropping me in. Witch doctor, drop her. Drop her. Just like they was
You
saying.
know what? We might gotta do a man show up, man talk Monday. You know what I'm saying?
I was just starting shit. You know how I do. Because she was up here talking about witch doctor, drop him. I was like, damn, I'm driving and riding. Only thing I came here, witch doctor, drop him. I'm like, what the hell is going on with the show tonight? But tyranny, ma'am, with all undue respect, y'all can't be divestors if you over 125 pounds. White boy is only like a little fart box type of broad. They don't like the dunk. Okay, if you want an upper echelon white boy, all right. And tyranny.
I don't know.
The words of Kevin
I don't
Samuels.
Doesn't like
you ain't fine enough for no money. You ain't fine enough for no money. Ain't nobody go. You got to go 100 to my 20% for me to deal with you. Did you say, please? Ain't no nigga dealing with no loud mouth, short haired woman. Stop it. If we gonna get a woman, and we might get that Latina, because the Latina wants you to pay all for the household, but she gonna have them tortas, the flautas, the tacos. She gonna have the burritos cooked, and we can come on to some hair. We can run our hands through. The kids gonna be going to church and communion. See, the Latina sister gonna have the kids in check. Now we got to come on to a loudmouth, short-haired woman, and she got to be talking crazy. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, bro.
That is wild. That's the views of Uncle Ism. Y'all do not chastise me. You know what I'm saying?
Why he keep bringing up tyranny? Is she up here?
Nah, tyranny live.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. Hey, Ism, the pimp with the most hoes. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just a man.
Why you call him a pimp?
Exactly. Why y'all keep doing that? That's an illegal business. What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, y'all see where I'm the Diddy?
I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah, you know why we call him a pimp, because he's been claiming to be a pimp for years.
I ain't got the claim to be nothing. You claim to be fine, but we see them pictures and it shows us otherwise when you turn on the camera. So stop calling me out my name.
So wait a minute. So you see the pictures, you see the pictures, but when I turn on the camera, what's different? A lot is different.
So stop lying on me, okay? Stop saying I'm an illegal person. I'm a YouTuber. Your favorite YouTubers.
You don't want to say you're a YouTuber, not me. I don't say it.
Okay then. Well, okay, baby. I know you like my style.
Listen,
40 years ago, I might think about making you choose.
When will y'all stop worrying about my looks?
It ain't happening, baby. It ain't happening.
I need to know when, like, what age do I have to become where some of you men will stop worried about my looks? And you know what's weird about it, right? The only reason I stopped getting on camera is because of my grandson. And he's 5, so that it's been closely 5 years. But there's all kinds of little clips where I turn on my cam for a second here and there.
Cam down, please, man.
And you know what? Nobody's talking about, oh my, usually what y'all do, y'all rather the fantasy of how I look than how I look. But when will my looks no longer matter? Because I made a lot of money on my looks, right?
Doing what? Doing
what?
What?
You mean?
Lord Jesus. Doing what?
Men watch me on camera for many, many, many years.
Okay, somebody's in the chat. Brigitte is throwing
Hey,
tomatoes
Brigitte.
at me.
That's
but
right. Goddamn.
Bomb Cherry Juice is the one that was doing the hoeing. Now, how you gonna get mad at me and she was selling box on the internet?
So I was selling box. Ooh, wow. Because I didn't know you could sell box online like that. You know, I guess that's some shit you got to do offline.
Shit, it's called OnlyFans, baby. They selling box online.
Well, look, before there was OnlyFans,
Instagram. It's called an influencer. It's called TikTok.
Yes.
Everybody's selling sex appeal. It's called
sex appeal.
All that.
Well, yes, but you were selling actual real vaginas.
The same thing that what's her name? Six the Goddess. They got a fine woman. She's selling box until you sucker darkers, which y'all want to hear. And y'all go to Cash App. What's her name? Danica Marie. She's selling game. She let you look at her tatas with the crown on the chest, and y'all go to Cash App it. And she telling you some game that she learned from her Uncle Islam. But you don't Cash App me nothing.
That's right. So you mad because the women are getting their own money instead of giving it to a pimp like you. Ain't that something?
Hey, y'all do what y'all want to do, man.
Hey, Ism, you mad these chicks are getting paid? I don't think Ism tripping.
Hell no. Get your money back.
Get your money.
You just heard what he said.
No, you hear him. That's why I asked. He said, money. He said, get your bread.
Get your bread.
You
better get your bread while you're a young
was
hoe.
lucky enough to get together in the first place.
Come on. Get your bread while you're a young hoe before you be an old hoe like Bomb. And old pussy has no value.
Lord jeez. Well, I don't know. I have a man who sleep right over there. In a minute, you probably hear him snoring. And I tell you, every time I decide to give him the gift, I give him the gift of heaven, baby. He calls. Okay, depends on how dirty I get, whether he call me by my real name or Bomb. Okay,
but these
you
women
know
don't
you
wanna
can have
be
a
married.
man calling you by your internet name in real life.
Well, these women
your
don't
shit
want to
gotta
be married.
fire like
Bomb.
that.
They want to come online and talk crazy to men, and they actually want to be with them men. But they come up here and just talk and go into little hoe huddles and go hut, and they go out and try to antagonize men, and they still can't do like you and roll over and grab a shoulder. You bitches is lonely. Y'all grabbing y'all flower. What's that thing? The rose.
Oh, the rose is a good thing. But
Look at that. That ain't a good thing.
I thought y'all.
A rose is not a good thing. See, that's why you don't listen to old women.
Yeah,
don't mess these young girls up.
The young women put me on. What the hell?
And ultrasonic sounds through the pussy. Ain't no nigga compete with that. You gotta be in the regular sex. That's what you young niggas is on. Honey packs. Your women's is on flowers and all kind of roses. You know, took all the filling out the box.
No,
I
the
already
thing is,
told you,
check this
old
out.
box has no
Let's keep it
value.
real. Let's keep it real. Bomb, you be leading these women astray, right? Because they hear you coming up here cussing out these niggas and shit, right? And they just assume that you just cuss out men, right? So they just decide to start cussing out niggas, and they're like, "Oh, that's how I get a husband." Because Bomb got a husband like
You
that.
know, Bomb, you gotta let them know that they gotta have a husband first and then cuss niggas out.
And
They're
Bomb
doing it
don't
in
cuss her
reverse.
husband out.
They're doing it, but and
Keep
they're
it
doing
real.
it in reverse.
Bomb treat niggas on the internet like that. She don't treat her husband like that.
No, I don't treat people in real life like that. I don't speak to anybody the way I do on the internet. That's true.
That's crazy.
For real, dog. I'm like, these chicks be thinking they can just be Bomb in real life, and then they wonder why don't nobody like them. I'm like, Bomb ain't even like that in real life, dumbass.
But most of these women on here though already are in relationships. Y'all just assume they're not. Like y'all don't be knowing when they be pregnant, just sitting, chilling on the internet, like the rest of us. And
that's true. That's true.
Like
You know,
who?
so-
Wait a minute. Who are you talking about?
Man, there's a few women who just had babies this year and nobody knew about that he was even pregnant.
Damn, I don't be
That
knowing shit.
don't mean they in relationships.
Yeah, well, they, what you mean? Well, that's true. It doesn't necessarily mean they're in a relationship, but they be in relationships. You know, they at home chilling, sitting, and their boyfriend and or husband are out and about working. Right?
So, Bomb,
yeah.
what did you like, the fairy auntie of all of the degenerate bitches that want to live off men and talk shit on the internet all day? They all hang out at your house while you be sewing and cooking chitlins and shit. I be
Isn't that
seeing
some
you over
good
there.
shit? Wait a minute. So right now I'm at my sewing machine, right? So first y'all say y'all want a particular type of woman, but then you shit on it, right? Because you're crap that I sew and cook and all that shit. And then the women who say they don't do that, you talk bad about them.
But
You
Bomb,
claim
you know
that-
it's funny though.
Go ahead.
But Bomb, most of the women them that follow you, you know what I'm saying? I don't hear them talking about cooking or doing no domestic shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know that's not true. Well, you don't know that's not true, but they follow me. Most of the women, they watch me sew, and we talk about sewing. Even though I'll be over there joking and shit like that, but when I start talking about cooking or my garden or me sewing, they sit there and listen, and they're doing the same thing. I had people making wine, showing them how to make it from scratch and all of that.
Well,
So
I
people
do
follow
see
me.
you sewing, Bomb. I do see you from time to time. I pop in and out. But most men, these new young YNs, they got holes in their shit. They leave it baggy. They dragging their jeans on the ground. They like little strings hanging off of them. The sewing, we probably could go without that. We could send it to the cleaners. Players need a
So you
good
gonna
attitude.
send it to the cleaners instead of nothing wrong with that.
Yes. Teach them how to cook. We need a good attitude and a plate of food. That's what a player need. Okay.
Well, I just said I cook. What are you talking about? You said you're the one who said I'm over there
In the
cooking
garden. But the sewing, we can send it to the Asian lady.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna make the Asian woman rich by sending our shit there.
Sewing.
Instead of
This ain't the
us being able to be
1950s.
we can be the
We
cleaners.
buy
Why
new
we can't be-
clothes all the time. This ain't the 50s when y'all had to share clothes and hem them and put patches on them and give them to your sister because y'all had 17 kids. This is a new day.
Yeah,
we want good food and a good attitude. Teach these
but
women how to cook.
See, what I teach them is what I'm about to teach you. Show me the value in the clothes today. They're not even cotton, right? It's polyester, which is plastic, by the way, right? That's why you get overheated and you're not breathing, you're sweating and shit, because the shit is plastic. Now show me an outfit where most of y'all shit has cotton in it, or at least most cotton.
Well,
Besides
show
the
me a
t-shirt.
young lady with a sewing machine. Come on,
There's so
Bob.
many.
No,
What do you
no,
mean?
they don't. No, they
It's
don't.
so-
They order
First-
DoorDash. We don't
No,
want
these
the sewing.
women-
The cooking is fine.
These young women are quilting.
We don't want no damn quilt.
sewing.
We'll buy a quilt. They'll bomb. That's 1950 logic. We don't want to
What
hear
are
about
you
no
talking
fucking
about?
quilt.
Quilting and sewing,
Grandma made
dude.
us when we going to college. We will buy one at Macy's. Come on, teach him how to cook.
Quilting,
The young
quilting.
brothers need women to cook is what I'm hearing is the problem. I don't have that problem.
Well,
But a
quilting
lot of
is
women
sewing,
in
y'all.
their
So it's
20s
just a
and 30s,
term.
they can't cook.
They
Help them cook,
they
Bomb.
they doing well. They know how to cook, and
No,
if
they
they
don't know how to cook, Bomb. Anything for a woman, you gonna say something good. Stop it.
there's a lot of women and men who know how to cook. What are you
Men,
talking about?
a man should be self-sufficient to where you don't need a batch. And know how to cook,
Yes,
clean, and a woman should be extra.
and she should be if she want to be self-sufficient, have her own money and sew her own clothes. Which, by the way, sewing clothes cost more than me buying that cheap ass $4 shirt made. They are
That's the old
sewing.
tradition.
There's a whole fucking big ass community all over this internet.
We ain't talking about all them white people.
I'm not talking about white people, dude.
They be coming to conventions making quilts and shit. A nigga don't want no quilt in his house.
Okay. Well, I don't know, because I see, as soon as that style come in and out, the men are quilting too. You just don't know what quilting is, so that's why you say it, because it means sewing.
Because the young brothers, I talk to a lot of young brothers every single day, Bomb.
Okay.
They say the young women can't cook. They order DoorDash and might know how to make like a little meatloaf, maybe.
Well, I don't order DoorDash, but we do takeout. What's wrong with that? Just because they're getting takeout don't mean they don't.
You know these women be trying to act like they traditional women on this damn YouTube. You gotta know how to cook 10 meals.
No,
Come on,
nobody. Why would anybody act like they're traditional? In fact, the women are pulling away from that traditional bullshit.
You ain't gonna never say nothing bad about a woman. I'm gonna give up the mic. I can see.
Yeah, I ain't
'cause you
saying
ain't
shit
gonna
bad
never
about
say
the men
nothing bad
either
about a
right
woman.
now. God damn.
You just be
I gotta ask
you
Mama,
be feminist walking.
when you say women are pulling away from that traditional bullshit, what type of traditional bullshit do you mean that they're pulling away from? Like, what was considered traditional, and women are just like, fuck that now.
Yeah, and it's mainly because of the men, right? But they're pulling away from this traditional shit where she need to be at home, allow her man to cheat if he want, and and cooking and cleaning, just like it being enslaved to him, so he can get the first piece of chicken, the biggest piece of chicken. He could come home while she got to take care of the kids all day, which is a whole job in itself, and he get to sit on the couch and not participate in parenting. It's a lot of little things that people are putting out there that's scaring both genders. The men are like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to take care of this whole family by myself and this, that, and the third. And she's like, well, damn, I'm gonna have to take care of the kids by myself and be enslaved to this one person who gonna cheat on me.
Damn, being enslaved is so crazy to say. That is some wild shit.
That's the words these men use. And Auntie, if
Damn shame, dog. I'm just consider like you just compared giving a motherfucker a piece of chicken to being a slave.
That is
like,
wild.
damn, giving your man a piece of chicken.
You know what? I got my own I get my own chicken.
No, I didn't say giving.
Hey, it's not even like all of the chicken. It's just the first piece.
Right.
I doubt your man is gonna eat if nobody else eats anything. Like, he just gets the first piece, and you equate that to slavery, Bomb?
No, I said the men do. That's what I said.
Nah, it's the women.
I said the men were using the terms, she need to be submissive, right? She need to be able, as long as I go out and make some money, she need to do everything. I said, when I tell her to get on her knees, she better be there. And if I want to go out, F somebody else and come back home and tell her to get on her knees and suck it afterwards, that's what she need to do. That's what the men was telling these women.
No, I only think if she sign up for that, that's what she should do. But if she ain't sign up for that, then hey, you know what I'm saying? Shit.
But how you sign up for some shit like that? Usually you already in some relationship. It's not like the men are walking forward saying, this is what I want you to do. This is the kind of relationship I want. Because most women not going to fall for that shit. But what happened, he already with her.
Check this out. You heard Chocolate Earth up here, right? And I know y'all probably ain't on the same wavelength, but a lot of men hear pretty much the same shit like Chocolate Earth said. They just get a laundry list of shit that they want. and that's it. You gotta do this, gotta do that, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Like, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. So a lot of dudes is just like, man, fuck all that. How about this? Here's my laundry list. It's only fair, right?
It's called being a helpmeet.
That is fair.
A woman should be a helpmeet to a man. If she says partner, that's some gay stuff. You
Yeah,
about to be a henpeck man. She should say it's my husband, not a partner. And bomb. We
Yeah,
want
he is
women
my
to
husband.
sign love contracts. You should know you have Diddy's avatar. We're making women sign love contracts now. Okay.
Yeah, and see, and that's what I'm saying.
List
The
of things
women
we
hear
want.
these men say shit like this, and why would she
It
will
worked out
pull
for Diddy.
away.
Love contract. Yeah, woman, I need you to slurp and burp, cook me some breakfast, and make my lunch, and keep the house spick and span. You understand me?
But Diddy didn't do that.
And I had these bills paid. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Ain't that what you want? You want a man to take care of you and provide and protect? Okay. Well, sloppy toppy, slurping and burping, food cooked, house clean. What's the problem? But you gotta have your paper.
There could be a problem with certain women. Some women, that's no problem. Some women gonna be like, that's a good deal, and they're gonna sign up for it. Some women don't like sloppy toppy, so she might be like, okay.
No, you can't marry her. A man cannot live by a box alone.
But
we need that sometimes. You understand me?
There are some men who don't like that, you know.
What? I wouldn't know. I don't want to. I don't.
No, I knew you wouldn't know.
Too much information. I don't want to know about that. For my young players, man, that's why y'all be stressed and want to go off and road raging and stuff. So wake up to some sloppy toppy. Boy, you go to work bouncing.
Yeah.
Feel me? And ladies, if you do that for your man, he might come on with some flowers and some, a nice purse or something for you. It's give and take in a relationship, but y'all don't like relationships. You don't believe in God. You say you're spiritual and you want to be married under God. You don't want to read the vows where you're supposed to honor and obey. Oh, I don't want that in the vows. See?
That's right.
So all y'all full of shit anyway.
And for better and for worse.
Yeah.
Those of us who are not religious, why would we?
With you if it's worse? That's some bullshit.
Oh,
y'all go for that. I ain't going for it.
Hey,
yeah, but not gonna be with you for worse. It's crazy to say.
These conversations scare relationships off because those of us who are married, we have a clear understanding or have been married, right, for a long time. Even a significant, it don't even have to be, because long is relative depending on the person, right? But we have an understanding that it's give and take, and most people will give and take. A lot of people just flapping their gums when they single, they saying what they won't do, then they get in a relationship and it's different. Do we agree with that or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
some people do compromise.
Yeah, I agree. People make concessions when they want something. It's just shit don't work because everybody looks at shit from a selfish perspective. You know, what I want, and nobody ever wants to add anything. So,
yeah. To jump back in the conversation with having a chocolate, I think for some reason she just got so frustrated, and kind of ran away from the conversation. And that I was talking about is in relationships, like I said, she likes the honeymoon phase when everything's going well, but there are gonna be times in a relationship, especially when kids come involved, then you can't just be doing all the stuff that she wants to do. And she got frustrated and ran away, and that might be
like how much percentage. And Ronald, how much percentage of a relationship is the honeymoon phase?
Shoot. I mean, the honeymoon phase usually it could be the first year, 2 years. Then you get some storm clouds in the middle there somewhere. Then you could have some more honeymoon phases.
Yeah, like anniversaries and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
7-year mark is what they used to call it. If you could get past that 7-year mark, you probably could have a long marriage. But at 7 years, 5, 6, 7 years, that's when shit get rough. Because that's when you really be yourself. In the beginning, the honeymoon phase is everybody being kind of fake.
I agree with Bomb on that. That 5-year mark, is a motherfucker, man. And if you
7 years of being
7-year mark, you might.
Bro, 7 years of being fake is insane.
No, 5.
Nah,
I said from 5
to go that long.
5 years.
That's why I said that 5-year mark is when people get sick of acting, and by 7 years, that's when motherfuckers then determine whether or not they're gonna bail, bro.
That's why I got one marriage in me. Because if that happened to me, I'm good.
I think most of the
You in a
fakeness.
long-term relationship is almost like a marriage. I don't know why.
True.
Marriage.
I've been in long-term relationship.
Yeah, that's like a marriage. And there's no different except mentally. I've seen people be together for 18 years and then get married, right? They decide, okay, let's do it. And then get divorced within a year.
Yeah.
The hell changed in just getting married. The mindset of everybody involved. That's what.
Hey, Bomb
So does
Cherry,
getting married change? Go ahead,
reason
Ronald.
why is because most of the fakeness happen when you in that relationship before you get married. Because there are times, for example, let's say the women might want to get married to that man. They like that man, so then they're neglecting all the stuff that they don't like. They said, okay, all I want to do is walk down that aisle, to get married. All of a sudden, when they get married, they blow up on the man and say, hey, I don't like this. I don't like this about you. You need to change this. I don't like those female friends you have. So yeah. So you gotta be real from the jump.
And a lot of times, once you close the door, people don't want to leave. People don't want to walk out of a door until it closes. It just happens like that. Like you always had. It was always easy to leave because there was no marriage, so nobody left. And now that there is a marriage, motherfuckers ready to check out. Like fuck that. I like having the option to just get up and leave, and we can break up and make up and all of that other shit. And everything was pretty much clear. But now, if we break up, it's divorce. Yeah. So sometimes the dynamics can change when it comes to that. As far as the honeymoon phase and all of that stuff goes, sometimes it's not even about all that honeymoon shit. Sometimes I can only speak from the perspective of a man. You just got to stay focused on shit that ain't your woman. That's why you got your woman. That's why you lock it up to the point where it's a long-term relationship. So you can have 99 problems, but a bitch can't be one at all. So it, like what old girl was saying up here, like motherfucker can't be focused on you every free minute of every day. I got shit to do.
Reason for divorce: lack of grabbing of ass.
Yeah,
you got to stay focused, and you're not gonna have everything. That boyfriend girlfriend phase. Yeah, it's really nice and cute. But like I said, once kids come in the way, when it comes to work, and also you're right about it's easy to be fake when you in that boyfriend girlfriend stage. When a lot of times you're not even in the same house together. But then when you get married, all of a sudden now you're in the same house, you're in the same bed every single night. It does get a little bit tougher. So the biggest advice I would tell Chocolate is that you can't be so frustrated that you want to run away. There are going to be times where you're not going to see eye to eye. You got to stay in there. And like you could even see on the panel, she got frustrated with us. And we're not even in the same room together.
No, she ran off again? She ran off on me the other night.
She runs every time she, anybody say disagree with it even a little bit, then she starts mentioning about her, and then she runs. So she don't stay around. If she's scamming y'all, though, she's scamming. Then she'll stay for long.
I would always
she's not scamming. She's not scamming. Come on.
If you handle a certain type of situation,
it is best.
She's not scamming. She ain't scam me. She ain't scam me.
Okay, but there's a whole shitload of people on here who have been scammed by.
So you scam? Damn.
So I mean, I understand it. Look, this is the thing. Y'all don't be knowing people, right? Y'all come to YouTube, somebody comes up, they talk all sweet and everything cool, and then you're ready to talk for them. But this is the thing. When you don't know people, it's better to just not speak up for them and tell people, and raise your hand and say that's a good person. Because she has taken thousands of fucking dollars from people on this bitch.
Mom.
I never said she was a good person because
but
a lot of people not gonna. No, I'm saying she not scamming me. That's what I said.
Yeah, but
I didn't say. I don't know who she scammed. I just know that I wasn't scammed. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying when she's not scamming, she could be up here.
How you know, Mom?
What you mean? How I know? Because I've been on here.
I know you be in the trenches, huh?
Yeah, look,
you be in the lower bottoms of YouTube,
there's
huh?
actual shit where people
you be knowing where all the bones is hid up. You be knowing all the dirt and gossip.
Not all, but listen, all I'm saying,
in the trenches of YouTube.
Y'all lucky they got bitches who will tell y'all the truth, so y'all won't get
Traves
scammed.
of society.
Okay, well, anyway.
The chitlin
It's
circuit.
all funny until you done put $1,200 or $12,000 to
If
somebody.
you hear that happen to me, know it's a clone, and it was never me. Cause hell the fuck no, I ain't put it. What the hell? What the fuck?
I've seen a few people in the chat saying some good things. Old Blue Jay was saying you got to stay, looking good for your man, and sometimes you might don't want to do it, and you got to do it because you don't want, your man to be having a wandering eye. And a
If
lot
I
of you
don't want to
fellas,
do it, I ain't got to do
Brandy used to
shit.
talk about a woman with a wandering eye. So
Why would I do something I don't want to do? Why would you want me to have sex with you?
In there, Unc said he was with his woman for 3 years before they got married. That's one of my mottos. You shouldn't think about kids or marriage until 1,000 days. You'll kind of know
Well,
somebody.
my motto is
And
1,000
it still
days.
can go bad, but that's a good little time to know somebody. 3 years.
Ladies,
like
do not wait no goddamn years.
But ism. That's why I would always tell dudes like, nah, you don't choose a chick that like you don't choose a chick to be in a long-term relationship with that isn't gonna be like beautiful to you on her worst day. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of chick that you choose. If a chick push you out on her worst day, you don't want to be with that chick because she's gonna have a lot of worst days with you. You're gonna see her at her worst. So if she's gonna gross you out to the point where you like, damn, you let yourself go and shit like that, that's not the chick for you.
It's the weird thing that why are we focusing on looks? It's the weirdest thing. Like I'm hearing she grossed her out. Are you talking about looks or are you talking about attitude? Because if you talking about attitude,
some dudes, just like he said, you got to stay looking good for your man. Some dudes, woman gain a little weight, or she doesn't have her wig on or whatever. Her hair is all fucked up. No makeup, whatever the case may be. Motherfuckers like, yo, this ain't gonna work. Like, you ain't attracted to her no more. I'm like, man, you gotta, if you're gonna get with a chick, man, she gotta look good to you on her worst day. Like, you gotta know, man, hey, she can be fat, pregnant, fucking no makeup, cornrows, fucked up braids in her hair, whatever, bro. She's still gonna be fine to you. If you can't look at your chick and say that shit, man, she's probably not the chick for you.
Listen, ladies, if a man, because these men be in fantasy worlds, right? Because you notice they talking about makeup and shit. Like makeup is something you apply on. You know what I mean? So he has to know that you're gonna wipe that shit off. What the hell is going on? Like he has to know that.
Not listen to what Auntie said.
Yes, and I'm responding to
this is why men and women have problems right there. Auntie just said, and you just twisted everything he said.
No, I am actually.
I was gonna let her finish before I clarify.
I'm focused exactly. No, I'm not talking about you per se, Auntie, right? But I've heard the men say this, right? I said if you're talking about beauty or you talk about attitude, and you started talking about makeup and hair grows and falls out. Makeup is something you apply every day or no days, right? So that means you was focused on the outer and not the inner. And if y'all look around, so you want her to sleep in the makeup? Like she got to take the makeup off. Like you know what I mean? So I'm just, and she will gain weight. There is no doubt about that. Now, whether she become fatter, that's a whole nother thing. But our bodies, that's what our bodies do. We gain weight when we have children.
Well, that's why
when we get older.
Black men in this YouTube space, you don't have to worry about these women divesting. Okay. If the black woman is over 125 pounds, if she don't look like Sage Steele, the little skinny chick on ESPN, they're not getting a real Brad. Okay. So don't worry about these
divestors. But that's a lie, right? We watching the men with all kinds
like
of
slim women, 125 pounds that eat an apple and some vegan rice. They don't want them large butts. So black women is making more excuses why they can't knock off a good man.
You must be talking way back in the goddamn 70s and 80s. Oh, shit. Brad is trying to mess with black women. Now he's trying to marry them.
So we're saying that human beings.
But Unc, you gotta remember. But wait a minute, and wait a minute, Unc. Remember Precious though. Precious got her a white dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He's not considered what they want though, bro.
Yes, he is. What are you talking about?
That's supposed to be
Precious
bottom of
got
the barrel
comments.
grass. They want the top notch Chad, the dude with the dashing looks, but you got to be a slim black woman. Them the only kind get a white guy.
That's not true.
They say he's a homosexual.
What would be considered the high value white boys? Homosexuals, niggas that I know in the hood that you know got 3 or 4 baby mamas, and they go from baby mama to baby mama. I never heard of that word till I came to this space, and I was like, that sounds like a couple of my cousins. That's a regular nigga.
I know, you're right. That's a regular nigga to some of y'all, man. Yeah, but the homosexual is the man who, like you said, most black
You
men.
always got a place to stay.
Yeah, you always got a place to stay, but it's always somebody else's place.
Well, that's why he be blowing them backs out.
Possibly.
He trying to fuck for a place to stay. He blowing the back
right,
out.
right. That's a different type of fuck. You know what I'm saying? When you gotta fuck with save your life, nigga. You better look bad. Shit. You better drink some water, nigga. Shit.
Ooh, baby. He being like a woman. But no, to what Ronald was saying and Auntie, because both of them said something different but important and true. Auntie said the people get divorced or break up when they get married, even though they was together for a long period of time, because mentally they start thinking they locked up and chained. You know, like they've been together for 19 years. They got married and was divorced within a year. And Ronald had said something about, the honeymoon phase and people lying. We all lie in the beginning, and it might not be intentional. It might not be blatant lies, but we only putting our best foot forward. But eventually, the other side got to show, rear his head, right?
Men do not lie, and black men do not cheat. You got that wrong, Bob. You all wrong, baby.
I think Rizzo was trying to say something.
Okay, yeah, what would I know? I'm just a virgin, but anyways, what I'm gonna say those to me. I'm a terrible liar, actually. I'm more of the honest type thing. That I prefer to let my intentions be known in the beginning, though. That's what's kind of with me, though. I prefer to be honest, though. I just say in a way that they understand, though. I'm a terrible liar, literally. If I try and lie, you'll know what I'm lying about. Literally, though. I'm a terrible liar.
I think, well, you so young and you so inexperienced that you don't understand what I said. I said that you can lie unintentionally, right? Like, for example, you find out the young lady like roses, but you don't like roses. You don't even like plants around you or none of that. But because she like roses, you buy her roses, right? And so you're not lying. It's not like something that's so terrible, but eventually in a relationship, when she's expecting some roses here and there, and then one day you blurt out, well, I don't even like these things. Like, what's the sense of them? Like, and that's
that type of thing. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. What I was essentially saying, people put their best foot forward, which means if you don't show them your disgusting side, your bad side, then essentially you're kind of lying to them. And that's what I'm saying.
That's being foolish in a relationship. Come on now, I be talking mess up here and going over the top sometime. But if you're a young player and you want in-house box, you want a woman to cook for you, you understand me, wash your clothes, keep the house clean, then you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to get her some roses, get her a little purse, take her out to eat. It's like a vehicle. You gotta maintain it. You gotta give it an oil change too, player. You understand me?
Okay. Wait, but I'll be real with me. That's what you value to me. I value something different, though. I'm a bit different because I'm a Muslim, knowing how I see stuff. Okay, I know I'm inexperienced. I have no experience, and I'm young, though, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm a virgin. I know that. What would I know, man? But I'm just a firm believer. It's what I put out is what I get back. What goes around comes around type of thing, though. And I see it on a spiritual type of thing, basically. So yes, looks do matter to a certain extent. Yes, I can expect all of that, though. But I'm the one who has to be what I want to attract, though. You attract what you attract, and that's why you speak in the way you speak in, and that's why you actually see how you see. For me, I'm just basically I'm just hoping for now, but I have to be what I have to attract, though, and I desire something else.
Right, and see, that's called inexperience, everybody. Like, he's saying all these He's saying these things
Go
that
ahead, bro.
that's called putting it out in the world, right? But is it reality? This idea that he think that all he got to do is be what he want from others, and then he just gonna start flocking to him.
Yeah, that's kind of naive, young Riaz.
Yeah,
I mean,
was about to say that.
maybe that's how it should be, but moving like that is gonna get you
nowhere.
It's gonna get you nowhere. The short end of the stick.
It's going to get your feelings hurt. It's going to get you disappointed, and yeah, it's going to get you very, very disappointed in people. And this is a tough conversation to have because you got folks out there that's been in relationships, long-term relationships, marriages, got children, and we talk. With all due respect, we talking to a virgin. It's like, man, you ain't even been pussy whipped before, bro. Like, bro, there are different variables that change things and change things on the other side too. Like, these chicks know what it is to be digmatized out here. That should change things. So all that you are, what you attract, people start feeling stuff that can't be explained, or they don't know how to explain it, and then they start doing shit, and then next thing you know, years pass by and children come and credit gets fucked up, and you know what I'm saying, cops get all types of crazy shit happen. You know,
I think for those of us who have, and I wasn't, when I said that you was not, inexperienced, I wasn't even talking about sex, but let's talk about just a little bit of that, like Auntie said. I ain't gonna lie, dick and pussy could change your whole brain, the way you think. You get you some good vagina, and a woman to have you changing your religion. You get some good dick, and ladies, she'll become the head of the household while that nigga could sit at home and do nothing. Be a whole homosexual. So experience though, then you'll have you'll understand.
Didn't I tell you was a feminist? Now reverse that.
I said it on both ends. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking to you, Bomb Cherry. Hold on 1 second. I'm talking to you, Bomb Cherry. Everything you just said about a woman where she put that on him and she be the head of now say all that for a man. Go ahead, I dare you.
I'm sorry, Auntie and Witch Doctor. Before I said that about the woman, didn't I say that about the man?
Yeah, I think she said about both of them.
No, she said both. Just like I said both. You know what I'm saying? It can happen both either way.
Auntie said both.
I
want you to put it all out like you just did. You said, I know a woman that can get a dude this, that, and she'll have him and run the house. Now say all of that good stuff.
I said that before I said that part.
I know you can't utter it out your mouth. Your mouth will fall off, huh?
You don't have ears, because before I said that, I said a woman, a vagina could change his life.
No, now say it out. Now say opposite. A man would.
I said and then the man. I said that the woman would end up working because his dick is so good. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
When I said she'll be a homosexual, which means she'll be the head of the household working.
See, but that's the part I don't want to hear. I want to hear the man is the head of the household. See, usually
I said that on the other end. When I said that he giving good dick, that she'll be doing whatever he want her to do.
Yeah, but at the end, you still had to put a woman in charge.
What are you talking about at the end? I put them both in the same. I was saying that you could get.
So men and women are equal?
What are you talking about?
So men and women are equal?
Yeah, we could be equal to a degree. What you mean? Yes.
I didn't ask about a degree, ma'am.
Yes, we could. Yes, equal. Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Yeah, but actually, paradise though, in my faith, actually paradise is under. Listen. Listen, no. Nah, man. Nah, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Okay, well, I was going to say, in my faith, what I believe is the paradise is underneath the mother's feet. So basically, that's why.
We didn't hear no damn thing you said. We heard you say, don't cut me off.
Big step forward. Yeah.
What was that? He said it again.
Okay, anyway, stuff. Yeah,
Young Riaz is big stepping on y'all. You know what I mean? What you mean?
Yeah, don't cut me off.
Yeah, after he said don't cut me off, he said some shit we ain't hear. Anybody heard it?
He did. Nah. I don't know what he said, but he was attacking Uncle Ism. He wasn't feeling all that cutting
my
off.
bag, nephew. You got it. Go ahead. Don't
Okay.
Don't step on. Go ahead. Finish your sentence. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I was saying, okay, like basically, of course, both is different, though. But I'm saying, to God, of course, though, in God, as we both equal, but at the same time, we different in different ways, though. That's what I was saying. And also, paradise is underneath the mother's feet because she's the one who brought you in the world. She's the one she's the one to help you bring this world into you. She's the one to help you bring you in the world, basically. She's the one to carry you, the one to feed you, the one to, help you in the home and stuff like that. So of course your father's there and everything like that, and your father does matter though. But your mother does, of course. Paradise is underneath the mother's feet though. You actually know? So that's why if you want paradise, you have to respect your mother, You have to respect your mother, however, so you have to listen in a way, though. That's how I see it in a way, man. Of course, your father does matter. Both parents, though, you have to, respect them in a way. That's how you get into paradise. That's how I see it. And this is how I see it as a Muslim, man.
Okay,
And I
bro.
agree with
Okay,
you
well,
as
listen
well.
right here, my brother.
Balance. And when you ask me, are men
Well,
and
let
women
unclism school him from an old school to a new
Listen
school.
right here, nephew. I know that's sounds good, but with all due respect, young man, you are a virgin. Not to say that's anything bad, but you say heaven is
shit.
underneath mother's feet. But when
Yeah,
you
it's
get
a metaphorical sense, though.
I'm giving you some metaphor for you, brother, right here. Hold on. But
Go ahead.
when you finally get that woman and you start enjoying in relations, you might gonna change your statement. That's all I'm saying. You
he
know what I
saying
mean?
gonna be in a vagina? Is that where heaven gonna
That,
be?
that vagina might be the heaven that he looking for. You know what I'm saying? And not under his mother's feet. It'll be in between, you understand me, that woman's legs. Because at some
Lord.
point, as a young man got to move on and go start your own family, young brother. So I
No,
understand.
I know. I
Respect.
understand what you're saying, though. No, I'm
Yeah.
saying that's under your family, though, when you first start out, though. Later, when you actually get married, that's a different story, though. That's
Okay.
a different
Okay.
story. That's a different
Okay.
story. All I'm saying is, though, that's what I'm saying, though, when you first start out, though, in your life, though.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. Like you're inexperienced, so it's hard to have the conversation because you are gonna speak about your mother and father, and everybody else. We talking about like relationships, women and men,
Okay.
husband,
I've had
but
opportunities to be in a relationship, though, but I chose not to, though. I could have been, but
what made you not be in it if you had this choice?
no, it's
And
just mostly the faith part. I think it's mostly the faith part, and I also didn't feel like I wasn't ready, and also it's the peer pressure type situation. No, like it's like
but how old
basically,
were you? How old were you?
I think probably let's say like I probably when I was the girls approached me when I was like about 14 or something like that.
Well, we listen,
14 in my
young
teenage
man.
years.
Listen, young man. Everybody up here is adults. We shouldn't be talking about nothing that happened prior to 18. So the idea that you say you had an opportunity to be in a relationship, and then you talk about when you were 14. So you got to catch up.
No, that was through my whole teenage phase, though. Basically, I was offered to be in a relationship through my whole teenage phase, but I said no.
You 18
Let's
now?
go to the adults.
Even
How many
18.
times?
You 18 now?
No, I'm 23.
See, that's what I'm saying. You got like 4 years under you, 4 or 5 years under your belt. Talk
Well,
about
well, well, nephew, you're 23, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
in the faith of Islam, you supposed to have a wife. So I ain't saying you got to look for one tomorrow, but usually you marry. I mean, you go on dates with intentions on marrying. So you're getting 23, man. You don't want to wait too long. You should at least go on a couple dates with no strings attached, just to be in the presence of a woman, so you can get a little more comfortable when you do see the woman that you really like. The woman that you really like, you might be stuttering and fumbling over yourself. So maybe just go out and catch a movie or get a coffee and just get around a woman and get yourself comfortable with the way you talk, so you can flow when you really see that woman that you like, and you won't be all nervous and skittish if you just wait
Okay.
now and then you see her at 27 and you haven't been practicing. So just go on some dates and find out about a woman, and it's good to be around some woman energy. Then it's good to be around, men energy. So just try it out right now and with no strings attached.
ism
Okay.
give us a great information
nephew.
because these y'all scared young men. Like young men would be scared to be around women if they listen to the internet. You know, yeah, they like literally. There's men. men on here that I can name them where they like vagina. Ugh. No, I hate women. Black women gonna destroy your life. You know what I mean? That's because that red pill talking points that been out here for a while. But isn't
Okay.
this great advice?
Okay, that's a good point. Actually, I might consider that in future. I'm gonna take that into consideration. I'm just basically right now focusing on myself, and when the time comes, I know I'm not gonna be young forever. You have a
Oh
point
Lord.
on that.
He said he focusing on himself. So
Yeah.
being around
What
other
you doing now? You
people,
finishing school? You getting you some degrees, a trade? What you doing?
I finished college now though. After going 5 years to college, I finally finished that. So I'm probably gonna do something else. It's like this probably. Let me can't remember. Oh, that's it though. Basically, I'm gonna do this. Like it's like I'm gonna go volunteer in a community-based, program type thing. They're just gonna help me out with the life skills type of thing, and hopefully, within them 2 years though, I can be able to. I'll go work soon though, basically. And after that, though, maybe that'll be different, though.
Well,
I
you
hope to marry
23,
by 20. Yeah, I'm
23.
20. Yeah.
You probably got a good family and stuff, but a man needs his own though. So you might volunteer half and then work half. So you start making some money while you
Yeah,
still
but
stay
I'm
at
a bit different, though. Wait, but
I
look, I
understand,
get you
but when
and
you
what
stay
you're
at
saying,
home,
though.
you can save a lot of money. So when you get out on your own, you'll have a little bit of some change saved. Unless you just got a family that's gonna put you on. But if not, you can stack you up, 10, 20,000. Then when you get ready to move, it won't be such a burden. And it's gonna make you look that much more smoother in the eyes of a wife, of a woman, that you already got your own. So you don't need a woman, but I want one. And I'm in the faith of Islam. I'm supposed to have a wife, but you can show a woman, hey, I got my thing together. So when you show her your whole lifestyle, you're like, oh, you're 26, you got your own place, you got a car, you're doing good. You'll have the one you want. That's gonna look good in the eyes of a woman.
Okay. You have a point, but I'll give you that. However, to me,
Okay.
I'm a little. I work differently. That's why I'm, taking things step by step because I'm a bit neurodivergent, though. I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm capable of almost everything, but I'm just moving step by step. And I know I won't be young forever. And you have a point on that. And I see where you're getting at. However, the way my mind is, I work a little different from how everyone else is, though. So that's
Right,
why.
right.
That's how. That's why I'm just still with them now, though. It's not because I'm not capable of doing it on my own. If I actually did decide to move one day, I could just go find somewhere where they'll support me and do that and everything. Just right now, I'm just basically trying to, focus on myself first. And when the time for me to marry is to marry. And also, if I had to date, there's an alternative way. Is the way you explain, okay, I get you. The alternative way to date is like what you call a courtship, or we call it a halal date. We just basically, if I know a girl, I find a girl, I can take her on a date, but then I have to bring my family, her family, and we're not supposed to basically no physical contact. All you do is sit and talk, and you get to know. And if you want to date, you date. If you want to marry, you marry. That's a halal dating. You call it a courtship.
yeah, and that's good. Why you can't start that now? Like you can.
No, he said he's neurodivergent. He's on the autistic spectrum.
No, I know that, but
So he's gonna move at a little different
Wow.
pace.
Yeah. Well, I
yeah,
thought you was over here. So I understand now they do it totally different. He put me up on some game when I was trying to give him some game. That's for my American brothers, what I was speaking on, but that is totally different. They have a whole nother culture, the way they date. Okay, bro. Good luck to you anyway, young brother.
right, but he
Thank
still has
you.
the ability to date now.
Yeah.
'Cause he's putting off today, putting off for tomorrow what he could do today. I definitely know who he is, and I know every situation about him, and he is capable. He just have to, like I said, he sit in these areas where it's scary. Like, be honest, listening to in this space the conversations that we have, isn't it scary? It hasn't scared you away from women in a
No, it hasn't scared
relationship,
me
not
away.
relationships. Go ahead.
Oh, wait. Has it scared me away from relationship type of thing? Probably the way how these guys move nowadays, and how these guys basically most people in the space and stuff like that, though. Like, the ones that you just described to me. I mean, yeah, that's kind of putting me off a little bit. And also like pressure type thing, though. Anyway, it's not the woman's aspect, it's the guy's aspect. Because after seeing how these guys basically behave and what they do and everything, I'm like, nah, man, you can have that.
Right. And not just young men in your culture, but even young men in our culture is very scared of women because they, they hear that women are only for themselves. She only gonna think about herself, and she gonna use him for his money. And then the women are afraid because they're like, oh, he's just gonna use me for my body, and then he gonna throw me to the side if I gain a little weight, or if I need makeup, or if I change my makeup or my hair. And so it's like, if I was young in this generation, I would be scared as shit. I wouldn't trust anybody.
Oh,
It's
I wouldn't just say in
I
this
thought you
generation.
say it's much.
If you don't have any life experiences of your own, this is not a cool space for you to be around all day, every day. This is not healthy shit. This is some toxic fucking shit that you're gonna get from most of the people that have channels and have huge followings and shit. It's the worst advice that you can get. I'm gonna be 100 with you. Usually, the bigger the platform, the worse the advice is going to be.
Damn, you're right about that.
Especially if it's niggas that don't get no box and don't get no experience with women, talking to you about
Usually
women all day.
their supporters, and unfortunately, the same rules apply for those damn women. That's who a lot of their supporters are people that are antisocial and are fucked up already, and they need some place to go and get some confirmation bias for why their asses are alone. That's what a majority of this space is. So I'm just saying what Bomb and Ism told you. Regardless of where you are or what the spectrum is, man, get some life experiences. Don't listen to these people online. They don't know shit.
Okay, you're right though. I totally take that into consideration. Also, though, I have people in my, in real life as well. Though I've got my family members as well. They can give advice as well. I can go ask them as well. If like I get you on what you mean though, because I actually have people who will be really honest with me and actually give me what I need to give though as well. But I see where you're coming from though. You have a point on that though. I do take what was the advice that was given to me into consideration. I'm just basically taking step by step because I do take the a woman's feelings into consideration, how she feels and stuff. So whatever I say and stuff like that, whatever I say or do is gonna make her feel some type of way though. So I'm just basically taking that into consideration though.
Yeah, and you do have time. You're still a young man. But when I met you, you was like 19. I think you were 19. So we've been, I've been knowing you
I'd
for
say
quite.
like about 19, 21, I'd say. 21, 22, roughly.
Yeah.
So you probably don't need to listen to me. Don't the advice I gave you earlier, that was cool, but you understand me? No, man. No. We ain't gonna do it like that.
Okay.
I can't do it like that. I got to go out here and experience something. If my broad leave me tonight, I'm gonna get me a new one. I'm not fit to be on a panel of straight sucker simps crying about hoes all night. I don't know what you niggas call that, being tough. Your alpha males, your all these, your wolves, your anime man, your Iron Man. I'm not messing with you sucker duckers. Okay, crying about hoes and scared to go on a date. Okay, life happens. Things happen. When you get older, you might want your old gal by your side, man. You know what I mean? Take your blood pressure and give you your medicine and stuff. So everybody ain't got to be red pill, alpha, moon, wolf. Some of y'all need to get you a wife and sit down
and enjoy your life.
Trust me, that virus done reached the gate. Now, because of the shit going on online, even women believe they gotta subscribe to that shit and pander to niggas to get them. I'm just being 100. Yeah, you see that shit in real life. Women will come up talking to you as a man and start pandering to you just like these chicks online do. I fuck with Danica Marie, but let's keep it real. She pandering the motherfuckers over there.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of these chicks are following that shit because that shit, it seems to be what gets attention from dudes. So that's why I say
it's an easy grift. It's an easy grift. It's just like being a female rapper or some shit. It's an easy grift. If you be the odd one in a lane, You know what I'm saying? If you be a woman saying all the same red pill shit that niggas say, niggas is going. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, look at Cooking with Kaya. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was going supporting Cooking with Kaya because they thought that Cooking with Kaya aligned with more like male point of views and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Why they thought that?
Anything
They
that
was
makes
looking at her
black
for her body. They
Yeah,
wasn't
they
talking.
was, but they was using her to make the argument about being domesticated and still shaking your ass and shit.
But check this out though, Doc. This is how fucked up people's way of thinking is. Like, why would I ever want a woman that thinks like a fucking man? I want a woman that thinks like a woman. I'm the man.
Right, and that's the thing. That's what, bro. Most of the complaint is that niggas want women to think like them, and it's like, bro, what are you doing, bro?
These spaces
Ain't
have
no
caused a further disconnect.
no woman care about your
And because of that shit,
feelings.
you got dudes that came on here advocating for men's rights, and then you let dating coaches mix in with this shit. So now you got red pill dating coaches. What the fuck is that? Like think about that shit.
You ain't lying. You not lying. They look those
It makes
men.
no sense. And you got people that have built these huge ass platforms telling you some shit that's literally it's all contradictory.
Go on some dates, nephew.
So
Go through life.
that's why I said,
Get
to take
married.
this
Have some
this is
kids.
entertainment, man. Just be entertained by it, but don't. Shit ain't no Bible, bro. And I wouldn't recommend it for
Get a
somebody that doesn't
divorce.
have experience in life because you might think the shit these people saying is real. So Bomb has a point. You got women scared to meet up with dudes or to talk to dudes and shit because they're gonna get their asses beat or they're gonna get used and pumped and dumped and all that shit. And then you got dudes that have never been married, have no children, and then they're scared of fucking child support and alimony, and these niggas make fucking $12 an hour and shit.
Yeah,
And
you
then
ain't got no money.
my shit. It's like, bro, you make $12 a fucking hour. You work at Dunkin' Donuts, bro.
You drive a
Man,
Buick.
don't
nigga.
do them like that,
Don't
bro.
even have a
Say
car. Shit.
Yeah.
Hey man, it's
So
life, man. It's ups and downs. Go ahead, that.
so it is fucked up, man.
It's life, man. You know what I mean? Kids, children, child support, raising them. You could raise a little ass good. Then when they get older, they act inconsiderate. Ain't that fucked up?
But
So
nah,
it ain't
it is
easy being a
you know
parent.
how it is, bro. When
Don't
you
you be
came in
mad?
this dudes they had to have game or whatever. Everybody think that means you trying to lie to a chick and talk out of her drawers and shit like that. He's like, nah, man, you pretty much just got to have your shit together and get some confidence in yourself. You build yourself up. That's what's going to build confidence because you know you can build something. Start with yourself. So you'll be able to walk through the fucking world with some damn confidence and you'll probably get you a woman. It'll just come. But you gotta have some game. You gotta have some game to yourself. Dudes attack Ism and everybody else that fucking said that shit. You know? Because they
You
got
know,
some mathematical fucking equation to fix incels' problem of being lonely and getting no goddamn pussy.
hey, if you don't
You
get
know
no
what I'm
confidence,
saying?
if you don't
Real
get no
shit. They
confidence, you don't
got
got
the
nothing.
statistics, the empirical data, and all of the analytical information to tell you exactly how tall you need to be, how much money you need to make, the exact measurements of what your jawline has to be, and all of
We're
that shit, so that you can get a woman that's fit, feminine, friendly, and submissive. Get the fuck out of here, man.
And but people, the women used to attack me, you know, based on some of the things I used to think. Because I also say that women need to have some game about themselves, play the game of life. But I wasn't talking about. I'm not talking about hitting no man over the head and stealing from him. I'm not talking about harming anybody. I'm just saying she got to play this. You know, if she want a man who she like, she might have to fight for him. And I don't mean literally, right? But there's other women in the world. We got a lot of women who will say, but they're not fighting over no man. And I said, bullshit, right? Because if he's worthy of my attention, then there's a shitload of other women who might be looking at him too, right? So, but when I say that, then
So you're saying that they should compete, Bomb? How they should compete?
well, I mean, she should compete by being of course, being herself, but sharpening her skills, right? She finding out what you men like. And they say that's catering to a man. I'm like, but like he wants to cater to you because he want to know what you like. Why wouldn't you want to know what he like? Right? And so if I know that my boyfriend likes a woman who could cook, then I'm gonna show him that I could cook. Right? If he prefers
on the stream snore. One of you niggas snoring.
That's my husband. That's the hubby. I told you were gonna hear him. He done got in deeper sleep. Okay.
You call that a REM sleep, baby. When you're in deep sleep, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I put this moustigator on you. You understand, miss? I put this sheboinking on you, baby. You go to sleep. You be in a deep sleep. You be comatose. You know what I mean? You be digmatized by Uncle-ism, baby. I don't want to have to do it to you.
Yeah. Why don't some people want to compete? It's almost, and I know the word compete sounds bad. I guess to me, it never sounds bad. It feel like, okay, if I gotta out there in the world, I gotta compete.
You women need to compete. You ain't matching up to the bomb cherries of the world. You women can't sew.
The women can sew. The ones who want to sew.
What you sew?
You crazy. No, and the men also, some of the men, I remember the first time I said, yeah, this is the world, you got to compete. And a man told me I ain't competing because I used to be over there talking to men, believe it or not. Used to be
so
men
check
who
this
was
out, Mom. My bad cutting you up real quick. I'm going to add to this, right? I did a stream, right? And I think I even came up on Doc's panel and I talked about rotational dating. Why that's the most effective way of dating if you're dating for a purpose, like marriage or long-term relationship or whatever. And this is for men and women. I ain't get no pushback from women. I got pushback from dudes about that shit. Oh, yeah. I don't want to be in no chick's rotation. I'm like, nah, that's really not how it works. Like
if I'm in a chick rotation, I don't know. I don't want to win the rotation.
Here's the deal. And that's what I mean. Like,
if
everybody
all of us dating the same chick in the rotation, I don't want to be the winner and then let her be my chick. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I did a whole stream
smashing.
on this shit, so people actually knew what rotational dating is. They just hear the word rotation and they assume they just get thrown in one, and they're dating a chick that's dating a bunch of dudes and whatever. No, it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? It just, you got to assume that somebody, if you talking to somebody, they're talking to somebody else the same way you should probably be talking to somebody else when you talk to somebody or whatever. If you're rotationally dating properly, all that other shit is just going to fall out. You're not going to want to talk to anybody else. You ain't going to want to be with anybody else. You only got 24 hours in a day. So eventually you're going to spend all of your time with one person. But because people are actually competing for your time, when you're doing it like that, only one person can earn it. So you use the process of elimination. It doesn't mean that you ain't supposed to be screwing. The same rules apply with women. You ain't supposed to be screwing all of these chicks. Oh, I screw this one on Tuesday, this one on Wednesday, this one on Thursday. Absolutely not. But you dating for a purpose. Like right there, when somebody ain't on the same path as you, they not trying to have a long-term relationship because they got a rotation.
If you ain't screwing them, somebody's screwing them.
Okay, and that's when they fall out of your rotation. That's when they fall out of yours. You don't have time for somebody that doesn't have time for you because they're screwing somebody else. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Auntie, the key to rotational dating is to not let the women know they're in a rotational dating. Come on.
Yeah, no, that's a fact, but the women are supposed to do the same thing. But the thing is, you won't be in a rotation if you're doing what the hell you're supposed to do that's aligning with what the other person's doing. If they're dating, like if a woman's dating for a purpose of marriage or whatever, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna be courting or letting a couple of dudes court her that are supposedly saying they want the same thing. Now we know niggas just be saying stuff to get the box. So only maybe one or two of those dudes are actually gonna do what aligns with what the hell they're saying, and then maybe one of those dudes is actually going to do what aligns with what they're saying and what actually fits inside of what she's doing to the point where she wants to spend all her time with him, so the other dudes won't even matter. It's really that simple,
Right.
But if you just one person at a time, that's how you waste 5, 6, 7 years of your life on the wrong damn person. And you're like, how did I get here?
So when me and hubby was dating, I was dating other people. So I remember one time, like I was on my way going on a date, and he came up and said, "Hey, where you going?" I said, "Well, I'm about to go to the movies with someone." I said, "If you want, you could be, come up here like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, right?" And he said, "Bet." So I guess like that's everybody dating. We were young, right? We young. He wasn't all upset, right? I'm quite sure he was happy that I said you could come up after, and and we can sit and talk and chat or whatever. But the idea that everybody think that as soon as you meet somebody, get their name and number, and go on a date, that person is now just yours, it's ridiculous. You don't even know this person yet.
Facts.
So I was getting to know he's now my husband, of course. I mean, he won out, right? But I was getting to know the guy who asked me on a date. I was getting to know my now husband and a few other men. And it doesn't mean I was sleeping with him. In fact, the more men who are around a woman who's respecting her and things, she's not giving the cookie to none of them. Why would I, right? I have him, and him. They respecting me, I'm respecting them. Everybody, and I ain't gotta just sleep with them. Why?
I don't believe you, Mom. I don't believe you.
It don't even matter. But I tell you what, you think you men, even if I was wanting to have sex with all of them, you think they care? Men get in line for pussy.
Mom, no. But that's the purpose. If a woman's actually doing that shit for a purpose, she's not just gonna be sleeping with everybody. She's not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? If she's got a purpose of being in a long-term committed relationship that where she gets a ring, she gets marriage, she's not gonna be trying to screw this one and that one and this one and that one because she can fuck it up with everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Young, hottie, naughty, thotty.
I'm just saying that's a chick going through a whole phase that just wants to fuck. You know what I'm saying? She's not. That's the only purpose that she's dating, and that chick she'll stay in your rotation for a specific purpose, but it won't be for no damn ring.
What they used to call it?
I got married.
In your day, they used to call it a strawberry.
Me and hubby got married within 6 months. Within 6 months, we were married. Okay.
He locked that up, huh?
He did.
Hey, Bomb, can you tell me this about women? So you the top president of the Feminist Coalition, Bomb Cherry. Bomb, can you tell me why women, after they have 2 kids, they want the next dude to wait all this time and now they celibate? What?
That's your fault.
Kids, now you want the next dude to wait 6 months until you get married before he can get some box.
That's men's fault. That's men's fault. That's right. That's men's fault. That's men's fault, right?
That's men's fault because a woman has 2 kids. Okay. She's 34. Whatever. Now she talking about she's celibate.
Why?
And you gotta wait. You gotta wait till you marry her to get the used box.
Yeah, but ism, that's a lie though.
She said that's true.
You ain't gonna tell me you celibate. You got fucking kids running around this motherfucker. Your ass damn near 40 years. Fuck out of here.
You men. Steve Harvey is the one who gave that fucking advice to women. And you men, when women start talking about they celibate, you then give them more points. Y'all give her more points, right? Because she's walking around saying she's celibate and she's saving herself for the right man, and y'all give her more points. Y'all give her more points if she's a virgin, but it's hard to find them.
Yeah, but a born again virgin don't get no points.
Huh?
A born again virgin don't get no points.
But them men be giving her highest points. That's all she got to do is lie and say I'm celibate.
I mean, just like you say, you don't get. I mean, if you got to lie to get the points, it's cheating.
Did you hear what she said? She got to lie and say she's celibate. See, Mom is telling all
she was lying and saying she was celibate, and she could be lying and saying she's celibate.
So she's saying she's celibate because it means she's a liar, or you don't believe her. Mentirosa negrita. She's a liar.
But yeah, she was lying. The one I'm speaking about. The person. When she went through the name of all the men talking about I've been celibate for 10 years, but she
I got to get up in the morning. It's always a pleasure to come over here and talk to my old people. Aunt T, old Bomb Cherry, me and you be going back and forth. We're gonna have to get a show once a week, me and Bomb Cherry going back and forth. DJ Wish Doctor, the
Invite me on.
coldest
Yeah, we
host,
better line it up.
the coldest clips. And Ronald, you's pretty good today, man. You wasn't simping too hard, man. You wasn't too mad at that young light skinned girl that you like, man. You married, Ronald. Stay in your lane. Stop yelling at the light skinned women you like. Want them to
So
straighten
I'm
up.
good when I don't say nothing.
You're all right with me, man. I just be starting shit. I'll see y'all later, players.
All right, you take care.
All right. Peace.
Anybody else before we get on up over there? Because I do need to get some sleep too.
Now I know a
Yeah,
dude
yeah.
had came up on my show when I was talking about the rotational day. He was like, he was dating this one chick, and he said he was trying to juggle like her and like 3 other chicks, and he said she just ghosted him, and then he said like 2 months later she was married, or she was engaged to be married or some shit. I was like, yeah, bro, you was in a rotation and you wasn't acting right, motherfucker. So that's it, bro. You lost your spot.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
But
And he said she was a good woman and all of that. I was like, yeah, she was she was selling herself as a wife, motherfucker. You wasn't biting. Somebody did.
Right.
That's why she got a ring. I was like, can you blame her? You know? She dropped your ass.
Here's what I was saying earlier. I was saying earlier that even if a woman give like a dude an ultimatum, or give a dude like or if they question the dude intentions, like, damn, we've been dating for such and such years, if we marrying or not, I don't think that is wrong, because like you don't want to waste your time, because I understand that women got a biological clock, you know what I'm saying? So I don't see nothing wrong with that shit.
And
Yeah,
at
there
least
are
you know that she's serious about you, right? Because you're waiting for him to take the lead on making it, official.
Right.
Instead of we just being friends with benefits or some shit like that.
But
Otherwise,
mom, he thinking he keeping it player, right? Well, I got this one, I got that one, I got this one, I got me a rotation. It's like, yo, nah, she the one with the real rotation, and you just fell out of it, bro.
right.
For real. You done played yourself out of the game, bro. Like,
And
for
then he
real.
said he was a good one too. Huh? He just lost
Yeah, he
out
said
on
that was the good one. And then, yeah, what you end up with? Juggling 3 hoes. Like,
I think she probably was waiting for her real boyfriend to act right. You know how sometimes you've been dating for a while and she trying to get married and he says no for right now, so she break up with him and just waiting for him to get himself together and say, okay, yeah, you're right, let's get married. So she run right back to him. That happens
the
a
way
lot. I've seen women.
that might
I've
have
seen,
been him. I'm just saying the way he was talking. I'm like, bro, it seemed like she was giving you a chance, but you didn't act right. He said he was trying to juggle all of this, so he didn't have no time for it. So he just fell out of the rotation. Basically, he's like, she ghosted me. I was like, she didn't ghost you. She just started giving her time to another dude.
yeah,
She
the
was
one
giving
she
her
really
time to
wanted.
you, and now she's not, because you ain't really making. You know what I'm saying? You splitting your time between like 4 chicks.
Yeah,
You don't want that in a husband or a long-term relationship. She wants somebody that's committed to her. You know.
well, the
And
reason why
luckily she had you to compare the motherfucker she married to. You know what I'm saying? Luckily she had your ass as a barometer. So yeah, you helped that other dude. You know? You were a perfect example of what the fuck she didn't want. And this dude was the opposite. You got a winner. That's why rotational dating works.
I think it does work.
I think me personally, I think for the most part, when you meet somebody, a lot of times you kind of know who you like. You know, you kind of have a number one already. So the rotational, I don't really agree with it that much. But I think you should. I think you should be able to, like, for example, if you have female friends, you should be able to hang out with them from time to time. But for the most part, you know who you like. You know,
How you know who you like if you? Okay, so how without the rotational dating, how would you know what you like? You only know what you know, but you might meet somebody who have qualities that you never stumbled across, and now you've learned some things. So there's the ridiculousness is to say, well, you already know what you like when you don't even have any experience.
And that female friends thing, a lot of y'all dudes, y'all gotta learn the concept of mutual respect, man. Because if y'all don't have mutual friends that are females, bro, your woman is likely not gonna be comfortable with that shit. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like friends that are friends of both of y'all. Is it, oh, this was just a homegirl that I had for all these years before you and shit like that. Man, be considerate, because when she got all the male friends, a lot of these motherfuckers be insecure. You know?
Ain't no male friends. Ain't no male friends,
Yeah.
man.
So I'm not even gonna try my chick like that. Like I got this. I'm
Oh,
just talking
I
to this
ain't,
woman,
man.
and this woman just, you know what I'm saying,
Well,
and
I'm
then
glad my
fuck all
chick
that,
is
bro.
okay with me trying her like that. Well, not trying her,
Yeah.
but no,
But
I'm
when I
a
say,
male friend.
but when I say female friends, I'm not talking about females that you sleep with, because you know that's gonna mess everything up. And the same thing goes for her.
Right.
If she got male friends that she slept with, you know, that's a whole different story. But you
Or
are,
want to sleep with her.
yeah, but we all don't, you know, if you 25, 30 years old, yeah, you have friends of the opposite sex, and you don't just get rid of them because you're in a new relationship. You, out of respect for your that person, you're not going to be always hanging out with those other friends. You know, you might talk to them on the phone from once in a while or whatever, you know, out of respect.
So
You
so
know,
okay, so you
My
can
best friend is a man. My best friend is a man.
bro, you can ask. Okay, so ask your chick this. Okay, if your chick has a male friend, right, and she's 32 years old or whatever, be like, hey, does your male friend respect our relationship? Oh, absolutely. All right, so call him right now and tell him you want to fuck. He's gonna turn you down, right? Because he has respect for the relationship you got going on.
so you
He's
think
gonna
that is
turn you down,
something
right?
that's so you think that's you think that should be something that we should do? You think we should run that test
Hell
You
no.
in real
shouldn't
life?
have to run that test, because it should, just like Doc said, shouldn't be none of that shit, man. That male friend is, if he really has respect for y'all relationship, he ain't gonna be trying to just come around like that. You know what I'm saying? If
Bro,
he does
I
come
got
around, he gonna
female
come
friends.
around in a respectful setting when you there, and he gonna make sure he don't overstep his fucking
Watch
boundaries.
it this. I got female friends that I don't talk to on the phone on the regular heavy. But as soon as they got a man and they taking that nigga serious, I fall back because
Yeah.
she
Real.
just my friend. I don't got intentions of
And
wifing her up. So
you
if she
got
really
respect
my
for what
friend,
you
well,
got
I'm gonna
going on.
cock block her. Right, well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna cock block her from getting in a real situation and me and her just friends. That is some bullshit. You know what I mean?
Real. Don't be calling
And
me
as a
talking
man,
about
you
you
know what
and
you comfortable with. So you gotta respect their relationship and not even be getting it. It's not like you were if you was a female friend, it would if you was a female too, it would have been different. Y'all would have been girlfriends. But you a whole nigga. You know what I'm saying? You want a whole
real.
nigga to be friends with your girl.
Real. I can't
Jeez,
do
what?
nothing but create conflict in a woman's relationship like that. Like for real. If I can't become like yours and your dude's friend, I don't need to be around like that. Like real shit.
Even if I be and you know what, most of the time, because I got like two different homegirls that I'm friend with them, and I know they dude, me and they dude is not like the best of friends or cool like me and them, but I'm not, me and them ain't even cool like we was before when they didn't have a man. Cause it's not like, you know what I'm saying? And don't let it be a chick that you smashed before. You definitely ain't got no business being around her and a man. Cause that's kind of
Hey, and
disrespectful.
Doc, that's usually how it be too. So, man, nah, yeah, you gotta show some respect for what people got going on. Like for real,
Right.
for real. You know? Don't think like I'm not that dude that you're gonna talk to when you feel like you can't talk to your dude. I'm not that dude. Hell
Well,
Yeah.
no.
that's what my friend. That's what my best friend is. My best friend is the guy who I could call, and I start asking him about men, and he'll give me the real advice. He'd be like, "Yeah, Vanya," because he called me Vanya. He's the only one to call me that. He'd be like, "Yeah, that's what men do. That's what we think," and then he'll give me some perspective. Sometimes I need, you might need a man or the opposite sex, because my sister's gonna go with what I want to go most of the time, not all the time, though. But my girlfriends cannot explain to me some bullshit that my husband might be thinking. So we women and men really truly think of things differently. And so another perspective. But my best friend is a guy. And let me say this. I've always known that men would sleep with you if they have the opportunity.
Yeah.
So if I wouldn't call and give him that test, because that
Yeah.
that's gonna be
Yeah.
a failure. Auntie, even though I'm married and everything, right? But let's say I was your age and live close by and we good friends, I'm married, and we talk. But I'd be like, look, I just want to cry on your shoulder. I just need some dick right now. And you available? You might come over and get me some.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about your husband if you don't. Like for real, I'm like real shit. I'm not gonna book, but at the same, I'm not just like I remember that first question. Do you respect my relationship? Not if you don't. Fuck out of here. If you're like fuck that nigga, I'm like fuck that nigga. What about him? You know? For real.
Yeah, that's why you never use that test.
That's on some
Nah, I
bullshit right
mean you shouldn't
there. Yeah, I
have
wouldn't do
to.
that test.
But that's what I'm saying. Your girl shouldn't be in a position where she has to defend her male friends with you. They shouldn't even be crossing the fucking line like that.
Right.
That's facts. Yeah, because I talked to my friend in front of my husband. You know, it's not like we sneaking. Plus, he got a wife, and I'm, you know, we've been friends before he even met his wife. But yeah,
Yeah, I think it actually benefits the relationship more when you don't isolate yourself. You know, just because you got in a relationship now, and all of a sudden you isolate yourself, and now you can't talk to opposite sex anymore. You know, and when I say talk, I mean like for example, I have my best female friend. We might talk once, like every 2-3 months or something like that. You know, and sometimes the conversation could go over an hour. You know, and that's not something from my, and thank God my wife never get jealous or anything. You know, but I think it's really helpful because sometimes you do.
I think it is to a certain degree too. I gotta admit that shit because like sometimes I just like chopping it up with my female friends and shit, but now I'm in a relationship. I gotta respect my relationship, so the conversations ain't gonna be the same way. You know what I mean? It was before and shit.
Yeah, but if you for example like me married, if I was like every weekend I'm like I'm about to go hang out with my girlfriend or my female friend, then that'll be an issue because I'm leaving all of a sudden now I'm leaving my wife and children. What I'm supposed
And
to
you a dude, bro. Why you hanging out with your you know what I'm saying? Your girlfriend is your girlfriend. You know what I mean? Your wife is your girlfriend.
so yes, so you're right. There should be some kind of respect, but you know when it comes to like phone calls and from time to time, you know, having conversations, you know, if they or for example, if their kids having a birthday party, you're like, okay, let me bring my kids over there. That shouldn't be an issue. So
Nah, that shouldn't be an issue. But like I said, I understand these chicks can say whatever the fuck they want. Bomb, no, I done said it already. Sisterhood ain't shit. They don't like each other anyway. So if these chicks, if the only thing they got in common is me and nothing else, like no friendship, nothing, just me, yeah, chances are they about to be fighting, bro.
yeah, your wife should never
You know
have
what
to
I'm saying?
compete
For
with a
real, they're
female
not
friend.
gonna get along, and I'm not gonna expect them to.
If your wife feel like she's competing with a female friend, then that's a problem.
yeah, that's a problem. That's a
So,
problem.
so you shouldn't even be dating anybody or marry somebody who's overly jealous. So during that courting phase, you know, see how they act. If they highly jealous, especially if you just met them, you know, like you only know them for about a week, and all of a sudden they jealous and ask you all kind of questions and being jealous, depending on your answer, yeah, to get rid of them.
Man, hey, a chick doesn't have to be overly jealous to not be comfortable with me talking on the phone for hours with some chick that ain't her or my
No, you right.
mother. Like I'm
Right.
just being 100, man. Their senses are going to activate. Like if you need a woman to lean on, she be like, "You lean on me, motherfucker. What the fuck? Fuck is this bitch?" I'm just saying that's the way chicks are gonna be. I would assume.
Yeah, but like I said, that's why you gotta find if you have female friends, you gotta find that woman that is best for you. That's not gonna be overly jealous. And when I say conversations, like I said, if you talking to the girl if you're talking to another woman on the phone for like about an hour, like every 2 days or something, that would look a little funny.
Wait,
You
I'm
know,
a
but
little
if you have
confused on what you said because you said you got to find the right woman for you that's not overly jealous. So you kind of putting it on the woman instead of him just understanding that his girl don't really feel comfortable.
no,
And you
there
got
are women. There are
wait, and you
women.
got to figure out how to make her more comfortable. Like for instance, my best friend, like I got them to start getting to know each other a little bit here and there. You know, I'm like, hey, Chris, say hi. He said, oh, tell him hi.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, and his wife inviting us over here. You want to go? And whether he said yes or no, you know, I let him know, well, I'm gonna go hang out with him if you don't want to go. And he said, go. So I gotta I can't just force it on him. I just have to make hubby feel comfortable. But you was like, well, you gotta. So you saying I would have to get rid of hubby if he was the jealous type. But by the way, he is the jealous type.
Yeah, but like I said, that's in the dating phase, right? There are people that are overly insecure. There are some men that don't even want their girl to go to the club. They think that's cheating, right? So if you overly insecure, then yeah, get rid of that person because it's not going to last. You got to be able to have friends and or even spend time with friends from time to time. If you do it, if you hanging out with these people like every other day, then that's an issue. But if it's like from time to time, like I said, every month or every 2 months, you talk to somebody on the phone, that shouldn't be an issue at all.
Suppose you
Nah, I get it. That's a random conversation. Just catch up on some shit. That's a little different. It's just all right. It comes from a basic concept of just mutual respect. I'm not gonna do to this chick some shit I don't want her to do to me. But also, I'm not going to do some shit that I'm going to probably have to explain or apologize for later. Like, I'm going to think about that shit before I do it and then not do it. I'm not going to, damn, you know what? This shit done went too far. Or you know what? This chick has just been hanging around just to kind of, just hang around. You know what I'm saying? She just been hanging around, you know what I'm saying, for when things either go south with her dude, or a lot of chicks just hang around because they want to get with you. They just waiting on you to make the first move. And you thinking this is just your friend. And she's like, I've been waiting on him to make a move. And then you think a chick with you is gonna stop her? Nah.
And shout out to Brain Bender. She's actually agreeing with what Ron was saying too. She said Ron was on point.
Yeah, and also you got to remember.
On point with what? Because like by the time she said he on point, I'm asking what point, because in what he said, he's not so far wrong, except the part where he said don't hang out with him too much. But suppose you work with him. Suppose you work with your friend every day.
Well, that's different.
I think he's basically saying get somebody that's okay with whatever lifestyle you live in. I mean, sure, you're gonna have some sort of compromise if you really feeling the person. But if you got female friends, he's saying don't date a woman who's overly jealous. I mean, sure, you're gonna gotta play your part because you ain't just gonna do blatant shit to disrespect your relationship. But it's still a compromise. So they both meeting halfway. His halfway is he's not gonna disrespect, and her halfway is she not the jealous type because he vetted before. He realized that she
that's
could
not
be okay.
halfway. That she's not a jealous type. Like that's not halfway.
You don't have, but Bomb, check this out, right? You don't have to be the jealous type. Women got like antennas, bro, and a radar. And even though you might be like, look, this is just my homegirl. She'll be like, look, man, that bitch want to fuck you, man. Okay, like straight up. And she might be wrong. It's just you're her man, so she see you as the man, and she know other chicks want her damn man. So I'm not gonna do shit that's gonna put my woman in a fucked up situation, like in an insecure situation, or I'm gonna have to do some extra shit to ease that shit or something. Mainly not because I'm just trying to coddle her, but I want the same damn respect. Don't do some shit that might set me. If you think that shit might set me off, don't do it. Don't.
And let's let Triple B. Let's let Triple B explain what it is that she agrees with when it comes down what Ron was saying. Go ahead, Triple B.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the respect. Ron, love, respect, patience. That's the key. Like you gotta literally like kind of sacrifice, step outside the box. Like literally love, respect, patience is the key to moving forward in a relationship. Like it doesn't matter like what you are, who you're not. Literally support each other, hold each other up, be each other's pillar. That's what makes a relationship survive.
Then she said don't matter who you are, like what? Man, things be sounding good until you break that shit down.
We are the world.
Did she just say don't, as long as you respect them, but it don't matter who they are, what they are.
And I exactly said, I don't care about your melanin in your skin. I don't care who
What?
you are. How you treat me
Fuck you
is
are.
gonna matter.
It don't matter how he treats you.
It matters how he treats me.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see. Okay, I see that part. But
all right. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Ann.
Mm-hmm. There's some. So
and also one.
So I'm gonna go back to what Auntie said though, because he was on point when when Ronald said don't date a jealous woman, but like we all can have a jealous moment or a moment where.
Okay, let me explain something to y'all, okay? Because you didn't get the handbook at birth.
I don't know about the handbook. I don't know what kind of handbook you talk, but I was talking just now. I'm not sure what's going on right now, and I'm not even in front of you. I said Ronald.
One mic. Go
So
go.
Yeah.
Go.
So Ronald said that make sure she's not jealous, and I get that, right? Like I guess a man who don't like a jealous woman, I guess she's so jealous he gonna notice that she's jealous right off the bat. I guess I don't know, but that happens. But suppose my husband, right? Because let's say we got married, but we recently married, and he got a girlfriend, a friend who's a girl, a woman, right? And I just don't get the vibe. I don't like the vibe. When she comes over, the way she touchy feeling him, I'm not a jealous type. I promise you I'm not a jealous type. But now I don't like this shit. So what happens then? I said, I don't like this shit. So what are you gonna do?
Well, your man should know. Your man should kind of like detect your vibe and also be able to tell his friend, "Hey, my girl don't like that." So and also even the girl, she should be able to know how to present herself in front of you and have also respect for your relationship.
Man, I get that bitch one motherfucking warning, bitch. Hey, you like your teeth in your mouth? You better step the fuck off, man. My chick be done fucked you up out here. Fuck wrong with you? For real. And my woman gonna get that vibe right there. Nah, man. Because if I don't and this is just mutual respect. Like I gotta check that because if a dude, one of her male friends or whatever, get a little too touchy feely with her, she need to check that shit. I shouldn't have to.
Absolutely. Like, first of all,
so I'm just saying this is just a concept of mutual respect. That's why I would prefer not to even let it go that far. Like if I think there might be some conflict, I don't have to cross the line to know that that's where the line is. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Do you think like if she see a friend like a guy friend and she give him a hug, what do you think about that? Is it appropriate? Is that okay with you?
It depends on what kind of hug it is.
I'm about to say it all depends on the context. Man.
It depends on the hug. It depends on where you're at, what you're doing. Like if it's a side hug, pat on the back, that's different. If it's a full body hug, that's different. Like it's different.
There's nothing to talk about after you figure out what it is. Most people want to sit there and discuss, how they felt about the hug. If I don't like the hug, I'm just going to end it. I'm not going to go back and forth.
What you mean? Say that again for me.
Like for instance, let's say, you know how you could see something that's clearly obvious that there's chemistry involved, but they're both not saying anything. Instead of me trying to figure out if it's chemistry, I feel like that chemistry is there, so I'm going to end it. I'm not going to go back and forth.
That's what I mean. The part when you say end it, you mean like you're going to
let it. I'm going to let it. Yeah, I'm going to let it go. The reason why I'm going to let it go is because there's something there. You can clearly see something there. Everyone else around them sees something there. So that means something was already cooking up. Something's in the
you ain't gonna fight for your wife?
Nah, I'm kind of with it. I'm kind of with him on that. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna assume what's there. I already see what the fuck is there. And the point is, if I see if I see that she just doesn't want to check this motherfucker because he's clearly out of line, and I can see that she really doesn't want to embarrass this motherfucker after I clearly just got embarrassed because of what the fuck this motherfucker just did. Yeah, there's a problem. There's a serious
but you work it out. Why would you just walk away? Would you work it out?
I mean, a lot of times all of that working it out shit that's just fluff in the middle until I end up splitting anyway. So why waste the time?
Well, me and hubby had to work shit out, and that's why and it don't always just end.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure you ain't get to the point where it was already lemonade and you had to bring it back to water. Like you ain't muddy up the waters that way. What I'm trying to say is you can see clear chemistry between two people, and when everybody else could see the same exact thing, it's more than meets the eye. So sometimes you just got to say, you know what, this you got to let this one right here go, and
Yeah, but
just
that's
deal
not
with that thing
necessarily
as it
true.
is.
So, for instance, a hug, right? So let's say, remember they were friends. Maybe they were friends before I come in the picture, and then now we are married, and she comes over and hug him because she used to hug him a certain way. They grew up together and all that shit. I feel uncomfortable. I'm not just gonna walk away because I sense something there. We're gonna have a conversation, and I may tell him I'm uncomfortable. Like me and hubby had to deal with this because I'm in a state where he grew up. He's not in a state where I grew up. So that means
So
the women what with, go ahead.
So bomb. If you got to the point where you married a person, that means you got to the point where you felt as if you know all parts of that person. When you're married to that person, and when you're married to that person and they surprise you with affection to another person, that could be off-putting.
Yeah,
And
but
that means there's something that that means that she's good at hiding something. You
No,
never want to.
So
for me,
oh, okay, for you. But what I'm saying, I see what you're saying, your feelings. What I'm saying though, just because your feelings are something a certain way, doesn't mean that it's really going down that way. And you may not just walk away like you said, but it might be a discussion. Like I said, me and hubby met in a whole different state. We were in the military. So we met in Missouri. He's from Delaware, I'm from Louisiana. And we moved to Delaware. That means all his exes growing up, I'm gonna have to deal with. And so we in the grocery store and some woman walks up and says, "Hey, Mark," and hug him and shit. Now, she don't know he married. She don't even know me. In fact, she didn't even look at me. That's what really pissed me off. But, I didn't.
I'm gonna give you an example.
I'd have seen some chicks get fucked up, bro.
Yes, you about to get
for real stepping out of line, dog. Like I done seen it, dude.
So bomb. You remember that? I know you remember. Remember that movie Soul Food?
Yeah, Soul Food.
The movie, the actual movie. You remember when Buddy was like, "I know your wife."
Yeah, no,
and the way he said it, which okay, it was a part where the man who she used to mess with,
They beat the shit out of that motherfucker, man, on the job.
Yeah, he did.
You don't have to go. Yeah,
What he did was, bomb. He told him, "Hey, I'm the one that got you the job. I know your wife." And the way he did it, he wanted him to know, "I know your wife. I know your wife." You knew by watching that it was more than meet the eye. So she really tried that, man.
Wait a minute, but what did he know her prior to? I think I remember.
No. The dude didn't lie. He was an ex-boyfriend, but he got her ex-convict new husband a job.
Oh, I see your point.
He put the word in. She put the word in and said that somebody else did it. And then his like first day on the job, first or second day on the job, old boy came and made himself known. He was just being messy. He was just being a messy ass nigga, and she pretty much had to flirt with him to get him to do that shit. But that's a different situation though. She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing, and
she tried. She wanted to get her husband a job. Like
she wanted to get him a job because he was real down on his luck, not being able to get one. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? She thought that they wasn't. It was disrespectful because she didn't sew it up. Like she should have just been honest with her husband about what the fuck she did to get the guy for him to get the job, and then he can decide if he want to take it or not. That's where I believe she fucked up. There was telling him that I think it was her brother-in-law. She told him that her brother-in-law got him the job, and then old boy like, nah, bro, like I'm the one that got you the job. Your wife came to me, called her some other name and shit like that, and said, yeah, me and your wife go way back. And that motherfucker beat the shit out of that nigga right in the cafeteria. In front of everybody. First day on the fucking job.
But he deserved his ass beat in a sense, but that don't make
that's still on wifey for being dishonest. Like he shouldn't have got caught off guard like that.
Yeah.
You
I
you
think
don't
it,
know how
Like,
people are gonna react when they get caught off guard and embarrassed like that. So that I
No,
would put on wifey. You can't.
right.
You should have
So
just
you're
been
not gonna
honest
put
with
that on the
husband
man
off
who
rip.
tried to embarrass him. You're not gonna put that on him. It's her because she got
I
him a
mean,
job.
you know this is why you're not even with this nigga no more. This is a petty ass nigga that still wants to fuck with you. Those were the
facts.
pretenses that you got the
Facts.
Oh,
job. Like
now
he
that
That's why
makes
came into your
he get.
salon, you taped him up, you flirted with him a little bit and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, and then asked him to do a favor for your man now. So like, yeah,
Yeah,
this
that's
mother,
ultimate
you know this
betrayal.
nigga. Like
That's
you
why,
need to tighten,
that's
lady,
why he
tighten
had
up
to.
your
That's
shit.
why.
Just you
That's
need to
why he
let
had to
you.
get dealt with in the
Yeah.
lunchroom. He had to get
You
dealt with
should
in the lunchroom
you
right
got you
away.
got to tighten that
listen.
up.
The
If you are gonna cross that line right there, you got to tighten that up with your husband and let him know who the fuck you talk to get him that damn job, so that way he's not caught off guard in that situation.
and you
That's it.
also
Yeah, and
He can
that's
decide
the
whether or not
purpose
he's
of
gonna
leaving.
take the job or not.
now I
And
see
that's
the
the
point
purpose of
after the
leaving.
fact,
That's
but
the
Yeah.
purpose of leaving because you don't want to put yourself in that predicament. We're still primitive at that. And certain stuff like that can get you jammed up to the point where you don't see the light of day no more. So sometimes you
Yeah.
just gotta say, you know what, maybe this ain't what I think it is. There's several movies that's like that
you
where
always go to movies.
people
That's what's funny to me is the
it's
ridiculous.
easier
Well,
because
that
it's
goes to what I was
easier.
saying earlier, though, when I was like, look, if I think something might be a problem, I try to avoid it. I don't wait for it to happen so that way I can
Facts.
apologize for it.
No, I agree. And you
Goddamn.
gotta
If I give a fuck about somebody, I'm gonna think enough before I just do shit instead of just doing shit that that I might have to apologize for.
no, I get it. She was supposed to have a crystal ball to know that this petty ass dude, who
It's a
helped her.
possibility.
She informed him
Yeah.
that hey, I'm married. So now she flirting with him a little bit to help. Can you help me out with my husband?
Yeah. But the
And
thing
but then
is,
he got
he works for this company and has a high ranking position, so he might just walk up on your fucking man and put your man in a fucked up, embarrassing position. At least let your
yeah.
man know how he got this job for real. Because if he
No,
gets
I see
caught
what
off
you're saying.
guard, you don't know how he's going to react. That's the
Yeah, I
thing
see.
about it. Now,
Yeah.
in that
Well,
case,
a motherfucking man who couldn't get his own motherfucking job,
hey, but if you at least prepare your man and let him know what circumstances he got the job under, he chooses to take the job, then now you can blame a petty ass nigga for being a petty ass nigga, and you can blame your man for
Yeah.
going off the deep end when he already knew the
and he knew.
situation and chose to
No, I
take the
see.
job anyway. Now
No,
it's
I
not
see.
on you anymore because you were honest. But
Right.
but all of this shit happened because you were dishonest. If that motherfucker had some time to brace himself,
Exactly.
rather than being caught off
Exactly.
guard and embarrassed in front of all of his new coworkers and
So
shit, this
exactly.
nigga just got out the pen too.
Sometimes
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes it could appear that you have his best interest at heart. It can appear that way, but sometimes you don't even know that what you're doing has his worst interest at heart. And
Yes,
when a
because
person can't
she
figure
don't
that
have a
out,
crystal ball. I agree. And y'all want women to have that. Like it's not like we sit down and tell y'all everything. The man, like you said, she wanted to get him a job. He was hard on his luck, out of penitentiary. And of course she don't want to, make him feel bad that she really had to get him a job. So she had to make it seem like a man helped him get the job.
so like for instance, right, Bomb, if I got a woman and this woman, I expect for everybody to try to holler at this female because I'm gonna make sure she's that damn superior. Now, I don't expect to hear about it all day, every day. I'd be a fool to just want to get that type of information, that data, and put it in my brain all day. But when certain things like that happens, you gotta be like, hey, I ran into my ex today. You gotta say something when it came to stuff like that, especially if there was a conversation. If it was just a pass by, it was a pass by. But if it was something to where you would want to know, you need to actually open up your mouth and say something. When you don't
I
say
let my husband know that
that's an
every
issue.
time that I bypass, every time I went home to visit and I bypassed some guy I dated who was a neck, I was supposed to come and let him know, hey, babe, I just want you to know when I was in the Walmart, so I saw so-and-so and he spoke and he said hello and I said hello. We talked a little bit in the aisle. I was supposed to let him know that? Because that sounds like a whole lot of mess right there.
No. What I'm saying is that, of course, when you go out to Walmart, a whole bunch of dudes probably trying to holler at you. You ain't gonna go to your husband and tell him, man, I went to the peanut butter aisle, such and such try to holler at me. I went to this aisle, such and such. had to try to holler at me. But somebody with some history with you, or somebody who you know trying to get back with you type situation, you might want to let them know like, hey, such and such work at that Walmart. I'm gonna go ahead and head off to another Walmart because I don't want no smoke with my husband. I don't want my husband, getting into it with this dude because this dude don't know how to back the fuck off. That's the protection that I think Auntie's talking about. You got to do your due diligence to make sure that that stuff don't corrupt your actual situation.
Right, but I didn't say he worked at Walmart.
But
He was
notice
in
even what
Walmart.
happened in that even in that movie, if you want to go back to it, he ended up, of course, getting fired. He beat that man's ass and shit right there, knocked him out, and then went to his woman's hair salon and got into some shit with her. Right there, it just creates more problems than it solves.
Right, but
and like I said, it wasn't getting him the job. It wasn't even getting it from the ex. It all starts with being dishonest.
Right, but look, it all starts with she married an asshole and an abusive nigga, right? Because even he's an adult and he can make decisions. Some guy come and be petty like that. Okay, he's a bitch, but you's a bitch for falling. All he said was, "Yeah, I help you get this job." Like, come on now.
I'm only surprised because you lied.
Yes, but so surprised.
You told me my brother-in-law got me the job, not some nigga you used to fuck.
Right.
That you've been staying in contact with and asking for favors from behind my goddamn back. What the fuck? And felt the need
she
to
was
lie
staying
to
in
me.
contact with him.
Obviously, you just got him to do you a favor by getting me a job.
That don't mean that they stand in contact.
He doesn't know what the fuck it means, but all he knows is his wife felt the need to lie to him about it.
Yes. It's
And
sad.
all of that, I'm just saying, that's all I know is my woman's been lying to me. And one major detail is she's been in contact with a nigga she used to fuck that she's getting favors from.
Yes.
That's the only detail I know. So that might make some dudes go off the deep end.
And those
because there's a high potential that they still fucking. You know what I'm saying? And show so to Brain Bender, appreciate you for the $5
y'all
holler.
are gonna justify this woman lying to her fucking husband?
I'm not justifying,
Okay. Can I jump in, please?
But go ahead, let Ronald get in because he didn't get the mic. And whoever else didn't get the mic, really, y'all got it too.
All
and
right.
then we just circle back.
Okay, I know it's a movie and everything, but sometimes there's a reason why the woman would lie to her husband because he's overly prideful.
Wait. You saying there's a reason? Are you Are you creating excuse? Are you justifying this shit, Ronald? Let
me break it down for you.
This is wild, man.
All right. For example, in me, right? I'm not an overly jealous person. So if I'm looking for a job and my wife happened to find me a job and her ex-boyfriend or whatever from like 20 years ago hooked her up, she'll be able to tell me because I'm not gonna be bugging. I'm gonna take that damn job, especially if I've been looking all this time and
So
I can
this
find
situation doesn't apply to you.
Wait, let him drop. Let him land. I'm trying. Let him land. He bought the fuck up. Go ahead.
But if you married a dude that's overly jealous, right? And he's been looking for like about 6 months to a year or even 2 years for a job and can't find something because he has a criminal history. And she happened to get him a job. And she know if I tell him how I got this job, he ain't gonna take it, even after you've been looking for 2 years. Then I have no problem with her lying. But when she tell him that lie, she also gotta make sure that the guy, her ex-boyfriend, or whoever, who hooked her up, he needs to also continue that lie and never go and confront him and say, "Yeah, I hooked you. I got you this job." So I totally understand why a woman would do that.
But is it right though?
It is right because his ass is too sensitive.
So wait, this Christian man, Ronald, that upholds Christian values, is saying that a woman should lie to her husband and making custom-made excuses for her. That shit was tailor-made.
I refuse to fucking marry and live in a house with a woman that can look me in the eye and fucking lie.
Especially about involving a nigga that you done fucked before. What type of shit is that, bro?
This is not some nigga trying to holler at you in the
And look at
peanut
this,
butter aisle.
and look
You
at this,
talking about you
and
just
don't
sent
let
me
you
to a
wait a minute,
fucking job.
wait a minute, and don't let him find out about it without her telling him. That's making
That's what I
shit
mean. When
10
all you
times
had to do
worse.
was tell
Y'all
me the
notice
truth.
how they only focus on whether they had sex in the past or not, even if it was when they were teenagers.
No,
These niggas
no,
already
Bob.
about it.
It don't matter. It don't matter about the sex. The sex just represents the level of intimacy you and body shared. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's right. So
Bomb,
you focus
bomb.
on
Hold
the
up, hold up, bomb.
even when they
This
were
is what I
teenagers.
was trying to get at. See, this is when people don't understand. Just because you ain't tell me what's in your hand, don't mean your cards ain't exposed. Like, here's the deal: you lied, and there's a reason why you lied. And this happens to be some dude that you used to screw around with. Says he's your ex-boyfriend and all of that. And then, like, come on. You know what I'm
She
saying?
lied and
And you
said that
and
she
you
got him,
lied.
that she didn't get the job.
She
Somebody else.
told
That's it.
him.
All she lied
She
about.
told him that her brother-in-law referred him. So he's
So
going into this job happy, thinking his brother-in-law hooked him up. And then on the first day on the job, her ex-boyfriend comes up. Yeah, I'm the dude that got you the job. Yeah, me and your wife go way back. All of this shit.
But
And then,
listen,
yeah.
if even
So
but
you
y'all
nah.
playing the game. Wait a minute. Y'all playing the game because even if he got the job through the brother-in-law, soon as he found out that man said, "Oh, I know me and your wife go way back," he still would have felt embarrassed because pride. These niggas who think they own these women, was she supposed to say, "Well, my brother-in-law got you the job, but I want you to know that it was through one of my exes," because he wouldn't have said that. So y'all are not being real and honest here.
But
Here's the deal, ladies. I'm gonna tell y'all straight from a man's perspective. Hold up,
regardless. Wait a minute. Regardless of how he feels, right? That don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you want to live on the lies and shit. It don't matter about your feelings at this point.
It is what it is. Fuck all that. Hey, listen to this advice, ladies. I'm telling you from a man's perspective. Keep listening to these chicks. You let your man be the last to know shit along those lines. Yeah, your ass gonna get left, cheated on, or fucked over. Real shit. I'm just being real. Don't no nigga want to be with no chick and he be the last to know shit.
Exactly, I agree.
Fuck out of here, man. Like, come on.
Okay.
Well, you got secrets with your ex nigga, and I gotta find out about it at work. Fuck up out of here. Fuck you and your ex nigga. Like, come on.
Y'all act like everybody coming home and exposing everything that happened that day.
Hey, if your secrets end up exposing themselves at my job, yeah. Me and you got some issues.
What is the bigger picture?
You could have just told me the truth. Nah, hey. She knew when she married that motherfucker that he was a felon. Okay?
Exactly.
And we know that it's tough to get jobs as a felon. So you're not gonna marry somebody that is a fucking felon and then get pissed off because he can't get a job.
Right, but then she got him a fucking job, and now y'all.
Yeah, and she could have told him how she got him the job.
That's a good argument.
She could have told there's nothing wrong with her getting him the job. She could have told how she got him the job.
The reason why she had to lie is because he'll be tripping about it. That's why.
Well, look at what ended up happening.
She shouldn't have married a nigga who tripped like that.
It came out anyway.
Ego is fucking crazy, right? Because they're gonna blame her for everything, Ronald. Even though
chances
real
are
life,
he
I
wouldn't have
understand
took
what
the
y'all
job.
saying. Lies, I understand lies shouldn't be something told in relationships. I get that part, but y'all missing the point where it didn't matter that she got him the job through this man, because even if he knew that the brother-in-law got him the job, soon as that man said, "Me and your wife go way back," that was the part that set him on fire.
He wouldn't even have known who that dude was. They wouldn't even have known each other.
No, he would have known who he was because he got him the job.
No, exactly. That's the only reason why he knew who he was, is because his wife called him asking for favors. My point is this: look, if that's what you want to do,
wait. Even if remember, he thought that the brother-in-law got him a job through a favor, so he already knew that somebody got him the job through the favor. So what I'm saying is, it was more so when that man said, "Me and your wife go way back," made it seem like they intimate. So that doesn't matter who got him the job. It's the fact that that man embarrassed him at his job.
Yeah.
And y'all
No, hey, it wasn't just
No,
being
no, no,
embarrassed.
it's not.
It
It's
wasn't
bigger.
just
It's
being
bigger.
embarrassed.
It's
Had
bigger.
he already known
Yeah,
the
it's
details,
bigger.
he would have known what he was going into that job
He
dealing
wouldn't
with.
have
Now,
taken
more
it.
than likely, he wouldn't have taken the job.
That would be
But at the
stupid.
same time, that's the fucking
Right.
free. Hold up. At the same time, that's the free will that a human being, especially your man, deserves. He should be able to make his own fucking decision based on the facts, not some distorted version of reality that you made up in your own brain because you know
Right.
reality will get you fucking cussed out. Nah, that's bullshit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And
That's
it's
a
bigger.
God complex. That's some manipulative
Auntie,
shit that you're gonna
Auntie,
bend reality just
what
to
about
just to get the results you want from a man. That's bullshit.
Auntie?
Manosphere.
You know the crazy part about that is she would have never told him. Had the man never put that out there, he would have been working 10, 15 years and she would have kept that to herself. And that's a problem. That's a
Why?
It
huge
is a
problem.
Why is
problem.
it a
It's
problem
a
that she
total
got him a
problem.
job?
No, it's
You're a
not.
Because
It's
man.
not a problem that
really
she got him a job. Why are y'all trying to pretend like I didn't just say what I said? It's a
it's
problem
not
that she
about the
fucking
job.
lied. Stop trying to deflect off what
Problem.
the fuck I said. That she lied to that man.
It's a
Don't tell me
problem.
my brother-in-law got me the job when your ex nigga got me the fucking job.
And
That's
the
a
reason,
lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Like, what
some
the
wild
fuck,
shit.
man?
That's
is
like if
because you
that's
said
like
something
if
that
Like,
she
her
no,
and
no,
the, that's
no,
like
no,
if
you deflecting
in the
like
wait
a
a
hoe,
minute.
background.
Ronald. Nah, Ronald deflecting like a hoe up here, bro.
Wait,
There
wait,
you
wait,
go.
wait, wait.
And
Let's
I'm not,
chill.
I'm
Wait,
not
let's
calling
chill.
you
It's
a
about
hoe,
to
but
be
you deflect
breakfast.
like that's how
It's about to be
females deflect,
breakfast.
bro.
Just no. Wait a minute, Auntie.
Anybody will
Wait
equate
a
it over
bro.
like
Wait a
got you a job. Nah,
Right?
man. I
He
heard to
calling
say
me
it
a
over
hoe
and
for
over
no
again.
reason.
Nah, because that's some
In the
shit that a
back of
All
her
I
broad
need
will
is one mic. All I need is one.
Shut your mouth, boy. Shut your mouth.
Nah,
You
that's
know
some
what?
shit
You
that a
know what's
broad will do,
crazy?
bro.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is you know what's wild, Ronald? That you failing to realize you overlooking that now her and her ex has a secret that they sharing, right? Outside of these people relationship.
Accurate.
That is
right?
crazy, bro.
Yes.
A secret
Like
that he
Yes.
got
Yes.
It don't even matter what the secret is. That's how shit starts. It
That
don't
shit
matter.
from Bomb.
What
I
starts? That's
expect
how it
that shit
starts.
from
It
Bomb
don't
because Bomb
A
is
matter.
marriage
witness
is
to shit.
supposed to be a sacred union. Y'all supposed to have the secrets, not outside people. That is crazy, bro.
Right. And
Bro.
that's exactly what I was
Nah,
trying to
y'all
explain
are
to
not
William.
gonna deflect, man. Y'all are telling me
It
that
was
it's
in
okay for her to just lie to her fucking husband. Yo?
No.
Lie to her husband.
No, 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 no. That's not what we're saying.
no,
That's
she
not what
was
we're
gonna
saying.
keep that lie for life. She was gonna keep that
That
lie.
is crazy. Till death do they part. Yo, manosphere. She was gonna keep that lie till death do they part, like she's supposed to keep it with the marriage, bro.
Man, she wasn't
Guess
gonna be
what?
able to
In
keep
the
that
back of
shit
her
no
mind,
longer
you know
than
what she would have
40
been
hours.
like? In the
That's
back of her
strange.
mind, she would have been like, "I'm the reason why you got that motherfucker job."
God
A lot
damn.
of
She
women
would have been
get men
saying,
jobs and like, what's the
but
problem?
but that's one
There
of those
is no
cases.
problem.
It's not
The problem is lying,
a
Bomb.
job.
Yes.
Stop
And
trying
I
to
may have
deflect.
gotten him a job, and it may be an
It's
ex-boyfriend that
not
I
about
knew
that. It's
at one
about how.
time
It's
who got him
about.
the job.
It's
My
about
soul.
Hey,
lying.
and
She
you
said
better be
that.
100% honest about it, and then I'll decide if I want to take the
No,
job
I
or
ain't got
not.
to do that.
That's the
No,
free
But
will
this
that
is
you
how
don't have a
this is
right to
how
rob another human
this is how
being
these
of.
things are triple B,
That's the
and this is how
manipulative
these
shit,
things
bro.
happen. I will be better.
Nah, that's why these bitches be getting left and then be on their hands and knees crying. He
Hey,
just
listen,
left me. I
Check
don't know
this
why
out.
he
Check
just
this
left.
out.
I got him at the
Ronald,
lying,
check
bitch.
this
I
out.
don't like lying ass
Ronald,
bitch. That's
check
why I
how
left.
innocent. Wait a minute. Wait a
Mom
minute.
knows she full of
Oh
shit.
my God, bro. Go ahead. When you finish, let me know.
Nah, Bomb knows she full of shit, man.
No, I'm not full of shit. Y'all talking full of shit
Like
because I'm
everything is not a, we're not
real life.
fighting. Let's not fight for the mic. Let me just say this. This is how simple, innocent lies could turn into some crazy shit. And I'm not gonna say that I'm perfect. I done lied in relationships and made shit even weird because I lied. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. If Auntie don't like Ronald hat and he say, Ronald, I don't like that hat. That's completely different than if he told me that he don't like your hat and then you found out about it. It's gonna be weird now, bro. Because it's like it's deceit, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if she go and tell the man straight up, she could have go and tell the man, I'm about to get you this job, but I ain't gonna hold you. It's gonna be through my ex type shit. No, two of them sharing some secret. Maybe he might be like, yeah, butter him up a little bit so I could get a job. No, she and her man sharing a secret that's sacred. You know what I'm saying? But no, she and the ex sharing a secret that's sacred over her husband. That is crazy, bro.
Hey, DJ,
That's
DJ,
called
let
life.
me break it down, please. Let me break it down. All right. It all that's the reason why I say it's very important during the dating stage that you really vent who you want to be with, right? The reason why my wife will be able to tell me the truth is because she know I'm not overly sensitive. So if she tell me, hey, I happen to run into my ex-boyfriend and he could help you out with that job. If I've been looking for a job for 2 years, I'm gonna gladly take that job. While another fool gonna be like, no, I ain't gonna take that job, right?
But why not give the man the chance to be that fool, though? Why not give him the chance to be that fool?
Because the fact that he's an ex-con, he already a fool. She already knows. She knew who she married.
He's already a fool. Give him a chance to be
not be an ex-con after you married him.
Let's try to have the conversation without it turning into argument, right? Why she can't give the man a chance to be the fool? He already a fool. No, you lying to him. That's even making him a bigger fool. That's crazy to me, bro.
And his actions in that movie proved that he was a fool because
he was caught off guard. Had he known and still chose to take that job when old boy came up and said that, hey man, me and your wife go way back. Yeah, man, she told me, man, appreciate you getting me the job and everything. I'm gonna do everything I can to move up here. And then when that motherfucker walk away, yeah, fuck that nigga. He's already prepared for it. But when he gets caught off guard, you don't know what's gonna happen. It's probably the same shit that landed the nigga in the pen in the first place and got him the damn felony. Who knows?
Exactly.
But she should know her man, and she should know he's gonna fucking snap like he did, and then come to her damn hair salon and snap, and this might just cost her fucking marriage.
And she knows that man. She know that man want to take that job.
So you think about that before you just lie.
Well, you know what? If he didn't take it, but then he probably shouldn't take the job because it's already messy already. You know what I'm saying? Because look how we end up finding out anyway. That's crazy. You willing to risk that type of shit over some bullshit lies? That shit is crazy, man.
Yeah. So I mean, the moral of the story is she shouldn't have dated a dude that was an ex-con and overly sensitive.
No, that's not. That's not the moral of the story.
She married him.
With him.
She
married him. That's her husband. Better or worse? Better or worse?
She made a choice. She made a choice to be with that particular guy. The problem is that she was willing to be dishonest for the remaining of that relationship. She literally created an entire story. She's a great storyteller. Her name should be Dr. Seuss. I'm telling you, this is exactly what she did. And then she was gonna play this whole thing in the background, and she thought everything was okay. She forgot that the other dude still wanted the buns.
Yeah, I understand. I understand in the movie. I totally understand that. But also, she has the option of never to give it to him. Also, am I correct on that?
Yeah, she does.
It's not even about that. But the thing is he put her relationship in jeopardy because he still wanted the buns. He was thinking with the other head instead of the head he should have been thinking with. And the big issue is it's not about the job. It's about you're creating an entire fictitious story for me to get a job. That means you felt as if I was pathetic.
Right.
Hey, I'm just saying.
You treat that man like a little kid. Look, I'm gonna put a dollar under your pillow and tell you it's the tooth fairy type shit. That is crazy.
He is pathetic. Look what he did. Look his actions. Look what he did.
Okay.
So not only did he.
Hey, I'm not gonna disagree with you there. He was in a pathetic situation. It was what it was, but that was her husband. That doesn't give her an excuse to be dishonest with him.
Yeah, because she know what was gonna happen. He's gonna start tripping.
Nah. Hey, and then real shit. Hey, ladies, you keep being dishonest with your husband when it costs you your fucking marriage. Go ahead and blame him. Guess what? I'm pretty sure he won't give a fuck. He'll just be gone.
But you know what she's gonna say though, right? She's gonna say, "Well,
when we leave y'all, we don't give a fuck who you blame for it." Just so you know.
Exactly. She's gonna sit there and be like, "Oh, he was pathetic anyway. He didn't have a job anyway." The best friends will be
nobody regrets leaving a lying bitch. Remember that. Nobody does.
That's a fact. Because it shows you that who I thought you was, you weren't. So I was fooled. And now, guess what? I bid you good night.
Cause real shit, man. That'll be like, man, what else she done lied about? This bitch could just lie about anything. She just like she didn't even have to lie. She could have just told me the truth. Like, what the fuck? If the good news is I got the job, why not just tell me the truth about why I got the job? Why you gotta lie?
Exactly.
Is that
Oh, I know why you gotta lie. Because you're getting favors from a nigga you used to fuck.
Is that worth leaving your wife? Is that a situation you'll leave your wife over?
Absolutely.
Dishonesty? Yes.
It's not even about her getting me a job. It's even though I wouldn't be in no situation like that. But either way, at the same time, it's about her just being able to look me dead in the eye and lie.
Yeah. But like I said, there's a reason why she lied. Because that person's
give a
really
fuck.
sensitive.
Bro, you're wild and wrong. So wait a minute. Your woman and her ex is sharing a secret.
Okay.
And you the idiot that just left out of the loop. As a matter of fact, now I bet you more people than the two of them know. That is wild to me, bro.
Who benefits from that secret?
What do you mean?
Who benefits from that secret?
Nobody benefits from the secret.
Hey, there was no job because it was kept a secret. There is no job. He worked there for like 3 hours. There's no fucking job.
Yeah, because he saw the fight.
There's no job, and the marriage is on the rocks.
Because of the ex-con husband.
Huh? Whatever. It started with the dishonesty.
If one person was to benefit from the whole thing, it would have been the ex.
Hey, he
got a good looking out. You know what I'm saying?
He still had a tight. Hey, at least they didn't have lies between them. He was a job.
Oh, everybody, the ex looked like the bigger. You know what I'm saying? He looked like the bigger man.
No?
Well, he is the bigger man.
You see, that is fucked up. That is wild.
But check this out. Listen, man. At the end of the day, right? If you are ex-con that can't find a job, and your wife has to lie to you to get you a job, then it all started with that dude. Right?
Man, you the same dude that said you just be letting your girl's male friends just hug on her. Has a dude ever just grabbed
the church hug? Like, what kind of hug do they? What kind of hug we talking about? Is this the church hug?
Real, dog, because I've done that shit before, bro. I done hug niggas' girlfriends and shit, just grab them right on the ass, dog, and they don't do shit. You want to know why? Because something was going on. Real shit. You probably get them types of hugs from your girl, bro.
I've been married for 15 years. Almost 15 years, man.
And that's probably why it lasts, bro. Because you put up with that shit.
There's nobody grabbing at their ass and stuff. So, like I said, the reason why
I'm just saying, I would do that shit right in front of you. I wouldn't give a fuck. You wouldn't do
That's
shit.
crazy. No, I would let her.
Or
let her lie to him. Let her lie to him and say that that's not what happened. You know,
for real. She's gonna be like, that's not what happened, and whatever. And he's not gonna do shit. She's just gonna call me later anyway. Real shit.
All right.
That's how it starts, Ronald. You know what I mean?
Listen, like I said, you cannot be overly sensitive.
I say
right?
That ain't sensitive. That's
exactly. And that's exactly what you're gonna think
more
about.
lies. That means more lies are gonna. She's gonna realize, okay, this lie was okay. Let me do another lie.
Right.
Bro, I'm picking your girl up a foot and a half, 2 feet off the ground. Grab an armful of ass, dog, right in front of you.
Yeah,
Yeah. I ain't gonna do shit.
It's weird.
And neither is she.
What's weird is that the ones up here who's married in long-term relationships have a different viewpoint where we are actively telling you, like,
damn, that's crazy, dude.
Is anybody okay? Me, I know Bomb been married for a long time. I've been married for almost 15 years now.
Damn.
The rest of you guys, have you guys been married for that long, or are you guys married at all?
Come on, why are you trying to shame us? Are you throwing shots? I think this is shots.
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Anybody else other than me and Bomb Cherry married?
No,
right?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I win.
So at the end of the day, y'all should be taking notes instead of trying to disagree and saying, "What if I do this to your wife?"
If y'all should is how much lies are y'all should built on, if any?
No. Because like I said, I am not listen. I'm not an overly sensitive ex-con. So like I said,
Ronald, what it could be is, Ronald, it can also be that you're just numb to it. You're okay with your situation. You don't care if she steps out or not. You're
So
just
they
you're
always
just
tell us
content,
that,
brother.
Ronald.
Right?
That's what they tell the married people, that we so unhappy. You probably just
Oh, I don't think he's unhappy. I don't think he's unhappy though, Bomb. I don't think he's unhappy. I just think he's content with everything.
No, he
He's
just
okay
told
with
me.
how everything is rolling.
But he said his relationships are not about the lies because he said he's confident and he don't
And
have those type of issues.
and I'm not overly sensitive. If I screwed up my life, that I'm an ex-con now and I can't find a job. If my wife find me a job and she tell me, oh, her ex-boyfriend from 20 years ago was the hookup, I'll be
But she didn't
thankful.
tell him that. She didn't tell him
But
that
like
though.
you guys
Right. She ain't even giving that respect, bro. That's crazy.
because
She
she
give
know
that
how
respect. That's
he would
different,
react.
Ronald.
She wouldn't
It
take the
doesn't
job.
matter.
So she knew how he was gonna react.
Yeah.
So she's Miss Cleo. Then why didn't she win the lottery instead of getting him get a job? If you Miss Cleo now,
I think it's harder to win the lottery.
Yes. And then we don't
And
we have
then
a
get
woman
hooked
up there who was agreeing.
Hard to win the lottery. It's just unlikely.
What her name is? BBB.
Triple B, yeah, BBB.
So BBB, basically what they're saying is that it's the woman's fault no matter what. Even though this con who got a job.
Wait.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
Mom, why you trying to make it into somebody say this the woman?
She's with the shit.
He was a con working a job, got a job, and then all somebody had to do is tell him, "I help you get your job," and then he wows out, fights, losing the job. Lucky he didn't go to jail. I didn't see the complete movie, so I'm not sure if he did. He made those decisions, but they are saying it's her fault.
Yeah.
It's her fault. So what you say to that?
He embarrassed himself. I'll tell you what I'll say. You're not just gonna deflect off of the fact that she lied to that man.
Yeah, but you're not gonna deflect off that you beat somebody up just for words.
Hey, had she not lied, that likely would not have happened.
No, what you mean likely? We know he's a con.
She'd have just
right?
told the truth. Hey,
okay.
That's who got you the job. He probably wouldn't have showed up to that.
Yeah, he probably would have not showed up to the job and find another way. You know what I'm saying?
Did she sleep with that man to give her husband a job?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't know what the hell she did at that point. The way this dude came up talking.
That's what I'm saying. We seen the movie, but he didn't see that part. You know what I mean?
So,
hey, and what would have happened, Ron, when it was time to get a raise? What she would have did for the raise, Ron?
Hey, algorithm, bro. All he knows is that whatever she did, she felt the need to lie about it.
Exactly.
And that happens in life. It's called white lies.
Yeah, no. Hey, we don't know if it's a white lie or it's a big lie. All we know is it's a fucking lie, and it's her ex.
Is marriage a white lie?
Come on, you know what I'm saying? He lost it.
Is marriage built on white lies?
They got a lot of little white lies.
A lot of times, you have the little lies. Kind of like you know how they always talk about
it's okay, man.
How I look in the dress. You heard that before.
Like I said, look. If a woman likes,
being online all night and hubby not complaining about it.
Look, if a woman likes to distort reality in her brain, make shit up, and then talk to people as if that shit is like true, in fact, and it actually happened, she got to do that shit without me. The fuck out of here. Who wants to? Other people might want to live in your delusional world, but you're not just gonna make shit up and tell it to me as if it's fucking fact, and think I'm gonna be cool with that shit. So no, you're not gonna justify lying.
At the end of the day,
how the hell would you feel your man come home and just make shit up?
At the end of the day,
and talk to you as if it's fact. And then when you find out he was lying, that motherfucker tell you, well, it's your fault, even though I lied. It's your fault because of how you reacted after you found out I lied. You shouldn't be reacting like that when you find out your man's full of shit and a liar.
Yeah, if she do some real fucked up shit, she is her fault. She start burning the house down and shit just because he lied. Start burning his shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's stupid. If you're gonna burn the house down, knowing damn well you need a place to live, that's stupid.
Like he needed a job. Like he needed a job. You mean it was stupid?
Hey, there are a lot of jobs out there. Hey,
he couldn't get it.
Hey,
that's right.
There's a lot of jobs out there.
A man ain't supposed to be in no situation like that. I'll agree with you. You shouldn't even be taking on a wife when you can't even get a fucking job. Real shit.
But you know what, Auntie, bro?
Wife should be the last
this
thing
is crazy. A man deserve. Wait a minute. A man deserve the option to be a man, bro. If that man, if she should have just go and tell the man she could get him a job, but this is how she might gotta get him the job. And as a man, he need to choose if he gonna do that or if he gonna bear the struggle of not getting the job and figuring it out, bro. But he gotta have the chance to be a man, bro.
And
Like
she can
straight up.
decide, and she can decide whether or not she want to leave his unemployed ass or not. But dishonesty should not be an option. I don't give a fuck.
She was taking up for his feelings.
DJ,
right?
Really?
Yes.
I got a question.
And how'd that turn out?
Let Ronald ask the question when y'all
Is it being a man when the bills are piling up and your wife got to hook up for a job and you say no? Is that being a man?
But being a man is being able to make your own decisions and facing your consequences and figuring it out.
Yeah, Ronald.
So if your woman is getting you a job and you as a man be like, you know what, nah, I'm about to thug it out, I'm about to figure it out. Even if you fail, you still grab your nuts and did your own thing and you write your own destiny, bro. That's part of being a man, bro.
But check this out. Listen,
Ronald, that's no difference then, right? Ronald, that's no difference then. If your wife came up with some money and from somebody, but she didn't tell you how she got the money. And she was like, well, babe, I was able to pay all the bills and stuff like that. And you've come to find out it was her ex-boyfriend who gave her the money to pay all the bills. She told you it came from her daddy, but it actually came from her ex-boyfriend. You wouldn't feel no type of way?
What was she doing to get this money?
Who knows? Who knows?
Did she sleep with
Hey, all you know is that her ex-boyfriend told you he got it from her. Or she got it from him.
It's
After
from him.
you thought it came from her father.
She told you that it came from her father. She said, man, my dad gave me the $20,000 to pay this, that, and the third. And come to find out that $20,000 came from the ex-boyfriend because he told you about it.
Yeah.
You ain't get that from her.
He loaned her the money, Ronald. Ex-boyfriend who got the ability to loan him the money, but she lied and she did get it from him. What you doing? You gonna be mad?
Yep.
I'm not being mad.
Like I said, in my situation, I know.
Nah, look. I'm like this. Look, if you gotta call and beg, or you need favors from your ex-boyfriend, then you need to go back to your ex-boyfriend. We're good.
What?
We're good. I mean, if you're so fucked up that I can't take care of you, or you got so many other options out there that I'm no longer one of them. But I'll be damned if you're going to be calling in favors from your ex fucking boyfriend. That's bullshit.
Man.
Like I said, man,
and damn sure not to pay my fucking bills. Like what the fuck? There's a problem. Real shit. Either you got some serious issues about like you just trying to juggle. You got too many motherfuckers you staying in touch with, or I got some serious issues meaning I ain't ready for no woman right now. I can't even take care of. I can barely take care of myself and pay all the bills.
You already got.
Either way, I don't think we're a good fit for each other right now.
You're too late. You're already married.
She loves
Man, what do
you.
you mean it's too late? We're already fucking married.
Yeah, it's too late.
The fuck?
You cannot move like you're single.
They
Right?
gotta end 2 marriages in my motherfucking lifetime. Fuck you mean? That shit ain't hard.
Well, congratulations. All
It's
right.
too late. You're already married. Fuck out of here. That shit ain't no prison sentence. It's a fucking marriage.
We're talking about people who wants a long lasting marriage.
Man,
right?
hey,
You cannot move
dishonesty
like you're
is a
single,
breach of contract.
right? Just like DJ was saying, you got to get a man a chance to lose. At the end of the day-
Dishonesty is breach of contract, man.
At the end of the day, in a marriage, if the man is losing, then the entire family's gonna be
If
losing.
I can't trust this woman with my household and my home because she's a lying bitch, no, we are not a good fit. I married her under false pretenses. I thought I could trust her, but she was really a lying bitch. That's it. Contract void. The books were cooked.
Yeah.
That's it.
Exactly. My whole thing
Books were
is
cooked. You're not who I thought you were.
And she knew about you. That's the reason why she had to lie, man. It's
Okay. And I'm not who she thought I was. She thought I was a fucking idiot that would accept that shit. So we are not a match. Like real shit. We're not a good fit. Contracts breached.
it is breached. Me and you got too much in common.
Yeah, y'all. Yeah,
You're
y'all
not
single.
just gonna lie to me because the first thing
This
would
nigga said,
look, common sense would tell who the hell believes a liar. If you'll lie to me about this, you'll lie to me about anything. And
nigga
even if you are telling
disrespectful,
the
man.
truth about everything else, I
Listen,
don't trust you
listen to
anymore
what Ronald
because you're a
said.
fucking liar. Like I don't. Who believes liars?
Listen to
Oh,
what
I
Ronald
forgot
said.
what
Listen
space
to
I'm in.
what
Y'all
Ronald
like to
said.
believe
Wait,
liars.
Rado struck a nerve right there. Rado said, damn,
No,
bro.
But listen to what Ronald said. He said, if you want a long lasting relationship, no, I just want an honest relationship. And if it lasts, that will last. I'm not worrying about how long I'm in a relationship. I'm worrying about how honest a person could be with me. Forget all that. If it lasts for 20, 30 years because she was honest, then I'm good with that. But if she was dishonest for the 20, 30 years, I got egg on my face.
Yo,
Damn.
listen, I totally understand. You want to be honest. At the end of the day, you gotta be I mean, at the end of the day, yo, he messed up first, right? There's no reason if his wife hooked him up to find him a job, he should be happy
Lied
about
to
it,
him.
right?
She lied
If
to
the
him.
bills, check this out. It don't matter. Listen, like I said, there's a reason why she had to lie to him because he's so stupid, right? That he's not gonna take the hookup when the bills are piling up, and he got
But
gas
how
to
you
pay.
know he's not gonna take the job?
Because she know what type of dude he is. He punched
If
the
he
dude.
does, hey, in that
At
case,
the
he just
job,
doesn't take the
then went
job
to
and
her
he gets
job and
another.
embarrassed her at her job.
Hey,
So
in
she
that
knew what kind of
case,
fool he
in that
was.
case, he just goes and gets another job, or he takes that job, and at least he's prepared for this other dude possibly running up on him and saying some shit like that.
But she know what type of
You
fool
know,
the dude is.
either
So
way, I'm just saying, either way, he's prepared for the situation. He at least knows what the fuck is going on. You know, he doesn't
but
have to live with the fact that his wife could look him in the face and fucking lie
and
about favors she's getting from a dude she used to screw.
even in the movie situation, she proved. I know it's a movie and everything, but she proved his point. I mean, she proved the point why she lied to the dude because he's a freaking idiot. Because
That ain't
if
the
he would
reason why
embarrass
she was
himself at his new job, then
Hey,
go to her
he's
job and
her
embarrass her
idiot. That's her
also.
husband.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Exactly.
right?
No, but that's
That's
her
why.
husband, bro. She
That's why you
chose
shouldn't
the
marry.
motherfucker, bro.
That's why a woman shouldn't marry a sensitive fool, and also a man should be marrying a sensitive fool.
Yeah,
That way
but you're
you can
not
be
gonna.
honest.
You don't
Agreed.
marry a sensitive fool and then trip on him for being a sensitive fool. You just don't lie to him because when he
Right,
finds out
right.
you're lying, he's a sensitive fool. You knew that when you married him, he might go off the deep end and fuck some shit up. And
Yeah.
it might be tough for
Maybe
him to
she didn't
find a
know
job.
that.
It might be tough for him to find a job and or keep one because he's a sensitive fool that likes to beat the shit out of people when they disagree with him or they set him off. Like you should know all of this shit. So I mean, when you choose to marry him, you choose to deal with all of their quirks.
Y'all
Like
act
for
like
real.
people don't. Y'all act like
I'm just
people don't.
saying.
We said that earlier, right? You put your best foot forward. People not beating themselves, and you can marry somebody without knowing.
But somebody being a compulsive liar is not a quirk that people should
Yeah,
just
but
sign on to
you
deal with.
don't know what the word compulsive liar means.
Yeah.
If you call it in this situation, this will be considered a white lie.
He fed her
A
man a
small
believable
lie for the benefit of the family,
bomb,
Yeah.
and essentially him,
bomb.
and it didn't work
A
out,
white
right?
lie is bomb. A white lie is very short. Hey, I got you ice cream, and you come over there and it ain't no ice cream type situation.
No, that's not what a white lie is.
It ain't
A white
that
lie is very
you.
long. It's like Santa Claus exists, but he don't.
Hey.
The Easter Bunny exists, or my
But
brother
she
got you the
created
job
a whole
on
story.
behalf of him.
Bomb, think about it this way, Bomb. Her lie was compound. That she had to get her brother-in-law, just in case he go double back and say, thank you, brother-in-law. She had to get her brother-in-law into the lie. He had to be like, hey, I told Lim that you got him the job. Saying that you got him the job. She had to literally systematically tell certain people, hey, we're gonna all agree and we're gonna tell them that you got him the job. So that means everybody else knows how she got to that point.
Everybody don't know, but I'm
That's
quite sure in
crazy.
that family. So for the sake of my
surprise.
husband, right? For the sake of my husband, have I ever told him something or not told him something for the sake of him just remaining cool and yes. And I'm quite sure he's done it to me. Like, for instance, maybe he ran into one of his exes at the store, right? Why would
So,
he come home
Bob,
and tell me that shit? It's not important to our situation at all for him to come and tell me that shit.
Understandable.
Let's say
Hey,
you had a friend
that's a
named
different
Frida, right?
situation. That's a come and go situation though. Hold on, I ain't gonna let her deflect. That's a come and go situation. Like just like he said, somebody see you in the frozen food aisle or something and try to holler at you, you bump into an ex or some shit like that. Whatever. No, you don't have to tell me about no shit like that. I get it. That can create just a bullshit conversation. But let's say it's a situation where you need a job or you need some kind of connection on some shit. Could be some mechanic work or something, and some chick I used to deal with. Hey, her brother, hell of a mechanic. But the only way I can get in touch with him is to get in touch with her. And she's still trying to get with me. So hey, I gotta sweet talk her a little bit for a favor. For a favor. Now come on. You gonna be cool with that?
Yeah. Not only that, but for instance, when you say that's a simple thing where he just ran into her, but suppose months later, I see her and she said, "Yeah, I ran into Mark a few months back." And should I be upset that he didn't tell me?
No. Hey, if I don't tell you about that shit, and then hey, a month later,
then I found out.
No, a month later, yeah, that's it. Hey, you just sliding in the car that just got fixed, for a discount. She's like, "Oh, everything running good with your car? Everything good with your car?" Hey, and you know who the fuck she is. You know who she is. You know she my ex. You know she still want to get with me. All of that shit. Oh, everything good with your car? I'm glad we were able to help. When your man called me, he told me it was a fucking emergency. I'm glad I could help you out.
Yeah.
Facts.
Okay. So and she trying to be messy.
We go way back. Hey, we go way back. He can call me whenever he needs anything.
And I let her know we gonna call. Yeah, you gave me that discount. You helped us when nobody else can, bitch.
Bomb, I'm gonna be honest with you, Bomb. I think
you just found out that that I just lied to your ass about how this shit got done.
Yes.
And this is who the fuck I've been in contact with. Okay.
That's Bomb at 33 years of marriage. That's not
been in contact, and I just lied.
No, that's me. That's me even before marriage. Apparently, y'all know me. Listen, there are some of us who we look at the whole situation. This man couldn't get a job. His wife was trying to keep his manhood intact, and she went and got somebody to offer him a position. See, that don't mean she slept with the dude, even though it was her ex. She got him to do this favor for her. It blew up because of him, but okay, there's a reason. Now, is it a lie? Yes. I'm not saying that it's not a lie. But there are times when that's called a white lie, where there was no ill intent. And that's what a white lie is. No ill intent. It's just something you do. And I understand what y'all saying to a degree. I'm just saying the idea that y'all making it seem like she's so bad, she must have been sleeping with him, or it don't matter if she was sleeping with him. Right? And that's all I'm saying. But I said
okay. So here's the deal. I'm gonna tell you from like, as if I'm your man from this perspective right here, and I'll give it to any of the other dudes after this. I would never put you in a position to be ran up on by another chick and her be able to tell you some shit about me you don't know.
Thanks.
As your man, I have that much respect for you to not let some chick run up on you, ever be able to run up on you and tell you some shit about me that you don't know.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. But you might have an ex who might have some things to say.
Yeah, but hey, I bet you that shit would predate you.
And it may right. And
I bet you it predates you. It's not some last week, yesterday shit. And it's damn sure not some shit because I had to call in a favor. It's some shit that predates. She's gonna have to tell you some shit from way long ago. Ain't none of that contact or nothing. If there's any contact and she can run up and tell you about it, you already know. She can't. You will never be the last to know about some shit with me and another chick.
That's what make it right. The idea that
I mean that's my ex. I can't help what the fuck happened before I got with you.
And that was her ex. But what I'm saying, like, if let's say it wasn't her ex, would y'all feel like? Well, I'm not understanding. Is the idea that he was her ex is why he beat her ass, or is the idea that he helped him get a job through his wife without him knowing? Don't you think?
Like I
it's
said,
because
no. The issue is
that
that
he
she
knew that
lied.
he slept together?
That's,
No,
like
he
I
didn't
said,
beat
the fact that she lied about
That's
it.
not why he beat that man up, but not because she lied.
Nah, that's what pops in his brain. If her ex is gonna run up
No.
on me, tell me something I don't know, and she felt the need to lie about it, the first thing he's thinking is she's fucking this nigga.
And that's the reason why he's an
But
idiot.
if it wasn't an ex, he wouldn't be thinking that he fucking his.
Nah, if she didn't feel the need to lie about it, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. If it wasn't that big of a deal, she would have just told me the truth.
Yes,
If it
because
was
she
a
knew
if it was something small, why didn't she just tell me the truth about it?
It was a big
And
deal.
for
Because he wouldn't have took the
my
job.
woman to lie to me, it must be really big.
Yes,
He
it
wouldn't
is
have
big.
taken the job. That's why.
So it is so for me, right, Ronald? For me, where this all began, where it all started from, Ronald. This is why I told you that I will walk away. Because if you're willing to lie to me like that and held on to that lie for so long, you're not the person I thought you were. That's the only reason why I got with you, because I thought I can trust you and you could be honest with me. You have to be. You have to also be honest with the person. You also have to trust the person who I am. Period. And you got to know those triggers.
He
You
did
got
trust.
to know those
Check this
triggers
out,
that
though. Hey, check this out. Just think about the ex-boyfriend, right? I'm putting my reputation on the line also by hiring your man who's an ex-con to come work. Did you guys think about that?
Yeah, that's why that motherfucker fucked up his
Why he did
reputation
it for?
by getting fired on the first day. He was like,
Why he
"Fuck your
did it?
reputation, and I'm gonna beat your ass, and you'll never be able to refer anybody again. I'm gonna beat your ass in front of all the employees." And yeah, this nigga went off the deep end. But that's the situation that woman put her man in to be
And
surprised.
The woman get blamed for everything. It don't matter.
She shouldn't have put her man. She could have avoided that by just being honest with him.
Okay. Yeah.
So guess what, Ronald? I agree with you. He shouldn't have fought him. But guess what? He should have left her ass. He should have left her ass.
Apparently, it would have been better for her.
And that would be stupid too. That would be stupid. She looked out for, like I said, at the end of the day, she looked out for her husband to get him a job. Right?
Yeah,
if she was sleeping,
she could go back to the boyfriend at that point.
She didn't sleep with the boyfriend to get him a job. She asked a favor.
It's still a violation, though. It's still a violation.
The violation was how he acted foolishly at his job and her job.
Like for instance, those strippers didn't penetrate P. Diddy, but he did put their jizzle on his nipples.
Oh Lord, bro, this ain't a good analogy, bro. I can't rock with you with this analogy, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, dog, you got you win. Hey, yeah, and I was about to say.
Wait, whoa, partner, whoa, pause, man. Nah, nigga, hell nah.
Yeah, if we gotta end it with that one, bro, I'll take the L. That's it. I'm not. You got.
Yeah, we gotta send y'all the night. We gotta send y'all the nightish anyway. Y'all getting a little too
Yeah, listen to the married folks. We know what we're doing.
Don't listen to them, y'all. Don't. As a matter of fact, I got a perfect clip for this shit. Don't listen to this nigga, man. This nigga don't got no sense.
Don't listen to this nigga. Don't listen to this nigga. This nigga ain't got no sense.
Don't listen to him. Nor bomb. Don't listen to the two of them. They're gonna lead y'all astray. I think the married people is the people that walk in the house and lock the door behind them. You know what I'm saying? They're like, nah, fuck y'all. Y'all never gonna figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? We need more married people. This is what I do.
Can you imagine how many lies? And this is not pertaining to you, Ronald, or Bomb Cherry, but can you imagine how many lies are circulating into that marriage and into that household that's not being told? The second lies, the third lies that are being lived within that same household, but they're okay with it because they're content where they're at. And
I can imagine all these from that one little first of all, movie, right? That most people not gonna be in, right? But from that, I'm supposed to sit around and imagine all the other lies. That's why some of y'all never gonna be in a relationship because you're overthinking everything. Because one little thing turns into, oh shit, she must be sleeping with him. Oh shit, she must be doing this and all the lies. Oh my God, it's probably millions of lies in it. That's what y'all doing, and that's crazy.
Bomb. That's why. Nah, believe it or not, though, and I get it. It's a movie, it's satire, but then you can even think about it like a movie like a Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Those are microcosms for real relationships. Like I get it. In that movie, they were assassins, but it was really just a microcosm for when secrets come out in relationships. When they found out about each other, both of them had the same reactions. How could I be so stupid? Whatever. He accidentally fires a bullet. Whatever. Oh, you shot me. No, that was an accident. Whatever. Now all of a sudden they want to delete each other. It's over. Then they make up and all of this shit. It's all microcosms for shit that does happen in real relationships. You know, because
Great
that's the
comparison,
first thing that
man.
people think about all of the time. When somebody lies to you about one thing and they've been lying, you think about like, damn, what else did you lie about? You know what I'm saying? That's gonna pop in somebody's head. How can I be so stupid? What else is there? Shit. You know. So people start to, you know, that's gonna trigger shit in people's brains. You know,
When
when
he
they
was in a
realize that.
movie with what, Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
I'm just using that as an example, but there are a lot of movies that have satire and shit like that you can use for just microcosms in relationships. I'm just saying when secrets and shit come out, and that's an exaggeration. Most people aren't going to be trained hitmen and assassins and shit, but at the same time, when secrets come out, you find out your significant other living a whole double life. You're like, how the fuck could I be so stupid? I go to sleep next to this person, I wake up next to this person, and they somebody totally different.
But how
They
many
can shut
people
their
live in
kid
double
right in front of
lives?
me. People
Yeah, but
find
most
out like that all of the time. People wake
no,
up next to somebody they don't recognize all of the fucking time that they've been
yeah,
with
but
for
no,
years.
what? No,
Yeah,
that's
that's why a
good.
lot of marriages and
No,
relationships, long term ones, end badly.
yeah, because people change. That's what you're talking about. Not
And
that they
secrets come
live
out.
in
People
double
been
lives.
a lot of
No,
a lot of times when a relationship ends, that shit been over. The one person that checked out a while ago, or they've been somebody different for a while.
no, listen, that's some shit that y'all saying, and I've heard that
Mm.
saying, but that's not true.
Like
Right?
I said,
You can see me change. My husband saw me change, and as I'm watching him change, and you could become. He's so changed, and I'm so changed in opposite direction that now we no longer it fits. It don't fit no more. But it don't mean that it was
Y'all
live.
didn't change mates though. Y'all didn't change
No,
mates.
no, I agree. I agree with that. That's different. Like when you're evolving, that's one thing, and it's another thing for
Now
somebody to
you
be
can
living
devolve.
a totally different fucking life, and they're
Right.
just acting when they're around you or
I got
whatever.
another
You
question.
know, they're just
If I
acting.
was
They're distorting reality. They don't really live like this, but when they're around you, you know.
if I was in the Navy SEALs, should I be telling my wife the mission before it happened, the classified mission I'm about to go on?
I don't think you're supposed to do that, are you?
Right, exactly. You're not
Don't do
supposed
that
to.
at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are times that you're gonna keep secrets from that significant other, even when it comes to your job and stuff.
This nigga, don't let him get away with this shit, bro.
He's
This
not.
man gonna
Hey,
use the Navy SEAL. Y'all gonna
mean,
let
look,
him just get
I
away.
understand that, but when there's secrets that can affect you, you know what I'm saying? When there's secrets that can affect you, or they can snowball on top of you,
It
like
does
real
affect
shit.
you.
God.
It does affect.
This
It does
man,
affect you.
this man
You don't need to
compare
be
Nah,
that.
national
that's my job.
security. This man
You already
compare national security to some ex-boyfriend shit.
nah,
Y'all gonna
you already
let
know.
him.
You already know. Every time I go on a mission, there's a chance I might not come back, and they will inform you
No,
of my demise. Like that is what it is. So that's
but
how it
there's
is.
other things.
You
There's other
understand?
secrets
You
that they
understand
keep, right?
that they
Secrets
supposed
that
to
might directly affect not only his
But it's one
family,
thing if I
but
say I'm
his
going
the
out
whole
for a
U.S.
mission.
Navy.
Now,
Right.
if I say I'm going out for a SEAL Team 6 mission or some shit, but I'm really going to see my chick across that water, you know, is that okay?
But
That's
that's not
not
okay. But if he says he's going
Yeah.
to a mission in Utah and his ass is in over
yeah,
there in
but
Iran blowing some shit up, is that okay?
But she would know. She would know he has to keep those things top secret. She would still have an idea on what's going on, just like people who have doctor patient confidentiality. Those
No, he wouldn't
doctors'
know.
wives, those doctors' wives or husbands know that they can't discuss the actual patient's information. Attorneys, attorney-client privileges.
I'm talking
Those
about
wives
other
or
people's shit.
husbands know.
You're
No, they
exaggerating
In
all
other
that.
words, he's saying they signed up from that for that shit from the jump,
up
bro.
for it.
Man,
They
they
know
let
all that.
they Bomb and Ron up here deflecting and conflating, and it's okay. It's
Y'all the ones
okay.
who want to blame the woman for everything, even
I'm not.
innocent.
I'm blaming that woman for lying.
Yeah, well,
All right, it's not always a
we
woman's fault.
already gave, we already,
It's not always a woman's
we
fault when a dude
conceded
just goes off the deep
Ronald
end.
and I conceded a long time ago that lying is not necessarily a great thing, but there are times.
You want me to tell you what I can say, Bomb? Bomb, what I can say is I don't believe you would have went there and told your husband that your brother-in-law did it. I think you would have told him, hey, I got this ex-boyfriend. He got this. I think you would have been honest. I don't think you would have been
Mom wouldn't have had to get her husband no goddamn job. And that's what's
right. And that's true. But I wouldn't have told my husband that my ex gave him a job. My husband is a man like the rest of you. And so
you would even
but hey, you also, would you have taken some steps to tighten that shit up if you knew that under no circumstances can your husband know that your ex got him that job? You would do something to tighten that shit up. Like make sure under no circumstances can this motherfucker come and run up on your husband and just tell him something that he don't know.
Only after this movie, in this example, would I then have to sit and now I would be like, well, I got to think of everything. But in real life, when she went, like if I had to get my husband a job because he's a man, he's falling on hard time, and he really don't want me to get the job, right? Because some of you men at this certain, my man is the same type of men most men. All men aren't, right? So he don't want to look weak in front of me, his family, or nobody. But if I had to get him a job, I'd be like, hey, Chris called, and Chris said they're hiring here, and he got a hookup, right? But Chris is my best friend. But maybe it was me who had a hookup, and and I just gave the credit to Chris. Yes, and I would have done that. Because my husband is the same type of men most of y'all are, where y'all have this pride in you. But now, would he be fighting and shit like that? No. And would I have kept it a secret? Yes, eventually I probably would have,
Nah, you would have made sure it stayed a secret. And that's my point.
But
If you're not gonna take me, the hell you can't. You're gonna have to tighten that shit up, or that's a secret you can't even have.
There's no way to keep secrets.
If you've already come to the conclusion,
we can rat you out,
Hold up, Bomb. If you've already come to the conclusion that if your man knew about this shit, it would be a dent to his manhood as a man. You would go through every necessary step possible to make sure he never knows that shit. I'm assuming.
Yeah, no.
You wouldn't just let it just creep up on his ass one day on lunch break.
I just wanted to get the job, and then maybe when I get caught, I'll be like, "Yeah, babe." Hopefully it's no big deal because he realized he got a job. We doing good in the family, everything cool, and then he'll forgive me, and he might feel a certain way if you find out.
You can't let me give better advice to the ladies than you. All right, little ladies, here's the deal. If y'all are gonna keep a secret, make sure that shit stays kept. Okay, you want to run a motherfucker off? That's the easiest way to do it. Let that motherfucker find out you lied. Let him find out you lied. Let him find out you lied. Trust me. Even if he don't leave, he'll check out. You can't be trusted.
My husband had caught me in the lie before. Like I would be lying if I was acting like I was this perfect wife, did everything right and all that. I'm not that type of person. Has he caught me in the lie before? Yes. Okay. And it little lies that I felt I needed to say. Right? And I caught him in lies before. Why are we acting like we got to be this perfect and everything got to be thought out completely? That's not reality.
There's levels to it though, Bomb. And we're not gonna act like there's not levels to it. There got certain lies that your husband can't come to you with and you just totally accept. And they got lies that you don't mind that he tells you, and vice versa.
That's true. No, I agree with that.
There's levels to it.
He tell me he got some children out there I ain't know nothing about. All hell breaking loose. And if I told him his children wasn't really his, they were for somebody else.
Exactly.
Those are lies.
Lies out there that
that bullshit that we talking about, y'all. That's a little small white lie that she did, not knowing that it would affect him.
Now she could end up with her ex-boyfriend back again.
Now that's being too sensitive again.
Hey, no, I'm just saying. If your man's supposed to be your one and only, is there really an excuse for the absence of thought?
Facts.
What?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Facts.
Is there really an excuse for the absence of thought when it comes to your one and only husband?
Absent of thought?
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm not understanding.
It's
Yeah.
just like you said, she wasn't thinking, and I get it. That's where a lot of people fuck up. They just don't think. When we be like, "Well, what was I think? What was she thinking? What was he thinking?" Most people
No,
just weren't thinking at all.
no,
That's
she
why
was
they did
thinking.
dumb shit.
She was
So
thinking.
you just
Yeah.
said she didn't think it through.
No,
She didn't think
no,
that shit
all
through.
the way through because there's no possibility. Just like you telling the
Man,
women,
what
you got
she
to
did
think
was she put a
outside.
band-aid on
You
bullet
got to
wound
think about
instead of
who
removing
might
the
end up.
bullet and stitching that motherfucker up properly.
Yeah, how? So
Okay?
even if she get a
You're
brother,
gonna
even
lie.
if she
You
got her
just
brother
seal
to
that
lie
motherfucker.
later on in a couple of years, the brother might tell the truth. How's she going to prevent
Like I
things
said, if
from
you're
coming
gonna
out?
hide skeletons in your closet, don't let your man stumble upon them damn bodies, man. I'm telling you, it
In
ain't
that
gonna end
situation,
well for you. It's
in
not.
this situation, the person who really wasn't thinking was the man, because
Okay.
he has a track record of not thinking. That's the reason why he was in jail. That's the reason he can't find a job. That's the reason why he punched that guy at the job.
Actually,
That's the
Auntie,
reason
I
why
can't
he went
remember the
to
reason why he was in jail.
Hey,
robbing
I
and
don't
embarrassing
remember the
people.
reason why he was
I
actually.
can't.
He has a track
I
record.
can't either. I think he was probably serving or something, but don't quote me. And I would agree with you.
Yeah.
The dude wasn't thinking, but neither was she. So in his case, I'm not saying his not thinking is justified, but it is human nature for people's IQ to drop when they're angry. So he's
Isn't it
unlikely
worse
to
if
make
he
it.
didn't have? Isn't it
No, I'm
worse
just
if he
saying
didn't?
he's
Wait, isn't
unlikely
it
to
worse?
make.
Isn't it worse if he didn't go to jail and he can't find a job? At least we giving him a little leeway by saying, okay, he messed up early on, and now he better. But now we find out he go to jail and the nigga can't get a
Hey,
jail.
that's why I said I can know that you're like the coolest chick ever and you don't ever lose your head, but I'm still not gonna put you in a situation where a chick can run up on you and tell you some shit about me that you don't already know without me being right there. Bullshit, because I know people's IQ drops when they're angry, and you might just snap on this bitch. Okay, so I'm not gonna
And
put you in that
the
situation
thing
because
is,
you're my woman. I'm just saying that shit hypothetically, but if you're my woman, I wouldn't even put
And
you
why we
in that
calling women
situation.
bitches? What's going on? Like we be having a
I wouldn't,
Huh?
but bomb. I wouldn't put myself in a situation to where, okay, let's say if the guy did come up to me and said something to that point, I'm not gonna fight the dude. I'm gonna hear him out, say what he got to say. I'm gonna leave that. Then when I get home, she gonna realize it's over with. That is my recourse. It's not to fight him. It's not to be at the house yelling at a situation that I'm ready to end.
You'll
I'm
divorce your
ready
wife
to end
over
it,
that.
move
That is
on.
so stupid, man.
I would.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's,
would, most
he
definitely.
was already wanting
Yo,
a divorce, so that's why.
yo,
Other than
wife,
that,
and that's yo,
And she just gave me an
yo.
excuse to it, a good one too. She's a liar.
No, that is stupid.
Yeah.
Your wife,
I can't
your
That's
wife
trust.
got you a
stupid.
job.
I got a wife I don't trust. What the fuck you mean that's stupid?
She don't.
no,
She
you
don't
got a
trust.
wife who really don't trust you. That's why
Yeah,
she
she don't
The,
trust
And
you.
hey, even more reason to get rid of her. What the fuck? I don't
Yeah,
trust
that's
her,
she
and she don't
just
trust me.
exactly. That's just
she
the
don't.
one lie that I caught. That's the one lie that I caught. I didn't
Oh
catch the other
man,
ones
So let
because
me
y'all
ask
so
y'all
she
this:
lost,
must have
man.
Do
messed
y'all?
this one.
So is anybody up here have never told a lie?
No, I'm talking.
Oh, okay. So that's the end of what you
I'm
just
not
said.
talking about the
You don't
white lies.
trust her because she told a lie. One lie, now
Uh,
she's just a
I'm not
liar.
talking about the lies that when she asks me where you going and I tell her I'm going to the park, but I'm actually going to the mall to go get her something. I'm not talking about those lies. I'm talking about the lies that can destroy a relationship. A
See, the
lie
example you gave, though, is exactly what she did. She told
Exactly.
a lie on his behalf. And
That
you
lie
just
wasn't to
told a lie
destroy
on
the
your wife
relationship.
You
on her
ain't gonna
behalf.
tell a lie on my
No.
behalf to me, unless you surprising me with a party or something. Fuck
The
up out of
difference,
here,
the
man.
difference
Hey,
Or a
is
job.
you
Or a
lied to
job.
me on my.
Your
So I'm
pride
supposed
in
to
your
sit here
job.
and let
is
you tell me that you did me a favor by lying to me. Yeah, that type of
exactly
manipulation
the
will
difference.
get your ass
Is
curved
for me.
It
real
was a
quick.
favor.
For instance, the type of lie I just gave Bomb the example of, she's going to find out when I tell her, yeah, I didn't go to the park. I actually went to the mall to go get you something. The lie that she told, she's never going to tell him that, hey, I went to my ex-boyfriend. I'm the one who got you that job. She would have
Okay.
died with that lie. I wouldn't have died with the lie about going
What's
to the
wrong with
mall
that
to
lie?
get her
What's
something.
wrong with her
Would you feel
dying
better
with
if she tells you 5 years later?
Better not.
First of all, if I
Like I
find out
said,
5
if
years
you got
later,
if you got a secret that
definitely
you
over.
know needs to be kept from me, you better keep it. Like you better keep it.
Hey, man,
For
what's your
real.
answer?
I agree.
So you feel
you better keep. Oh, if I found out,
If you knew I needed, I better not know. You better make sure I do not know.
so, man,
So
you
can't
saying you
then
rather
be
keep that
mad
lie forever, right?
if I
Nah, if I find out about it,
Oh,
not only are you a liar, but you're sloppy too. Goodbye.
Hey, Manosphere, I didn't hear
You knew
your
damn.
answer.
Your only concern was supposed to be to not let me find out, and you fucked that up. Man, what I want with this chick?
Manosphere, so you said that you rather keep that lie forever,
What the
right?
fuck? Come on, Bomb, you losing.
hold on,
No, you losing. You not so much losing, but Manosphere lost.
I'm gonna
Like,
hold you. I'd rather her be sloppy though. That way, you know what I'm saying, it's easy for me to find out.
Nah, I have no problem with her being sloppy, but just like you said, if she's sloppy, it's easy for you to find out and then ghost.
Exactly.
Goodbye. But I'm just saying, as far as she's concerned, I better not find out. She better, bro. I better not.
And guess what? I'm gonna end it without even arguing with her. I'm just gonna end and say, hey, yeah, this ain't gonna work.
Because you telling me your goal was to, if your only concern was to keep it a secret and you couldn't even do that, like you're sloppy fuck up and you're a liar. Like what do I want with this chick?
Ronald, when you love someone, right? Is it that simple to just be like, I caught her in a lie, I'm gone?
Yeah, and especially a lie where you got to hook up to get a job. So you
Right.
can find one on your own. So
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
Yeah,
But
they ready to just walk out. They like, oh, it's just that simple. I'm gone.
Y'all lost.
It's easy to
It
say
has
this.
nothing to do with the job. It has everything to do with the lie, and that's what y'all.
Yeah, they gonna keep saying that. They gonna keep
Yeah, they keep. Yeah, I keep making it about the job. Come on. The job is just a surface level shit. The job is just on the surface for a deeper underlying shit. You know what I'm saying?
DJ,
What up, yes?
this sounds like this sounds like a episode of Soul Food.
That's what it was. Hey, that's what it was. That's what it was. It wasn't the show. It was the movie.
Oh, okay.
So Bomb,
it wasn't really about their lives where he got the job from. She got the job from.
Yeah, but she lied about it, and that's what made him go off the deep end because he got surprised on that day in the cafeteria.
He cared about that lie. He cared about that. That was
Had he not been surprised, he probably
he was
wouldn't
with
have
his
beat the
wife.
shit out of that
That's what
dude.
that was. Y'all know that wasn't about no.
Bomb, you already agreed to it, Bomb. You already agreed when you said.
Well, that dude did come and rubbed it in his face though.
I believe that you agreed, Bomb. Bomb, let me tell you why I felt like you agreed to what me and Auntie saying. When you said if he lied about some kids outside of the relationship and then you found out, then it would be over. It's just that you wouldn't do it for that reason, but you would do it for another lie. You still did it for a lie. You still would have ended the relationship with a lie. So you said that
you telling me children versus a man or woman having children and lying about it, like somebody telling you.
I'm not saying that they're at the same degree. I'm not saying that they're degree. I'm not saying that whatsoever. What I'm saying is that a lie still ended the relationship.
Yes, only because y'all decided to end the relationship.
Some people have a higher tolerance level, and some people have a lower tolerance level. I'm one of the guys on the spectrum of a lower tolerance level.
Yes, no, and you also said that one little lie, then you start thinking that there's how many other lies was told, and so that means that something
that wasn't
wrong,
little. Right? That wasn't little though. That wasn't little.
That was a little lie. Yes, she didn't.
So
she did not do the lie to harm him, not even to save herself. She did the lie, hoping to benefit both for her and him with the job.
Hey, but Bomb, that's why he snapped though, because she lied, right? This is how the optics look. Now, had she told him that off rip, they would have been able to likely get past that. Hold on. But the issue is,
even if she had told him, and that hey, my ex worked there, he helped get the job. When that man walked up to him to embarrass him like that, I think he still would have whipped that man's ass. That man,
but it would have been under different circumstances.
So that means he still would have
taken the job in the first place.
Let me finish though. Yeah. But here he's whooping his ass because he snaps because my wife is lying to me about dealing with her ex.
Y'all the
You know,
only ones saying that,
so
but
he
even Big
no,
Beans
so
didn't
I'm
say
just
that.
saying his brain right there is all of a sudden going to the extreme, and the reason why it's going to the extreme is because it's able to go to the extreme because of so many holes that are now being filled in by his imagination because his wife chose to leave the motherfuckers unplugged in the first place, or just plugged with the wrong shit.
Exactly.
Now,
That's what I'm saying.
No,
It starts with them little. It starts with that shit, and then it starts. It grows paranoia. It grows paranoia. I'm kind of sleepy, so I'm saying
That's only if
slurring.
you're still in the
But it
mind.
makes people paranoid. Bro. That shit is some wild shit. Y'all be careful. Y'all married
Cheated
people.
on before, and I ain't never been paranoid. You get cheated on, they lie on you, and you go to the next. Y'all paranoid as shit. God damn.
In that movie, he did not believe that his wife actually slept with him. He felt disrespected. He never said he felt like his wife slept with him. He felt disrespected. That's what I'm trying to say, Bob. It wasn't that he thought that he was cheating. He's like, nah, I didn't know this. You told me it was my brother-in-law who got your job, not your ex. He never thought that they was fucking. He knew they was fucking in the past, but you got your ex from the past to get me a job, and you told me it was my brother-in-law? That's a violation.
You lying to me.
Even
Y'all
worse.
the ones who, not you per se, but other people said, oh, they might be fucking. They still, that's what y'all put on the table.
No, Buddy violated him by stepping to him in the first place.
Yeah.
You don't know. You know my wife.
But hey, at the same time, his wife set that shit up too. She already painted the nigga out as a nigga that need a job and everything else. So he walked up on that man and sunned him.
Yeah. And the point
Now,
that
I don't
you could get away with it.
Y'all better let my dog out real quick.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, he picked the wrong nigga to do that shit to, but at the same time, like I say, wifey set you up with that shit, man. Like for real, she painted you out to be a sucker that needed a job. Like this dude is in a position of power over you. Now, granted, keep in mind the boyfriend, not the ex or whatever. The way he just walked up on him, it was like maybe he thought the dude knew. Or maybe he knew a little bit and didn't. He just sunned the
Wait,
dude,
before
bro.
I go outside, Aunt, you know what? That's one thing I forgot to say, bro. She give the ex the drop on her mans. He know this man whole business. He can't get a. That is crazy. The boyfriend ain't even got the drop on the ex. That is wild to me.
Yeah, that's not.
With a smile, with a
That's
cigar.
almost unforgivable. It's unforgivable.
Yeah, you over here talking to your ex about my financial situation, getting favors from this nigga, and you lying to me about it. Like that there's a problem.
The
Like right
problem
there.
is the fact
If
that he
that's
couldn't
all
get a
he
goddamn
knows.
job. That's the problem.
That's all he knows right there at that point in time. And I agree that he goes off. I agree with Ron on that. He goes off the deep end and he goes too far.
Did you notice a pattern, Ron? Ron, did you notice that pattern? She dealt with two different guys that don't have self-control. One that got a job, one that doesn't. He didn't have
he
should have never.
Now he's blaming the woman.
Yes, I know.
No.
Because you don't know what they children when she dealt with the first one, and not many years later.
Why did the ex-boyfriend go in there and do that chump shit? He had no self-control.
It's also a movie, man. You gotta put drama in a movie.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I would do that shit if I felt like if I still wanted to fuck with this chick and I knew her dude just wasn't shit. You know? Yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck. For real. Now that's me back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But nah, for real, niggas don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? They will sun you in front of your chick. You know what I'm saying? For real, especially if they think they're in a position of power over you and they want your chick.
That's true.
You just
And
will
then
do
if
that
you get
shit.
your ass beat, then that's on him.
Yeah. No, for real. He picked the wrong nigga to do that shit to that day. No, for real shit.
You know what's crazy? You got a lot of females out there that actually do that to their man. Yeah, I have countless women speak to me about how they man don't make no money, and I be sitting here like, God, dog, are you diabolical? You be like, oh, I wish my man made the type of money you made, and oh man, if only my man had half of what you have, and man, my man don't make no money whatsoever. I gotta work 16. I hear this shit all the damn time. And I'd be like, shit is diabolical
How's
out
that
here.
not her fault?
Like,
That's his fault. He not making no
no,
goddamn
I'm
money.
not saying it's her fault. I'm
No,
not saying
no, she need to keep inside stuff inside.
No, apparently it's
And
not
inside
inside
the
like that.
household.
She's not
Why
rocking with him
she
like
feel
that.
so comfortable sharing that outside of the house?
Cause she's
Yeah,
not
why
rocking
should
with
I
him like
know?
that.
Why should I know? Why should I know that your man broke? That your man don't work? Why are you going around the
Because she's
job site
desperate.
letting me know
Cause you
that?
like her
She's
girlfriend.
desperate.
You like her girlfriend.
No. What I'm saying
Hey,
is,
I don't expect tigers to
I
change
don't
their stripes, dog. I'm not
I don't
gonna get
understand
with.
how y'all
I'm not
justify
gonna get
that.
with a. I'm not gonna get with a broke, worthless chick that can't cook, doesn't clean. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as I get with her, I expect her to cook, clean, and just all of a sudden add some damn value. Like you didn't
nah,
add any
that shit
yesterday.
don't
Why the fuck would you add some today? Just because I married you? Like this dude
exactly.
he was a felon that couldn't get a job, and she married him anyway, for better for worse. So
You
him
shouldn't have
not
done
him
that.
having a job at some point, that's it. That's either your husband or you're done with this motherfucker. But you don't just manipulate or try to alter reality and lie to try to change shit. That's bullshit.
I could understand what you're
I
saying.
agree.
Like that's why we said from the beginning, you got to vent these people as best as possible, so you don't get in that situation.
Yeah,
And you
that's why
should,
they
like I said
girlfriend.
before, you should
No,
not have to lie.
I agree with what you're saying. Like, yo, she shouldn't have got with a dude that couldn't get a job in the first place. And sometimes people make
I
mistakes.
agree with
Sometimes you
that
get with
too.
somebody thinking they got potential or whatever. Hey, they just down on their luck right now. We gonna get through it. But hey, a year go by, 2 years go by, you realize that person ain't got that ambition. Like they're never gonna get up.
Yeah,
So hey, you
she got
gotta make a move. You realize you made a mistake. It don't have to get any worse. I get that. So I don't blame people for exiting right there. But lying and trying to distort reality and shit, that's only gonna lead to bad shit. Like
Yeah,
rarely does any good
I
come from
agree.
that type of shit.
she also loves him.
Now, no,
So
I agree.
Right.
Hey,
Love
listen.
don't mean nothing to them,
Totally
you know, because
different.
they gonna leave her.
Yeah.
I know.
No,
No,
my
I
whole
mean when you making an
is
effort to figure
thing
something out
is
and the other person is just they just not moving or they're moving in the other direction, yeah, you gotta make a move. But I mean, just lying. I just don't see how is there any good that's gonna come of that shit.
there's a
none
job.
whatsoever. For me, for me, at the end of the day, if
Wait
I
a
ain't got
minute.
no
Is
job,
that
if I don't have a job, I'm not trying to be in no relationship. If I
is
don't have a job, I refuse to
that the
even think about
wildest
a relationship.
wake
I
up
got to get the
show?
paperwork.
God. I think the wildest great is that him?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Sharon.
Sharon.
Hey, Sharon. How you
We
been?
miss you, Sharon. Come back, man.
We miss you, baby. We miss you.
At the end of the day, something good came out of it. He got a job, so you can't be tripping.
Nah, he lost it in like 3 or 4 hours.
I know it's his fault.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't his fault.
It's his fault.
Come on, Ron, man.
No, I mean,
So
look, no, I would
what
agree
would
there.
Jesus do?
At that
Would
point,
you allow Jesus to
hey,
give you a job that way?
hey, Giz. At that point, Ron, I gotta agree with Ron right there. It is his fault because he had a job, and it's his fault he lost the motherfucker. But
Well,
he
I don't want
clearly
a
didn't
job
want
like
the
that.
job. Hey, like your reaction is something. I agree with you there. He just didn't want the job. Once he found out the circumstances in which he had it, he clearly didn't want it anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he kind of threw it away. But you can't blame anybody for that part but yourself. But just as far as him being surprised and being put in that situation, yeah, his woman's got to eat that. That's why she was apologizing like a motherfucker, even in that movie.
Facts. Like for me, like I said, I'm not going to put myself in a relationship situation if I only got the bread to actually maintain it. I'm not going to say I'm not going to fix a car with no tools. It ain't going to happen. I feel like I don't have the tools to actually produce a healthy relationship if I don't have a job.
Yeah, man.
That
So
ain't my whatsoever.
you got to keep on venting.
I think that dude like had some like carpentry talents or something like that, and then he and they always got some character arc that things
Yeah.
things are working out. So sometimes it'd be like that. Motherfucker can't find a job because that's not what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to have his own carpentry business or landscaping business or detailing business because that's his passion or some shit like that. But it'll seem like that some people got the talent, people got the passion, but they don't have the ambition, they don't have the motivation. They just don't have it, or you don't have what it is that you need to be able to give to be able to mix it. Because some people are horrible with money and other people aren't able to manage your money for you. So shit don't work. You know, so sometimes you don't realize that until after you with somebody for a while.
And if you do have that talent, no one's telling you not to be in a relationship, but to go with the process of actually getting married and not have nothing to fall on. That's when it can become problematic.
I don't know, man. I think, like I said before, we always complain, that these women don't stick besides men. All they care about is money, and in this situation, we talking about leaving the woman, all because she tried to hook the man up.
No, because
So,
she
I don't
lied. Not
Yeah,
because
I
she tried
understand.
to hook him
She
up.
lied.
If she tried to hook him up and she was just honest about it, at that point, I would be hot at the dude for even tripping because you can't find a job. She tried to find you a job. She let you know all of the situation. Look, I called my ex. I sweet talked him a little bit, but I ain't fucking with him like that. You want this job or not? You know what I'm saying? You want this job or not? Because you can start tomorrow if you want to. You know?
Yeah,
Would you
I
take
can
it?
vibe with that, Auntie.
Or nah, I mean, would I take it? No.
I wouldn't take
I
it.
would.
That's the reason
I
why
would
she
take it.
lied.
I wouldn't
Let's
take
prove our
it.
point again.
I wouldn't take it, but I would rather her be that honest with me
Yeah, but I
than
mean, if
to
she's honest like
fulfill
that,
narrative.
yeah, if she's honest like that, like what the fuck can I say? You know what I'm saying? Her
Hey, and
intentions are good, and she actually left the decision up to me as a man, just like Doc was saying. He's like, yo, I'm a man. You're not gonna take that from me as a man. So she left the decision up. It's still up to me whether or not I take the job or not, and I at least have all of the facts and all of the information to make my own decision.
Auntie, so if you was looking for like 2 years, you couldn't get a job. Nobody wanted to hire you because of your criminal record. You telling me you're not going to take that job after your bills paying up? You can't feed your kids. You still not going to take
Bro,
that job?
to be honest, hell, at that point, there's no job that's for me. I've been looking for one for 2 years, bro. 2 fucking years, bro.
Yeah.
Like there's no. I don't want that job. Like a job isn't for me. I couldn't find one in 2 years, bro. A job just isn't for me.
So what you gonna do if
Entrepreneurship. I'm gonna have to make my own money, bro. There's no job. I'm not settling for
Right,
a job. 2 years,
entrepreneurship, right.
like 2
What,
years,
you
bro.
gonna sell
That's like
drugs?
telling me I'm gonna dig in the desert for 2 years looking for gold. Like get the fuck out of here. Hell no. Eventually, I'm gonna stop digging.
So what's the solution? Sell drugs to go back to jail?
Whatever. I'm
Why
gonna
it
make
gotta
a
be
living off
illegal?
of man.
It just gotta
It
be
doesn't have
some
to.
sort of hustle.
I'm gonna figure
What
something
hustle you
else
talking
out.
about?
Hey,
But filling
Ron, they
out
say
job
cut grass.
applications is not for me for 2 years. What woman is gonna respect me? I couldn't even look in the mirror and respect myself if I can't get a job in 2
In
years and
2
my dumb ass
years.
is still trying to get a job.
Yeah,
He could have got a job from a family friend. He could have literally got a job from one of those family members, friends, or one of the family members. He could have got a job.
That guy was a family friend.
Ex-boyfriend.
Where he was fucking up,
Hell
he
nah.
did get a job. If you remember in that movie, he did, but he lied about being a you know what I'm saying, having the F. And then they found out. So if he was just honest off rip, maybe he wouldn't have to worry about that stuff. Like you got to ask yourself why either number one, you can't get a job, or number two, you can't keep a job. Maybe you're unemployable.
Oh, okay.
You know?
So in the movie,
So-
the husband and wife are lying.
Nah, she's straight.
And
She
different-
does hair and
She
shit.
was a hairdresser or something like that. She was a hairdresser, but she was lying to the husband about how she got him the job. He was lying to try to get a job
Yeah, so both of them
because
lying.
he had the felony.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like this dude is, I mean, he might just be unemployable, or in some cases, you know how it is, bro. You got to know somebody. Like that's in 2 years. I didn't realize that by now. I'm not gonna keep filling out job applications and the same shit keep happening, bro.
And she knew somebody.
She knew somebody.
She knew somebody who she knew somebody, and they got him a job.
Okay.
And he.
All I'm saying that the nigga should at least had a chance to know before, so he could choose whether he want to be in that situation or not. Some niggas choose their pride, but that is their own prerogative. That's their own right as a man, bro. Them niggas.
Which doctor? When you married, you can't move like you're single, man. Because his pride is affecting the rest of the family. You understand?
Come on, Ron. If the roles was reversed, and it was you was doing this to the female, she wouldn't accept that either. She
Bro.
wouldn't.
And at the same time, he didn't even have the chance to swallow his pride. That's what Doc is saying. It's like, at least give me the option to swallow my pride or stand on it. But she didn't even give me the option. She just fucking lied.
But when we keep on asking you the question, would you take the job or not? You keep on saying no. And
I
that's
wouldn't take the
exactly
job either.
why
But
she
you know what?
Exactly.
Wait a
And
minute.
it don't
Wait a
give you the
minute.
excuse to lie.
And look at this. I won't take the job.
Manipulate my decision.
Wait a minute. Let me. This is my answer that I would give. Right? If she told me beforehand, I'll probably take the job. You know what I'm saying? Because no, it's just like if I gotta pay the. Let's say I'm low on rent. You know what I'm saying? I might not want to hit the landlord and tell him I might let my girl tell him because he might, you know what I mean, type shit. You know what I'm saying? And then no, but that means she do because that is like I'm sending her on the mission and shit like that. That means she giving it up to the landlord. She call him on the phone or some shit. You know what I'm saying? That means that let's say she's like, yeah, my ex got a job. I was like, you know what? Put me on real quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I mean? Because you knowing beforehand, but if I know after that it was a lie, I'm not rocking with that shit. Because what else y'all got going on that I don't know?
Instead of y'all secret, this is our secret.
Right, bro.
Like now, me and you got the secret. And it's cool. But that's the difference. You at least, like, if I'm gonna swallow my pride or stand on it, that's the decision. It's up to me, not her. And she ain't got no right to try to manipulate.
She little boy that man, bro.
Into doing what the fuck she thinks is right. Nah, if I choose to stand on my pride as a man, you gotta let me do that.
Right.
Like, for real. You know, you don't manipulate the facts so that I do what you think
That's
I
some
should.
bullshit, y'all. Listen,
That's
the
manipulative.
like this you will be in a fucked up family dynamics, right? They put their pride over this idea of being this big man over feeding their family. That's true. She got the stand on being the man. He's being a man. He's taking care of your family. That's the number one thing about being a man.
Hey, just like you said. Hey, just like you said. But I should have the option to do that. I shouldn't be lied to.
What you mean
You
option?
know what I'm saying? Manipulated. Nah, you
Is.
lying to me because you don't even want me to have the option to swallow my pride. You just telling me that my brother-in-law did some shit because you knew I would have to swallow my pride if I knew how I really got this job.
Right, she knew that you wouldn't. That's why she lied to him. She lied to him because she knew his ego was large.
But you just said that you just said that that's the makeup of a fucking man to be able to swallow his pride for the sake of his family. So if that's the man that she got, and he's not capable of swallowing his fucking pride, then she doesn't respect him as a goddamn man.
Why are you lying on me? I did not say what you just said. I did not say the makeup of a man is to swallow his pride. When I say the makeup of a man is to take care of his family.
Okay.
I didn't say he had to swallow his pride. So she made sure, because she knew he wasn't the type to swallow his pride, and he's a prideful man, right? Like I said, my husband is. So she told the little white lie in order for to keep that pride intact. She don't want him going to work feeling bad about, my girl had to get me the job, right?
Bomb, I got a question. I got a question for you, Bomb. Do you believe your husband would have responded?
What you mean how it worked out for? It's a movie.
Would your Bomb
crying her eyes out saying, I'm sorry.
Based on the movie, do you believe your husband would have reacted the same way as Lim did, the one who fought the guy when he found that situation out? You think he would have took the job?
My husband is smart. He wouldn't fight on none of that.
But he wouldn't take the job. You think he'd take the job or not take the job?
No, I think my husband would have taken the job. He wouldn't have liked it. He wouldn't have liked the fact, like if I would have told him I hit up an ex to get you a job, he would feel some sort of way about that shit. Y'all know y'all would. Not everybody.
He'll still take it though.
A man, he gotta take care of his family. And so he would have took it. But he wouldn't have liked it. It would have eaten him through and through, right? So I wouldn't tell him. I would just hook him up so he could still walk with his head high and go and work that goddamn job to take care of his family. That is what I'm saying. The little white lie is. She didn't do it to harm him. She did it to help her and him.
A wise man looks at the bigger picture, and that's the bigger picture that he has a job right now. Even if he wants to be there temporarily.
The bigger picture is his wife is a liar. That's the
No,
bigger
no. The
picture.
bigger
If she
picture is
lied
he has a
about
job
that,
now.
she'll
He
lie
has to
about
provide for his
anything.
family.
And death do us part is a long ass time, and I'll be damned if I gotta spend it with a lying ass chick I don't trust. That's
She lied to
capable of
her.
looking me
She
dead in
lied
the
to
eye
her.
and lying, and then trying to tell me that she did me a favor by doing it. Man,
She
fuck
did
up
do a
out of here,
favor.
man. Hell nah.
She
Exit
ain't doing
stage
nobody
left, bro.
no favor. You know what? She did do me a favor. I got the chance to exit the stage a whole lot earlier.
Good Lord.
She did a. Hey, I'll be
You
real.
got a
She did
chance
it.
to have a job. We know that
She
did
did
him a
it. Hey,
favor.
she did him a favor by getting
But
him a
he
job.
like
I'll
that.
agree with you. She didn't do him a favor by lying to him. No, she didn't.
So now you okay? So now you unemployed. You move out the house. Now where you gonna live now? You ain't got no job. You left your wife now. So what you gonna do now?
I mean, who would it matter to?
No, he said that he gonna leave his wife over that lie. So
Whoever cared about how a man ends up back on his feet. That's my
Yeah.
job to care about how I ends up back
so
on
where you
my
gonna
feet.
live?
I'm not worrying about. No, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. I would figure that out. See, I'm
You
not in
haven't
that.
figured out. So you
So,
haven't figured out
so I
anything
have to.
for a while.
So I have to.
They're advocating for women to marry hobosexuals that if they, yeah real shit. They just they
I'm gonna
have no
figure.
place to
I'm
they have
gonna
no place to live if they leave their wives.
You have clearly
Like
showed
real
you can't
shit.
figure it out.
What the fuck kind of man has no place to live if he leaves his wife?
Yeah,
A
that's
man that don't have a
crazy.
job.
Like for me,
Men don't have
I'm not in that predicament. I'm not in that predicament where I gotta find somebody to help me get a job. I'm well off to the
Okay,
point
that's
where
good.
if no, I'm well off to the point where even if I was married and I was to get a divorce, I don't have the common divorce where all my money's going to be gone. No, both parties will be able to get them a house and be well off.
That's
Versus
good.
We're
one of
talking
us
about this
struggling.
situation. We're not talking
I
about the
don't have that
situation
issue.
you in right
But
now.
no, because you threw me in the mix, so that's why the reason why I gave that part. But
And that's
if
good.
I was in the same situation, to where I didn't have a job, I would be roughing it. I would be living in my car. I would be taking a shower at Planet Fitness. I get me over $10 membership. I would be roughing it until I built myself up to be something respectable. I'm not going to sit there and be on someone's couch and them feeling sorry for me. That
So
doesn't
that
build me whatsoever.
But
so that's
hey,
more
even
respectable to
as
you
a
leaving your
man,
wife
man, you still gotta
and
have
living in
some
your
kind
car.
of connects where you can call a motherfucker or surf on the couch or just get with you another chick. Just like she was able to call in a favor from a fucking dude, you should be able to call in a favor from a chick. If you that fucked up as a man that you ain't got no connects around town, your network is your net worth. That's why you fucked up. It ain't because you got felonies. It's fucked up because you ain't got no net worth. You ain't got no network. You ain't got no homies. You ain't got no connections. You ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? You're less than a man, like real shit.
So your
At
solution
the
is
end
to
of the
leave
day,
your wife and go
I
bunk with
can
another
be
chick.
hey because I can be jobless, but with just the contacts I have in my phone, I will always be able to make a fucking living.
Good Lord.
That's a
Like real
fact.
shit. The
And
fuck out of here, man.
I got too many skills for me to be broke.
Exactly, bro. All I have to do is put the word out that I'm available. Services on deck. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Somebody's about to pay me to bring them in some more money. Like that is what it is. So I have that connect. Now, if a man lets himself go so low that his woman has to call her ex to give him some money, I'm gonna be real. You're less than a man, bro. You shouldn't even have a woman. Like you got the wagon before the horse. And to be honest, that is an indictment on a woman because why the fuck would you choose a piece of shit nigga like that? At some point, you got to be accountable for choosing a motherfucker that ain't got his priorities straight.
Just because a man don't have money doesn't
Now, I'm
mean he
not talking about money.
is
I
rich.
could be
That's
broke.
what you just
A
said.
man can be broke. Broke is temporary. So everybody is broke at some point in their fucking life. Now you got to have a network. You got to be able to move out and about around in the world. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. He's got a wife and he's possibly starting up a family and he just got out of jail. So you want to keep illegal activity to a minimum. But you're supposed to be able to have some homies you can call something. You were in the fucking joint. Motherfuckers is supposed to be making deals in the joint and shit like that. So you call somebody and somebody can call in a favor when you get out and all of that shit, man. You should be doing something. Getting stock tips, all of that shit. The hell? The hell are you doing? Oh, I know what the old boy in that movie was
You
doing.
ain't got
He
no
was
money.
he was up in his he was up in his damn wife all day and all night, focused on that damn chick. That's why he ain't have no damn network. He ain't have
That's a
shit
big
going
fact.
for itself. That's
That
how.
what the
So
movie was?
when nah, yeah, that's what it was. Remember, they was talking about they was all in the bathroom on Sunday. They didn't say, hey, they always together and
Yeah.
shit. This motherfucker ain't out in the world doing nothing. So to go to what Chocolate Earth was saying up here earlier, see, I'm gonna circle it back. What she was saying up here earlier when she come with that laundry list. Oh, I like to be touched and I like to do this. I like this. No, you nigga need to get out and get some goddamn money. Ain't got no time for that fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? He need to go out here and sharpen his weapons out in the world. That's what makes him a man. Not playing touchy-feely and grab ass with your ass all of the time. Motherfucker will do that shit to decompress after a motherfucker done went out here and killed the food.
I don't even feel comfortable being all hugged up with no money in my pocket.
Like real
Nah.
shit, this hustling shit is a sport, dog, and all the men are players. And if you ain't playing, you losing. Like y'all gotta see it like that. It ain't all about how y'all feel.
Yeah,
Nah, you're right. I see what you're saying. You're definitely right on that.
You know?
I don't see how.
Can't be hugged up with no broke person. Homeless and hugged up.
I don't see how a man could be in the house broken, just hugged up all day. It is. I do not feel comfortable that way. I have to have something before I can sit down and relax. I just can't sit there and be relaxing if I ain't got nothing to show for myself. That ain't gonna happen.
Nah, but this chick was cool with that. She know this nigga just got out the joint. You know what I'm saying? She put that thing on him over and over again all day, and this motherfucker don't want to do shit in his spare time but be up in her. That's why he ain't got shit going. Real shit. You supposed to be out in the world, meeting people, doing shit. You know? Actually linking up with your brother-in-law, so that way she ain't gotta lie to you about it. Real shit. Whoever his homies are, make them your homies. Get some shit popping.
She tried that. Y'all didn't like it. She tried
No,
to make
he was supposed to do that. Can't a woman make your connects for you? You're a man. You gotta be able to have that game, just like Ism was saying, and be able to sell yourself in an arena of men. You know what I'm saying? You can get used if you're useful. Like, make yourself useful out there. Are you useful to the group of motherfuckers? You ain't got no connects. I get it. You was in the joint. All of your boys are in the joint too. They locked up or in jail and shit like that. So you need a new network. You got some square folks that you know what I'm saying, like brother-in-laws and shit from your wife. Hang out with them.
Imagine what he did in the joint. He didn't make himself productive at all.
That's what I'm saying. All he did was get out and jump up in a chick and then start filling out applications.
What he did was he seen him a duck. He seen him a duck. He was like, okay, she got her job. I'm gonna go ahead and lay up on her couch, and that would never happen. Life of a homosexual.
For real talk. We're thinking it just been in a pen for years.
Hey, witch doctor.
Yo, what up?
Hey, I thought you was only gonna be on for 20 minutes, man. What's up with
Man,
that?
fuck y'all, man.
This is a cool conversation.
My bad.
This nigga auntie, what you call the strongest coffee? That's what this nigga is on. I swear to God.
Bustelo espresso every morning.
Espresso.
Every morning.
Hey, but I'm about to run, man. Y'all have a good day.
All right, bro.
Nah,
right.
I don't. Just say you don't like women. I love women. I enjoy women's company, but I also know women don't like broke niggas. But at the same time, women will get with a nigga that got his shit straight, and then want him to do all types of shit that leads to him being a broke nigga, and then get mad when the nigga broke. It's like, what do you think a nigga that sit up under you all day is going to do but go broke?
He's gonna go. He's definitely going broke.
Come on,
make as much money.
Keep these marriages together.
Yeah, what I will say. Okay, bye. What I will say about Auntie is, he gonna make sure he got some money, and he gonna make sure that his woman is good. Okay, so ladies, don't give him too.
Oh, you know he makes sure his woman is good, Bomb. Wait. I'm missing something.
That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing negative. I'm saying something positive. But he good.
Now I'm just saying. I mean, y'all don't like broke niggas. Who the fuck? And to be honest, your nigga shouldn't even like himself when he broke. He should be annoying as fuck to be around. He's broke. You shouldn't even want that nigga around you broke. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. A nigga should be a total asshole. You know?
I agree. I am not. I don't see how someone can actually be comfortable with not enough money to pay their bills. It would aggravate the hell out of me. I would
That's
be
the most stressful shit
Yeah.
in life. Like, how could you
Yeah.
even function? Like, you know what I'm saying? That is wild.
Because, I
They'd
mean,
be
this
like, "Yeah,
common sense will tell you,
like,
dog.
nah,
Like,
I'm good."
you a convicted felon, right? So you know it's pretty tough to get any job where you got to fill out an application and you don't know somebody. You know? And
Right.
and the shit's gonna come back. Like, it's gonna come back when they do a background check. You know?
Facts.
So come on. You know, you gotta start looking at other options, or you gonna have to know somebody. Like, so you're gonna have to go out in the world and make moves. But this motherfucker just go to the bar and get drunk.
Team, if he really wanted to make money and not be up underneath that girl, he could have went around the neighborhood and did some landscaping work for the neighbors in the damn neighborhood. If he was doing that bad, he could have been out there fixing people's lawns, shortcutting the linemen, and be like, "Hey, I do it for half of the price." He could have made money. He didn't want to. He wanted to be up under that girl, breaking her back loose. That's what he wanted.
Look, Sugar Bum just said an arena of men. Where the fuck else do you think we get the money from? We can't get it from y'all. Okay? Y'all ain't trying to come off of the fucking dollar and give it to niggas. Fuck out of here. We got to get it from other niggas. The fuck? Where do you think the money just come out the sky? Like, damn. You know? Think you niggas pull a rabbit out the hat? For real. You know? Every dime. We gotta compete with other men to get it. You know?
Ain't nothing like being the one that ain't got it.
Now that's just what it is. Even if you own your own business, you gotta be a better hustler than the competitor up the road. Or on the other side of the algorithm, like that. That's what it is.
But I'm about to go get some rest, y'all. Let me see if Nightish is still live, bro. I was supposed to send everybody to Nightish. All right, everybody, Nightish is live. Let me see who's over there. Just Nightish rocking out. Keels is over there. It's a little bit of crazy shit. This stream is gonna redirect y'all to Nightish.
Hell no, I'm gone. I don't do no nutty shit. I'll see y'all later, bye, everybody.
All right, fellas, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. This nigga Ant on the coffee. That means he's not gonna sleep.
Nah, I gotta work though. I might.
What you grind on?
Well, I got called an asshole already, so my mission's accomplished early. First thing before 9 a.m. Real shit, bro.
Go ahead and grind out, Auntie.
Real. I usually don't get that till at least like 10:30, 11 a.m., bro. So I'm on pace, yo. It's a short week. You know what I'm saying? It's just a salute.
These niggas are narcissists. Run! Run for your life! They're trying to take your light. It's fuel. They're vampires.
bad man.